Yang Yin travels from Earth to Huaxia and is reborn as an evil god. In 2024, the red moon descends once again, and the evil god awakens. Huaxia enters an era of mythical resurgence, as superhumans walk among the mortals, and cultists perform bloody rituals. Where are Huaxia's ancient deities? In Jiangping City, Huaxia, the classroom of Class 9, Grade 12 in Wudong High School is bustling with noise. Did you hear about it? Something happened in the Southern District last night. It's said that 20 people died, and not a single complete body was found at the scene. One student says nervously, "That's terrifying. Could we also encounter something like this, eroded by some strange force, not even knowing how we died?" Another student worries. "Didn't the superhumans in the city take any action?" Someone asks curiously. "It was too sudden this time. The victims were all killed before the superhumans could arrive." An insider sighs. "Ever since the red moon appeared, I have to watch teaching videos by female teachers every night to fall asleep. Otherwise, I just can't sleep." A student confesses. "Bro, share the resources, please," someone jokes. "You still have the mood for this? Haven't you heard of the God of Desire? Be careful, or he might come after you." Another student warns. "Bring it on, I'm not afraid." Someone responds. "You're one tough guy," someone comments. "By the way, tomorrow is our awakening ceremony. Are you all ready?" A student suddenly changes the topic. During the break, students gather together, discussing last night's eerie event and the upcoming awakening ceremony, with a hint of fear in the atmosphere. In a corner of the classroom, Yang Yin sits quietly, his face calm, as if everything around him is unrelated to him. He mutters to himself, "Are evil gods really that terrifying?" Yang Yin is a traveler who has been in this strange world for 2.5 months. He knows the rules of this world well. 1,000 years ago, a blood-red moon suddenly appeared in the sky of Huaxia. The evil god awoke, and strange forces began to invade. Huaxia thus entered an era of mythical resurgence. To counter these strange forces, humans began to seek awakening pathways, hoping to become superhumans. So far, humans have discovered 12 superhuman pathways, each closely related to the ancient myths of Huaxia. At this moment, a fat boy walks over to Yang Yin, looking scared. "Xiao Yinzi, how can you stay so calm after last night's terrifying event?" "I was so scared that I couldn't sleep. I ended up eating 2 buckets of instant noodles, 3 chicken legs, and 2 packs of spicy strips." Yang Yin comes back to his senses and scoffs. "With your appetite, even the evil god would be afraid of you. What's there to be afraid of? Will being afraid stop us from dying?" The fat boy retorts. "Well said. As long as we're brave. Even Sadako would be afraid." The fat boy suddenly blurts out. Yang Yin gives him a speechless look. This fat boy is called Zhang Daowei, nicknamed Wei Go, and he is a classmate that Yang Yin is relatively familiar with. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Li Yang, walks into the classroom, holding a list in his hand. He stands on the podium and announces, "Students, the school has notified us. The awakening ceremony will be held tomorrow morning. We have a day off today." As soon as he finishes speaking, the classroom erupts into chaos. The students cheer and look forward to tomorrow's awakening ceremony. This is an opportunity they have been waiting for 18 years. Once they successfully awaken, their lives will change dramatically, embarking on the path of superhumans and becoming extraordinary police officers guarding Huaxia. Otherwise, they will have to continue living ordinary lives. Wei Gu excitedly puts his arm around Yang Yan's shoulder and says, "Xiao Yinzi, I'm talented. Awakening will be a piece of cake for me. When I become a superhuman, they'll take you to slay evil gods and reach the pinnacle of success." Yang Yin pushes him away in disgust. "You'd better lose some weight first." After the school bell rings, the students bid farewell and head home. Yang Yin also pushes open the door and is greeted by the happy smile of his sister, Yang Xiaodan. Xiaodan is blind, but she has a Lurgon personality and always infects those around her with her smile. "Brother, you're back. Why is school over so early today?" Xiaodan asks. Yang Yin explains, "Because the awakening ceremony is tomorrow. We have a day off." Xiaodan exclaims with delight, "So, brother, do you have a chance to become a superhuman now?" Yang Yin smiles and pats her head. "It depends on luck and talent." After lunch, Yang Yin returns to his room, locks the door, sits down at his desk, raises his right hand, and opens his palm. A deep red mysterious mark appears. It's the mark of the black goat he obtained after traveling through, representing some unknown power. As he closes his eyes, the mark on his palm suddenly lights up as red as blood. The room instantly darkens, as if it has entered the night. Then, Yang Yan's body is gradually engulfed by a thick red mist and eventually disappears in the room. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in an ancient and majestic palace. Strange red mist flows around him, and a weird voice comes. "My Supreme Master, you're finally back." Chapter 2. The Malevolent God. The black goat before me stands in ancient palace, where crimson mist flows like a river, permeating the air with an eternal essence, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. At the heart of the temple rests an eerie crimson throne, which appears to have existed for millennia. Yang Yin sits regally upon this deep red seat, surveying all with an air of dominance. His form enveloped in a delicate veil of red mist, exuding a mysterious and formidable presence. This is where Yang Yin truly belongs, the temple of the black goat. At this moment, Yang Yin has regained his original form. Upon his head, two majestic horns, adorned with intricate patterns, spiral forth, while countless sinister red tendrils writhe around him. His pupils are dark and profound, shrouded entirely in crimson mist, embodying boundless mystery. This is the true essence of Yang Yin, the black goat. Neither his classmates at school, nor his sister Chun Xiaodian, nor indeed any of humanity in Huaxia, would ever suspect that a malevolent deity lurks in their midst. Yet, Yang Yin possesses a kind heart and a rational mind. Even as a god of evil, just then, a white dove flutters from the crimson mist, its wings beating gracefully. It boasts resplendent white feathers and eyes as glossy as obsidian, moving with an ethereal lightness. Emanating an aura both noble and sinister, that moment, a bizarre voice echoes once again in Yang Yin's ears. "Oh, my Supreme Master, after 34 hours, 23 minutes, 13 seconds, and 14 microseconds, you have finally returned. As your loyal servant, diligent gold medal steward, and enthusiastic assistant, I have missed you dearly every moment. Oh, my esteemed master, surely you must be weary from your journey, affected by those mundane mortals. Shall I serenade you with a song?" The voice of this creature is an indescribable blend of male and female tones, harmonizing with the most flamboyant of instruments, the saxophone, creating a cacophony that defies description. Moreover, this dove is an unparalleled chatterbox. Were it not for Yang Yin's extraordinary patience, he would have long since lost his composure. Silence. Yang Yin merely cast a sidelong glance at the dove, and it obediently hovered to his left. Not daring to move its eyes, this dove harbors a palpable fear of Yang Yin. Over the past 2.5 months, Yang Yin has discerned some of the rules governing this temple. First, he is the supreme master here. Second, this foolish dove appears to be an integral part of the temple, shrouded in mystery and enigma. Yang Yin is aware of little else, which leaves him in a rather awkward position. For he knows far too little. His soul has traversed into this realm, yet he retains no memories of the black goat. Fortunately, Yang Yin is a master of deception, allowing him to convincingly portray the omnipotent malevolent deity, thus evading the dove's suspicions. Otherwise, his fate would have been compromised. Furthermore, while this dove may possess knowledge of many secrets, Yang Yin dares not inquire too deeply, fearing he might tarnish the grandeur of the black goat. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the dove resumed its incessant chatter. "Great Master, those foolish humans are preparing to conduct an awakening ceremony. Surely you are aware they will face disgraceful dangers, resulting in the demise of many a simpleton. I know you possess a supreme revival plan and will not concern yourself with such trivial matters. I merely wish to express that these humans are utterly foolish. My exalted master, your servant and gold medal steward wishes to convey that those so-called extraordinary beings and other malevolent gods are no match for you." Despite the dove's incessant prattle, Yang Yan's heart jolted with surprise, and he struggled to maintain his composure. "Wait, the awakening ceremony will bring danger. I must be cautious tomorrow morning. Moreover, this world's other malevolent gods are no match for me. Just what is the origin of this black goat?" After more than 2 months, this foolish dove has finally provided a shred of useful information. Yang Yin's heart raced with excitement, though his expression remained inscrutable as he calmly stated. "Silence, withdraw." Within the temple, Yang Yin's intricate and bizarre voice reverberated, akin to the whispers of 1,000 demons, causing even the crimson mist to quiver. The voice of a deity is ineffable, upon hearing Yang Yin's command. The dove immediately ceased its chatter, flapping its wings and ascending. Your most esteemed master, I shall obey your will. Your faithful servant and honest dove is ever at your service. In an instant, the dove melded into the crimson mist and vanished from sight. Yang Yin harbored an overwhelming desire to reprimand this foolish dove. While he could call it verbose, it occasionally uttered a few nuggets of wisdom, and while he could label it foolish, it behaved like an unparalleled sycophant, no, rather, like an obsequious dove, utterly devoted to him. He must ascertain the true purpose of this dove. After the dove departed, Yang Yin remained alone in the magnificent temple, lost in thought. From whence do the malevolent gods invading Huaxia hail? What ancient myths are entwined with the 12 intriguing extraordinary paths? What manner of existence is an extraordinary being? And what of the enigmatic crimson mist that envelopes this very temple? First, I must become an extraordinary being, and then I shall devise my plans. Finally, with a thought, Yang Yin vanished from the crimson throne, leaving the temple behind. Yang Yin's chamber. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the blinding rays of sunlight. Before him lay a simple white single bed, a modest desk, and the reflection of himself in the mirror. He beheld a youth with striking features, bright eyes, and though merely 18, he exuded a serene aura. Resembling his sister Xiaodan and possessing the same charm as readers of Fanxiad, as Yang Yin returned from the Crimson Mist Temple to Huaxia, he became indistinguishable from an ordinary person. I'm back. 2 months prior, Yang Yin had scarcely arrived in this world. His black goat essence could not yet descend. He had to enter the Huaxia realm through projection. One day, he stumbled upon a corpse. This corpse was the original Yang Yin. Thus, he projected his consciousness into the lifeless body, reviving the deceased Yang Yin essence. The original Yang Yin had perished, and it was the black goat that forcibly granted him a second chance at life. After a moment's reflection, Yang Yin gazed down at the mysterious mark upon his palm, his brow furrowing slightly. This black goat mark is extraordinarily remarkable, imbued with unparalleled mysterious power. I must find time to study this deep crimson mark and see if it can unlock the forces above the crimson mist. To explore this enigmatic world, one must possess great power. Otherwise, progress is impossible. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a gentle voice. Xiaodan's voice. Brother, why did you lock the door in broad daylight? Startled by his sister's voice, Yang Yin's heart raced with a tinge of guilt. Oh no! Thank goodness I locked the door just now. Though Xiaodan cannot see, her perception is exceedingly sharp. If she detects the malevolent crimson mist, she will likely insist on moving out tonight. Coming with that, Yang Yin swiftly rose from his chair, approached the door, and turned the doorknob. As he opened the door, a delicate figure appeared before him. His sister, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, stood with her hands on her hips, clearly upset. Brother, are you secretly browsing the study materials sent by Zhang Dawei again? I've called you 10 times already. What? Secretly browsing study materials? Little sister, where did your mind wander to? I, Yang Yin, am a paragon of integrity, a model of virtue. How could I hide beneath the covers, secretly admiring a tutor in black stockings? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing her brother's playful demeanor, Yang Yin pondered for a moment, then confidently patted his chest and began to feign sincerity. Hey, little girl, could it be that your big brother cannot retreat to his room to quietly review math problems? Besides, when I'm engaged in English listening, I cannot hear a single sound. Xiaodan seemed unconvinced, still pouting. You're trying to deceive me. Your highest score in mathematics was only 65, and you've never passed English. You could possibly be reviewing? What a pack of lies. Xiaodan is quite astute and not easily fooled. Yang Yin fell silent, smiling as he approached his sister and bestowed upon her a sincere pat on the head. All right, little one, I sincerely apologize. Such a thing will never happen again. In the realm of sibling rivalry, there is nothing that a gentle pat on the head cannot resolve. Nightfall, 8 p.m. Under the eerie glow of the crimson moon, Jiangping City appears draped in a delicate red veil, exuding an air of strangeness. The streets are alive with vibrancy, the lights dazzling, the sounds of barbecue stalls and food vendors echoing incessantly. Yang Yin wanders through the streets, taking in the sight of the blood-red moon above. The crimson orb is deep and sinister, as if harboring some unfathomable power. For ordinary mortals, merely gazing upon it sends shivers down their spines, awakening their basest instincts and igniting thoughts of depravity. Yet for Yang Yin, he can gaze freely, fixating upon it as if it were a mere phone wallpaper. For he bears the mark of the black goat upon his being, rendering him immune to any sinister influence. This phenomenon has persisted in Huaxia for millennia, becoming a hallmark of this world. However, for Yang Yin, the crimson moon evokes profound curiosity, for the temple of the black goat, too, is enshrouded in a veil of mysterious red mist, and so, as Yang Yin observes the celestial spectacle overhead, he strides purposefully toward the supermarket, his mind replaying the words spoken by the dove. Tomorrow's awakening ceremony, what dangers will unfold? Surely, it cannot lead to fatalities, can it? How did the pigeons atop the red mist temple sense the impending peril? Could it be that they possessed the gift of divination? Contemplating this, Yang Yin felt a twinge of annoyance. Though he had traversed into the body of the black goat, he had yet to grasp even the fundamental abilities of the malevolent deity. What a disgrace. Overall, the knowledge at my disposal remains woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, one must not rush such matters. I shall await the conclusion of the awakening ceremony before proceeding. Sighing, Yang Yin made his way to a supermarket. He intended to purchase yogurt for his sister. At that moment, a captivating figure quietly emerged at the edge of the street, seemingly following Yang Yin all the way. It was an extraordinary woman. With alluring red hair, clad in a white miniskirt, her long, snow-white legs accentuating her curvaceous form. She appeared to be around 25, embodying the essence of an older sister. The red-haired woman concealed herself in the shadows, winking flirtatiously as she murmured, "This mortal boy is rather peculiar. How can he gaze directly at the crimson moon?" The following day, at Wudong High School, in the square, the azure sky was adorned with white clouds, and the sun cast a golden hue. Each class stood in orderly formation, awaiting the commencement of the awakening ceremony. Yang Yin stood quietly amidst the crowd, listening to his classmates' discussions. The anticipation for the awakening was palpable. What if I fail? It is said that the probability of awakening as a transcendent being is exceedingly low. Only one among 500 may succeed. Damn it, if one awakens, the entire family is honored. It all depends on luck. Look, could that be a transcendent being? Is he here to assist us in our awakening? In an instant, all eyes turned to the center of the square, gasps echoing throughout the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, a robust figure had appeared on stage. A 26-year-old man with a neatly trimmed haircut, exuding vitality. He bore no distinction from ordinary folk, yet an invisible aura of pressure surrounded him, emanating a mystical energy. According to tradition in Huaxia, each May, the headquarters dispatches designated transcendent beings to schools to aid students in their awakening. Should any student successfully awaken, they would be directly recruited as a transcendent police officer, tasked with addressing the bizarre occurrences in Huaxia, and the remuneration is far superior to that of attending university. However, awakening as a transcendent requires extraordinary talent and innate spiritual power. Not everyone is capable of it. Beside the transcendent, a resplendent stone floated, shimmering in a myriad of hues, imparting an air of mystery. This was the Awakening Spirit Stone, a level 2 treasure of Huaxia. Since the arrival of the Crimson Moon, various mysterious treasures have emerged in Huaxia, categorized from level 1 to 6 according to rarity, with level 6 being the rarest and most powerful, solely available to the headquarters. This Awakening Spirit Stone not only assists students in their awakening but also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Being immensely resilient, at that moment, a deep voice resonated from the loudspeakers above the square. Principal Wang began his address. A millennium ago, the Crimson Moon descended, awakening the malevolent deity, ushering Huaxia into an era of mythic resurgence. I understand that becoming a transcendent being, safeguarding Huaxia, is an honor that each of you yearns for immensely. Today, you bring pride to the school. Tomorrow, the school shall take pride in you. With that, I hereby declare the awakening ceremony officially commenced. As Principal Wang's words echoed, the crowd erupted into fervent applause, the atmosphere electric. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed the tremors coursing through the body of Li Yong, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, as he emitted strange, rasping sounds. Meanwhile, the students, filled with immense excitement, formed an orderly line, eager to begin their awakening. Resounding voices filled the square. First, Li Jun. Awakening failed Wu Guang. Pathway to awakening failed Qin Feifei. Failure as students continued to experience failure in their awakenings. The atmosphere grew heavily oppressive. Everyone hoped to be that fortunate individual, yet 5 minutes passed without a single success. Even the overly confident Peng Wei began to feel anxious. After all, those who could successfully awaken as transcendent beings were truly a rarity. Failing to awaken was entirely commonplace. However, at that moment, Yang Yin diverted his attention from the ceremony, intently observing the surroundings of the square, his expression fluctuating between seriousness and depth. Stroking his chin, he muttered under his breath, "That foolish pigeon couldn't have misled me, could it? Will there truly be danger today? Yet, in such tranquil circumstances, how could an accident occur? Furthermore, past awakening ceremonies have never experienced calamities." Just then, a booming voice reverberated across the entire square. Clear and resonant. "Next, Class 9, Zhang Dawei." In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Peng Wei. He shook off his clothes, feigning a solemn demeanor, as if he were a celebrity striding down a red carpet. Damn it, this fatso is such a drama queen. Yet Yang Yin knew that Peng Wei was more nervous than anyone, likely trembling beneath his layers of flesh. On stage, Peng Wei inhaled deeply, preparing to place his right hand upon the spirit stone. But just as his hand made contact with the stone, whoosh, a chilling gust swept through the air. Simultaneously, the mysterious mark upon Yang Yan's palm glimmered faintly, as if sensing an ominous presence. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. In that instant, the transcendent guarding the awakening spirit stone also sensed the anomaly, casting a wary glance around. Before Yang Yin could react, the once clear blue sky darkened ominously, thick clouds rolling in like spilled ink. The entire campus was plunged into darkness. Chapter 4. The terrifying awakening ceremony. At that moment, everyone looked up at the ominous clouds above and furrowed their brows. Wait, I distinctly checked the weather forecast yesterday. It was supposed to be clear today. This weather is exceedingly strange. It was just sunny a moment ago. Why has it suddenly turned dark? Could it be that the weather forecast was dreadfully inaccurate? Look, Teacher Li Yang, his mouth is splitting open. It's oozing pus, and he is bleeding profusely. Ah, with the first student's exclamation, panic erupted among the crowd, all eyes widening in horror. Noticing the bizarre transformation, Yang Yan's expression turned icy as he turned his gaze to his homeroom teacher. He saw that the teacher's eyes were bulging, his face oozing pus, his mouth splitting grotesquely to the edges of his ears, and his body covered in horrific growths. This was a symptom of contamination by sinister forces, physical mutation. In that instant, Yang Yin felt a jolt of shock. The foolish pigeon had indeed spoken the truth. Before Yang Yin could fully process his astonishment, even more horrifying events unfolded. A piercing scream shattered the air, followed by a chorus of shrieks and cries, reminiscent of humanity's struggle in the abyss. My hand! My eyes hurt so much. My mouth is filled with blood, help me. I don't want to die. Following the direction of the screams, Yang Yan's gaze fell upon a girl clad in a pleated skirt, frantically clawing at her neck, her nails stained crimson. More terrifyingly, her skin appeared aged, resembling that of a centenarian. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yan's previously steadied emotions surged violently once more. The girl was Zhou Mei, the academic representative of their class, known for her beauty and amiable demeanor, well liked by many. Yet now, she had transformed into a deranged, aging woman, her skin peeling away like corroded wallpaper. In that moment, Yang Yin was once again struck by the formidable power of the sinister forces. Although he was a malevolent deity, he had never directed such power against humans. Subsequently, students in the square began to exhibit bizarre transformations, succumbing to the aberration, their faces contorted in agony. One by one, they began to mutter incoherently, crawling on the ground as if bowing in reverence to the crimson moon. Even more frenziedly, the students began to turn on one another, gnawing at each other, each tainting the next. As the primal instinct for slaughter surged forth, even the flowers at the edge of the playground began to wither, turning into black dust. The atmosphere grew suffocating, a nauseating stench of decay mingling with the metallic scent of blood, permeating the campus in a horrific miasma. At this moment, Yang Yin realized that this was not an unfortunate accident, but rather a grave catastrophe. Though he would remain untainted, witnessing the madness and the eerie happenings around him sent chills down his spine. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yin endeavored to calm his racing heart and swiftly devise a plan. He understood that panic and dread would resolve nothing. However, before Yang Yin could take action, the entire square suddenly trembled. Then, a thick cloud of black mist surged forth from beneath the playground, enveloping the entire campus in an instant, as an evil force began to awaken. As the black mist emerged, a grotesque symbol began to manifest beneath the square. Resembling the outline of an eye, reeking of filth, with the appearance of this ocular symbol, the temperature within the campus plummeted dramatically, creating an eerie and frigid atmosphere, akin to a winter's night. Witnessing this, Yang Yan's heart sank sharply. What manner of abomination is this? The enormous black eye, an ominous void that loomed over the entire playground, seemed as though it had long been buried there, awaiting its moment of awakening. Peng Wei. Only then did Yang Yin realize that Peng Wei was still above the stage. Meanwhile, the extraordinary being had already departed, in search of the source of the bizarre phenomenon. As Yang Yin glanced toward the stage, he beheld Peng Wei sprawled on the ground, fervently begging for mercy, nearly brought to tears. "Foster father, please don't kill me. I'm a good person. I just turned 18 this year." "Yang Yin, Xiao Yuzi, where are you? You're not dead, are you? I'm on the brink of death. Save me, please. I'll treat you to foot massages every day in the future. The technicians are all 18. Fortunately, Peng Wei's physique was rather resilient. He had yet to be tainted by the otherworldly force. Yang Yin had no time to mock the cowardice of his friend. He dashed straight toward Peng Wei. Weaving through the zombie-like crowd, it wasn't due to favoritism that he sought to save Peng Wei, but rather that nearly everyone present had succumbed to the corrupting influence, devolving into madness or death. In this dire moment, Yang Yin had no choice but to rescue Peng Wei. However, just as he was within 2 meters of his friend, a figure suddenly sprang from the throng, moving with astonishing speed. Yang Yin's expression shifted instantaneously. Class teacher. No, he was no longer the class teacher. He had been corrupted by the otherworldly force, transformed into a lunatic. At that moment, the class teacher, missing an eye and smeared with grotesque blood, had his mouth agape, lunging toward Peng Wei's backside to bite. Seeing this, Yang Yin's face tightened. He executed a sweeping kick with great force toward Peng Wei's left side. Bam! Peng Wei was sent flying. Narrowly escaping calamity, he squeezed his eyes shut, crying out, "Big brother, don't kill me. I have elders above me and no children below. I'm all fat, not worth eating. My family is in real estate. Making billions in minutes. Can't I just pay you off?" Simultaneously, the class teacher missed his target. After dodging the teacher's attack, Yang Yin reached Peng Wei's side, shouting, "You fatso, it's me." Upon seeing Yang Yin's face, Peng Wei instantly shed a precious tear and leapt toward him, as if he had reunited with a long-lost brother. Xiao Yinzi, it's you? I knew you weren't dead. Just now, all I could think about was you. Aw, my dear father. I'll definitely treat you to filet mignon later, and find the best-looking technician." Yang Yin, somewhat speechless, replied sternly, "Fatso, there's no time for sentimentality." No sooner had he spoken than the class teacher, now reduced to a single eye, lunged again in a bizarre manner, advancing with terrifying speed. In that perilous instant, Yang Yin furrowed his brow. He took a deep breath, employing his steadfast mental fortitude to regain his composure. The next moment, Yang Yin inhaled deeply, swiftly raising his right hand, aiming the black goat mark at the class teacher. Damn it, I can only gamble everything now. Earlier, Yang Yin had conceived this audacious idea. Logically, this otherworldly power should pale in comparison to the divine prowess of Black Goat and the Red Mist. Thus, Yang Yin surmised that the Black Goat mark in his possession could likely counteract these corrupted humans. Even so, Yang Yin's heart raced with trepidation. After all, this was his first attempt. Failure would mean death. Meanwhile, Peng Wei was cowering behind Yang Yin, clutching his sleeve and trembling. When he saw Yang Yin standing resolutely, his face turned ashen. "Xiao Yinzi, he is coming. We need to flee." Yet, Yang Yin remained unmoved, steadfast in his position. his gaze calm and profound. At that very moment, the distance between the class teacher and Yang Yin diminished rapidly. 5 meters, 0.3 meters, 0.1 meter. Finally, at a mere 30 centimeters from Yang Yin, the class teacher's body suddenly went rigid, grotesquely halting in its tracks. Witnessing this, Yang Yin felt a surge of elation. Aha! It truly works. Harnessing that earlier sensation, Yang Yin focused his will, causing the mark in his hand to glow. Suddenly, a faint red mist emanated from his palm, enveloping the class teacher. In the next instant, the class teacher collapsed to the ground. A look of anguish on his face as his body began to swell grotesquely, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of blood, leaving no trace behind. Even a frog would twitch a bit upon death. Yet the class teacher melted away in an instant. Yang Yin gazed incredulously at the black goat mark on his hand, a wave of dread washing over him. The power of the red mist exceeded his wildest imagination. Almost immediately, a putrid stench filled the air, prompting Yang Yin and Peng Wei to cough involuntarily. At this moment, Peng Wei's face paled in horror, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Xiao Yinzi, the class teacher. He is dead. Chapter 5. The Eye of the Evil God? Dead? The class teacher was slain by my power? No, that was no longer the class teacher. It was a body corrupted by malevolence. Unaware of what Yang Yin had just done, Peng Wei continued to tremble, clutching Yang Yin's sleeve. Coming back to his senses, Yang Yin shot a glare at Peng Wei and said, Fatso, calm down. The class teacher has mutated. Otherwise, we'd be the ones dead. As an avatar of the evil god, Yang Yin was naturally dominated by reason, unwilling to be ensnared by past emotional entanglements, even in the face of the class teacher's demise. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei finally grasped the situation, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his hands trembling. Xiao Yinzi, what do we do now? However, before Yang Yin could ponder further, he suddenly emitted a muffled groan, his body growing weak. Akin to a sudden drop in blood sugar, Yang Yin instinctively glanced at the red goat mark in his hand, his brow furrowed tightly. Indeed, the power of the red mist was too mysterious and formidable. It was still too taxing for his current body. Furthermore, I am not yet an extraordinary being, allowing me to wield only a minuscule fraction of the red mist's strength. Fortunately, I had only used a tiny bit just now. Otherwise, this body would be rendered useless. After all, Yang Yin was not in the red mist temple but rather in Huaxia. Strangely enough, after he tapped into even a small portion of the red mist's power, the corrupted, crazed individuals surrounding him instinctively retreated, parting to create a path. This alleviated some pressure in Yang Yin's heart. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell on these peculiar phenomena, prioritizing survival above all else. Trusting his instincts, Yang Yin guided Peng Wei to a dog hole at the edge of the playground. Peng Wei, in his panic, had overlooked the details of the preceding events, and he certainly could not discern the red mark in Yang Yin's hand. Most crucially, Peng Wei was unable to see it. The evil god's mark was beyond the perception of ordinary humanity. In Peng Wei's mind, he only knew that Yang Yin was his savior. Yang Yin, are you sure this dog hole is safe? Upon reaching the corner of the playground, Peng Wei said, somewhat fearfully. Yang Yin shot an irritable glance at Peng Wei. If it's not safe, you can leave. That's not what I mean. It's just that this dog hole is too small. I can't squeeze in. Yang Yin replied sternly. Now you realize you're fat? Hurry up and crawl in. Otherwise, we'll both die. Upon hearing the word die, Peng Wei wasted no time, his body moving with the agility of a monkey as he scrambled into the dog hole. Ultimately, Yang Yin followed suit. In truth, it wasn't much of a dog hole, merely a somewhat concealed corner requiring one to stoop to enter. Yang Yin intended to rest in this corner for a moment and observe the situation around them. Having used the power of the red mist, he now felt slightly dizzy. At that moment, the square was strewn with the bodies of several classmates, resembling a hellish scene. Merely glancing at it caused Yang Yin's heart to tremble involuntarily. As he genuinely felt the overwhelming force of death, over 1,000 people had perished in madness on the playground, transformed into bizarre offerings. Xiao Yinzi, did all our classmates die? Peng Wei shed another precious tear. Trembling behind Yang Yi and It was no exaggeration to say that the only living beings left on the square were Yang Yin and the Fatso. Of course, that extraordinary being might still be alive. Under such circumstances, Even Yang Yin could not guarantee his own survival. After all, once he began to wield the power of the red mist, his body would succumb to weakness. Yet, at that moment, an anomaly manifested in Peng Wei. His eyes began to glaze over, resembling a drowsy, plump pig. Simultaneously, he muttered incoherently, as if in a trance. Hee, just a few more pieces of meat. I want a cup of delicious fruit milk tea. Xiao Yuzi, your eyes tell a story, much like the young widow next door. Observing Peng Wei's peculiar behavior, Yang Yan's heart tightened, and he promptly shook Peng Wei's body to rouse him. Fatso, wake up, that's an illusion. Hearing Yang Yin's call, Peng Wei suddenly jolted awake, his small eyes wide, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Yinzi, what happened? I just dreamt I got married. I thought it was real. Has the bizarre event concluded? Yang Yin refrained from explaining. He faintly suspected that Peng Wei's body might possess some uniqueness. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to madness long ago, unable to endure the onslaught of the otherworldly force for so long. However, given the current situation, even Peng Wei's body was beginning to show symptoms. Perhaps soon, he too would spiral into madness like the class teacher. To prevent causing Peng Wei panic, Yang Yin chose to remain silent. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through the square once more, stirring something within Yang Yan's heart. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black robes materialized at the center of the playground, as if he had always been there. Never having departed in that instant, Yang Yan's gaze sharpened. This individual was exceedingly peculiar. Amidst the sweltering summer heat, he donned a hooded robe, his entire form shrouded in darkness, rendering his features indistinguishable, yet, upon closer inspection, Yang Yin discovered that the man's eyes were hollow, void of pupils, his skin a pallid shade reminiscent of a corpse, and his upper body flesh, while his lower half was skeletal. Who is this person? Yang Yan's eyelids twitched violently. Moreover, following the appearance of this strange man, the ominous black eyes etched upon the ground flared to life once more, darkness threatening to engulf the entire campus. Witnessing this, Yang Yan's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Could this possibly be an altar? In that fleeting moment, Yang Yin sensed that the situation was growing increasingly dire. The school was one of the most tightly guarded places in Huaxia. How could such a bizarre individual infiltrate and successfully establish a sinister altar? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Fat Wei clutched Yang Yan's sleeve tightly, his face quivering in fear, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What should we do? What should we do? Are we truly destined to perish at the hands of that man in black? I do not wish to die yet. I am still a virgin. Just then, a short-haired extraordinary being emerged from the pile of corpses, his face smeared with blood, his left arm severed, and his body marred with claw marks, as if he had just survived a brutal battle. In the distance, several flames ignited, casting a flickering light upon the crimson square, exuding an intense heat akin to the waves of summer. Yang Yin looked up, his expression shifting in surprise. Is this the power of the extraordinary? The short-haired extraordinary shouted fiercely, a stream of pale red flame erupting from his hand, darting towards the figure in black like agile fire serpents, the surrounding temperature soaring. Yet, the man in black remained unflustered. As if he had orchestrated everything from the very beginning, every detail within his control. His voice was hoarse, akin to glass scraping against stone, a feeble first sequence extraordinary things to impede the divine ritual? Absurd. Today, you shall serve as a sacrifice to the divine, forever enshrined here. My lord, the infinitely terrifying Eye of the Demon, please accept our offering. At these words, Yang Yan's heart quivered. The malevolent deity, Eye of the Demon? Is that the second of such beings in this world? Before Yang Yin could ponder further, the man in black raised his hands in worship towards the heavens, muttering vile incantations with exaggerated, bizarre gestures. Devour! In the next instant, the black eyes inscribed upon the square blazed once more, dark enough to seem as if they would consume all light. In an instant, the flames surrounding the extraordinary being extinguished, swallowed by the engulfing darkness, like a flickering candle in the wind, exceedingly feeble. Caught within this sinister sacrificial ritual, the extraordinary stood no chance against the cultists. In the following moment, darkness enveloped him, rendering him powerless. And he clutched his head, seemingly subjected to intense mental torment. Ultimately, The cultist approached him, delivering a devastating blow to his chest, brutally extracting his heart. The first sequence extraordinary crumpled to the ground, barely clinging to life. Just like that, he was defeated? Yang Yin found it hard to believe. He was aware of certain secrets regarding the abilities of the extraordinary. Among the 12 discovered extraordinary paths, each contained 9 sequences. From the first to the 9th, the higher the sequence, the stronger the extraordinary being. Furthermore, these 12 paths corresponded to 12 ancient myths of Huaxia. Previously, Yang Yin had inadvertently learned from a foolish pigeon that Pango, the creator of heaven and earth, was one of them. This meant that the power of the extraordinary drew from the ancient myths of Huaxia, profoundly mysterious and formidable. But how could this extraordinary have been vanquished so easily? Could it be that this strange cultist surpassed the first sequence by leagues? The more Yang Yin pondered, the more grave his expression became, his brows knitting tighter. This might be the onset of a meticulously planned catastrophe. A mere first sequence extraordinary could not possibly turn the tide. Contemplating this, Yang Yin opened his right hand, allowing the mark of the black goat to illuminate, calming his chaotic thoughts. However, Fat Wei was not faring well. The strange power began to erode his sanity, causing him to sway, teetering on the brink of madness. Glancing at the fallen extraordinary in the square, then at Fat Wei, who was on the verge of being corrupted, Yang Yin furrowed his brow, sensing the perilous nature of their situation. What should I do? Yang Yin contemplated whether to harness the power of the Crimson Mist directly, attempting to confront the cultists. Yet, he feared that overusing the Black Goat's power might shatter his mortal form. Why then? The cultists might still remain, while his body could be obliterated by the power of the Crimson Mist. Just as Yang Yin hesitated, the man in black seemed to notice his corner. He rigidly turned, fixing his cold gaze upon Yang Yin. Suddenly, Yang Yin felt the temperature plummet, a chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 6. The Crimson Mist awakens. In the next moment, Yang Yin felt a cold breeze brush past him. Before he could react, the man in black had appeared before him, without warning, like a specter. Interesting, there are still 2 living souls here. The voice of the man in black was hoarse and low, as if a fishbone were lodged in his throat, producing an excruciating sound, in close proximity to the cultist. Yang Yin beheld those pitch-black, hollow eyes, the skeletal lower half, and the pallid skin. This was Yang Yin's first-hand encounter with the bizarre, and he could not help but feel trepidation in the next instant. The man in black moved, swiftly seizing the unconscious Fat Wei and gripping his throat. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yin's pupils constricted, his heart racing with shock. Such speed was utterly terrifying. Yang Yin remained silent, suppressing his fear. Fixating his gaze on the eyes of the man in black, standing resolutely in opposition. Should anything unexpected occur, he would immediately unleash the power of the mark of the Black Goat. The man in black raised Fat Wei like a lifeless pig, slowly advancing towards Yang Yin, the distance between them diminishing. Gazing into Yang Yin's calm, water-like eyes, even the man in black seemed taken aback, his hoarse voice echoing once more, "You, it seems, are not afraid of death." Hearing the raspy voice of the man in black, Yang Yin chose not to act immediately. He sought to extract some useful information from this cultist. Yang Yin's expression remained grave as he pointed to the corpses strewn across the ground. Speaking, afraid of death? These individuals wished to live, yet they still perished at your hands. Upon hearing this, the man in black let out a cold laugh, as if he had developed a modicum of interest in Yang Yin. I killed them. It was of no concern to them. These foolish weaklings cannot even protect themselves. Living holds no meaning. We are the noble believers. We are graced by the divine. We wield the power of the eye of the demon. We seek human souls for him, aiding his resurrection in this world. Once the eye of the demon awakens, this world will enter the era of the divine. And you mere ants, shall become slaves crawling on the ground. At this revelation, Yang Yin's heart jolted. The malevolent deity's aim is to resurrect in this world. They, like me, cannot yet descend upon Huaxia. Though this cultist still possessed human consciousness and reasoning, his thoughts had been ensnared by the power of the malevolent deity, rendering him a puppet of the eye of the demon. Before Yang Yin could contemplate further, the man in black suddenly took a step forward, a surge of black mist enveloping Fat Wei and Yang Yin alike. He appeared to look down upon Yang Yin, regarding him as nothing more than an insect. In that moment, Yang Yin fully recognized that he had underestimated the perilous nature of this world. The resurrection of the malevolent deity and the arrival of the bazaar were not mere scare tactics. Strange occurrences had always been present. They simply had yet to transpire in his vicinity. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded extraordinary, with the last vestige of his vitality, struggled to retrieve a specially designed phone. Dialing a number, the display read, "Jiangping City, Extraordinary Criminal Police." He had underestimated this bizarre incident and overestimated his own capabilities. Ultimately, the cultist ceased his prattle, lifting the lifeless Fat Wei with his left hand, while his right hand lunged towards Yang Yan's throat, poised to strangle him. The cultist was ruthless, a merciless killer, acting with utmost efficiency. He knew that soon, other extraordinary beings might arrive. The sacrificial ritual was nearing its conclusion, and he intended to swiftly eliminate Yang Yin and Fat Wei before the arrival of any powerful extraordinary beings. Realizing the imminent danger, Yang Yin strived to maintain his composure, his right hand trembling as he began to invoke the mark of the black goat. Although he could only wield a fraction of the Crimson Mist's power at present, he was confident he could contend with the man in black before him. Regardless of the outcome, Yang Yin could not simply stand by and watch as Fat Wei perished before his eyes. Otherwise, he would never again hear his boastful tales. Just as the man in black was about to strike at Yang Yin and Fat Wei, the red mark in Yang Yan's palm suddenly blazed to life. The Crimson Mist awakened. In the eastern district of Jiangping City, within a 60-square-meter office, FAA of a security company concealed the true nature of the establishment as a hub for extraordinary beings. "Hello, Comrade Xiao Wang. Has the awakening ceremony concluded?" A young woman inquired with a smile on the phone. However, the receiver emitted no sound, as silent as the grave. "Hello, Comrade Xiao Wang." Still, there was no response, only a chilling stillness. Realizing something was amiss, the young operator's demeanor shifted abruptly. Gone was her earlier ease, replaced by a palpable tension. Moreover, she felt a faint, eerie chill emanating from the receiver. "Comrade Xiao Wang, if there are any special circumstances, please respond." Yet the silence persisted, thickening with an ominous coldness. Without a moment's hesitation, the operator swiftly set down the phone and utilized her computer to trace Xiao Wang's location. The screen revealed that he was at Wudong Middle School. Drawing from her experience in handling such cases, the operator quickly formed a grim hypothesis. Something dreadful may have transpired at Wudong Middle School. As this thought crystallized, the young operator promptly seized another specialized phone and dialed. "Captain Li, there is a critical situation at Wudong Middle School. Comrade Xiao Wang may be in danger." In the expanse of Huaxia, cities are categorized into 5 tiers, ranging from 1 to 5, with Tier 5 representing the smallest municipalities and Tier 1 comprising the nation's foremost cities. Jiangping City falls into the 5th tier and is home to an extraordinary team. Captain Li is the leader of Jiangping City's extraordinary squad. After the call, the young operator swiftly retrieved a file folder, an unusual dossier. She scribbled notes while murmuring, "I hope Captain Li can lead the extraordinary team to Wudong Middle School swiftly. It is filled with students. Yet, if even Comrade Xiao Wang, a first-tier extraordinary being, could not resolve the situation." Then, the operator's anxiety mounted, her brow furrowing with concern. Ultimately, she opened the pale yellow folder and documented the incident, inscribing, "May 6th, Wudong Middle School, peculiar event. Cultist danger level, unknown. Risk coefficient, unknown." At that very moment, Wudong Middle School resembled a hellish nightmare, an icy dread permeating the air. Within the teaching building, deranged students gnawed at one another, seemingly engaged in a grotesque feast of flesh. In the corridors, some untainted classmates fled in terror, only to leap from high windows in a panic, ending their lives. The classrooms, cafeteria, dormitories, and playground lay littered with countless bodies, a scene of horrifying silence. A thick stench of blood hung heavily in the atmosphere, saturating the very sky with its crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, the corpses bore grotesque expressions, their eyes rolled back, pallid as if drained of life, their limbs resembling withered branches. They appeared to have been stripped of their souls. Reduced to pitiable shells, this calamity did not merely unfold in the square. It engulfed the entire campus. In one corner of the playground, a cultist proclaimed, "Ants can become offerings to the gods. You should feel an unparalleled honor." In the midst of this declaration, the cultist darted forward, enveloped in dark mist, closing in on Yang Yin. Yet, Yang Yin remained unfazed, his expression grave and his gaze profound. Before the cultist could strike, Yang Yin moved with even greater swiftness. With a swift motion of his right hand, he directed the black goat mark at the cultist, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The force of the red mist began to infiltrate the cultist's body, its power surpassing that of the dark mist. In an instant, the cultist's form froze, as if his joints had been encased in concrete, rendering him rigid. Simultaneously, a look of terror emerged upon his shadowy visage. How is this possible? Chapter 7. Subduing a cultist suddenly, the red mist surged forth, cascading over the cultist's limbs and body like a torrent of crimson ink. Even the cultist's formidable physique trembled. Subsequently, his clothing transformed from a black robe to a red one, and 2 orbs of red mist appeared in his hollow eye sockets, resembling pools of blood. Furthermore, the malice he harbored towards Yang Yin began to dissipate. As if he had become an entirely different being. In that moment, Yang Yin felt a rush of excitement. Though he remained on guard, he was confident in his ability to handle the cultist. Yet that did not guarantee his victory. The next second, Fat Wei slipped from the cultist's grasp, collapsing to the ground, still unconscious. Upon closer inspection, strange growths began to sprout upon Fat Wei's neck, and dark bruises marred his skin, a disconcerting sight. It was evident that the contamination afflicting him had intensified. Nevertheless, a peculiar force seemed to awaken within him, a spirit resisting the eerie power in the air. It was a sign of awakening. Even Yang Yin remained oblivious to this at that moment. Yang Yin took a significant step back, his gaze cautiously fixed on the cultist. To his astonishment, the cultist, having endured the assault of the red mist, did not collapse nor dissolve into a puddle of blood like their homeroom teacher. Instead, he stood upright, his arms hanging naturally by his sides, a solemn and respectful expression directed towards Chenyu, as though awaiting Yang Yin's command. The once hollow eye sockets were no longer as dark as ink but had transformed into a mysterious deep red. What had caused his body to change color? Yang Yin furrowed his brow, a daring hypothesis surfacing in his mind. Could it be that this cultist had been tainted by me? Had he become my puppet? It was possible, absolutely plausible. Just as Yang Yin reveled in this unexpected turn of events, the tainted cultist spoke. Master, I am called Xiao Shuai. A peculiar smile graced Xiao Shuai's face as he gazed at Yang Yin with his hollow eyes, creating a surreal scene. Yang Yin instinctively took a step back, cautiously inquiring, Xiao Shuai, who do you think you're fooling? Master, I am your servant. I would never deceive you. The cultist's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, courteous. Given his dark complexion, his smile appeared somewhat sinister. At this revelation, Yang Yin was certain. This cultist had indeed been tainted, transforming into his puppet. The power of the black goat was truly formidable, yet a multitude of questions flooded Yang Yin's mind. Was this cultist? No. Xiao Shuai, still the same individual as before? Did his previous memories remain intact? Was there a mysterious and malevolent organization orchestrating these bizarre events to aid in the resurrection of the Dark God? Goodness! Did that mean I was indirectly opposing the Eye of the Demon? In that moment, Yang Yin contemplated a great deal. However, just as he intended to inquire further about the Eye of the Demon and the cultist, Fat Wei beside him suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Fat Wei? Yang Yin abruptly remembered the half-conscious figure on the ground. Yet, as he prepared to assist Fat Wei, his own body trembled. Collapsing to the floor, his complexion paling rapidly, overwhelmed by a profound weakness, a sensation akin to his body about to burst surged through him. Every part of him, head, arms, and torso, felt as though it was being torn apart by a mysterious force. This sensation was more severe than his previous hypoglycemia. His head spun, and it felt as though his body might unravel. Cursing under his breath, Yang Yin leaned against the wall, his limbs feeling powerless as he gazed at the cultist before him. He surmised that if he were to utilize even a fraction of the red mist's power, his body would disintegrate on the spot, transforming into a puddle of blood. Yang Xiaodan would never again see her brother. Just as Yang Yin was deeply fatigued and concerned for Fat Wei's condition, an unexpected event occurred. The cultist, acting before Yang Yin, moved gracefully towards him, offering support. "My master, are you all right?" The cultist's voice remained raspy and unsettling, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, yet it emanated a tone filled with concern and care. Like a well-meaning citizen, he extended his darkened hands, a benevolent expression upon his face, even displaying a faint smile. In that moment, Yang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. This cultist, no, Xiao Shuai, was not the same ruthless being he had encountered moments ago. This Xiao Shuai's smile resembled that of a sweet maiden. Could he possibly be inclined the other way? Goosebumps erupted on Yang Yan's skin. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, after receiving the operator's call, Captain Li wasted no time in assembling his team, hastening towards Wudong Middle School. Uncertain of the peculiar event's danger level, he only took 2 team members with him, refraining from immediately consulting superiors. Generally speaking, as long as the situation did not involve a B-level anomaly, their trio's strength was adequate to handle it. To better manage these bizarre occurrences, Huaxia had categorized the danger levels of such events, ranging from T to D. Should a C-level cultist emerge, it could result in at least 100 fatalities. A B-level incident could claim 1,000 lives. The higher the classification, the greater the threat to society, and the more severe the casualties. However, they remained unaware that all 5,345 students at Wudong Middle School had succumbed. Becoming offerings to the Eye of the Demon, Captain Li led the way. He was a man of approximately 38 years, sporting a thick stubble and stiff hair, his expression serious and frigid, exuding an air of detachment. "Captain Li, I can already smell the pungent scent of blood. It is wafting from the school," a slender man with gold-rimmed glasses remarked, his brow furrowed in concentration. The other female team member remained silent, appearing somewhat socially anxious and reticent. "The 3 individuals before us are the extraordinary detectives of Jiangping City." As they entered the school gates, they proceeded deeper into the premises. The silence was profound. An eerie stillness enveloping the air, thick with the metallic scent of blood. Upon crossing the threshold, an unsettling realization washed over them. "Everyone, stay vigilant. The situation is far from ordinary," Li, the team leader, cautioned, extracting a specially designed phone from his belt, ready to call for reinforcements at a moment's notice. Following the trail of the blood scent, they arrived at the playground, where all breath was held and pupils dilated in horror. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. A macabre display of crimson against the cold, lifeless backdrop. It was evident that this bizarre incident had reached its tragic conclusion. Without hesitation, Li dialed the higher authorities. "Jiangping City, Wudong High School. A large-scale anomalous event has occurred. We request immediate assistance." At that moment, they spotted a corpse in the center of the square. A short-haired man, one arm severed, his face smeared with blood. "Xiao Wang!" cried the bespectacled man, his voice laced with genuine sorrow. They then noticed the awakening spirit stones scattered on the ground, now devoid of their former brilliance, marred by cracks, having been shattered by the power of the sacrificial ceremony. The sight of the broken stones deepened Li's grave expression. He instantly understood that this was no ordinary occurrence. "We must retreat. This level of anomaly is beyond our capability to handle." Just then, the young man with the golden-rimmed glasses suddenly gasped, addressing the group. "Li, at 11 o'clock ahead, there seems to be movement." In an instant, Li and his companions fixed their gaze on a dog hole in the corner. However, the distance obscured their view of whatever lurked beyond. "All units, remain on high alert." Simultaneously, in the corner of the square, as time passed, Yang Yan's body gradually began to regain strength, at least enough to stand. His gaze then fell upon Fat Wei, who had been propped up by the cultist. Fat Wei remained in a deep slumber, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, while flesh-like growths began to twitch, signaling that his time was short. Yet, Fat Wei continued to sleep peacefully, occasionally revealing a sweet smile. Lost in some dream, that moment, Yang Yin noticed figures approaching the square. "Are those extraordinary detectives?" A sudden tightening gripped his heart as he turned his attention to the cultist before him, his expression a complex mix of emotions. The cultist had been the one to slay everyone in the campus, yet now he had become Yang Yan's puppet. This implied that the previous sinister cultist had been vanquished by Yang Yan. The cultist had transformed into something benign. However, the extraordinary detectives would surely not perceive it this way. Regardless of whether a cat is black or white, it is still a cat. This is a significant predicament. Yang Yin mused, Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the cultist turned to Yang Yin, smiling sweetly. My master, why do you seem so anxious? Chapter 8. The eerie child. In that fleeting moment, Yang Yin found himself at a loss for how to respond. He couldn't possibly step forward and explain. Fear not, this cultist is my subordinate, of impeccable character, with a correct worldview, kinder than a sage. Though he appears quite sinister, his bodily organs possess an artistic charm. The extraordinary detectives would undoubtedly dismiss such claims and might even detain him, branding him as mad. With the sudden appearance of such a bizarre companion, Yang Yin felt a surge of uncertainty. Just then, the petite cultist, supporting Fat Wei, flashed a sweet, innocent smile and remarked, My master, it seems you are troubled. Taken aback by the unexpected greeting, Yang Yin was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to communicate with this freshly subdued cultist. Mere moments ago, he had been a figure of bloodshed, and now he was a subordinate. After a brief pause, Yang Yin spoke, Little Shuai, could you please hide for now? The cultist's expression remained unchanged. My master. I can vanish at your command. Vanish at will? What does that mean? Before Yang Yin could process this, something peculiar unfolded. The cultist, cloaked in red robes, transformed into a strange red mist and disappeared into Yang Yin's palm, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged through Yang Yin's mind. The cultist had not vanished but had returned to the red mist sanctuary through the black goat marked. Could it be that he could summon Little Shuai again next time? Yang Yin was dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the black goat mark, increasingly convinced of the sanctuary's mystique and terror. He yearned to confirm the situation in the red mist sanctuary immediately. However, the present circumstances did not permit such a venture, for 3 figures had just spotted Yang Yan. Li led the charge, his posture tense, gripping a specially designed handgun. Suddenly, he called out, there seemed to be 2 figures ahead. Slow your pace. As the words left his mouth, the other 2 extraordinary beings swiftly drew their firearms, channeling their spiritual power, prepared to unleash their extraordinary abilities at a moment's notice. Li advanced cautiously. While in the corner, Yang Yin observed 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, traversing the sea of bodies toward him. Thank goodness he had sent Little Shuai back to the red mist sanctuary. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. Yang Yin silently thanked his luck and raised his hands, adopting the demeanor of a survivor. Weak and pale, he appeared every bit the victim of a disaster. At this moment, Fat Wei leaned against Yang Yin, embodying the bond of comrades in arms, though one was asleep while the other was awake. When Li spotted Yang Yin raising his hands, seemingly frail, he issued another command. Wait, those 2 appear to be survivors. Exercise caution. Upon hearing the captain's orders, the other 2 extraordinary beings adopted serious expressions, remaining on high alert, their gaze fixed on the 2 figures not far away. Finally, with his strength nearly depleted, Yang Yin managed to utter, We are students of Wudong High School, in Jiangping City, within the North District, at Bianhua Garden. Yang Yin's home. It was a modest 2-bedroom apartment, simply decorated. The television broadcasted news as Yang Xiaodan sat quietly on the living room sofa, awaiting her brother's return. I wonder if he can successfully awaken. If he becomes an extraordinary being, our parents in the heavens will surely be delighted. However, as noon approached, her brother had yet to return. Xiaodan murmured softly, her brows furrowing slightly, worry creeping into her voice. Just then, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast, and a presenter, with a professional tone, announced, An incident has occurred at Wudong High School. The police are hastily en route. In Huaxia, when anomalous events transpire, the authorities promptly inform the public, aiming to guide those in proximity away from the contamination center to minimize casualties. However, they only disclose that an anomalous event has occurred, withholding details to prevent mass panic. All remaining matters fall to the extraordinary beings, namely the extraordinary detectives, to address. Thus, for over a millennium since the arrival of the Red Moon, Huaxia has maintained a delicate balance with the forces of the anomalous. Upon hearing the news on television, Xiaodan's mouth fell open in shock, her hands trembling as the remote slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. The crisp sound echoed in the empty living room. Something has happened at Wudong High School, brother. A heavy weight settled in her heart, her pupils constricting in alarm. Meanwhile, at Wudong High School, half an hour had passed since the sacrificial ritual commenced. With summer's heat, The bodies had begun to decay and emit a foul odor. The campus lay in a state of eerie silence, akin to a mass grave. Upon entering the school grounds, Lee immediately reported the situation, requesting higher-level extraordinary detectives for assistance. The level of this anomalous event had far surpassed his capabilities. Until reinforcements arrived, the Wudong campus would be entirely sealed off, forbidding any entry or exit. Thus, after rescuing the two survivors, Yang Yin and Fat Wei, the trio hastily exited the campus, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. They were unaware of the event's origins, the strength of the cultists orchestrating it, or whether the anomaly would spread further. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. After Lee's withdrawal, the campus fell into an icy silence, devoid of life. At that moment, in the square, the eerie black eye symbol had vanished, as if erased by some unseen force. Leaving no trace behind, suddenly, in the center of the square, a faintly visible figure emerged. It was a child, approximately 8 years old, standing at about 1 meter in height. Upon closer inspection, the child's complexion was a ghastly shade, with dim, lifeless eyes resembling a corpse. Even more terrifying was the hollow cavity where his heart should have been, pierced through by a gaping hole. Yet he could still breathe. In the end, this peculiar child first glanced at the dog hole where Yang Yin had previously been situated, then turned to observe the center of the square. Suddenly, the eerie child raised a sinister smile, one that was both innocent and dark. His voice aged like that of a centenarian. The sacrificial ritual has inexplicably failed. I never anticipated that anyone could escape alive. Moreover, it seems that the Qixin Shi has perished here. Yet where is his body? I must find him. With a subtle movement of his feet, the strange child transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the campus. Finally, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dark haze left by the eerie child. Wudong High School stood once again devoid of life, engulfed in a heavy silence. At that moment, the sky brightened, revealing a canvas of blue and white, as all malevolent presences gradually dissipated. However, the 5,345 faculty and students of Wudong High School lay buried here. Yet, this grave disaster was merely the commencement of the evil god's awakening. Chapter 9. The sole survivors. After team leader Lee made that urgent call for assistance, the police, doctors, firefighters, and all rescue teams in Jiangping City swiftly mobilized to the vicinity of the school. However, they were unable to enter the institution, confined to a perimeter of 500 meters, awaiting orders from higher authorities. This bizarre incident posed a danger level surpassing all previous cases. Wudong High School had been sealed off, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Only more elite extraordinary detectives were permitted to handle it. Such uncanny occurrences were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. A moment's carelessness could result in contamination by residual evil forces, leading one to madness. Since the arrival of the Red Moon, the number of insane asylums in Huaxia had surged by 634, as many ordinary people had their sanity devoured by malevolent forces. Following the complete lockdown of Wudong High School, a handful of curious and fearless bystanders gathered 500 meters away, chattering incessantly. What on earth happened inside? Wasn't today supposed to be the day of the awakening ceremony? Why is it sealed off? Indeed, I have a nephew in his senior year. Last night he mentioned that today was meant to be the awakening ceremony, yet now even fire trucks have arrived. Not only that, but when I passed by just now, I also saw ambulances, and more than one. Did you not see? Just moments ago, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it suddenly turned pitch black. Definitely not a good omen. Could it be? Could those eerie things have emerged to wreak havoc again? Is there trouble at the school? My son is still inside. My daughter is too. As the bystanders discussed, fear etched on their faces. Some parents even fell to their knees, ashen-faced, terrified at the thought of their children being trapped within Wudong High School. Perhaps soon after, these parents would receive the official notification of death, plunging them into profound sorrow. This was the influence of the uncanny forces upon Huaxia. At this moment, no one noticed the fleeting blue light that traversed the sky. A powerful spiritual aura pervaded the entirety of Jiangping City, ultimately settling upon Wudong High School. Following team leader Lee's request for support, this extraordinarily unusual event had captured the attention of headquarters. At 8 in the evening, in Jiangping City, at the Manly Security Company. On the surface, it appeared to be a company, but in reality, It served as the office for extraordinary detectives, tasked with addressing various uncanny incidents in Jiangping City. Due to the extreme danger level of the incident at Wudong High School, after rescuing the personnel, Team Leader Li assumed a supportive role, no longer leading this peculiar case in a special room. The space was modest, just enough to accommodate a white bed, resembling more of an interrogation chamber. The walls were constructed from silver metal, designed to isolate the spread of uncanny powers. Yang Yin lay on that white bed, unconscious. Suddenly, his fingers twitched and his eyes snapped open. He beheld a gray-white ceiling, a bright incandescent light, and a cold iron door. "Where am I?" Yang Yin murmured to himself, then turned to sit up. At this moment, he still felt weak, but had regained some strength, enough to stand. He only remembered being assisted by a man before succumbing to unconsciousness. With no recollection of what transpired afterward, then, Yang Yin furrowed his brow. "How long have I been lying here?" Just then, the iron door swung open, and a cold-faced man entered, sporting a stubbled beard that instilled a sense of distance. Before Yang Yin could speak, Team Leader Li addressed him in a frigid tone. Yang Yin, male, 18 years old, unmarried, a senior student in Class 9 at Wudong High School, with a younger sister named Yang Xiaodan. Aged 15. Both parents perished in a peculiar incident. As he spoke, Team Leader Li regarded Yang Yin with a cold, expressionless gaze. In that moment, Yang Yin felt an unsettling chill creep over him. How does this man know all my personal information? And why does he seem as frigid as ice? His face doesn't even seem to move. Observing the middle-aged man before him, Yang Yin sensed that he was no ordinary individual. By his intuition, he concluded that this man was at least a second-tier extraordinary being. Yet, at this moment, Yang Yin chose silence, merely watching Team Leader Li. After all, he could not possibly deduce that it was Yang Yin who had slain the cultists. Nor could he guess how he survived the bizarre incident. Subsequently, Team Leader Li's impassive voice continued, sounding akin to an interrogation. "It seems you have mostly recovered. Now, recount everything you know, including how you managed to survive." Yang Yin understood that this interrogation or inquiry would inevitably occur. He and Peng Wei were the sole survivors. To assert that there was no hidden agenda would be utterly implausible. Adjusting his tone, Yang Yin feigned a look of fright, resembling a startled high school student. He recounted the awakening ceremony, the ensuing anomalies, the cultist sacrificial ritual, and the eerie eye symbols on the playground. Yang Yin spoke only the truth, albeit not in its entirety. Naturally, he would not divulge a word about harnessing the power of the red mist or subduing the cultists. Upon finishing Yang Yin's account, Team Leader Li's brow furrowed even deeper. His expression growing increasingly frigid, he sensed an underlying strangeness in the matter. "Yang Yin, are you suggesting that you and Zhang Dawei were fortunate enough to hide in a corner of the playground and thus evade this catastrophe?" Yang Yin nodded, feigning a modicum of terror. Noticing that Yang Yin appeared sincere, Team Leader Li cast him an odd glance, uncertain of how to respond. He could not ascertain Yang Yin's veracity. This matter would have to be judged by higher-tier extraordinary beings. Ultimately, Team Leader Li departed the room, harboring even greater doubts. It seemed that the extraordinary detectives were beginning to suspect me. While Yang Yin muttered softly to himself, the iron door swung open once more, and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped inside. He regarded Yang Yin with a familiar smile. "Classmate, you've awakened? There's no need to be anxious. Our captain is just like this, cold and straightforward. But his heart is warm. He is certainly not a bad person." Yang Yin looked at the young man with curiosity and inquired, "Who are you?" The young man approached Yang Yin, continuing to smile. "We are the detectives of Jiangping City. My name is Mo Fan. The one you just met is our captain. Everyone calls him Team Leader Li. They must be the extraordinary beings of Jiangping City." Yang Yin had some understanding of the specialized detectives in the Jiangping urban area. Before Yang Yin could respond, the young man, Mo Fan, continued, exhibiting a sense of familiarity. "You don't need to be worried. We just need your cooperation." Yang Yin maintained a calm demeanor, inwardly muttering, I'm not worried at all." He then asked, "Officer Mo Fan, how is my classmate, the one who is a bit overweight, weighing around 200 pounds? The young officer Mo Fan replied, He is different from you. Although he survived, he still harbors some residual evil energy. He is currently receiving treatment in another room, but he is quite fortunate. He successfully awakened at a critical moment, which is why he hasn't turned into a madman." Hearing this, Yang Yin felt a jolt of surprise. Peng Wei awakened. This hefty fellow truly has good fortune, managing to awaken just before the bizarre contamination took hold. I wonder what pathway he awakened through. No wonder he could endure for so long during the sacrificial ritual. Indeed, the saying that luck trumps all nefarious paths holds true. With that thought, Yang Yin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Observing Yang Yin lost in contemplation, Officer Mo Fan patted Yang Yin's shoulder, saying, "Yang Yin, rest assured, Zhang Dawei is fine, and we've already informed your sister, so you need not worry about home, to be honest." Upon learning that Peng Wei was unharmed, Yang Yin had no desire to linger in this cold, eerie place. His sister was blind. He needed to return home. Yang Yin declared resolutely, "Officer Mo Fan, my sister cannot see. I cannot stay here." However, Mo Fan shook his head and replied, "Student Yang, you must remain here for the next 3 days to undergo our observation. Additionally, your cooperation is essential in this bizarre incident. As you are one of the few survivors, we ask for your understanding. As for your sister, we will assign a female officer to take good care of her." That moment, Yang Yin felt a sudden pang in his heart. Indeed, this strange occurrence was far more complicated than he had imagined. They must have sensed something, casting doubt upon him. He feared that these detectives would cling to him relentlessly, and trouble would surely follow. As he pondered, Yang Yin furrowed his brow and said, "Officer Mo, may I make a phone call?" Chapter 10. The Terrifying Eye of Wudong High School. "Hello, little sister?" There was silence on the other end of the line. Yang Yin's brow knitted slightly, and he inquired softly once more, "Little sister, have you fed the goldfish at home?" Still, there was no response. However, Yang Yin could faintly hear his sister's heavy breathing. After 10 seconds, his sister finally spoke, her voice laced with deep concern. "Brother, when will you come back?" Yang Yin pressed his lips together and replied, "Sis, you have no idea how impressive I was today. I danced through chaos. Vibrant and alive, not a leaf touched." Just then, the voice of Xiao Dan interrupted him. "Brother, please come home right now." Yang Yin's expression suddenly hardened, and he reiterated, "You don't understand. The police here are incredibly hospitable. They've invited me to dinner for 3 days. Hmph. You're lying to me again," came the response, followed by the faint sounds of sobbing. Yang Yin was about to say something more. His sister hung up, seemingly upset. She was stubborn, but Yang Yin knew she was genuinely hurt. After such a bizarre event, she must have been deeply worried about his situation, as he was her only family. Over the past 2 months, Yang Yin had grown accustomed to Xiao Dan's temperament. Though she was blind, she possessed an inherent optimism, never having witnessed her cry, no matter the circumstances. But now, never mind, he thought, he would return in a few days. For now, he needed to recuperate and resolve his entanglements with the detectives. Yang Yin was reluctant to confront the detectives, as it would likely draw unwanted attention. After all, his sister was under the care of the police at home. She should be safe. Moreover, she would likely understand. Contemplating this, Yang Yin handed the phone to Mo Fan, offering a high school student's smile. "I apologize for the trouble." Officer Mo Fan said nothing further, merely smiling gently as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses before exiting the room. Alone on the bed, Yang Yin's expression momentarily returned to calm, his eyes deep as the ocean. "Damn, this bed is so hard. How am I supposed to sleep tonight?" At 8:30 p.m., Wudong High School. In the plaza, the area was completely sealed off, the perimeter extending 1,000 meters beyond, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. All economic activities in the vicinity had come to a halt, and nearby residents had evacuated. No one could ascertain whether the strange forces would reawaken. This was a significant incident that had claimed the lives of 5,345 students and teachers, an unprecedented occurrence in Jiangping City. Consequently, the headquarters of Huaxia took it very seriously. Huaxia is divided into 5 provinces: Shangjing, Shihai, Guangnan, Dongguan, and Beijiang. Jiangping City is one of the cities in Guangnan Province, a relatively small city with a population of over 1 million. Moreover, each province has established a headquarters for extraordinary individuals, referred to as the 5 major headquarters. Due to the extraordinary nature of this incident, the Guangnan headquarters did not act hastily. After Team Leaderly requested assistance, Guangnan Province dispatched only 1 extraordinary individual for support. Another reason was the shortage of extraordinary individuals in Huaxia, making it impossible to allocate more personnel. After all, Jiangping City was just a level 5 city, rather unremarkable at that moment, a robust figure stood tall above the plaza. He was a middle-aged man, appearing refined, dressed in a blue trench coat. His features were ordinary, yet his gaze was piercingly cold. His name was Hu Ping, the extraordinary individual sent by the Guangnan headquarters. Suddenly, a faint blue light emanated from Hu Ping, and a third eye appeared on his forehead. "Awaken!" Hu Ping commanded, and an incredibly mysterious force instantly radiated from him, enveloping Wudong High School in the next moment. The corpses on the ground began to dissolve, the stench of decay gradually dissipating. Hu Ping's mission was to clear the bodies from Wudong High School, isolate any remaining strange forces, and search for survivors. However, Hu Ping sensed that the likelihood of survivors was nearly non-existent. Finally, he murmured softly, "This is not an ordinary bizarre event. The power involved exceeds even that of fourth sequence extraordinary beings. But how did those two students manage to survive?" Just as Hu Ping was grappling with this enigma, his pupils suddenly dilated. A chilling wind swept through, eerie and frigid, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Immediately after, an uncanny force erupted. Expanding from the center of the plaza, Hu Ping furrowed his brow, his feet moving to step into the dark void, swiftly retreating to the outskirts. Cough. Despite this, Hu Ping was still injured, staring in astonishment at his hand. A trickle of blood escaping his lips. This bizarre incident was proving even more complex than he had anticipated. Finally, he shifted his gaze back to the distant center of the plaza, his expression one of shock. In the pitch-black night, a colossal eye was slowly writhing below, exuding an ominous aura. This is the mark of the evil god, Demon Eye? No, this is not a mere mark. This is an eye that appears almost tangible. Yet, it seems to be constrained, unable to truly awaken. Or perhaps this sacrificial ritual was forcibly interrupted, causing the eye to remain in the center of the plaza, unable to leave Wudong High School? Hu Ping gasped in astonishment, forming a conjecture. The reason he had been injured was that he had stepped into Wudong High School, provoking that gigantic eye. With that thought, Hu Ping opened his third eye once more. Utilizing his extraordinary powers to observe, he discovered that the strange forces within Wudong High School maintained a terrifying balance. The malevolent power had not completely dissipated, nor would it actively spread in simple terms. It was in a state of stasis. If you did not disturb it, it would not disturb you. Had the sacrificial ritual not been interrupted, this eye might have fully awakened and obliterated the entire Jiangping city. The thought of this filled Hu Ping with an overwhelming dread. Eventually, he picked up the phone and called the Guangnan headquarters. Define the bizarre incident at Wudong High School as Class S. Extending the forbidden zone by another 1,000 meters. Execute immediately. As an extraordinary police officer dispatched from headquarters, his words carried weight. After the call, Hu Ping did not hesitate, twisting his feet again to exit the domain of Wudong High School, daring not to step even half a meter closer. This place had been thoroughly tainted by strange forces, capable of killing even a fourth sequence extraordinary being. Meanwhile, a massive and unresolved question loomed in his mind. Who had thwarted the cultists, quietly preventing this horrific resurrection plan? Moreover, how could such a level of bizarre power exist in Jiangping City, a mere level 5 city? Murmuring to himself, Hu Ping vanished into the night. Soon after, a blue arc streaked across the sky, heading towards the nearby Muscle Security Company. His targets were the survivors, Yang Yin and Zhang Dawei. After Hu Ping's departure, the writhing dark eye silently receded from the plaza. Wudong High School once again fell into silence, a deathly stillness. Chapter 11. Yang Yan's awakening failure. 3 days later, according to the Muscle Security Company, Yang Yin would regain his freedom this afternoon and return home. For the past 3 days, there had been no abnormalities in Yang Yan's body, indicating that there were no residual strange forces left within him. However, this was merely the perspective of those extraordinary police officers. In reality, Yang Yin was filled with strange power, as he was a spiritual projection of the Black Goat. They simply could not perceive it. Sitting quietly on the bed, Yang Yin contemplated his next course of action. Due to the impact of the bizarre event, he had yet to undergo the awakening test, and he needed to devise a plan to awaken himself. At that moment, the cold iron door creaked open. A petite girl entered the room. Her name was Li Xin, around 23 years old, with her hair styled in a bun, exuding a cute demeanor that made one instinctively want to protect her. Yang Yin, classmate? You can go now. Li Xinxin's voice was soft and gentle, barely audible, giving the impression of fragility. She kept her head bowed, fiddling with her fingers, her feet together, and her gaze evasive, seemingly fearful of strangers. Observing this somewhat peculiar girl, Yang Yin found himself at a loss for what to do. He feared that one misstep might scare this socially anxious girl away. Yang Yin offered a slight smile and replied, "All right, officer, I understand. Hasten, please. I await you outside." In a sudden flurry, that peculiar girl dashed away. Yang Yin found the female officer to be quite intriguing, chuckling as he shook his head before departing the room. As he left, Yang Yin resolutely vowed that he would rather leap from this building than ever set foot in that room again. The cursed chamber was stifling, devoid of windows, and the bed frame was as unyielding as stone. Even more absurdly, the restroom was situated right beside the bed, and there was no place to bathe. After exiting the room, Yang Yin found himself in a corridor. Beyond the corridor stood a formidable iron door, and beyond that, yet another iron door. Was this a zoo, with so many iron gates? Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Surviving in such a dreadful place seemed nothing short of miraculous. Upon pushing open the first iron door, he encountered the petite female officer awaiting him. After navigating through a series of 5 iron doors, Yang Yin finally arrived at a spacious 60-square-meter office and was greeted by the long-awaited light. This expansive office housed around 10 operators, both male and female, who were all administrative officers responsible for logistical support, rather than being extraordinary individuals. The office walls bore an inscription, "Mighty Security Company." As Yang Yin stepped out, all the staff turned their gazes upon him, as if admiring a national treasure. Is this indeed Yang Yin, the sole survivor from Wudong High School? Wasn't he said to be quite rotund, weighing over 200 pounds? Yet, he appears so slender, quite handsome, too. I heard he is an 18-year-old senior. Can he use WeChat? I wonder. With over 5,000 fatalities and a survival rate of less than 0.04, how did he evade the insidious forces? Could he be the fabled European emperor? His luck is truly terrifyingly strong. Just then, a man with a cold demeanor approached. Upon seeing Team Leader Li enter, the remaining staff immediately ceased their conversations and returned to their duties. It seemed they harbored a fear of Team Leader Li, more precisely, a fear of his icy countenance. Soon, Team Leader Li stood before Yang Yin, clutching a vividly colored stone in his hand. At the sight of this stone, Yang Yin's pupils constricted slightly. The awakening spirit stone. He had been contemplating where to find such an item, only to discover it in Team Leader Li's possession. Yang Yin, although your body exhibits no anomalies, I must inform you that this bizarre incident is far from over, and we will require your cooperation at any moment. Team Leader Li's tone remained as frigid as ever, his expression devoid of emotion. So, they suspect something is amiss with my body. Yang Yin feigned the innocence characteristic of a high school student, stating, "Officer, it is my duty to assist." Just as Team Leader Li and Yang Yin were conversing, Officer Mo Fan, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, and Officer Li Xinxin, who had led Yang Yin out of the room, approached and positioned themselves before him. Yang Yin found himself facing 3 extraordinary officers. In that moment, an uneasy premonition washed over him. He sensed that this matter was not yet concluded. Perhaps whether he could leave this place today remained uncertain. Tentatively, he inquired, "Officer, may I return home? My sister is waiting for me." Team Leader Li remained silent, stepping closer to Yang Yin, raising the awakening spirit stone, and stating, "Before you depart, we shall assist you in completing the awakening test, as we have observed some peculiarities in your physique that may indicate the potential for you to become an extraordinary individual." Upon hearing this, Yang Yin felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He bore the mark of the black goat, and he himself was unaware of what unforeseen occurrences might arise upon awakening. However, this opportunity, if missed, could prove exceedingly difficult to attain again. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Yin nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "That is splendid. I have always admired extraordinary beings. If I succeed, it would fulfill my lifelong dream." At this juncture, the enthusiastic Officer Mo Fan began to enlighten Yang Yin with knowledge regarding extraordinary beings. "Yang, you should be aware that there are 9 sequences of extraordinary beings. The first 3 sequences are classified as low sequences, the 4th to 6th as mid sequences, and the 7th to 9th as high sequences. The first sequence is warrior. The second sequence is master. The third sequence is Grandmaster. These represent the first three sequences of extraordinary beings, also referred to as low sequences. For instance, should you successfully awaken, you would become a warrior of the first sequence. As for extraordinary abilities, they vary depending on the path taken. There are 12 extraordinary paths, corresponding to 12 ancient myths. From the moment of your awakening, you will be intrinsically linked to one of those deities, a connection that will accompany you for life. Remember, all your extraordinary abilities stem from the ancient gods of mythology. Hearing this, Yang Yin was utterly astonished. Once awakened, ancient myths would indeed accompany the extraordinary individual throughout their existence. Perhaps this is the allure of being extraordinary. Yang Yin was filled with anticipation for the forthcoming awakening ceremony, excitedly declaring, "Let us begin." Subsequently, with a heart full of apprehension, Yang Yin placed his hand above the stone. The awakening ceremony was surprisingly simple. One merely needed to press their hand upon the awakening spirit stone. At that moment, the stone radiated a spectrum of colors, its icy touch bringing a sense of relaxation to Yang Yin's body and mind. Team Leader Li wore a serious expression, his gaze shifting between Yang Yin and the awakening spirit stone. Officer Mo Fan silently observed the stone, hoping for Yang Yin's success. In contrast, Officer Li Xinxin, lacking in social skills, bowed her head slightly, unable to meet Yang Yin's gaze or look directly at the awakening spirit stone. The remaining administrative staff stood up, all eyes fixed on Yang Yan. Them, this boy, who had survived the bizarre incident, might indeed awaken. However, as a minute passed, the awakening spirit stone remained utterly still. Expressions shifted from curiosity to anticipation, then to disappointment, eventually settling into a calm resignation. What a pity, he did not awaken. Indeed, this process requires both luck and talent. Even with a somewhat unique physique, success is not guaranteed. Although this young man did not awaken, I still find him remarkable. After all, he is a survivor of the Wudong High School incident, a true European emperor. What a shame. His fortunes simply did not align. The staff murmured quietly among themselves, all expressing the same sentiment. The probability of awakening as an extraordinary being has always been exceedingly low, necessitating both talent and luck. It is precisely for this reason that extraordinary individuals in Huaxia are perpetually in short supply. Based on Team Leader Li's experience, it was highly probable that Yang Yin had failed to awaken. Simultaneously, Yang Yin could not help but display a hint of dejection, feeling somewhat disheartened. Ultimately, Mo Fan offered Yang Yin a few words of comfort. "Do not fret, my friend. Although you have not succeeded in awakening, your survival from this bizarre incident surely indicates exceptional qualities within you. Perhaps you will have another opportunity for awakening in the future." Yang Yin had indeed heard that should one fail to awaken at 18, opportunities for awakening would still exist later, albeit with significantly lower odds. Less than 0.01 could guarantee they were part of that slim percentage. Finally, Team Leader Li stowed away the awakening spirit stone. Uttering no further words, the socially anxious Li Xinxin maintained her silence. Yet, only Yang Yin was aware that the moment he made contact with the awakening spirit stone, a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body, merely suppressed by the mark of the black goat, rendering all fluctuations imperceptible. Even Team Leader Li remained oblivious. Indeed, he had once again put on an ACT to safeguard the secret of his body. He had no choice but to resort to such measures. He chuckled inwardly, looking forward to further exploring the changes within his body after returning home. Yang Yin felt elated, yet he could only feign a profoundly despondent expression, deceiving everyone in the office. Just as he prepared to leave the company, a shadow in soft blue unexpectedly appeared in the office, akin to a specter. At the same time, a chilling voice rang out, "Yang Yin, do you intend to depart without a word?" Chapter 12. Returning home for reasons unknown. Upon hearing that voice, Yang Yin's body involuntarily trembled. Sensing an extraordinarily potent spiritual energy, he instinctively froze in place. Then turned to see a middle-aged man standing beside Team Leader Li, seemingly materializing out of thin air. He appeared cultured, clad in a blue trench coat, with ordinary features, yet his eyes bore an icy intensity. This was Hu Ping, the extraordinary individual dispatched from the provincial headquarters. The moment Yang Yin met his cold, piercing gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if that gaze concealed a terrifying extraordinary power. This is an extraordinary being. At this moment, Yang Yin was both shocked and astonished. He surmised that the bizarre incident at Wudong High School had spread, perhaps even attracting the attention of higher-ups. The extraordinary being before him was likely sent by the headquarters. Yang Yin instinctively took a step back, a look of fear crossing his face, unable to hold Hu Ping's gaze any longer. Of course, Yang Yin did not respond to Hu Ping's inquiry. Not only Yang Yin but everyone in the office was taken aback by the presence of this middle-aged man. At that moment, Team Leader Li stepped forward, as if recognizing the man, respectfully addressing him, "Greetings, Officer Hu. Within the extraordinary policing system of Huaxia, low-tier extraordinary individuals are designated as detectives. Team Leader Li is a second-tier extraordinary being and currently serves as the chief of the Jiangping City Detective Squad. Upon surpassing the third tier and attaining the middle tier, one may ascend to the rank of Commander. Hu Ping, one of the 5 commanders of Guangnan Province, is a fourth-tier extraordinary being. However, the fourth tier belongs to the middle tier, a realm generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Guangnan Province comprises 10 cities, and commanders possess the authority to mobilize resources from any city, conducting investigations indiscriminately, as they are powerful beings of the middle tier. In this eerily tranquil moment, Yang Yin pondered the potential events that might unfold. Firstly, Yang Yin had indeed not exposed any issues. He was merely an ordinary high school student. Secondly, he had been observing for 3 days without any physical abnormalities or remnants of strange powers. Even if an extraordinary commander were to arrive, they could not harm him in the slightest. Not even Jesus could restrain him, as the black goat proclaimed. Just then, Hu Ping approached Yang Yin with his hands clasped behind his back, his pale blue eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all illusions. The office was unnervingly silent, save for the sound of the commander's footsteps. No one knew what this extraordinary commander intended to do. Yang Yin's brow furrowed slightly, betraying a hint of tension. Yet he felt assured that Hu Ping could not do anything to him. Suddenly, Hu Ping moved, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, and in an instant, he stood before Yang Yin, gripping his throat. Yang Yin found himself lifted and pressed against the wall, his face flushed and struggling for breath. "I shall ask once more. You are not an extraordinary being. Yet how did you survive at Wudong High School?" In that moment, Yang Yin felt as if insects were crawling over his body, an inexplicable force probing him, infiltrating from within and without, omnipresent. Hu Ping's true intention was to test Yang Yin's body. He had long harbored suspicions that Yang Yin harbored anomalies within him. However, all of Hu Ping's extraordinary powers were nullified by the black goat mark. Quite peculiar. Hu Ping's furrowed brow twisted slightly, his expression grave. He could not discern the secrets surrounding Yang Yan. In other words, after his probing, he found Yang Yin to be merely an ordinary person without any peculiarities. With his throat constricted, Yang Yin could not utter a word, yet his eyes brimmed with fury, their depth akin to the starry sky. No one relishes having their neck gripped, nor does anyone appreciate being threatened. Ultimately, having gained nothing, Hu Ping released Yang Yan. Hu Ping, is it? I shall remember you. Yang Yin gasped for breath, his hands clasped around his neck, his expression pained, a flicker of resentment passing through his eyes. After a moment's pause, Yang Yin recounted the entire ordeal involving the cultists, including the death of the extraordinary Wang. Naturally, he concealed his own role in slaying the cultists. Upon hearing Yang Yan's account, Hu Ping felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He was convinced that the points of suspicion rested upon Yang Yin, yet he could not produce a shred of evidence. Even his recent attempt to probe Yang Yin using extraordinary powers had failed. In the bizarre events at Wudong High School, Peng Wei had successfully awakened at the last moment, thus evading the encroaching strange powers, which was understandable. However, Yang Yin, who had neither awakened nor possessed extraordinary abilities, had survived. This was an unprecedented occurrence throughout Huaxia. Thus, both Team Leader Li and Hu Ping found Yang Yin to be exceedingly suspicious. After his probing failure, Hu Ping turned back, his expression solemn, and addressed Team Leader Li. Team Leader Li, Wudong High School has been completely sealed off. Without the headquarters' permission, no one is allowed to enter or exit, for it may harbor great terror. We shall conclude this matter for now. Hearing the commander's orders, Team Leader Li nodded. Yes, Commander. With that, Hu Ping cast a fierce glance at Yang Yin, as if still harboring reservations about him. As Hu Ping prepared to leave, Yang Yin suddenly scoffed. confronting Hu Ping with a hint of anger. "Commander Hu, did you not overstep your bounds? Furthermore, I am merely an ordinary person. Is it appropriate for you to wield extraordinary powers so casually?" Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, the onlookers displayed expressions of shock. How dared this youth speak to the commander in such a manner? Hu Ping sneered coldly, turning to gaze at Yang Yan as if looking down upon a worthless insect. "Do you wish to die? I would not hesitate to fabricate a charge of obstructing a detective's investigation, ensuring your disappearance from this world." In the next moment, Hu Ping vanished in a flash, akin to a bolt of blue lightning. Instantly appearing before Yang Yan, exuding an aggressive aura, a gust of wind swept through, slicing against Yang Yan's face like a blade, causing the papers in the office to rustle and flutter. Everyone gasped once more, including Team Leader Li. The distance between Yang Yan and Hu Ping was less than 5 centimeters, the two locked in a tense confrontation. Good heavens, could he truly be a high school student? His words were so piercing. I was nearly deceived by this youth's innocent facade. Teleportation. It was indeed teleportation. It is said that only 4th-tier extraordinary beings possess such abilities. This officer. Several clerks murmured among themselves, their expressions tinged with fear. Hu Ping's eyes turned icy, his voice laced with menace as he addressed Yang Yan with deliberate clarity. "Kid, I must say you possess remarkable courage, but I advise you. Being too conspicuous can easily lead to an untimely demise. Especially when, in my eyes, you are not even worthy of being called an insect. Were it not for your status as a survivor of Wudong High School, and were you not of potential use, I would not hesitate to end your life right now." Yang Yan understood that this extraordinary being was not merely speaking empty threats. In this bizarre world, the lives of ordinary people had long ceased to hold value. With that, Hu Ping vanished in an instant, leaving behind a lingering trace of ethereal energy. Hu Ping had matters to attend to and did not wish to waste time with Yang Yan. Moreover, they would undoubtedly have opportunities to meet again in the future. As the commander-level extraordinary being departed, the tension among the crowd dissipated. "Truly a decisive and formidable commander," someone quietly remarked. The scene of Yang Yan being choked was vividly etched in everyone's minds. After Hu Ping's exit, Yang Yan rubbed his neck, feeling a sharp pain. He sensed that today's events were far from over. Yet Yang Yan was not easily intimidated. Should these extraordinary beings continue to pursue him, he would not hesitate to invoke the power of the red mist to obliterate all foes. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yang Yan exchanged a nod with Team Leader Li before leaving the office. Although he found those lofty extraordinary beings distasteful, he still held a favorable impression of this office, including Team Leader Li and the 2 officers. With matters concluded, there was no necessity for Yang Yan to linger. I had not initially realized. This youth is remarkably brave, daring to defy a commander-level detective. I have long sensed that this youth is extraordinary, possessing a certain fortitude. Enough chatter. Let us return to work. Be cautious of that officer's potential return to reprimand you. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend such significant figures. The office staff exchanged hushed whispers, their expressions reflecting unease. After Yang Yan's departure, Imo Fan leaned closer to Team Leader Li, curiosity evident in his voice. "Team Leader, why have I never heard you mention this commander? What is his background?" His gaze was truly terrifying. Team Leader Li sighed softly, speaking in a detached tone. "Erlang Shen?" Yang Jian, on the way home, Yang Yan's emotions were a tumultuous blend. He felt that the strangeness of this world far exceeded his imagination. The bizarre events at Wudong High School served as a prime example. Yet now, another formidable figure like Hu Ping had emerged, and more absurdly, it seemed that Hu Ping had set his sights on him. Yang Yan sensed that the extraordinary events surrounding Wudong High School were far from resolved, and future troubles were inevitable. The second matter was that he did not seem to have fully awakened. Upon touching the awakening spirit stone, Yang Yan had not felt the so-called ancient myth, nor had he sensed any extraordinary powers, and he remained ignorant of what path he belonged to. He could only discern that his body had undergone some changes, such as becoming stronger and exhibiting greater endurance. Yet, there was no trace of any extraordinary power. Yang Yan felt as if he had awakened, yet also as if he had not. Regardless, he resolved to return home. Tonight, he would extract some information from the Red Mist Temple regarding the foolish pigeon. At that moment, as Yang Yan passed through a street, he found himself on Yongchang Street. He had often traversed this route to school. approximately 2 kilometers from his alma mater. However, now the street was filled with a dense throng of kneeling individuals, all middle-aged parents. Suddenly, Yang Yin spotted two familiar figures among them, a man and a woman. They were the parents of Zhou Mei, the class representative, a beautiful girl from a well-off family. In that instant, the image of that girl in a pleated skirt, frantically clawing at her neck with bloodied nails, resurfaced in Yang Yan's mind. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yin felt no stirrings of emotion. He could only sigh. Life and death are dictated by fate. Zhou Mei's parents knelt on the street, wailing in grief, various spiritual items laid before them, including paper money, ghostly bank cards, ghostly vehicles, and even a doll resembling a young girl. In that moment, Yang Yin reflexively halted, letting out a sigh. Continuing, he cast his gaze towards the school. At that moment, the institution was entirely sealed off. Even within a 2-kilometer radius, access was strictly controlled, prohibiting any casual entry or exit. Indeed, all of his classmates had perished. Save for Wei Gu, he recalled a conversation during recess on that fateful day, when a fellow student had exclaimed, "How terrifying! Do you think we could one day be suddenly contaminated by some bizarre force?" Ultimately unaware of how we met our demise. Now, those words had tragically manifested into reality. Over 5,000 souls within the school had succumbed to the malevolent influence, driven to madness and death. In recent days, many parents had gathered at the periphery of the school's lockdown, mourning their losses with tears of grief. For these families, the loss of their most cherished children was undeniably a profound blow. Ah, we mere mortals are but insects. Witnessing the sorrow of these pitiful parents, Yang Yin let out a deep sigh and hastily departed. In this era of mythological resurgence, human life was as fragile as straw. 10 minutes later, Yang Yin returned to the familiar threshold of his home, where a large character for good fortune was affixed to the door. He retrieved his keys, grasped the doorknob, and gently turned it. Little girl, Chapter 13. Returned to the temple before Yang Yin could fully comprehend the situation. A soft, delicate figure leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. At that moment, even his ironclad heart felt melted. Ever since he traversed into this world, Yang Yan's demeanor towards Xiao Dan had merely been one of fulfilling the duty of caring for his predecessor's sister. Yet, he had gradually grown accustomed to viewing Xiao Dan as his own dear sister. Brother. Xiao Dan had waited countless times at this doorway for Yang Yin, already familiar with where he would enter, the contours of his body, and his stance. Thus, even without sight, she could instantly recognize his presence and envelop him in her embrace. This time, Yang Yin no longer feigned emotion. He revealed a genuine smile and caressed her hair. Little girl, brother has promised that as long as I am here, we shall be safe and sound. Listening to Yang Yan's voice, Xiao Dan remained silent, nestled in his embrace as if she were clutching onto all the hope in her life. But soon, her nose twitched as if she had caught a whiff of something peculiar, reminiscent of sweat that had fermented for days on end. Brother, did you fart? Yang Yin broke into a grin, replying, I haven't bathed or changed clothes for several days, and I've been living in the same room for everything. So the scent is rather potent. Dio, you want to hold on a bit longer? In response, Xiao Dan pushed him away, puffing out her cheeks in apparent irritation. Yang Yin, you scoundrel. This house does not welcome filthy creatures. Get out. Some say that siblings who do not engage in playful bickering lack a soul. At midnight. After confirming that his sister was asleep, Yang Yin returned to his room and locked the door. He opened his phone to find a message from Peng Wei. Wei Gu has recovered so quickly. Truly remarkable. Wei Gu, I'm out. Xiao Yin, you might not believe it, but I am now an extraordinary being. Please call me Warrior Wei Gu. Wei Gu, from now on, I've got your back. You have no idea how powerful I am now. I can shatter a barbell with a single punch. My fists are as hard as steel, fierce as a wolf. Wei Gu, just between us, I am now an extraordinary being of the Pango pathway. Yes, the very Pango who created the heavens and the earth. I bet you're incredibly envious and wish to call me father. Wei Gu, enough of that. My golden technician has arrived. I'm off for a big wellness treatment. Let us meet up tomorrow. We are comrades who have survived great peril. Wei Gu, emoji, dog head. Upon reading Peng Wei's messages, Yang Yin was astonished. Peng Wei had awakened to the Pango pathway? It turned out that the foolish dove had not been lying. Pango, was indeed one of the 12 extraordinary pathways. It was hard to fathom the sight of Peng Wei, with his hefty 200 pounds, wielding the Panga battle axe. With a smile, Yang Yin simply replied with a Congratulations. After all, they would be meeting tomorrow, and there was little else to discuss. At most, they would occasionally exchange phrases like, send me a link, or any new female teachers, or lend me some resources. Besides, Yang Yin had more pressing matters at hand. It was time to return to the Crimson Mist Temple and see what awaited him at that moment. Yang Yin sat on his bed, his expression grave as he quietly reflected upon his situation. Ever since coming into contact with the awakening spirit stone during the day, he could distinctly sense that his body had undergone significant changes. More importantly, he felt that he could now harness more of the Crimson Mist's power. Could it be that, as a traverser, my soul is somewhat unique, resulting in an incomplete awakening? Or is it that the influence of the black goat prevents me from perceiving my extraordinary pathway? Lost in thought, Yang Yin found the situation perplexing, yet he could not uncover a definitive answer. Finally, he raised his right hand, allowing the black goat mark to glow. The crimson mist spread, temperatures dropped, an eerie aura flowed, and a chilling wind swirled around him. He needed to return to the temple to confirm whether Xiao Shui had indeed become his servant. Additionally, he hoped to extract more information from that foolish dove regarding his own circumstances. Ultimately, Yang Yin lay back on his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. Once the black goat mark was awakened, Yang Yin's consciousness traversed through infinite realms of time and space. In the next moment, he felt himself arriving in another realm. It was an ancient temple. The crimson mist flowed, and an ageless aura permeated the air, seemingly unscathed by the passage of time. In the center of the temple stood a peculiar red throne. As if it had existed for millennia, Yang Yin sat high upon the deep red throne, surveying everything beneath him, enshrouded in a faint veil of crimson mist, mysterious and awe-inspiring. He had now restored the true form of the black goat, adorned with intricately patterned horns, deep red tentacles, and pitch-black, abyssal eyes. My beloved, revered, and cherished mysterious master, you have finally returned. It was the same familiar scent, accompanied by that bizarrely uncanny voice. Just then, a white dove flapped its wings, darting out from the crimson mist. Appearing quite excited, akin to a dog greeting its owner upon their return home, It possessed beautiful white feathers, eyes as shiny as obsidian, moving gracefully, exuding an air of nobility intertwined with an unsettling aura. Oh, my master who governs all! You cannot fathom how much I have missed you. Congratulations on your immense victory. You have acquired a loyal and sweet servant as your devoted secretary, diligent golden steward, and enthusiastic assistant. I must once again extol your greatness, O master. Shall we head to the docks for some fries? Oh, my master. Hearing this, Yang Yin could no longer contain himself. You are insufferably noisy. While speaking, he shot a glare at the foolish dove. The dove immediately fell silent, obediently hovering by Yang Yin's side, no longer daring to utter a single word, as if it had activated a mute mode. Were it not for the dove's mysterious identity, Yang Yin would have longed to roast it and sprinkle some sesame seeds for a delicious meal. At that moment, Yang Yin's dark pupils constricted slightly as he noticed a significant change within the temple. Beneath the deep red throne, a series of black stairs had unexpectedly materialized, leading to a spacious, towering hall. The hall was exceedingly vast, seemingly endless, supported by 4 enormous stone pillars that held up the lofty dome. Exuding grandeur, the pillars were deep red, engraved with countless bizarre symbols, featuring black horns, numerous tentacles, and crimson eyes that appeared to drive any mortal who dared to gaze upon them into madness. It had not been like this during his last visit. Yang Yin had spent over 2 months here and had never witnessed such transformations within the temple. The arrangement had previously consisted merely of a deep red throne surrounded by endless, profound crimson mist, exceedingly monotonous. But now, the temple had expanded and constructed a mysterious hall, complete with 4 massive red pillars. This layout resembled that of a palace on earth, save for the absence of a court of officials. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yin felt an indescribable sense of astonishment, as if his heart were shaken to its core. Yes, this was indeed worthy of being called a temple. observing the elevation of his abode filled Yang Yin with a sense of satisfaction. At the front of the hall, a man clad in a red robe knelt. He lacked eyes, his lower body comprised of skeletal remains, his skin a dark hue, resembling a living corpse, yet he bore a peculiar smile on his face. Indeed, it was Xiao Shuai, my supreme master. You have finally returned. Xiao Shuai's voice was grating, as though a fishbone were lodged in his throat, causing one's teeth to ache. Yang Yin did not respond, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, confirming that Xiao Shuai had become his servant, and a most respectful one at that, was sufficient. It must be said that aside from being a tad strange, somewhat dim, and eerily unsettling, this palace was absolutely impeccable. If only it could be graced by a couple of beautiful angel attendants and a few gentle, kind maids, it would be the epitome of opulence. At that moment, the foolish dove, unable to contain its restlessness, began to stir once more, eager to find a topic to flatter Yang Yan. It flew from Yang Yan's shoulder, circling above the hall, and respectfully declared, "The invincible, mysterious, and great master. Our magnificent revival plan has taken yet another pivotal step forward. Congratulations, my esteemed master, on becoming an extraordinary being." Chapter 14. The unique path of the extraordinary. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Yang Yin. He was astonished by the words of the pigeon. This pigeon was indeed remarkable. Possessing an uncanny knowledge of everything, could it truly be the legendary oracle of pigeons, versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters? As Yang Yin grappled with his astonishment, the foolish pigeon circled above the hall and proclaimed with pride, "My supreme master, I am utterly moved. After a millennium, you have finally shown signs of revival, and our temple has expanded at last. Hail to the black goat." In that moment, Yang Yin found himself not irritated by the incessant chatter of this foolish pigeon, but instead wished for it to continue its prattle. "My dearest master, once you successfully breach the 9th sequence, your divine power will be fully restored, and no one shall be able to impede our progress. Our temple shall also fully revive, and the divine realm will manifest once more in this world." The foolish pigeon, enraptured by the glory of the black goat, spoke with fervor. At this moment, Yang Yin nearly lost control of his expression due to shock. To revive upon breaking through the 9th sequence, the divine realm to reappear in the world. In that instant, Yang Yin finally comprehended. The temple's expansion was a consequence of his becoming an extraordinary being, enabling him to harness greater powers from the Crimson Mist. His incomplete awakening, his inability to perceive the ancient myths of Huaxia, was also due to the influence of the Crimson Mist Temple. This meant that his extraordinary path was intertwined with the Black Goat, unrelated to the 12 mythological paths of Huaxia. Because he was the Black Goat, and Yang Yin was merely a spiritual projection of the Black Goat. So, when he reached the 9th sequence, would it also mark the day of the Black Goat's complete revival? Even more astonishing was the realization that he possessed a divine realm. As he pondered this, Yang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of terror emanating from both the temple and the Black Goat, a revelation of immense significance. The mystery surrounding this temple far exceeded Yang Yan's imagination. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration, a fervent desire to uncover every secret. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he retained the Black Goat's dignity and matter-of-factly ordered, "You may leave now." His intricate and bizarre voice echoed through the temple, as if a multitude of demons whispered simultaneously, causing even the Crimson Mist to tremble lightly. Subsequently, the pigeon and the small figure below nodded in unison and vanished into the palace. Merging with the Crimson Mist, alone, Yang Yin sat upon the deep crimson throne, nearly breaking into laughter, even tempted to dance a waltz in celebration. This was an extraordinary windfall. First, like other dark deities, Yang Yin possessed a revival plan. Second, the temple could expand, and he had a divine realm. Third, he had not only acquired a servant but had also become an extraordinary being. Yang Yin dared not imagine what it would be like to reach the 9th sequence. Perhaps then he could fully revive and truly descend upon Huaxia. Could he interpret this as meaning that his path was that of the forest Black Goat, and that the source of his extraordinary abilities lay within the Crimson Mist Temple? Truly, he was a little genius. After a few moments of silent musings, Yang Yin focused his thoughts and vanished from the Crimson Mist Temple. In Yang Yan's chamber, a deep crimson moon hung high in the night sky, casting a hazy red glow that illuminated his room. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the slightly reddened ceiling, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was time to test the abilities of an extraordinary being. With that, Yang Yin rolled off the bed and sat up, raising his right hand to observe the deep crimson mysterious mark upon it. Extraordinary Path. Forest Black Goat. First sequence. Spirit Mist. This was the extraordinary path Yang Yin had named for himself. Distinct from the paths of others. While others identified their first sequence as warrior, which seemed rather mundane and unbefitting of the Black Goat's essence, he opted for Spirit Mist. Should this peculiar sequence be discovered by the headquarters of Huaxia, they would undoubtedly seize Yang Yin and subject him to experimentation, potentially even dismembering him. With a flicker of determination, Yang Yin attempted to channel his bodily strength and release his spiritual aura. In the next instant, a wisp of pale white light blossomed from his palm, resembling dry ice melting, enveloped in swirling mist. A mysterious, extraordinary power quietly spread throughout the room. In an instant, a faint mist enveloped Yang Yin's chamber, as if creating a designated domain. This was the Spirit Mist, Yang Yin's first sequence. The Spirit Mist responded to Yang Yin's will, obediently following his commands, appearing exceedingly enigmatic. As he willed it once more. The mist within the room instantaneously dissipated, coalescing in Yang Yin's hand to form a short blade of alternating shades of white. The short blade gleamed and appeared razor-sharp, as if a mere flick could take a life without a trace. This blade seemed quite formidable. Indeed, the Spirit Mist could both disperse and coalesce into tangible instruments. Did it possess any further abilities? Yang Yin murmured to himself, continuing to explore his capabilities. However, regretfully, he found no additional revelations. Currently, he could only manipulate the Spirit Mist in the simplest of ways, condensing or dispersing it. Furthermore, Yang Yin discovered that his extraordinary power was independent of the power of the Black Goat's mark. His extraordinary ability manifested as white mist, while the power of the Black Goat's mark was a deep crimson. Mysterious fog. One was a mundane spiritual force, while the other was the power of a dark deity. A significant distinction indeed. After all, Yang Yin was merely a first-sequence extraordinary being. This meant that Yang Yin was not much different from other extraordinary beings in Huaxia, possessing a degree of spiritual strength, basic extraordinary abilities, and enhanced physicality. As long as he refrained from utilizing the power of the Black Goat's mark, he would not expose himself. For if his Spirit Mist bore no trace of malevolence, should he encounter insurmountable troubles or life-threatening crises, he would resort to the power of the Crimson Mist Temple. Yang Yin was acutely aware that the power of the Crimson Mist Temple was exceedingly potent. And even as an extraordinary being, it should not be wielded recklessly. After all, the last time at school, he had recklessly drawn upon the power of the Black Goat's mark twice, nearly causing his body to explode. However, if given another opportunity to confront the cultists, he was confident he could escape unscathed, certainly not collapsing in a wretched state as he had previously. He was now an extraordinary being, to his astonishment. His awakening method was so uniquely distinct. He was merely uncertain of the true strength of the Spirit Mist. Tomorrow, facing off against Fatty should provide clarity. Yang Yin mused to himself before retiring to bed. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, a petite figure stood outside his door, seemingly lingering there for quite some time. Present. Xiao Dan had her hair down, her hands hanging loosely, and her eyes were closed. As if in a trance, suddenly, Xiao Dan opened her eyes wide. Her eyes were large and beautiful, yet at this moment, they resembled a terrifying abyss, dark and foreboding, exuding an eerie aura that was uncharacteristic of a young girl. Xiao Dan fixed her gaze intently upon the door, as if attempting to see through the room, to perceive everything about Yang Yin. Yet after a few seconds, she closed her eyes once more, moving like a somnambulist, slowly retreating to her own room. That night, both Yang Yin and Xiao Dan enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, Yang Yin was no longer required to attend classes. The school had been sealed off. What purpose did classes serve? Yet his sister remained committed to her studies, learning through Braille. Although Yang Yin had become an extraordinary being, he chose not to disclose this to his sister. In his view, maintaining their ordinary life was quite satisfactory. He would inform Xiao Dan when the time was right. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Fat Wei sent another message via WeChat. Wei Gu, little Yinzi. Calling. The sun is shining brightly today. He then shared a location. Upon opening his phone, Yang Yin discovered that Fat Wei was inviting him out for a foot massage. He checked the location and saw it prominently displayed, Grand World Foot Bath City. Yang Yin had heard of this place. It was the most luxurious entertainment venue in Jiangping City. From foot baths to massages, from massages to games, from games to bars, from bars to KTV.it was said to even offer some upscale services. Exceedingly formal upscale services, IT was truly a paradise on earth. However, due to the exorbitant costs, Yang Yin had never visited such a place. Sigh, since Wei Gu has extended the invitation, I must make the trip. The foot massage was secondary. The primary goal was to glean more secrets about extraordinary beings from Wei Gu. After all, Wei Gu was now an extraordinary being of the Pangu path. With that thought, Yang Yin set off. Beautiful technicians, here I come. Oh no. Wei Gu, I'm on my way. Chapter 15. Wei Gu's Extraordinary Path. In the East District, Grand World Foot Bath City. Jiangping City is not large. Divided into East District, South District, West District, and North District. The East and South Districts are commercially developed, with Wudong Middle School located in the East District. The West and North Districts are primarily residential areas. Yang Yin's home is situated in the North District's Bianhua Garden. The entrance of the Foot Bath City was extravagantly adorned, featuring a golden revolving glass door, embellished with golden edges that shimmered with resplendent light. Yang Yin maintained a composed demeanor as he passed through the opulent entrance, stepping into a splendid hall. Within the hall was a reception desk, where several female attendants donned in business attire greeted Yang Yin with smiles. Handsome. Are you here alone for a foot massage? Would you like us to arrange something for you? Yang Yin ignored their greetings. Venturing forth alone, Yang Yin preferred to maintain an air of calm and tranquility, eschewing unnecessary conversation with strangers. The lobby on the first floor was bustling with a multitude of individuals, encompassing technicians, guests, and a diverse array of attendants. That very moment, in a shadowy corner of the lobby, a man with a sinister demeanor abruptly lifted his gaze and cast a glance at Yang Yin. He appeared to be around 30 years of age, sporting a cap, his complexion pallid as that of a corpse. In the next instant, the man eerily smiled at Yang Yin, yet he remained oblivious to it. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the strange man bore no teeth, his mouth teeming with writhing maggots. Nevertheless, Yang Yin remained unperturbed, following the directions given by Wei Gu to ascend to a corridor on the third floor. The corridor was adorned with a lengthy crimson carpet, and golden chandeliers cast a captivating glow upon the surroundings. Xiao Yinzi, over here. Luxurious VIP private room. Have you gone blind? How could you not notice such a throng of beauties? I truly pity you. At the entrance of a grand private room, Wei Gu waved enthusiastically at Yang Yin. His corpulence jiggling with excitement, it was hard to believe that just days prior, he had nearly met his demise at Wudong High School. Having endured an S-class bizarre incident, it was equally astonishing that he was, in fact, an extraordinary individual. Frankly, had it not been for his desire to glean information about extraordinary beings from the gregarious Wei Gu, Yang Yin would have preferred to avoid such a worldly establishment. A man of integrity, Yang Yin sought only the most reputable and professional avenues. He harbored concerns about Wei Ji's extensive connections and feared the laxity of the world's laws, apprehensive about encountering some overly affectionate young ladies, which would be rather undesirable. After all, sometimes even carrying an umbrella did not guarantee safety. Soon enough, Yang Yin found himself beside Wei Gu. Since that peculiar incident, the two had not crossed paths for 5 days. To his astonishment, upon their reunion, both had ascended to the realm of the extraordinary. Truly, the whims of fate were unpredictable, Yang Yin mused. In stark contrast to Yang Yin's composure, Wei Gu, upon spotting him, jovially threw an arm around his shoulder, his bulk pressing against Yang Yin, as he exclaimed with mirth, Xiao Yinzi, I, Wei Gu, am a man of my word. I have not forgotten how you risked your life to save me that day. Look, I still bear the mark where you kicked me. From now on, we are brothers forged in the crucible of adversity. I shall be the elder brother, and you the younger. We are the only surviving elite from Wudong High School. Truly, we are destined companions. Not even my future wife could supplant your place in my heart. In days of old, there were the 3 sworn brothers of the Peach Garden. Now, we, Wei Gu and Xiao Yinzi, shall forge our bond in the foot massage parlor. Although we were once mere acquaintances, things have changed. We now share a deep camaraderie, stronger than the heavens themselves, a bond best described as soulmates. Bring forth the technicians. This declaration nearly brought Yang Yin to tears. With Wei Ge's command, 10 stunningly beautiful technicians emerged from the corridor, clad in wine-red bodycon dresses paired with black stockings and high heels. Their white shirts hugged their alluring figures, their makeup exuding an enchanting allure, skin so fair it seemed capable of yielding droplets of water. Faced with such a spectacle, Yang Yin could only lament the extravagant whims of the wealthy. With no other choice, he resigned himself to indulge in the lavishness. Just as the group was about to enter the private room, a woman with crimson hair swayed past the corridor, her long, snow-white legs captivatingly displayed, her enticing waist twisting with grace, her beauty and poise far eclipsing that of the technicians. Subsequently, the red-haired woman paused before the private room, casting a glance at Yang Yin as he prepared to enter. A smile gracing her lips as she softly uttered, "I've found you, the extraordinary boy who can gaze upon the crimson moon." Inside the SVIP room, Yang Yin reclined in a massage chair, conversing with Wei Gu. "Wei Gu, have you truly awakened the Pango path?" Wei Gu instantly perked up at this inquiry, responding, "Of course, did I not tell you? I, Fat Wei, am destined to become a top-tier extraordinary being, capable of slaying evil deities. Awakening is as easy as pie." Although Wei Gu was presently a martial artist and an extraordinary being of the Pango path, Yang Yin perceived that his journey was still long. After all, he had encountered even more formidable extraordinary beings, such as the teleporting Hu Ping. "Would you mind demonstrating your extraordinary abilities to me?" Yang Yin inquired nonchalantly. Legend has it that before the heavens and earth were formed, a giant named Pangu slumbered in chaos for 18,000 years, ultimately wielding his divine power to create the universe. Yang Yin surmised that the strength of the Pangu path must be immense. Upon hearing Yang Yin's words, Wei Gu waved at the group of heavily made-up technicians, instructing, "You all step outside for a moment." The 10 technicians promptly exited the room. Wei Gu then sprang up from the massage chair, assuming a horse stance before Yang Yin, his face reddening, resembling someone struggling to relieve themselves. Yet, in truth, Fat Wei was channeling his extraordinary power. In the next instant, an unusual aura of spiritual energy emanated from him. This energy was intangible, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yang Yin had witnessed such extraordinary forces in Xiao Wang and Hu Ping. However, at present, Wei Ge's spiritual energy appeared rather feeble and immature. "Please refer to me as a first-tier martial artist of the Pango path." The moment Fat Wei spoke, Yang Yin's expression sharpened, and he became earnest. He sensed that the walls around them were subtly quaking, the water in the tank rippling and spilling onto the floor, as if an earthquake were imminent. Simultaneously, Yang Yin was uncertain if it was merely an optical illusion, but he felt an impending sense of cataclysm. All of this was a reaction to Wei Ge's spiritual energy, allowing Yang Yin to glimpse the faintest shadow of Pangu. It was unexpected that Wei Ge's incredible fortune had led to the awakening of extraordinary powers of the Pango path. However, Yang Yin soon anticipated trouble. "Wei Gu, cease at once. Dampen your extraordinary power," Yang Yin exclaimed with gravity, for he sensed that if this continued, the entire floor would collapse. After all, extraordinary powers were no trifling matter. At that moment, Wei Gu hurriedly reined in all his spiritual energy, offering an awkward smile as he said, "My apologies. It's my first time using it. I'm a bit of a novice. So please forgive me. I assure you this will not happen again." Yang Yin pressed on with his inquiry, "Wei Gu, what does being a first-tier martial artist signify?" Upon hearing Yang Yin's question, Wei Gu appeared to be reignited with passion, launching into an animated discourse. Extraordinary beings possess not only paths but also sequences, with each sequence containing 9 minor realms. For instance, I am currently a first-tier martial artist. Once I reach the 9th tier, I can smoothly ascend to the 2nd sequence and become a master-level extraordinary being. However, to ascend, one must possess sufficient talent and harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I am merely newly awakened and still have much to learn about extraordinary beings. After hearing this, Yang Yin grasped Wei Ge's meaning. Essentially, he was a first-tier spiritual mist, and upon reaching the 9th tier, he could ascend to the 2nd sequence, thereby harnessing greater red mist power. At that point, He would be one step closer to the resurrection of the black goat. Contemplating this, Yang Yin felt a newfound sense of reliability in Wei Gu, nearly wanting to embrace him and shower him with praise. Wei Gu, sharing the same 9-year compulsory education, how can you be so exceptional while I remain an ordinary man? Yang Yin remarked with a smile, displaying a hint of envy. Upon hearing Yang Yin's compliment, Wei Gu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet he remained exhilarated. Xiao Yinzi, what are you worried about? With me, Wei Gu, providing a mouthful of meat, you shall certainly have your share of soup from now on. Just stick with me, and I will have my father gift you a building and appoint you as a site manager. You're so clever. It'll be a piece of cake for you. The words of the wealthy were indeed impressive, so easily mentioning a building. Yang Yin cast a sidelong glance at Wei Gu, not taking his words to heart. And what about you? Me, naturally, I shall save the world. I have made up my mind. Tomorrow I will join the police force and become an extraordinary detective, Wei Gu proclaimed with righteous fervor, thumping his chest. Yang Yin was somewhat taken aback, unsure of what scheme Wei Gu was concocting. Don't be ridiculous. You want to join the police force? However, before Wei Gu could respond, Yang Yin suddenly felt an unsettling sensation coursing through his body. Since becoming an extraordinary being, his senses had sharpened significantly. Particularly regarding danger, this moment, he was enveloped by an ominous feeling, as if countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon him, exuding an eerie chill. Simultaneously, Wei Gu, also an extraordinary being, sensed the same. He was darting about, adopting a mantis fist posture, filled with vigilance. Xiao Yinzi, get down. We are under attack. Chapter 16. The Genius Club. In that instant, Yang Yin's palms were enveloped by a delicate white mist, poised to unleash his extraordinary powers. No need to be tense, young man. Then, a melodious voice resonated within the room, flowing like a stream, intoxicating in its beauty. Yang Yin scanned the surroundings, yet the room remained devoid of any presence. Wei Gu, wide-eyed, was nearly ready to unleash the Panga fist, shouting, "Where did the fairy come from? Show yourself! I, Wei Gu, shall spare your life." Hee again. A bewitching laugh echoed from within the private room. From the sound alone, it was evident that the woman was enchanting, her skin fair, her features exquisite, a pure beauty. You two certainly have exquisite taste, having summoned 10 top-tier technicians. Yang Yin turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, and immediately beheld a stunning beauty with cascading red curls, clad in a white mini-skirt that accentuated her snow-white legs, a smile playing on her lips. He was utterly bewildered as to when she had entered, or how she had managed to gain access to this locked private room. The woman with red hair blinked her captivating phoenix eyes at him, saying, "Yang Yin, we meet again." At that moment, Yang Yin felt a jolt of surprise. We meet again? When? He was certain he had never encountered this alluring woman before. Noticing the shock on his face, the red-haired woman smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Just then, Wei Gu stepped in front of Yang Yin, bravely declaring, "You bold enchantress! How dare you seduce my sworn brother? Quickly, state your name, and I, Wei Gu, might consider making you my girlfriend." As he spoke, Wei Gu struck a long-lost mantis fist pose, the authenticity of which was questionable. The red-haired woman covered her mouth with her right hand, laughing softly, her chest gently heaving with mirth. Although she radiated beauty and appeared harmless, Yang Yin was acutely aware of her formidable nature. Her sudden appearance in the private room was testament enough to that. Suddenly, Yang Yin's pupils dilated in shock. He noticed the surroundings shifting rapidly. The massage chair, the ceiling, the white bath towels, everything vanished in an instant. As if erased by an invisible eraser, in the next moment, the private room transformed into a pink-hued illusion, leaving only Yang Yin and the red-haired woman. Wei Gu had disappeared. Yang Yin clenched his fists, his brow furrowing as he prepared to unleash his ethereal mist. Yet, the woman's alluring voice echoed once more, "Handsome young man, don't be so tense. I merely wish to have a private conversation with you." Realizing that the woman bore no malice, Yang Yin rose, his gaze deep and tranquil. "Who are you?" The red-haired woman smiled lightly, exuding charm. "No wonder you can gaze upon the crimson moon. Your aura is indeed extraordinary, unlike that of your chubby classmate." Taken aback by her knowledge, Yang Yin pondered how she could possibly know of his ability to stare at the crimson moon. This woman was evidently well prepared and not to be underestimated. You may call me Su Qian. I find you quite intriguing. The red-haired woman continued. I am a member of the Genius Club, dedicated to recruiting exceptional talents from the city. Are you interested in learning more? The Genius Club. Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured the name, yet he offered no response. Observing his guarded demeanor, Su Qian took a few steps closer, her graceful legs gliding forward as she casually tossed her hair. You must be aware that our nation is shrouded in strange forces, with lives lost and minds shattered nearly every day. You are special, having survived the bizarre incidents at Wudong Middle School. What intrigues me further is how you can gaze upon the crimson moon. Among all the geniuses in this world, you are indeed unique. Geniuses should unite to pursue the endeavors befitting our kind. She added, I should also caution you that the world's strangeness exceeds your imagination. The incidents at Wudong Middle School may merely be the tip of the iceberg. I wish to convey that the resurrection of the evil gods is not far off. Perhaps you are already aware of this, but do you know of the 7 evil gods? Su Qian raised an eyebrow, intently observing Yang Yan's reaction. The mention of the Genius Club and the 7 evil gods piqued Yang Yan's interest, igniting a spark of excitement within him. However, he refrained from being easily led by Su Qian, for those who are too eager often meet unfortunate ends. Yang Yan scoffed, what if I were a worthless individual? Would you geniuses then trample me without hesitation? In response, Su Qian gracefully approached him, a beguiling fragrance enveloping the air. Yang Yan, you still harbor doubts about me. Suddenly, Su Qian's delicate foot pivoted sharply, raising her snow-white leg to sweep towards Yang Yan with incredible speed. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yan's pupils constricted, and he released a wisp of ethereal mist from his palm, instantly coalescing into a wondrous gauntlet. In the next moment, he swung his right fist, employing his extraordinary strength to meet her striking leg. Bang! At the moment of impact, Su Qian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she sensed a profound power erupting from Yang Yan, only to vanish just as swiftly. She had initially sought to test him, never anticipating that he would retaliate earnestly. To her shock, when she had last seen him, he had been merely an ordinary person. Now, he had transformed into a martial artist-level extraordinary being. More astonishingly, he had withstood her second sequence attack with his first sequence strength. Though she hadn't exerted herself fully, a master-level extraordinary being was not someone an ordinary first-grade martial artist could easily contend with. Yang Yan's secret was far more formidable than she had imagined. Yet at that moment, Su Qian found herself unable to retract her leg, which was firmly grasped by Yang Yan, plunging the scene into an awkward standoff. In that instant, both Su Qian and Yang Yan were taken aback. This was his first time wielding extraordinary power. However, Yang Yan could sense that his ethereal mist was remarkably unique, capable of withstanding a Master S probing. To encounter a master-level opponent on his very first attempt was quite a stroke of luck. He mused. After the clash, Yang Yan felt a twinge of pain. A bruise had formed on his hand, and his entire body felt strained. After all, Su Qian was a master-level extraordinary being. Had he been an ordinary first-grade martial artist, he would have been sent flying. Damn it, this woman is indeed powerful. My hand hurts. Yang Yan maintained his composure, fixing his gaze on Su Qian's long leg. Sister, why did you kick? I was merely conversing with you amicably. Su Qian, momentarily irritated, replied calmly, release me. How can I simply let go at your command? That would be quite embarrassing for me. Yang Yan chuckled. Su Qian found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that the previously composed youth would now resort to such antics. Yet, as a master-level extraordinary being, Su Qian knew that if it came to blows, Yang Yan would not stand a chance without employing the black goat mark. In a swift motion, she twisted her slender waist, resembling a slippery little fox as she freed herself from Yang Yan's grasp and retreated to a distance. Yang Yan, you are quite impolite. Yang Yan smirked, finding her amusing, and you are not sincere enough. How can one resort to fists and feet when making friends? Just as Su Qian was about to retort, she suddenly furrowed her beautiful brow, a look of unease crossing her features. Why is there an aura of strangeness here? As Su Qian's words faded, the surrounding illusion crumbled instantaneously, and they found themselves back in the spacious room. That moment, Wei Gu was searching frantically, as if playing hide-and-seek, for Yang Yan's whereabouts. Spotting Yang Yan's return, Wei Gu jiggled his ample flesh excitedly, exclaiming, Little Yin, where have you been? I thought you were dead. In the next instant, Su Qian appeared beside Yang Yin once more. Wei Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, darting between Su Qian and Yang Yin, sensing an unusual exchange between them. Little Yin, how come you both disappeared and then reappeared simultaneously? You two aren't in love, are you? Something feels off. I must report you for flaunting your affection in front of me. Yang Yin felt a wave of exasperation. Suddenly, the room was filled with a putrid stench, as though it were saturated with the odor of long-dead corpses, making Wei Gu gag involuntarily, cough. What on earth is that foul smell? Did a corpse just pass gas? At that moment, even Su Qian displayed a grave expression, seemingly apprehensive of the decaying stench. Yang Yin pinched his nose and glanced at Su Qian, inquiring, what is that? As the rotting odor intensified, Su Qian's brow furrowed even tighter. It is the Toothless Mute. Upon hearing that name, Wei Ji's eyes widened, and he moved closer to Yang Yin, astonished. What kind of monster is the Toothless Mute? Will it eat people? Su Qian took a deep breath and replied, it is far more terrifying than merely consuming flesh. It could potentially annihilate everyone in this building. You students have been overly sheltered, remaining oblivious to the strangeness of this world. Since the arrival of the Crimson Moon, countless mysterious and powerful cultists have emerged in our land, along with terrifying and troublesome strange entities. Cultists are the messengers of the evil gods, endowed with a degree of self-will. According to our investigations, the bizarre incidents at Wudong Middle School were instigated by a powerful cultist. Each cultist possesses unique abilities that are frightfully potent. Yang Yin internally noted. I am familiar with this. Little Handsome has already become my servant. Su Qian continued. As for strange entities, they possess no consciousness whatsoever. They are mere products of contamination by strange forces, and no one knows how they come into existence. Each of these uncanny beings possesses sinister powers and terrifying characteristics, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. The Toothless Mute is one such formidable entity. He resembles a walking corpse, and if he is not swiftly eliminated, the stench of decay emanating from him will corrupt the entire building. Perhaps we are all destined to perish here. Listening intently, Yang Yin gazed in astonishment at the slender woman before him, realizing that the genius club she represented was indeed extraordinary. They seemed to possess knowledge of many hidden secrets. Such information was virtually unattainable online, and even if one sought it out, it could only be found on specialized websites. In that moment, Yang Yin felt that familiar sensation of danger enveloping him, reminiscent of that bizarre awakening ceremony. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Team Leader Li's number. The last time Yang Yin departed, he had intentionally left Li's contact information, anticipating that it might be needed in the future. To his surprise, just a few days had passed before it proved useful. Hello, is this Team Leader Li? This is Yang Yin. There are traces of uncanny power at the Dashi World Foot Bath. However, Yang Yin was taken aback when Li replied, Student Yang Yin, we are currently at the foot bath, searching for that uncanny being. The entire building is now shrouded in a foul odor of decay. Please exercise caution. With that, Li quickly hung up, clearly preoccupied with his pursuit of the uncanny being, leaving no time for further conversation. Yang Yin noted a detail. Li was also aware of what these uncanny beings were. Wei Gu, his face etched with tension, grasped Yang Yin's arm, mirroring the fear he had felt on the day of the awakening ceremony. Xiao Yinzi, what should we do? I'm trembling uncontrollably. That monster won't kill us all. Will it? I feel as though something is lodged in my throat. Yang Yin shot a glance at Wei Gu, finding him unchanged, still exhibiting that cowardly demeanor. Wei Gu, must you be so repulsive? Besides, haven't you already become an extraordinary being? Where is the courage you just mentioned? Weren't you going to protect me? At that moment, the stench of decay in the room intensified tenfold. Even more terrifying, a heavy knocking resounded from outside the door. Echoing like a heartbeat, oppressive and foreboding, bang. Wei Gu completely fell apart, doubling over and retching violently onto the floor. Yang Yin immediately summoned his extraordinary powers, enveloping himself and Wei Gu in a mist of spiritual energy. Be careful, he's coming. We seem to be his targets. Beside them, Su Qian, inherently more perceptive than Yang Yin, had already unleashed her spiritual powers, banishing the foul odor surrounding her. Damn it, I was counting on Wei Gu to awaken and lend a hand. And now he's incapacitated. Yang Yin muttered, then turned to Wei Gu, attempting to offer reassurance. Wei Gu, wake up. Use your extraordinary powers to resist the stench. Upon hearing Yang Yan's encouragement, Wei Gu finally grasped that he was indeed an extraordinary being. He quickly bowed his head, clenched his chubby fists, and released a heavy aura of spiritual energy around himself. To be fair, Wei Ji's Pangu path was not weak. The sheer weight of his presence instilled in Yang Yan an intangible sense of immense pressure. In that tense moment, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, the lights flickering erratically, as if under the influence of some sinister force, resembling a haunted house from a supernatural film. The three of them fixated their gaze on the door. Unwilling to lower their guard for even a moment, bang! In the next instant, their faces drained of color. The toothless mute burst through the door like a ferocious beast. Yang Yan beheld a 30-year-old man, donning a baseball cap and with a pallid complexion, walking down the street, completely indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yang Yan was astounded. The uncanny being appeared so civilized, indistinguishable from a normal human, albeit slightly pale. It was difficult to fathom what made him so terrifying. However, that perception swiftly changed. Once the toothless mute crashed through the door, he fixated his gaze on Yang Yan, eyes brimming with madness, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Ah! In the next moment, the mute opened his mouth wide, letting out a pained scream. Even more horrifying, writhing maggots infested his mouth, inducing revulsion. The toothless mute lunged forward. Yang Yan, attack! Su Qian's expression was grave, yet her beauty remained striking. Hearing her call, Yang Yan and Wei Gu sprang into action, unleashing their extraordinary spiritual powers to repel the toothless mute's stench. At that moment, Wei Gu noticed something unusual about Yang Yan. Xiao Yanzi. You have quite the heart. It turns out you are also an extraordinary being. You deceived my feelings. I won't play with you anymore. Quickly tell me, what path of extraordinary powers do you possess? I might consider forgiving you, Wei Gu exclaimed. Amidst the perilous situation, Yang Yan chose to ignore Wei Ji's comments and urged, stop fooling around. We'll discuss this later. At that moment, Su Qian opened her right hand, radiating a spectrum of colors, akin to the celestial stones of Nuwa, illuminating the dim room. A surge of immense extraordinary power erupted, rippling through the AI art. Is this what a master-level extraordinary being can do? Yang Yan and Wei Gu were momentarily taken aback. Yet, Yang Yan was not overly astonished. He felt that such power paled in comparison to the black goat mark, given that he had once subdued a cultist with a single hand. After Su Qian made her move, the advancing toothless mute seemed to encounter an obstacle, his speed diminishing as if ensnared in an invisible web, flailing in place. However, in the next second, the mute let out another roar, opening his mouth wide to emit a guttural growl, far more terrifying than before. Su Qian gasped, her complexion paling as she staggered back a half-step, a trickle of crimson staining her lips. Yang Yan's expression turned serious. What was the origin of this uncanny being? That even a second-tier extraordinary being could not contend with him? Next, writhing black maggots began to appear on the floor, swiftly crawling towards Yang Yan and his companions, eerie and fearsome. They had fallen from the mute's mouth. Simultaneously, the mute's body surged forward once more with alarming speed, closing the distance between them. Even more bizarrely, those numerous maggots on the ground began to swell rapidly, growing from the size of fingers to that of arms, continuously releasing a putrid, nauseating stench. Under such circumstances, Su Qian's master-level extraordinary powers surprisingly fell short. Subsequently, Su Qian cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yan, her expression equally grave. Yang Yan, we are in serious trouble. Chapter 18. The formidable uncanny being in the private room. The lights flickered as if tainted by darkness, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. The entire space felt cold and eerie. The black maggots writhed on the floor, and the toothless mute charged forward, the stench of decay growing ever more potent. If not for the fact that Yang Yan and Wei Gu had become extraordinary beings, they might have succumbed to the toxic miasma and perished here. In this moment, Su Qian was visibly anxious. Yet Yang Yan sensed that the toothless mute's power was not as fearsome as that of the cultists, if he could harness even a fragment of the red mist's divine power. Perhaps he could vanquish this uncanny being. Just then, the toothless mute was already in front of them. Yang Yan, block the maggots on the ground. Su Qian instructed, simultaneously gathering another burst of colorful light in her hand, illuminating the dark room once more. Yang Yin and Wei Gu wasted no time, swiftly activating their extraordinary powers to create an invisible field around them, assisting Su Qian to focus on confronting the toothless mute. Wei Gu, the maggots are coming. Be careful. The maggots moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Yang Yin and Wei Ji's feet. Yang Yin glanced down at the maggots, observing that they were segmented, arm-sized, and cloaked in a thick, black hue. Their blood-red eyes were disturbingly eerie. Merely locking eyes with them sent shivers down one's spine. There were a total of 5 such maggots in the room. Each one seemed capable of killing, each one able to feast upon flesh and blood, exuding an aura of malevolence. Damn it, do you think I, Wei Gu, am a sickly cat? I can send you to the afterlife with a single punch. The heavens did not give birth to me, Zhang Dewei. My fists are eternal like the long night. Praying mantis fist. Wei Gu suddenly roared, as if invigorated. He clenched his chubby right hand tightly, inhaled deeply, and unleashed the long-lost praying mantis fist, striking down at the group of arm-sized maggots. Seeing Wei Ji's display, even Yang Yin couldn't help but admire him. That's my Wei Gu, fierce and talkative. Wei Ji's aura surged dramatically, and with the enhancement of his extraordinary powers, his fist grew larger than a sandbag, exuding a semblance of Panga's might. Bang! The fist, the size of a sandbag, struck the dark maggots. But contrary to expectations, no blood splattered forth. The maggots merely flew back half a meter, unharmed. Wei Gu quickly withdrew his fist, silently cursing the pain. What the hell? What kind of thing is this, so tough? It actually withstood my punch, Wei Gu exclaimed in astonishment. As Wei Gu attacked the maggots, Yang Yin focused his mind, fully harnessing the spiritual mist within him, forming a short blade that he thrust downward at the nearest black maggot. Slicing through the air, to Yang Yan's disbelief, the seemingly fragile maggot proved to be remarkably resilient. Even Yang Yan's short blade could barely carve a shallow wound upon the maggot's body, only managing to dispatch it with great difficulty. There remained merely 4 of these creatures on the battlefield. At that moment, Wei Gu looked at Yang Yin in astonishment. Xiao Yinzi, how is it that you can inflict harm upon them? While my fists are pained by these maggots, we are both extraordinary beings, yet why is our disparity so vast? Are you truly the fabled exception of the 9-year compulsory education? Yang Yin chose not to respond to Wei Ji's banter. His extraordinary path was that of the eldritch god Black Goat, with the source of his power deriving from the mysterious red mist. Such strength was only to be expected. Moreover, this was achieved without invoking divine power. Should he employ the divine might of the red mist, Yang Yin would be confident in single-handedly confronting this toothless mute and emerging unscathed. Nevertheless, the encounter was still beyond Yang Yan's expectations. He had not anticipated the existence of such bizarre creatures in this world, where even a mere maggot could evolve to such a degree, let alone those enigmatic cultists and uncanny entities. He admitted that during his school days, he had been overly sheltered, never truly encountering the world's oddities. Now, he fully realized that Huaxia seemed to be riddled with wounds, long corroded by strange forces. After Yang Yin and Wei Gu exerted their utmost strength, they merely managed to repel the 5 arm-sized worms, failing to eliminate them entirely. Meanwhile, Su Qian, upon preparing to strike again and harness her extraordinary powers against the toothless mute, was met with a horrifying spectacle. The toothless mute let out another low growl, emitting an invisible sound wave from its toothless maw, akin to the wailing of a vengeful spirit. Su Qian's extraordinary energy was abruptly diminished, her body inexplicably weakening. She shouted to Yang Yin, Yang Yin, its weakness lies in its mouth. Attack the toothless mute's mouth. No sooner had Su Qian's words left her lips than the toothless mute simply extended its right hand and clawed towards Su Qian, an eerie force suddenly spreading and sending her flying. Bang! In the next moment, Su Qian was hurled backward, crashing into the wall and creating a large crater adorned with spiderweb cracks, dust billowing forth. The power of the toothless mute exceeded everyone's imagination. Su Qian had only gleaned information about the toothless mute from the Genius Club and had never truly faced such a monster. Now, due to a lack of information, she had suffered greatly. Simultaneously, Yang Yin discerned the peculiarities of the toothless mute. Its mouth appeared to be the most bizarre aspect. Not only could it expel formidable worms, but it could also emit terrifying growls, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Su Qian rose once more, her white skirt coated in dust, revealing several bloodstains on her pristine legs, her red hair cascading, her face weary and bearing considerable injury. Evoking sympathy, Yang Yin and Wei Gu were not faring much better either. The swarm of black worms proved to be exceedingly tenacious, akin to indestructible cockroaches. If this continued, Yang Yin and Wei Gu would be worn out to death. Ultimately, Yang Yin, Su Qian, and Wei Gu regrouped, forming a circle to confront the toothless mute. This uncanny being seemed devoid of reason, fixating on a single prey, unwilling to relent until it had claimed a life. Yang Yin furrowed his brow, rubbing his right fist. Must I resort to the power of the red mist? He had not anticipated encountering such a terrifying creature even while visiting a foot bath establishment with Wei Gu. Su Qian turned to Yang Yin, cautioning, "Be careful, this toothless mute's strength is at least that of a master." Her words. Wei Ji's legs turned to jelly. "Then, how do we fight?" "Beautiful sister, you must have a way to lead us out, right? Didn't you possess that skill to vanish suddenly?" Su Qian's expression remained tense, her brow slightly furrowed. "The stench of corpses permeates this place. And given my injuries, even if I conjured an illusion, I could not evade this creature's assault, for its powers are truly uncanny. Master-level strength, indeed." Yang Yin murmured gravely, yet the black goat mark in his palm began to stir restlessly. However, the toothless mute would not grant them time for contemplation. It advanced step by step towards the trio with overwhelming pressure. Additionally, the four maggots on the ground appeared ravenously eager, crawling closer with bared fangs and claws. Observing this, Su Qian cleared her throat twice, poised to strike once more, yet at that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, accompanied by voices. "Captain Li, I've already instructed the foot bath establishment to evacuate. We can proceed with confidence now. Captain Li, it's here, in this room, where the stench of corpses is most potent. All personnel, be on guard. Exine, unleash your flame abilities." Yang Yin instinctively glanced towards the door. Suppressing the awakening black goat mark, is it? Captain Li? Chapter 19. The mysterious Su Qian. As the footsteps approached, not only Yang Yin, but also Su Qian and Wei Gu turned their gazes towards the entrance. Soon, three figures emerged before them. Leading the way was the somewhat socially anxious female detective, Li Xinxin. Behind her was the enthusiastic officer, Mo Fan, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a prominent nose. The third figure was the indifferent Captain Li. Sporting stubble. Yang Yin failed to notice that the moment Captain Li appeared, Su Qian vanished suddenly. Li Xinxin, appearing socially anxious, acted decisively, her palm instantaneously releasing searing extraordinary energy. A torrent of flames surged forth. Resembling serpents that swiftly darted toward the toothless mute, as the flames soared through the air. They expanded like seeds, ultimately transforming into a terrifying blaze that engulfed the toothless mute, incinerating the four maggots on the ground. This seemingly timid female detective left Yang Yin utterly bewildered. His previous encounters with her had not revealed such prowess. Was this the legendary socially anxious individual? Seemingly frail, yet ferociously lethal, leaving no trace of her killings. Capable of instilling fear throughout society? This revelation piqued Yang Yan's curiosity regarding the extraordinary team stationed in Jiangping City. The moment the flames made contact with the toothless mute, it let out a pained howl. While the four maggots contorted as if they had encountered their nemesis, in the meantime, the trio seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly, increasing the distance between themselves and the toothless mute. No wonder they had found this struggle so arduous. It turned out that fire was the bane of these toothless mutes. Yang Yin pondered. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured another short blade, utilizing his advantages to swiftly hurl it into the mute's mouth. Ha! The mute emitted a horrific shriek, as if in agony. Flames danced around its body, and being struck at a vital point by Yang Yan's blade, the strange stench of decay in the room began to dissipate rapidly. The three extraordinary detectives were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Yang Yan's display. When had he awakened? Hadn't he been dormant that day? Besides, he appeared to be merely a first-tier martial artist. How could he materialize a weapon? Materialization was a hallmark ability of extraordinary beings. Only upon reaching the second tier, or master level, could one possess such a capability. Moreover, each extraordinary individual boasted a unique extraordinary skill. With 9 tiers of extraordinary abilities, advancing through each tier granted an additional skill. For instance, Yang Yin, being a first-tier extraordinary being, possessed only one skill, Spirit Mist. Conversely, Su Qian, as a second-tier extraordinary being, wielded 2 extraordinary skills, with the earlier illusion being one of them. Wei Gu, a pure first-tier martial artist, could only release extraordinary essence, employing basic extraordinary power and utilizing his first skill. Mantis Fist, Yang Yan's Spirit Mist, was particularly unique. He could materialize objects upon awakening, and his extraordinary power surpassed that of the average individual. This explained why he could withstand Su Qian's ordinary attack despite being a first-tier martial artist. Amidst their astonishment, Captain Li and Mo Fan did not remain idle. Captain Li pivoted and charged into the room, icy energy swirling around him as he conjured an ice spike. His extraordinary power appeared to be related to ice. Mo Fan brandished a peculiar firearm that seemed of his own invention, gripping it with both hands, aiming at the mute's mouth, and rapidly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The successive gunshots reverberated throughout the room. Several bullets infused with extraordinary power striking the mute's mouth, inflicting further damage. Yang Yin and Wei Gu were momentarily stunned, expressing their shock. Such marksmanship was something they had only witnessed in dreams. Unerring and precise. Moreover, Mo Fan's firearm was no ordinary pistol. It was a pure silver revolver, palm-sized, with each component seemingly crafted with meticulous care, containing no conventional bullets, only extraordinary power. Yang Yin muttered, "Is this Mo Fan's extraordinary power?" In the instant following the gunfire, Captain Li had already approached the toothless mute, the temperature in the room plummeting. He raised his powerful right hand and thrust it once more into the mute's mouth. An intense chill enveloping the creature's body. In less than 5 seconds, the group had managed to subdue the toothless mute. The 4 maggots on the ground gradually withered, shrinking from the size of arms to that of fingers, ultimately melting into a pool of blood, exuding an eerie stench. Flames and frost simultaneously enveloped the toothless mute, yet they did not interfere with one another. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Yin could not help but exclaim, "Truly, they are well-trained detectives." Reflecting on the earlier surprise faced by the 3 of them, the extraordinary skills of team leader Li's trio of exceptional detectives appeared particularly effortless. Of course, their remarkable abilities undeniably contributed to this. After all, Yang Yin and Wei Gu were merely nascent extraordinary beings, still in the early stages of awakening, lacking in combat experience. Su Qian's powers were more inclined towards support, making her less suited for such confrontations. At that moment, Wei Gu, filled with rage, took exaggerated strides toward the motionless toothless mute. "Damn it, you wretched creature. I haven't even washed my feet today, and your stench has made me retch all over the place. Now, let me show you what the might of Pango looks like." As his words echoed, Wei Gu, seething with fury, swung his massive fist, aiming for the mute's head. This was Wei Ge's extraordinary skill, the praying mantis fist. Yet, Wei Ge's mantis was notably robust. With that punch, the toothless mute emitted no sound, yet his head twisted a full 180 degrees, teetering on the brink of death. This demonstrated the astonishing power Wei Gu possessed, albeit under the condition that the mute was restrained. However, in the next moment, an astounding sight unfolded. The toothless mute began to melt away, his bones, blood, and flesh dissolving into drops of black, putrid liquid, as if he had been decaying for ages. Exuding a noxious stench, Wei Gu, filled with inexplicable horror, immediately retreated a considerable distance and assumed the stance of the praying mantis fist once more. "What the hell? Corpse transformation?" Yang Yin was utterly bewildered. "Is this death?" Observing the astonishment of Yang Yin and Wei Gu, Team Leader Li remarked coolly, "No, this is not the true toothless mute. It is merely a clone." Upon hearing this, a sense of dread surged within Yang Yin, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief, "This is merely a clone." It was hard to fathom that the toothless mute, who had single-handedly withstood several extraordinary beings, was merely a projection. Team Leader Li did not respond to Yang Yan's query. Instead, he bent down to examine the pool of putrid liquid on the ground, As if investigating something, at this moment, two extraordinary detectives, who had been guarding outside, entered, their expressions grave as they gazed at the black corpse liquid on the floor. The repugnant liquid was eerily strange. After the dissolving of the toothless mute's clone, the stench of decay that had pervaded the foot bath establishment receded like a tide, gradually dissipating. This signified that the toothless mute's clone had been utterly vanquished. In the short term, the foot bath establishment should be free from danger. However, when Yang Yin turned around, he discovered that Su Qian had vanished from the room. Yang Yin was left utterly perplexed. Soon, he found an unexpected piece of paper in his hand, left behind by Su Qian. It bore the words, "If you are interested in geniuses, come find me at 12, Huanggong Street." Su Qian had left prematurely? No, she must have departed upon seeing the extraordinary detectives. Individuals like her, wild extraordinary beings, likely wished to avoid encounters with the extraordinary detectives of Huaxia. The Genius Club. Yang Yin silently recited in his mind. Discreetly tucking away the note as his gaze returned to Team Leader Li, Yang Yin had etched the name Su Qian into his memory, along with the organization known as the Genius Club. As Yang Yin pondered, Team Leader Li suddenly turned around, coldly fixing his gaze upon Yang Yin. "Yang Yin, we meet again." Chapter 20. The enigmatic Aries Mark at the moment Li spoke, and Mo Fan and Li Xinxin also approached Yang Yin. Scrutinizing him intently, to be frank, they were filled with curiosity about the youth before them. Even the socially anxious Li Xinxin couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yang Yin. Wasn't he supposed to be unawakened? How was it that upon their next meeting, he had transformed into an extraordinary being? Moreover, his extraordinary prowess was remarkably formidable, far from resembling a mere novice. This was evident from the sharp short knife he had wielded moments ago. The room fell into a profound silence, a lingering trace of the putrid stench still hanging in the air, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, Wei Gu fully embraced his heroic persona, launching into a tirade. "Hey, is that you, Team Leader Li? I left in such a hurry the other day that I didn't have the chance to express my gratitude properly. Now that this bizarre incident has concluded, I, Wei Gu, intend to treat you all to a meal. I'll call my family's 5-star chef to prepare the dishes." With that, Wei Gu threw an arm around Team Leader Li's shoulder, appearing quite familiar. However, Team Leader Li did not divert his attention to Wei Gu. He remained coldly fixated on Yang Yin, awaiting his response. Damn it, why is Team Leader Li like a block of ice? Can't he feel my enthusiasm? This is ridiculous, Wei Gu silently complained. Yang Yin offered a slight smile. Team Leader Li, it's good to see you again. Team Leader Li continued. Yang Yin, I can't tell you harbor secrets, and the headquarters has retained your file. Keeping a vigilant eye on your movements, I suggest you join our extraordinary team in Jiangping City, as we recently lost a team member and are in need of personnel. Listening to this, Yang Yin glanced at Mo Fan and the evasive Li Xinxin. Team Leader Li was correct. With the sacrifice of Xiao Wang, only these 3 extraordinary detectives remained in Jiangping City. Should 2 bizarre incidents occur simultaneously, they would undoubtedly struggle to provide support. Fortunately, Jiangping City had remained relatively stable until that day's sudden incident at Wudong Middle School. Contemplating this, Yang Yin stepped forward and said, I will consider your suggestion. Team Leader Li. At that moment, Wei Gu strategically cleared his throat and interjected. Ahem, you all witnessed my performance earlier. It may not have been spectacular, but it was certainly one of a kind. With a fist as large as a sandbag, I am even afraid of swinging it myself. It would only be reasonable for me to be accepted into your extraordinary detective team, right, Team Leader Li? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Fan was the first to laugh. He held a favorable impression of Wei Gu, finding him quite amusing. The two seemed to hit it off well. Meanwhile, Li Xinxin felt a twinge of fear towards Wei Gu, unable to comprehend how one person could utter so many words and perform such hypocritical gestures. It was something she would never learn to emulate. At that point, Team Leader Li glanced at Wei Gu, his tone still icy. I will help you establish your file once I return. However, there is one condition. Upon joining the detective team, you will be an extraordinary detective, required to obey orders from superiors at all times without any frivolity. Wei Gu patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, I never boast. When I play PUBG, I'm a top-notch player, and I relish listening to the commands of experts. I will absolutely obey orders. Furthermore, I am meticulous in my work, leaving no room for error. Mature and steady, rest assured. I'll go home and tell my dad that his son has made it big. I'm definitely not just a playboy with no prospects. I'll even have him donate $100 million to the detective team, treating it as daily expenses and pocket money. This. Yang Yin nearly lost his composure. Wei Gu was the most extravagant person he had ever met, hands down. Yet, despite Wei Ge's elaborate claims, the stoic team leaderly remained unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With the demise of the Toothless Mute's clone, this peculiar incident drew to a close. Fortunately, there had been no casualties at the foot bath establishment. However, from another perspective, this bizarre event was merely the beginning. Not entirely resolved. After all, what had been slain was just a clone. The true Toothless Mute might still be lurking in some corner of the city, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. One particular aspect left Yang Yin deeply puzzled. Why had the Toothless Mute not killed a single person during this bizarre incident? Was he perhaps targeting me? As Yang Yin contemplated this, a chill coursed through him. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it too much. If worst came to worst, he could always resort to the Black Goat mark, to subdue them all as servants. Yang Yin was eager to return home swiftly, to contemplate his forthcoming plans. The peculiarities of this world surpassed his imagination. He needed to devise a new strategy. Ultimately, Yang Yin refrained from lingering, exchanging a brief farewell with Wei Gu before departing. Meanwhile, team leader Li and his colleagues remained on site to conclude the final tasks before withdrawing. As everyone left and the foot bath establishment returned to normalcy, night descended upon the city. The eerie crimson moon rose slowly, casting a hazy glow. At that moment, atop the foot bath establishment, stood a peculiar figure. A man around 30 years old. He wore a cap, his eyes vacant, and his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Bathed in the light of the red moon, it was none other than the Toothless Mute whom Yang Yin had encountered in the private room. The Toothless Mute appeared emotionless, his exterior indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Yet he was merely a vessel controlled by malevolent forces. He stiffly opened his mouth, teeming with writhing maggots, a dark and grotesque sight. Exceedingly unsettling, he emitted a series of strange sounds, intermittent and disjointed, akin to a demon's sobs. In truth, he sought to convey. Yang Yin, I have finally found you. At midnight. In Yang Yin's room, after confirming that his sister was sound asleep, he locked the door and sat gravely at his desk, writing in his journal. This day had yielded significant gains for Yang Yin. The Genius Club, the 7 evil gods, cultists, and the bizarre beings. These were all pieces of information Yang Yin had never encountered before. Additionally, there was the invitation from the captain of the extraordinary detective team. More importantly, Yang Yin had preliminarily tested his extraordinary powers today. Although this information did not constitute tangible gains, Yang Yin regarded this knowledge about the world of Huaxia as immensely valuable. It pertained to his future arrangements. Yang Yin possesses a peculiar habit. He meticulously records all his discoveries in a diary, which he subsequently places upon the Temple of the Black Goat. Through the act of sacrifice, Yang Yin can return the diary, along with his consciousness, to the temple. Yet, beyond these practices, there exists a lingering concern in his heart. The realm of Huaxia is rife with the uncanny, and he has a blind sister whom he cannot protect by remaining at home every day. Even though Yang Yin's dedication is unwavering, Xiao Dan would inevitably grow weary of her elder brother's constant presence. While home is a place one can revisit frequently, it is not a suitable locale for prolonged stays, which vexes Yang Yin immensely. In contemplation, he pressed his forehead and inhaled deeply. At that moment, he was suddenly struck by a sensation of coolness emanating from his left hand, as if a stream of icy spring water flowed through it. Upon raising his left hand, he was astonished to find a silhouette of a white ram had manifested. Yang Yin's mouth fell slightly agape, his pupils constricting. Could this be the second mark, the white ram? This emblem, composed of 2 pure white horns, 2 crystalline eyes, and a tuft of fine, white fur, exuded innocence and purity. This white ram was extraordinarily perfect, emanating an angelic quality that stood in stark contrast to the sinister, black goat. Instinctively, Yang Yin raised his right hand to illuminate the black goat mark. In comparison, the situation felt increasingly bizarre. The left hand symbolized purity, while the right hand embodied malevolence. What could this signify? He found himself momentarily at a loss. Moreover, 2 peculiar dots appeared around the white ram mark, evenly distributed. However, in an instant, Yang Yin comprehended the meaning of it all. Chapter 21. Xiao Dan's anomaly. In that moment, a wave of surprise and joy washed over Yang Yin. The white ram on his left hand represented the power of the extraordinary, while the black goat on his right signified the power of the malevolent deity. A bizarre balance had been achieved. One that was likely unprecedented, at least. He had yet to encounter such a phenomenon amongst Su Qian, Wei Gu, and Captain Li, all of whom followed the orthodox path of Huaxia mythology. Yet Yang Yin was different. He was the evil god Black Goat. After a series of experiments, Yang Yin discovered that his extraordinary power had seemingly intensified, reaching the realm of the second-tier spiritual mist. The two dots on the white ram mark denoted rank. If all proceeded as expected, upon the appearance of 9 dots, he would ascend to the second sequence. Today's revelations surpassed all his expectations. Pondering this, Yang Yin inscribed his significant discovery in his diary, documenting the moment. After summarizing his findings, he felt as though he had seized the initiative. First, he could opt to join the criminal police force, gradually uncovering more hidden truths, as a branch of the headquarters. The criminal police possessed undeniable mastery over the secrets and bizarre occurrences within Huaxia. Second, he could seek out Su Qian to gather information before deciding whether to enter that genius club. However, Yang Yin, as an adult, refused to limit himself to mere choices. He desired it all, and in due course, he would linger in the criminal police while also indulging in the genius club, thus enjoying the best of both worlds. Tomorrow, he would take action, murmuring to himself. Yang Yin grasped the diary and illuminated the black goat mark. A crimson mist enveloped him, cold and eerie, as an uncanny aura permeated the air. Yang Yin's consciousness, along with the diary in hand, vanished from the room. He intended to return to the Temple of the Crimson Mist. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door. Xiao Dan, her hair disheveled, stood outside Yang Yin's room. Her hands hanging loosely at her sides, eyes closed, as if entranced in a dream. Suddenly, Xiao Dan snapped her eyes open. Her gaze was a terrifying pitch black, grotesque in its intensity. Had Yang Yin been present, he would have immediately recognized that her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the outline of the demon's eye. Xiao Dan fixed her stare upon the door, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of the room. To see through Yang Yin entirely, yet, it seemed she ultimately failed. Gradually, she returned to her room, as if in a trance, resuming her slumber. The scene unfolded within an ancient palace. Crimson mist flowed, an ageless aura pervading the air. Seemingly impervious to the ravages of time, in the center of the temple, a peculiar red throne stood, as if it had existed for millennia. Yang Yin reclined upon the deep crimson throne, surveying all beneath a veil of faint red mist. Enigmatic and formidable. Unlike before, the temple had expanded. Beneath the throne, 5 black steps descended, leading into a spacious hall where 4 colossal pillars loomed, shrouded in mystery. With a mere thought, Yang Yin materialized an elegantly antiquated desk before the throne. This desk, resplendent in deep red, exuded sophistication, its wooden legs adorned with metallic details, engraved with symbols of ram's horns, tendrils, and scarlet eyes, all bearing an air of mystique. The diary would rest upon this desk. Upon his return to the Temple of the Crimson Mist, Yang Yin did not encounter the bothersome silly pigeon. However, he knew that with a mere thought, he could summon the pigeon to enliven the atmosphere at any moment. During this visit, Yang Yin wished to validate a hypothesis. He sought to ascertain whether he could bring back Xiao Shui to Huaxia as his aide. After today's peculiar events, Yang Yin sensed that his strength still left much to be desired. Although he possessed the black goat mark as a trump card, he felt it inadequate. After all, the divine power of the Crimson Mist required a cost and could not be used indiscriminately. He needed to prepare additional trump cards to guard against unforeseen occurrences. Thus, Yang Yin summoned Xiao Shui. With a thought, Xiao Shui emerged from the Crimson Mist, his speed surpassing even Hu Ping, my supreme master. You have returned. Xiao Shui maintained his respectful demeanor, kneeling on the ground, draped in a red robe, his lower body composed of skeletal remains, with a pallid complexion resembling that of the undead, yet a sweet smile graced his face. Following the day's bizarre events, Yang Yin found himself with a newfound respect for the cultist. He believed this cultist to be extraordinarily powerful, at least comparable to a third-sequence extraordinary being. Otherwise, The cultist would not have so easily dispatched Xiao Wang at Wudong High School. Gazing at Xiao Wang, Yang Yin focused his thoughts, ready to commence his attempt. In the next moment, Yang Yin's consciousness returned to his bedroom. He sat up from his bed and illuminated the black goat mark, silently uttering a phrase, Xiao Shui. Approximately 0.1 seconds later, Xiao Shui appeared in Yang Yin's bedroom, standing respectfully at the bedside, enveloped in crimson mist. My master, what are your commands? In that instant, Yang Yin's exhilaration found no outlet. He had succeeded, yet he maintained the aura of the black goat, responding coolly, let's conduct an experiment. However, what followed from Xiao Shui left Yang Yin utterly astounded. The smile on Xiao Shui's face remained sweet. My master, should you find yourself hungry in the dead of night, feel free to summon me. I am a capable chef and a responsible man. Moi, Yang Yin. The room fell into a sudden silence. An eerie stillness enveloping the space. Yang Yin felt on the verge of collapse. Xiao Shui's voice was grating, sending shivers down his spine as he uttered the horrifying phrase moi. He pondered whether all beings birthed from the temple of the crimson mist were peculiar creatures, either chatty or disturbingly flirtatious. Yang Yin had expected Xiao Shui to exhibit a bit more seriousness, only to discover he was even more absurd than the silly pigeon. At least the silly pigeon occasionally provided useful information. However, upon reflection, this seemed only logical. After all, the black goat was an evil deity. One could not apply conventional reasoning to understand it. Thus, Yang Yin suppressed all emotions and replied nonchalantly, Xiao Shui, return, in the next instant. Xiao Shui honorably departed, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a wisp of faint crimson mist behind. Time for sleep. Tomorrow he would join the criminal police force. The following day, the Burley Security Company. Yang Yin pushed open the glass door to the office, stepping into the 60-square-meter workspace. The last time he had visited, he had been an isolated survivor. Now, however, he had qualified to become a member of the criminal police. Fate can be remarkably whimsical at times. As Yang Yin entered the security company, several clerical staff members raised their heads in surprise. Isn't he that high school student, Yang Yin? What brings him back? Why does he look so young, barely 18, and yet rather handsome? I feel a bit fearful of him. He seems rather mysterious. Don't be ridiculous. Why would you fear him? He's not going to eat you. Enough chatter. Captain Lee has arrived. Upon seeing Captain Lee, everyone immediately lowered their heads to work, ceasing their whispers. Joining the criminal police was a straightforward process. The first requirement was to be an extraordinary being. The second was to pass a mental evaluation. The third was to ensure no residual bizarre powers lingered. Captain Lee's expression remained cold as he approached Yang Yin, holding two documents in hand. One was a mental evaluation form, and the other was a backup criminal police file. Once these forms were completed and reviewed by superiors, Yang Yin would be able to join that day. Captain Lee held a certain admiration for Yang Yin's extraordinary talent, thus streamlining some of the procedures for him. Of course, Wei Ji's file had long been established, and he was now also considered part of the criminal police. However, just then, a figure appeared at the office door, accompanied by a taunting voice. How laughable! Two newly awakened novices think they are fit to join the criminal police. Chapter 22. The arrogant Lin Bei. Following this, the clerical staff raised their heads once more, seemingly eager for the impending spectacle. Hearing the provocative voice, Yang Yin turned to look at a youth, seemingly around 23 years of age, entered the room. He sported a slicked-back hairstyle and donned a denim jacket. His chin was sharp, and his demeanor exuded arrogance, his gaze dismissive of those around him. This brazen young man stepped forward, and upon noticing the silence among the crowd, his provocative voice rang out once more. Captain Lee. As per the directives from headquarters, newly inducted detectives are required to undergo a 6-month evaluation period, and only upon satisfactory assessment can they officially join. Do you not think your current approach is somewhat inappropriate? It was evident that this arrogant youth had come to stir trouble. Given the frequent occurrence of bizarre incidents in Huaxia, and considering that Jiangping City was already severely understaffed, merely having extraordinary individuals join was a blessing. If the old protocol of a 6-month evaluation were to be upheld, the citizens of this city would have perished long ago amidst the chaos, leaving no room for rescue. Thus, the higher-ups had tacitly permitted the captain of the detective team to autonomously assess extraordinary individuals. As long as the captain deemed them fit, they could join the detective ranks. Moreover, individuals like Yang Yin and Wei Gu, who had miraculously survived, undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities worthy of cultivation. Captain Li believed that, given sufficient time for growth, they would not be mere novices. With this in mind, Captain Li regarded the youth and inquired, "And you are?" The arrogant youth scoffed and casually chose a seat in the office. Crossing his legs nonchalantly, "You can call me Lin Bei. I have been sent by the higher-ups to join your detective team." Upon hearing this, both Yang Yin and Captain Li furrowed their brows slightly. Their impression of this individual named Lin Bei was exceedingly poor. How could someone like him possibly be sent by the higher-ups? Captain Li, being a seasoned veteran, maintained his composure and replied, "Comrade Lin Bei, I have not received any notification from the higher-ups, nor have I seen your detective file. Please provide me with your detective ID number." In response, Lin Bei let out a cold laugh and stood up from his chair, stating, "I am dispatched by Commander Hu Ping. If you have any questions, you may address them directly to him." Another mention of Hu Ping. Could it be that he was a spy sent by the upper echelons? Yang Yin cast a cold glare at Lin Bei, an instinctive sense informing him that this young man was not to be trifled with. Hearing the commotion from the office, Mo Fan and Li Xinxin emerged from their rooms and approached Captain Li. Li Xinxin, with a hint of trepidation, cast furtive glances at Lin Bei. Upon the mention of Hu Ping's name, Captain Li's expression darkened. He too sensed that Lin Bei was sent by the higher-ups to oversee Jiangping City. Perhaps the intention of the higher command was not to provide support, but rather to impose surveillance. After all, the bizarre incidents at Wudong High School had created a significant impact and were still under lockdown. Not yet resolved, a heavy silence enveloped the office for a few moments. Although Lin Bei's demeanor was somewhat arrogant and dismissive, this was ultimately a directive from the higher-ups, and Captain Li could not refute it. At that moment, Yang Yin, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Lin Bei, could you repeat what you just said about someone being trash?" As he spoke, Yang Yin slowly turned his head, his gaze deep and frigid, fixed intently on Lin Bei. Yang Yin had little tolerance for such arrogance, especially when it was accompanied by derogatory remarks towards others. Following Yang Yin's challenge, the atmosphere in the office shifted, with everyone alert and prepared to witness the unfolding drama. They had encountered a similar scene a few days prior when Yang Yin, then an ordinary person, had dared to confront Commander Hu Ping of the fourth sequence, let alone this Lin Bei. From their perspective, Yang Yin appeared somewhat reckless, his brilliance too readily apparent. However, from another angle, one could hardly stand idly by while being insulted outright. Thus, many of the office's clerical staff felt that Yang Yin was justified in his response, even thinking to themselves, truly a warrior, exhibiting a strong character. Lin Bei's face instantly morphed into a mask of fury. "Huh? Since when did a mere rookie like you have the right to speak? Have you even matured enough to engage in this conversation?" In Lin Bei's eyes, Yang Yin was merely a first-tier warrior, recently awakened, posing no real threat. Yet Yang Yin maintained his calm demeanor, stepping closer to Lin Bei, his gaze still penetrating. "Lin Bei, how did you come to be appointed as an extraordinary detective with such arrogance?" Lin Bei seemed genuinely enraged by Yang Yin's provocation. "Shut your mouth with that." Lin Bei took a bold step forward, his extraordinary power surging, his right fist clenched, as if he were about to strike Yang Yin squarely in the face. Yang Yin remained unfazed at this moment. He had gleaned enough about Lin Bei's capabilities. He was a master-level extraordinary individual, likely possessing a strength-based path. Meanwhile, Captain Li's expression tightened, revealing a rare astonishment. He is a fifth-tier master? Within the detective ranks, anyone who achieved the second tier had the right to become a detective captain. Captain Li himself was a third-tier master. He had not anticipated that Hu Ping would dispatch a fifth-tier master. What could this mean? Was he being replaced as the captain of Jiangping City? In that instant, a wave of unease washed over Captain Li. Not only him, but the other personnel in the office were also taken aback. This audacious youth was indeed a fifth-tier master? It was no wonder he displayed such arrogance. After all, Captain Li was merely a third-tier master. Could it be that Jiangping City was on the verge of significant changes? Were they to replace their captain again? Was this Lin Bei being groomed for the position? What implication did this hold? I do not like this Lin Bei. Precisely. Though Captain Li may be cold, he treats us well. I do not wish for a change in leadership. The clerical staff murmured quietly among themselves. Mo Fan and Li Xinxin also bore serious expressions, sensing that Lin Bei had come to create chaos. At that moment, Yang Yan's Aries mark began to glow, enveloping him in a faint mist. Faced with a master-level extraordinary being, Yang Yin might find himself at a disadvantage, yet he would not yield an inch. If it came down to a confrontation, Yang Yin would not hesitate to employ a bit of crimson mist power to incapacitate this arrogant Lin Bei. Those who have spoken to me in such a manner have all met their demise. Lin Bei declared, his extraordinary power radiating a heavy aura. Is that so? Someone once spoke to me in a similar fashion, and he met a most tragic end. Yang Yin retorted nonchalantly. Lin Bei's anger flared. However, just as the two were on the verge of striking each other, Captain Li interjected. Gentlemen, I implore you to show some restraint. This is, after all, the detective office. I have just received notifications from the higher-ups. Lin Bei, welcome to our detective team. With that, Captain Li positioned himself between Yang Yin and Lin Bei, while simultaneously the icy power within him began to subtly awaken. Hearing Captain Li's mediation, Lin Bei shot a furious glare at Yang Yin before relenting. Kid, next time you may not be so fortunate. I hope you don't perish within my crimson mist. Yang Yin silently responded, choosing not to speak further. Subsequently, Yang Yin smoothly joined the detective team. Given the shortage of personnel in Jiangping City, having an additional extraordinary individual was indeed beneficial. Yet, what unsettled him was the presence of the brash Lin Bei within the team. Most concerning to Yang Yin was the possibility that Lin Bei was a spy sent by Hu Ping to monitor him. Nevertheless, Yang Yin believed that such an arrogant individual would not last long. As Yang Yin completed the signing of all necessary documents, the office doors swung open once more, revealing a plump figure. "I've missed you all dearly in just one day. Surprise, everyone. Wei Guo is back." Chapter 23. The Second Extraordinary Commander. Changjian. Wei Guo greeted warmly as he strolled in, exuding a friendliness that made it seem as if everyone in the office were his close friends and allies. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Bei had already vacated the office. Otherwise, a confrontation between Lin Bei and Wei Guo would have been inevitable. Upon seeing Wei Guo and Yang Yin together, Captain Li, holding a document, addressed them. Though you have successfully joined, the most basic training is still required. From here on out, Mo Fan will guide you through the intricacies of Huaxia, the peculiar incidents, and some secrets pertaining to extraordinary individuals. With that, Mo Fan approached Yang Yin and warmly said, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Yang Yin's heart soared at the prospect of uncovering the secrets of extraordinary beings and the history of Huaxia. This was precisely what he had worked tirelessly to achieve. The headquarters of Guangnan Province. Huaxia is divided into 5 major provinces, each housing a headquarters for extraordinary beings. The Guangnan Provincial Headquarters is one of them. In a spacious conference room, an elliptical table capable of accommodating 30 individuals for meetings was situated at the center. Present at the table were several high-ranking officials from Guangnan Province, including Hu Ping. They were engaged in a discussion regarding the bizarre incidents at Wudong High School and the situation in Jiangping City. Hu Ping, what is the status of Jiangping City? Wudong High School has been entirely compromised. However, 2 survivors remain. That enormous, terrifying eye is still restless, yet it has been sealed off for now, posing no immediate threat. I recommend deploying additional personnel to eliminate the terrifying eye at Wudong High School to prevent future complications. Hu Ping, however, responded, No, this eye is exceedingly peculiar. Once it fully manifests, it may remain permanently inscribed there. Unless what? Unless the headquarters of Huaxia dispatches high-ranking powerhouses and employs advanced spiritual treasures to obliterate the entire Wudong High School, such an undertaking would demand an exorbitant amount of extraordinary power. Is it not absurd that a mere Jiangping City would warrant the attention of Huaxia's headquarters? I vehemently disagree. Moreover, the extraordinary individuals in Huaxia are already scarce, and high-ranking ones are vital assets to the nation. To seek assistance over such a trivial matter would only invite ridicule from other provinces. Would there be any chance of eradicating this eye if the 5 governors of Guangnan Province intervened? Hu Ping responded, if the 5 governors were to act, the probability of success would likely not exceed 1. The power of that eye is far too enigmatic for us to contend with. A win rate of less than 1. All the leaders and high-ranking officials present fell into silence. The highest combat power in Guangnan Province rests solely with those 5 extraordinary governors. Among the 5 major provinces of Huaxia, Guangnan Province is the least economically prosperous and suffers from a poor geographical position, lacking both coastal access and abundant regional resources. This has led to a significant loss of extraordinary powerhouses. Additionally, Guangnan Province is the smallest in area. Its standing within Huaxia is already low, and with the recent surge of bizarre incidents, the responsibilities of these high-ranking officials cannot be evaded. If this eye is not swiftly dealt with, it may become a considerable threat in the future. The higher-ups will undoubtedly seek accountability, possibly resulting in the dismissal of all these officials. At this moment, another governor in the conference room spoke up softly. Esteemed members, I have a proposal. The speaker was a man in a suit named Chen Jian, approximately 37 years of age, with a kindly demeanor that exuded approachability. Chen Jian is one of the 5 governors of Guanan province. As he spoke, all eyes in the conference room turned towards him, including Hu Ping's. Everyone, we might consider ignoring that eye for the time being, as it has not yet erupted, has it? Even if we were to eliminate this threat, it would come at an immense cost, something Hu Ping should be well aware of. With a gentle smile, Chen Jian cast a glance at Hu Ping. However, Hu Ping knew all too well that Chen Jian was a cunning fox, exceedingly sly. Thus, I suggest we temporarily set Jiangping City aside and only take action in the event of an emergency. The words sent a shockwave through the high-ranking officials. Set aside? What does that mean? One leader exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Jian remained silent, merely smiling. The room was enveloped in silence. Chen Jian's intent was clear, a strategy of delay. Since the resurgence of the Red Moon, bizarre incidents have been countless. Some of these events occur only once, then fade into eternal silence. Who would be willing to risk their life to provoke that terrifying eye? In this light, remaining silent may indeed prove to be a prudent solution. What if that eye is merely a feint? What if nothing is amiss in Jiangping City? Would that not be a stroke of good fortune? Almost 90 of the senior leadership entertained this notion of chance. Consequently, by the end of the meeting, the majority of the higher-ups tacitly approved this plan, while the few dissenting leaders could only acquiesce to the majority, falling silent. Even Hu Ping, who had visited Wudong High School, found it hard to voice any objections. He realized that his individual strength was as insignificant as dust, even as a 4th-tier extraordinary in this era, with the impending resurrection of the evil god. Everyone was on edge. After the meeting, the high-ranking officials nearly finalized their response strategy. Silenced in simple terms, it meant to observe quietly. As long as nothing went awry, they would disregard it. If it became unmanageable, they would seal it off and reassess. Ultimately, only Chen Jian and Hu Ping remained in the conference room. Chen Jian gazed at Hu Ping, smirking coldly. Hu Ping, I have taken the liberty of dispatching an extraordinary individual to assist Jiangping City under your name. I trust you won't mind. Given that Hu Ping was recently responsible for the bizarre incidents at Wudong High School in Jiangping City, his name still held considerable weight there. Hu Ping looked at Chen Jian with a calm expression, though his eyes held a cold glint. Borrowing my name? Chen Jian, what are you scheming? At that moment, Chen Jian's amiable smile had vanished, replaced by a cunning, selfish demeanor. Did I not mention? It's for the purpose of rescue. Chen Jian's words were laced with deception. Hu Ping loathed dealing with Chen Jian. The man was far too scheming and treacherous. It was unexpected that Chen Jian would send an extraordinary individual to Jiangping City under Hu Ping's name. However, Hu Ping did not dwell on it. The only concern that weighed on his mind was the young man, Yang Yin, who had emerged alive from Wudong High School. In the end, Hu Ping said nothing, walked past Chen Jian's shoulder, and exited the office. Only Chen Jian remained in the conference room. Guanan province is vast, and Huaxia is even larger at this moment. Yang Yin remained unaware that Lin Bei was not sent by Hu Ping. The true threat lurking against Yang Yin was Chen Jian. Standing alone in the center of the conference room, Chen Jian gazed out at the towering buildings, his eyes reflecting a complex and chilling hue. In this era of the Red Moon, with countless bizarre incidents, how could one survive without employing some tricks? Chapter 24. The 7 Great Evil Gods, the Mighty Security Company. Within an archive room, Mo Fan was leading Wei Gu and Yang Yin on a tour, explaining essential secrets to them. Undoubtedly, the archive room was the most confidential area of the entire agency, accessible only to extraordinary detectives. Inside the room, various bizarre incidents were documented, alongside many secrets about extraordinary beings compiled by predecessors, as well as research concerning the evil gods. This constituted a significant part of Huaxia's history. For the time traveler Yang Yin, he was in dire need of such hidden information. The layout resembled that of a library, akin to a small-scale library. The trio walked between the shelves, inhaling the mingled scents of ink and paper, which felt somewhat oppressive. Dust danced in the sunlight, suspended in the air like a layer of golden powder. I trust you are already aware of the arrival of the Red Moon and the general information regarding bizarre powers. However, as extraordinary detectives, merely knowing this is insufficient. First, let me elucidate the history of extraordinary beings. Over the past millennium, we have identified 12 mythological pathways. They are the creator god Pango, the goddess Nuwa, the fire god Zhurong, the ice god Xianming, the Erlang god Yangjian, the diviner Fuxi. Wei Gu, your pathway is the creator god Pango, hence you excel in close combat and focus on strength. As for you, Yang Yin, your extraordinary pathway remains unclear to me for now. My extraordinary pathway is the diviner Fuxi. Adept in deduction, seeking the essence of things, and skilled in invention. This moment, Yang Yin suddenly understood. He finally grasped how that peculiar firearm in Mo Fan's hand came to be. It was his own invention. Extraordinary abilities are indeed wondrous. Yang Yin silently marveled. Continuing, Mo Fan added, Li Xinxin excels in manipulating fire. Her extraordinary pathway is quite evident, belonging to the fire god Zhurong. Our captain, Bing Bing, is equally easy to guess. Her extraordinary pathway is the ice god Xianming. By the way, the Lin Bei from earlier also follows the pathway of the creator god Pango. Upon hearing this, Wei Ji's brow furrowed slightly. What the hell? What kind of international joke is this? What level is he to dare share the same extraordinary pathway as me? I could easily pin him to the ground and teach him a lesson. Yang Yin paid no heed to Wei Ji's banter and calmly inquired, Mo Fan, aren't there 12 pathways? What about the other 6? Mo Fan closed the file in his hand and returned it to the shelf. Among the 12 mythological pathways, some are classified and not disclosed. At least we detectives of our rank are not yet qualified to know. I have a hunch that your extraordinary pathway may be a rare pathway. Mo Fan, my Black Mountain Goat. Pathway is the only one, not a rare pathway, thank you. Yang Yin mentally retorted. Coming back to reality, Yang Yin felt puzzled. Are there pathways that even extraordinary detectives are not qualified to know? Noticing Yang Yin and Wei Ji's confusion, Mo Fan explained. Each of us awakens different talents. Some pathways have very few awakeners and are classified as rare pathways. These rare pathways seem to pertain to significant secrets, accessible only to the higher echelons of Huaxia, reportedly related to becoming a god. Yang Yin and Wei Gu were both taken aback. Becoming a god? Indeed, all extraordinary beings are seeds chosen by ancient deities, and our ultimate goal is to become gods. You must understand this. Our awakening is not due to luck, but because we were selected by the gods. Subsequently, Mo Fan opened a heavy file and continued. You may find it hard to believe, but when the evil gods fully awaken, the only ones who can contend with the gods are the gods themselves. Only deities can oppose deities. This is an ironclad rule. However, thus far, no one in Huaxia has ever stepped into that realm. By the way, our extraordinary beings have longer lifespans than ordinary people. The higher the rank, the longer the lifespan. It is said that Huaxia's only supreme being has remained at the 9th rank for nearly 1,000 years. However, Huaxia has never produced an extraordinary being that has become a god. Supreme being? Huaxia still has a supreme being. Wei Gu wore an expression of astonishment, his eyes fixed intently on Mo Fan. Yang Yin was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that such rumors still existed in this world. No, he did not regard it as mere hearsay. This was history, the authentic history of Huaxia. Furthermore, Yang Yin perceived that the deities were undoubtedly the most enigmatic entities within this realm. The ancient gods and malevolent deities of Huaxia had existed for millennia, engaging in conflict for countless years, yet had not fully awakened, maintaining a peculiar balance. This suggested that a monumental event had undoubtedly transpired 1,000 years ago. Perhaps the War of the Gods. Subsequently, Yang Yin inquired, Mo Fan, can we interpret this as the mythos of Huaxia contending against the myths of malevolence? Upon hearing this perspective, Mo Fan regarded Yang Yin with exceptional surprise. Yang Yin? Your line of thought is remarkably innovative. I had not considered this interpretation. At that moment, the restless Wei Gu patted Yang Yin on the shoulder and remarked, Yang Yin, could you perhaps tone down your brilliance a little? Your damned cleverness is making me feel like a foolish pig, out of sync with the two of you. Mo Fan chuckled softly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and continued, Next, let us delve deeper into the 7 great evil deities. Instantly, Yang Yan's pupils narrowed slightly. In Jumping City, South District. At the Long Dragon Amusement Park. Today was a weekend, with clear skies, and many parents had brought their children to enjoy the park, the sounds of laughter and chatter filling the air. Roller coasters, drop towers, pendulum rides, bumper cars. Screams echoed continuously. Amidst the throng, few noticed a peculiar child. Standing at a mere 1.30 meters, his complexion was an unsettling shade of dark, his pupils dim, lacking the innocence and brilliance typical of children. Exuding an air of gloom, perhaps it was due to his new clothing, which concealed the heart that pierced through him, preventing passerby from being frightened. Or maybe his height rendered him inconspicuous. The odd child wandered through the amusement park, seemingly in search of something, muttering occasionally, "Chijin, where are you?" Before long, the peculiar child arrived at a ticket booth for the roller coaster. He did not queue but rather slipped directly into the line, the dark aura surrounding him chilling the air around. Whose child is this? How dare he cut in line? Where are the parents? Such a lack of upbringing. Who teaches their child to cut in line? If this is the kind of child society produces, it would descend into chaos. The ticket sellers were questioned. Is there no attendant here? While one child cutting in line may not seem significant, this behavior cannot spread. If everyone did so, what would we play? The Northwest Wind. The group of parents and children expressed their agitation, dissatisfied with the odd child's behavior. That moment, one parent could no longer restrain himself and approached the peculiar child. "Hey, where did you come from?" However, as soon as the parent opened his mouth, the odd child twisted his foot, his gaze dark as that of a demon, and with a swift motion, his tender right hand seized the man's head. Twisting it off, splatter! A spray of blood erupted, staining the ground. The peculiar child then revealed an impatient expression, his voice aged as if spoken by a centenarian. Noisy in an instant, the entire ticket queue erupted into chaos. The air filled with piercing screams. "Ah! Someone has died." Chapter 25. The Disappearing Black Goat Files at the Mighty Man Security Company. Within the archive room, Mo Fan picked up a black dossier and continued. The 7 great evil deities are the highest secrets compiled by our ancestors over a millennium. The evil deities are the source of the bizarre powers in this world, the greatest foes of us extraordinary beings. According to our current rank, we can only access the files of 2 of the evil deities, and even those are incomplete. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin found it utterly perplexing. If the evil deities were indeed our enemies, why would the higher-ups conceal such information? Why were only certain ranks of extraordinary detectives deemed worthy of knowing? This defied logic. Yang Yin sensed that the Huaxia headquarters was deliberately hiding something. The secrets of this enigmatic world were far too numerous. Mo Fan proceeded to elucidate to Yang Yin and Wei Gu. The first evil deity is known as the Eye of the Demon. It is an immense eye, with dark red pupils and no whites, resembling a black eye emitting a crimson glow, riddled with vicious cracks. According to the dossier, the Eye of the Demon has 4 divine envoys, namely Chime Wangliang, each an exceedingly terrifying existence, their power rivaling that of our Sequence 3. However, these envoys do not kill indiscriminately, nor do they easily manufacture bizarre events. They follow their own patterns of action. Thus, we rarely encounter them. These envoys have but one purpose: to collect human souls, tirelessly aiding the Eye of the Demon in its revival. The bizarre incidents at Wudong High School are related to the Eye of the Demon, caused by one of its envoys. As he spoke, Mo Fan turned to Yang Yin, aware that as a survivor, Yang Yin must have encountered that envoy. Wei Gu, growing increasingly fearful, trembled with anxiety, unconsciously drawing closer to Yang Yin. Gripping his ARM.AT that moment, Yang Yin finally comprehended. It turned out that Xiao Shui was one of the 4 divine envoys. For some reason, Yang Yin recalled the words Xiao Shui had once uttered. Once the Eye of the Demon awakens, this world will enter an era of deities. And you mere ants, shall become slaves crawling upon the ground. In a wonder, there was a massive outline of an eye inscribed on the playground of Wudong High School. It was intended to assist in the revival of the Eye of the Demon. Yang Yin suddenly grasped many things, but he also smiled bitterly. By turning Xiao Shui into a servant, he had inadvertently forged an enmity with the Eye of the Demon. It must be said, Yang Yin was indeed a good person, a benevolent evil deity. His method of revival was unique. As long as one reached sequence 9, he could awaken without harming innocent beings. Alas, as the ancient said, virtue carries all things. Contemplating this, Yang Yin inquired, "What about the second evil deity?" Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang suddenly. It was a call from team leader Li. Fan. A bizarre incident has occurred at the Long Dragon amusement park in the South District. Immediate action is required. Suddenly, Mo Fan's expression tightened, and his brow furrowed. The Long Dragon amusement park was the largest amusement park in Jiangping City, and being a holiday, it was teeming with visitors. Should an incident arise, it would undoubtedly not be a trivial matter, at least. It would be a Class B disaster. Wei Gu, noticing Mo Fan's unease, began to chatter incessantly. "Xiao Fan, why are you so tense? Did the second evil deity frighten you?" "Don't worry, Wei Gu, will be right by your side to protect you." Mantis Fist, activate. Mo Fan immediately put away the dossier in his hands and addressed Yang Yin and Wei Gu. "An incident has occurred at the Long Dragon amusement park in the East District. We must go handle it. However, you two have just joined today, so you may stay here to familiarize yourselves with the files and the office environment." As soon as Mo Fan finished speaking, Wei Gu was the first to object vehemently. He was instantly agitated. "No way. I am a man. How can I remain in the office? Fan Gu, do you not regard my Mantis Fist with esteem? I must accompany you. Life and death are trivial. If I am not satisfied, I will fight." Yang Yin remained silent. Since Wei Gu had spoken up, he was certainly inclined to join the fray alongside them. At this moment, Mo Fan was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that Yang Yin and Wei Gu would voluntarily request to engage in battle. It is worth noting that every time a task was executed, it was akin to treading the precipice of life and death, infinitely perilous. This was the fate of extraordinary detectives. Yet, the two youths before him exhibited no fear whatsoever. Mo Fan felt a sense of comfort and nodded. Very well. To be honest, Yang Yin thought that Wei Gu was indeed a remarkable individual. The bizarre events were exceedingly dangerous. He could not comprehend how Wei Gu managed to be so audacious, seemingly unperturbed by the bizarre powers. Money? It surely could not be the motive. Wei Gu was likely the most unique among wealthy offspring. He had no interest in luxury cars, did not frequent bars, nor did he engage in frivolous romances. His greatest hobbies in life were boasting, dining, and having his feet washed, properly washed feet. "Well, let us go together." Yang Yin glanced at Mo Fan, his tone remarkably calm. Finally, Yang Yin did not forget to cast a glance at the dossier in Mo Fan's hands. It bore only 3 words, Black Goat. The second evil deity was the Black Goat. However, the records concerning the Black Goat were entirely blank. Huaxia held no documentation regarding the Black Goat. Yang Yin furrowed his brow, perceiving that the evil deity Black Goat was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Then, without further delay, Mo Fan solemnly declared, "Gentlemen, we must depart." At the Long Dragon amusement park, the roller coaster ticket booth, lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground, the air thick with the stench of blood. The incessant noise from the parents had driven the peculiar child to eliminate the entire queue. Meanwhile, screams of terror echoed throughout the amusement park, the crowd growing increasingly chaotic. However, these screams were not born of exhilaration but of sheer fright. Almost everyone had witnessed the horrifying scene unfold before their eyes. A child seemingly under 10 years of age had wreaked a bloody catastrophe. At that moment, people were fleeing towards the exit, their faces etched with terror. Yet, the peculiar child showed no inclination to continue his rampage. To him, killing held no significance. Aiding the revival of the demon's eye was the ultimate objective. At present, the peculiar child merely sought something of great importance here. Suddenly, the strange child furrowed his brow, as if sensing something. He slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the amusement park. Softly murmuring in an ancient voice, "An extraordinary being has arrived." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the amusement park, Captain Li led a team of detectives to the scene of the incident. This time, aside from Captain Li and the 5 members including Yang Yin, Lin Bei also joined them. However, Lin Bei displayed a nonchalant demeanor, his thoughts far from the bizarre events at hand. Truth be told, had it not been for Captain Li's urging, Lin Bei would not have come. After all, his intention for joining the detective squad was neither to be a hero nor to safeguard Jiangping City. Before long, Captain Li sensed a faint, peculiar energy. This strange force was unlike ordinary supernatural occurrences. It could very well herald a fierce battle. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a tightening in his chest. He was all too familiar with this eerie energy. Previously, at Wudong High School, he had encountered it before. It was the aura of a cultist. Chapter 26. The bizarre incident at the amusement park. Quickly, Yang Yin deduced the situation. It was the second divine envoy. He turned to Captain Li and said, "Captain Li, this should be the peculiar aura of the second divine envoy." Hearing Yang Yin's words, Captain Li gazed at him in astonishment. He knew that Yang Yin had survived Wudong High School and had likely witnessed the power of cultists. Thus, Captain Li trusted Yang Yin's judgment and dared not take it lightly. At this moment, Captain Li appeared somewhat anxious. The power of cultists was not something they could face casually. Each cultist was a formidable adversary. Without the strength of Sequence 3, confronting them would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Captain Li was aware of a pattern among cultists. They did not kill indiscriminately. They only engaged in actions of significance. Moreover, with 6 extraordinary beings present, they might just be able to resist. Therefore, he held a tentative confidence in managing this bizarre incident and ensuring the safety of the amusement park's visitors. Yet, at this moment, Lin Bei, standing to the side, spoke bitterly, "Yang Yin, what are you pretending for? Do you think you understand this situation? Isn't this just the aura of a strange person? If we perish here, it will be directly related to you." Lin Bei's words were laced with venom. Yang Yin had endured him for quite a while. However, before Yang Yin could respond, Wei Gu stepped forward. With a look of disdain, he displayed the bravado of a master debater. "Oh, look at you. You little brat. In this world, only Xiaoyan can call me fatty. Who do you think you are? With that pinched face and slicked back hair, do you think you're Chow Yun Fat? Do you really believe you can be the god of gambling? What a joke! Bah! You little rascal." Given Lin Bei's sharp jawline, Wei Gu had taken to calling him pinched face monkey. Although Lin Bei was arrogant, he was no match for the eloquence of the master debater Wei Gu. He recalled that even as an international debate champion, he had to concede to Wei Gu, not daring to say much. "You must be tired of living," Lin Bei retorted, his spiritual energy already beginning to spread. An extraordinary aura suddenly expanding. Seeing Lin Bei take action, Wei Gu immediately hid behind Yang Yin, his small eyes darting about. Although both were on the Pango path, if a fight broke out, Wei Gu stood no chance. He was merely a first-tier warrior, while Lin Bei was a fifth-tier master. This was the stark disparity among extraordinary beings. In Wei Ji's logic, if it came to verbal disputes, he would confront Lin Bei. If it came to physical confrontation, he would rely on Yang Yi, and no matter what occurred, hiding behind Yang Yin was always a sound strategy. Just then, Captain Li's indifferent voice rang out. Enough. As soon as Captain Li's words fell, a throng of panicked individuals surged from the amusement park's entrance. Children, elegant women in stockings, young people, and families. These people had been frightened out by the peculiar child in their frantic escape. Some even stumbled to the ground, helplessly crawling, their bodies trembling in sheer terror. Subsequently, Captain Li's calm voice echoed again. "Mo Fan, you go evacuate the crowd. The rest of you follow me as we search for the cultists." Li Xinxin and Mo Fan both responded earnestly, "Yes." Captain Lin Bei's expression was far from pleased. He detested being ordered about. Yet, since he was already there, he had no choice but to follow in Captain Li's footsteps as they ventured into the amusement park. Don't expect me to take action. I hope you all perish here, and then I can ascend to the position of captain," Lin Bei thought to himself. Meanwhile, Yang Yin's brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in contemplation. If there truly was a cultist inside, could they truly withstand it with just their strength? If the cultist possessed at least the strength of Sequence 3, would they not be walking into their doom? Moreover, the bizarre powers of cultists could not be measured merely by sequence, for they were the messengers of the evil gods. Yet, Yang Yin recalled the descriptions of cultists from the files. These divine envoys rarely killed indiscriminately or manufactured bizarre incidents lightly. They followed their own patterns of action. Generally speaking, humans rarely encounter cultists. However, given the recent frequency of cultist appearances, this was certainly not a positive sign. The delicate balance of Jiangping City seemed to have been disrupted. Were it not for Yang Yan's assurance of his own safety, he would never have risked participating in such a mission. After all, the disparity in strength between the cultists and themselves was far too great. Before long, Captain Lee led the other four into the amusement park. They found that all the entertainment facilities had come to a halt, including the roller coaster. The good news was that, under Officer Mo Fan's guidance, nearly all the visitors had safely evacuated. Mo Fan's extraordinary path was Fushi, and his strength was roughly that of an 8th-tier warrior. With that magical pistol, he could easily calm people and have them adhere to his commands. This was the charm of the Fushi path, capable of discerning the essence of matters, thus facilitating the completion of most tasks with ease. Following the direction of the scent of blood, the five soon discovered the site of the bizarre incident. It was the ticket booth of the roller coaster. A line of about 20 individuals lay sprawled in a pool of blood, their deaths gruesome and tragic, clearly indicative of the cultists' ruthlessness. However, the perpetrator responsible for this massacre had long since vanished. In Captain Lee's view, the assailant could be either a cultist or a strange entity, but he leaned more towards the former, trusting Yang Yan's assessment. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the ticket booth's window. Everyone, there's something amiss. As soon as Captain Lee's words fell, even Lin Bei's expression turned grave. In this life and death crisis, there was no room for jest. Yang Yan gently clenched his left hand, causing the Aries mark to glow brightly, enveloping his body in a veil of pale white mist. An aura of a 2nd-tier warrior surged forth instantly. Concurrently, the other four activated their extraordinary powers, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The heavy energies of Lin Bei and Wei Gu, Captain Lee's icy power, and the blazing flames of Li Xinxin all converged. Under the resistance of these extraordinary forces, the strange energy seemed to wane considerably. In the next moment, that shadow reappeared, darting past them like an elusive specter. Wei Gu unleashed the mantis fist once more, ready for battle. In Yang Yan's hand, a short blade materialized, shrouded in swirling white mist, exuding an air of mystery. Captain Lee employed his second skill, Ice Spear, gripping a hefty weapon composed of strange ice, resembling a crystalline halberd, with strands of cold air swirling around it. Truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Li Xinxin had already summoned flickering flames in her hands, her first extraordinary skill, Fire Seed. Since Lin Bei was a master-level extraordinary being, he manifested a heavy stone hammer in his grasp, seemingly weighing tens of thousands of pounds. This was the second skill of the Pengu path, Heavy Hammer. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from beside them, reminiscent of a centenarian. Indeed, extraordinary beings reveal their unique talents. As they turned towards the source of the voice, their pupils dilated in shock. It was actually a child. Chapter 27. The terrifying ghostly sound. Even Captain Lee wore a look of horror. He had been safeguarding Jiangping City for a decade. Throughout these 10 years, Jiangping City had maintained an exceptionally stable state, with only a handful of bizarre incidents occurring each year, none of which were particularly severe, resulting in few casualties. However, in the past week, bizarre events had surged in frequency, each more enigmatic than the last, with the incident at Wudong High School serving as a prime example. Now, they were confronted with a child so peculiar. He had never encountered this sallow-faced child before. At least during his missions, he had never dealt with this strange child. Captain Lee had a foreboding feeling. It seemed Jiangping City was on the verge of a significant upheaval. In a state of astonishment, Team Leader Lee tightened his grip on the ice spear, his expression grave as he fixated on the peculiar child before him. The remaining four members shared his sentiment. Yang Yan felt that this child was even more bizarre than the cultist from Wudong Middle School. The child's appearance was that of a young one, yet his voice resonated like that of a centenarian, aged and raspy. The power of the malevolent deity was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. For reasons unknown, Yang Yan found himself contemplating the idea of taking this child as a servant. Li Xinxin maintained her evasive demeanor, seemingly more affected by social anxiety than if the malevolent deity himself had appeared. Appearing delicate yet, in truth, unafraid of anything. Wei Gu, on the other hand, was nearly paralyzed with fear, and he had a troublesome habit of feeling the urge to relieve himself when anxious, leading to an unfortunate series of flatulent mishaps that were rather odorous. Nevertheless, he still assumed the posture of the praying mantis fist. Lin Bei seemed to be losing his nerve, his face filled with terror, as if he wished to retreat immediately. He had no desire to lose his life in this haunted place. The strange child stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no immediate intention to attack, seemingly intrigued by the extraordinary individuals before him. Suddenly, the child's dark, penetrating gaze fell upon Yang Yan, sending a chill down his spine, as if he were being pierced by a hidden dagger. "Oh, your physique is rather unusual, differing from the extraordinary powers of others," the strange child remarked with a cold smile. In the next instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing right before Yang Yan. He could teleport. The group was taken aback in shock. Was this not the hallmark ability of the fourth sequence? As the strange child began his movement, Team Leader Li's expression tightened. He relinquished his grip on the ice spear, which shot toward the child with great speed. The temperature around them plummeted, and a crisp sound reverberated in the air, as if the moisture had crystallized into ice. Simultaneously, the flames in Li Xinxin's hands expanded rapidly, engulfing the strange child in a conflagration, creating an icy inferno. Yet, the child remained unmoved, seemingly devoid of any desire to retaliate. However, Wei Gu, emboldened by a curious mix of bravado and folly, swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, directly at the child's face. "Little Yin, I've told you before. As long as I, Wei Gu, am here, I will protect you." Praying Mantis Fist, activate. At that moment, the three of them launched their attacks simultaneously. A surge of immense extraordinary power surged toward the strange child, akin to relentless ocean waves crashing against the shore. Before Wei Gu's fist could connect with the child's face, the strange child moved once more. His youthful fist clenched tightly, summoning swirling tendrils of deep black mist around him. As the eerie power revived like bamboo shoots after rain, a chilling wind swept through the air. More terrifyingly, the strange child smiled, his expression pale and ghastly as he laughed. An ominous sound wave emanated from the black mist, eerie and terrifying, akin to the wails of the damned. As the ghostly sound resonated, it morphed into layers of terrifying ripples that intertwined with the extraordinary powers of Team Leader Li and the others, spreading out like water. Yet this state lasted only for a moment. Blood began to trickle from their mouths, utterly unable to withstand the terrifying sound waves of the strange child. In an instant, their extraordinary powers seemed to have been wiped away, vanishing without a trace. Even the ice spear in Team Leader Li's hand shattered. With a resounding crash, Team Leader Li, Li Xinxin, and Wei Gu were sent sprawling backward, lying on the ground in a state of utter disarray and agony. The trio of extraordinary individuals had barely managed to withstand one of the strange child's attacks. The sound was piercing and shrill, as if it had erupted from the depths of hell, striking at the most fragile aspects of their humanity, causing excruciating headaches and unbearable pain. Had it not been for the fact that all present were extraordinary beings, they would have likely succumbed to that ghostly sound, their bodies bursting apart. Yet, Yang Yin could discern that the strange child had held back. It appeared he had no intention of killing them. Indeed, the cultist's grand objective was the resurrection of the malevolent deity. All else was inconsequential. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Yin refrained from immediately employing the power of the Black Goat Mark. He wished to investigate this strange child further. After all, there had been another peculiar cultist at the Red Mist Shrine. To Yang Yan's surprise, the ghostly sound attack of the strange child did not persist long. The haunting sound gradually faded, weakening until it vanished from their ears. Beside them, Lin Bei was in a state of panic. His earlier bravado evaporated as he gazed at the strange child before him. It was apparent that he had never encountered such a terrifying anomaly before. After all, cultists typically lurked in the shadows of the city, rarely showing themselves. Thus, even the headquarters possessed scant records regarding them. However, Lin Bei had no intention of engaging. He certainly did not wish to provoke such an eerie creature. Having effortlessly dismantled the combined attack from Team Leader Li and the others, the strange child paid them no further heed. He continued to advance toward Yang Yin, his target clear and his demeanor resolute. Despite the shortness of his legs, his slow gait exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was evident that the strange child's focus was solely on Yang Yin, sparking profound astonishment and a furrowed brow. This power was too mysterious, at least reaching the third sequence, which denoted a master-level extraordinary being. Moreover, bolstered by that black mist, the strange child's strength was undoubtedly beyond the third sequence. The chilling attack from that ghostly sound was ample evidence of this. Perhaps only extraordinary beings akin to Hu Ping could contend with him. However, there was no time to notify headquarters for assistance. Otherwise, the scenario would unfold as follows. Help arrives, but all would be dead. A towering edifice rises from the ground, and survival rests solely on oneself. At this moment, team leader Li and Wei Gu lay on the ground, wounded and anxious about Yang Yin. Yang Yin, get away. As Yang Yin steadied his mind while watching the strange child approach him step by step, he recalled what the files had stated. Although cultists were formidable, they followed a pattern of behavior. Generally, they would not indiscriminately kill unless provoked or if one happened to become their prey. Given the recent attack, had the strange child not restrained himself, team leader Li and the others would have likely been severely injured or even killed. Now, Yang Yin had summarized several points regarding this strange child. First, that ghostly sound might be the child's signature ability. Second, once the child had fixated on a target, he would pursue it relentlessly, seemingly indifferent to all else. Third, it appeared that this strange child had set his sights on him. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, suddenly, he conceived a rather unconventional idea. He then directed his gaze toward Lin Bei, who was not far from him. Could he exploit the strange child's behavioral patterns? A tit-for-tat approach? Chapter 28. Has the strange child set his sights on Yang Yin? Seeing Yang Yin suddenly fix his icy gaze upon him, Lin Bei's back bristled with fear. However, Lin Bei dared not utter a word, fearing he would alert the strange child. Simultaneously, he felt a mix of astonishment and delight. You bastard! You better not survive this time. The strange child has fixated on you. If you die, I want to even burn incense for you. Just when he was lamenting his inability to eliminate Yang Yin, fate had conspired to make him the thorn in the strange child's side. Yet before Lin Bei could ponder further, Yang Yin suddenly unleashed his extraordinary powers, channeling spiritual mist into his feet. Accelerating his movement, in the blink of an eye, Yang Yin had reached Lin Bei's side. For the distance was merely a few steps. Upon witnessing Yang Yin's abrupt action, Lin Bei's pupils constricted in shock. Nearly losing his composure, Go Lin Bei, Yang Yin appeared as a harbinger of doom, a magnet drawing the strange child's attention. As Yang Yin approached Lin Bei, the strange child's trajectory shifted accordingly. Now heading toward Lin Bei, it truly works. Yang Yin had not anticipated that these cultists possessed such a comical side. It seemed they were quite amusing, reminiscent of naive children, pure and devoted. In combat, they were fiercer than anyone, yet outside of it, they were endearingly innocent. As for Xiao Shuai, not only did he proactively greet Yang Yin with playful affection, but his smile could outshine any sweet girl. Radiating charm. Was this perhaps a distinctive trait of cultists? In this moment, Yang Yin's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Bei began to panic. Yang Yin, are you trying to get me killed? Lin Bei seethed with anger. Yet he dared not act rashly. He had witnessed the strange child's power firsthand. A moment's carelessness could see him sent flying. Hearing Lin Bei's furious outburst, Yang Yin scoffed, You never intended to let me live. Did you? At this, Lin Bei's face flushed red with anger, but he refrained from saying another word. The strange child was already approaching, merely 3 or 4 steps away from them. Yang Yin had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to utilize the strength of the strange child to teach the arrogant Lin Bei a lesson. Thus, Yang Yin again shifted his position, moving behind Lin Bei just as the strange child drew near. In the next moment, Lin Bei's expression morphed into one of utter terror. The strange child was about to strike. You're in my way, you worthless fool, the strange child stated simply before raising his youthful right hand and delivering a resounding slap to Lin Bei. With a thwack, the strange child's strength was formidable, sending Lin Bei hurtling backward, crashing into a wall and raising a cloud of dust. Even though Lin Bei was a 5th-grade master, he could hardly withstand such a level of assault. Grimacing in pain. Strangely, however, his defensive capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Perhaps it was due to the Pangu pathway that his injuries were not particularly severe. The most crucial aspect was that the bizarre child had shown restraint. At that moment, a faint smile graced Yang Yin's lips, reaffirming his suspicions. The peculiar child indeed lacked any murderous intent. His target was none other than himself. Subsequently, Yang Yin gazed deeply, calmly addressing the bizarre child. What do you wish to accomplish, young one? Upon hearing Yang Yin's query, the eerie child merely chuckled coldly. I am not a child. I am already a century old. I am quite curious about your physique and wish to transform you into a follower. To become a servant of the Eye of the Demon. The unusual child was remarkably candid. As he spoke, he took a step closer to Yang Y and at that moment. Yang Yin could not help but inhale sharply. The child, who appeared exceedingly youthful, was, astonishingly, 100 years old, truly unfathomable. He never anticipated that the bizarre child intended to convert him into a servant of an evil god. No wonder he had been fixated on me. He was coveting my body. An ominous premonition washed over Yang Yin. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would soon fall prey to the child's power, losing his sanity, ultimately becoming a creature like the eerie figure, eternally subservient to the dark god, thus turning into humanity's adversary. This thought flickered for merely a second before Yang Yin felt a surge of amusement. After all, he was the black goat of the abyss. Who would ultimately be corrupted remained uncertain. Just then, the phone of Team Leader Lee rang suddenly. It was Mo Fan calling. Hello, Team Leader Lee? The crowd here has been completely evacuated. How is everything on your end? I will rush over to assist immediately. Team Leader Lee furrowed his brow, picking up the phone, and weakly replied, You must retreat immediately. A divine envoy has appeared here. Upon hearing the frail tone in Team Leader Lee's voice, Mo Fan instantly grew anxious. Although he desired to offer support, divine envoys were not mere ordinary figures. They could not be dealt with casually. Moreover, since the amusement park had been evacuated, it was unlikely that further casualties would occur. Their sole focus now was retreating. According to the files on the 4 divine envoys, as long as one kept their distance from a divine envoy, further casualties could essentially be avoided. Once the crowd dispersed, it would not be long before the divine envoy vanished from the amusement park. This was a significant reason why Jumping City had maintained relatively good public order. However, once the cultists initiated their actions, they would inevitably cause significant bizarre incidents, such as the strange occurrences at Wudong Middle School. Therefore, as extraordinary detectives, they had to prioritize evacuating the crowd and attempt to comprehend the operational patterns of these divine envoys. In this tense moment, Yang Yin, like a force of gravity, firmly captivated the bizarre child's attention. Yet, it was also an opportune moment for others to withdraw. Not only Yang Yin, but Team Leader Lee and the others also noticed this phenomenon. The bizarre child was singularly fixated on Yang Yin, showing no intention of detaining anyone else, especially Wei Gu, who seemed to seize upon a lifeline, as if he had discovered a new world. His small, monolid eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Li Xin still displayed a demeanor of evasion, reflecting social anxiety, without much reaction, appearing fragile but possessing a robust mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already risen from the ground, preparing to depart. How could he let such an opportunity to retreat slip by? Should Yang Yin insist on perishing here to play the so-called hero, Lin Bei would wholeheartedly endorse it. Yang Yin then cast a glance at Wei Gu and called out, Now is the time. You all should withdraw. No sooner had Yang Yin's words left his lips than Wei Gu, without needing any prompting, moved with the agility of a monkey, making his way towards the amusement park's exit. Xiao Yin, for this favor, I cannot repay you in this life. From now on, you shall be the big brother, and I shall be the second. I will choose the most extravagant burial site for you and pin the most magnificent epitaph. Until we meet again, farewell. Observing this, Team Leader Lee and Li Xin also stood up simultaneously, albeit hesitantly, unsure whether to leave. Team Leader Lee, we must go. Yang Yin urged once more, witnessing Yang Yin successfully detaining the bizarre child. Team Leader Lee, in a moment of urgency, had no choice but to retreat. Since Yang Yin had survived the strange events at Wudong Middle School, Team Leader Lee had always felt that Yang Yin harbored secrets. This was why he had invited Yang Yin to join the detective team. Perhaps Yang Yin truly possessed a method to confront the cultists. Conversely, even if Yang Yin could not contend with the cultists, he might still manage to survive their clutches. In this bizarre world, anything was possible. As Team Leader Lee departed, he pondered. Meanwhile, as Li Xin was leaving, she mustered the courage to cast a complex glance at Yang Yin. However, at that moment, the bizarre child seemed oblivious to everything, not noticing or hearing anything. He had no inclination to concern himself with the supposed farewells of these humans. The bizarre child merely stated to Yang Yin, You are quite extraordinary. If I were to transform you into a servant of the Eye of the Demon, It would surely yield remarkable results. At that juncture, only Yang Yin and the bizarre child remained at the roller coaster ticket booth. Yang Yin's expression was calm, even sporting a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Having successfully dismissed everyone, he harbored another purpose. Since the resurgence of the red mist, he had yet to harness its power. Today, he would use the bizarre child to test his own strength. Chapter 29. The power of the Black Goat's mark. At this moment, the bizarre child stood directly before Yang Yin. Young one, do you truly believe you have me in your grasp? Upon hearing Yang Yin's words, the bizarre child immediately revealed a shadowy grin, seemingly amused by Yang Yin, a smile that was most unsettling. Oh, you appear unafraid. I can see an air of confidence and composure in your gaze that is not of this world, the bizarre child remarked, as if conversing with a close friend. Yang Yin did not rush to strike. Like before, he sought to extract more information from this peculiar child. He then inquired, "Oh, is that so? Why did you allow them to leave unharmed?" The bizarre child, hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, No, I did not let them go. I merely granted them a little more time to live, so they might witness the glorious resurrection of the Eye of the Demon. At that time, all shall prostrate themselves, bowing before my master, including myself." As he spoke, a hint of madness flickered in the dark depths of the child's gaze. Yang Yin had seen such a look in the eyes of Xiao Shui before. It was a portrayal of sheer insanity, where one would seemingly offer their life to ensure the revival of their master, sparing no cost. At that moment, Yang Yin suddenly pondered a question. If he were to let that foolish pigeon sacrifice itself for the Black Goat of the Abyss, would it too bow in reverence, perhaps even thank me? Of course, Yang Yin merely entertained this thought. He could never bear to let the King of Bluster from the Red Mist Temple risk himself for his sake. Absolutely not. The foolish pigeon was a pillar of the Red Mist Temple, the first living being Yang Yin encountered in this world. He still hoped to glean more secrets about the divine from the foolish pigeon. After all, it was an entity well-versed in both the celestial and terrestrial realms. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Yin returned his focus to the bizarre child. After exchanging a few words, the bizarre child continued to fixate on Yang Yin. As though he had already designated Yang Yin as his prey at this juncture, the bizarre child addressed Yang Yin once more. You may call me the enchanting divine envoy. Did you know? I have sensed a familiar aura emanating from you. Yet I cannot discern it. I cannot see through you, therefore. The moment the cold words of the bizarre child fell, Yang Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as the Black Goat's mark on his right hand suddenly flared to life. Almost instantaneously, simultaneously, a faint layer of black mist began to swirl around the bizarre child's hand. A certain dark power was awakening from within the bizarre child. The black mist enveloped the surroundings. Yang Yin's mental state tightened, akin to a string drawn taut, on the verge of snapping. He had not anticipated that the bizarre child would act so swiftly, providing no ample opportunity for contemplation. Yet, Yang Yin did not panic excessively. Once the Black Goat's mark illuminated, he felt a peculiar warmth permeating through his limbs, as if some mysterious and potent force was merging with his extraordinary power. Yang Yin's spiritual aura surged dramatically. Just as the bizarre child prepared to make a move, he was momentarily taken aback. The sudden transformation emanating from Yang Yin caused his pupils to constrict. The bizarre child chuckled ominously, his voice sounding both ancient and hoarse. I knew it. You are not a mere extraordinary being. I am thrilled, for it is not often that one encounters a worthy opponent in this small city. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Yin unleashed the spiritual mist, enveloping his body. Upon closer inspection, the originally pale spiritual mist now displayed faint, almost imperceptible strands of deep crimson. This was the divine power of the red mist. Though it was but a smidgen, it was more than sufficient to unleash terrifying strength. Moreover, Yang Yin could sense that his current level of power was not inferior to that of any master-level extraordinary being. Even reaching the third tier, the Grandmaster level, it is worth noting that Yang Yin had only awakened 3 days prior. As the ethereal mist swirled around him, countless thoughts raced through Yang Yin's mind. At the same moment, the eerie child's gaze grew more frenzied, as if he wished to claim Yang Yin as his own and transform him into a devout follower of the Eye of the Demon. Amidst the swirling black fog, The strange child suddenly broke into a laugh. It was a peculiar laugh, resonating with chilling echoes, reminiscent of the wails of spirits from the depths of the abyss. The ghastly sound did not emanate from tears, but rather from laughter. Soon, the clearing began to darken, heavy with an oppressive atmosphere, akin to the ominous clouds that gather before a storm. Yang Yan's expression instantly became grave, leaving no room for complacency. Empowered by the crimson mist, his body experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. With a mere thought, he materialized a peculiar short blade from the pale mist in his hand. This short blade was unlike the one he had conjured earlier. It bore several strands of red divine mist and subtly radiated a faint crimson glow, strikingly menacing. Yang Yan was, after all, a malevolent deity. His power was even more enigmatic. Subsequently, wielding the short blade, Yang Yan sprang into action, lunging at the eerie child's ghostly sound with a fierce thrust. In that instant, even the air was stirred by a series of slicing winds. Third tier? How is that possible? The strange child was suddenly taken aback, perceiving that the youth before him was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. As one of the 4 divine envoys, he could effortlessly discern all extraordinary beings below the 3rd tier. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Yang Yan as merely a 2nd-tier warrior, a mere insect easily crushed. Yet now, he had transformed, unleashing the aura of a 3rd-tier being. Under normal circumstances, this should be impossible. Furthermore, within that 3rd-tier power, there existed elements that made the eerie child feel trepidation. In that moment, the strange child seemed to shed his earlier nonchalance. Yang Yan's speed was astonishing, nearly reaching the threshold of instantaneous movement. The short blade in his hand appeared innocuous, yet it exuded a terrifying aura, ready to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. Previously, Yang Yan had dealt a lethal strike to the toothless mute with this very blade. This speed. The eerie child squinted, startled anew. Yet more importantly, he found today to be exceedingly amusing. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent like this. In this small city of Jiangping, Yang Yan was the first human to make him serious. The strange child addressed Yang Yan, while simultaneously, his youthful right hand clenched once more. The ghostly sound intensified, sharp and piercing, as if anyone who heard it would plummet into a realm of torment. However, Yang Yan merely smiled. The mark of the black goat in his hand glowed again. The ghostly sound seemed to encounter some form of obstruction, ceasing to spread towards Yang Yan and instead dissipating like water encountering a stone. Radiating outward in all directions, the ghostly sound proved ineffective against Yang Yan. When evil confronted evil, Yang Yan had never feared anyone. The eerie child froze momentarily, his dark pupils contracting suddenly. This was impossible. For a century, no one had ever been able to unravel his ghostly sound. But before the strange child could contemplate further, in an instant, Yang Yan thrust the short blade forward, striking precisely at the eerie child's chest. Thud! The blade fell, piercing through the eerie child's garments. Yet, the blood that Yang Yan had envisioned exploding forth did not materialize. Instead, the blade passed through the clothing and pierced directly where the heart should have been. Flying outwards, witnessing this profoundly disconcerting scene, Yang Yan's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. The eerie child, astonishingly, had no heart. Chapter 30. The mysterious crow. In that moment, both Yang Yan and the eerie child displayed expressions of shock. Neither had anticipated the secrets harbored within the other's body. One unafraid of ghostly sounds, the other devoid of a heart. Realizing that his initial attack had failed, Yang Yan decisively retreated to a distance. His gaze piercingly fixed upon the eerie child before him. That moment, the strange child's new cartoon attire bore a tear where the heart should be. The confidence and composure that had previously adorned his face had vanished entirely. If this youth before him was impervious to his ghostly sound, then he would find himself at a disadvantage, for the ghostly sound was his ace in the hole. Known in the underworld as the harbinger of ghostly sound, many formidable extraordinary beings had perished beneath its influence, their remains becoming mere bones. Yet now, there was someone capable of resisting his ghostly sound. This was utterly preposterous. The strange child now resembled a petulant child, seemingly eager to contest with Yang Yan. How the hell did you manage to become immune to my ghostly sound? He was flustered, the childlike demeanor visibly agitated. Yang Yin, somewhat taken aback, suppressed a smile. Finding the eerie child's personality even more distinctive than he had imagined, he seemed genuinely childlike. Just moments ago, he had engaged in grandiloquent discourse with Yang Yin, yet now he was fuming, his brow furrowed. "I won't tell you," Yang Yin replied with calm composure, though there was a hint of provocation in his tone. He hadn't anticipated that this strange child would engage in such a contrast. With a youthful appearance yet a voice reminiscent of an ancient elder, his demeanor appeared adult-like, composed, and intimidating. Yet he was, in essence, merely a young boy. Goodness, cultists truly are extraordinary, brimming with character. Yang Yin mused inwardly. "You're audacious," the eerie child exclaimed, growing increasingly frantic. He released another tendril of black mist, an evil aura pervading, accompanied by a foul stench, swirling like dark clouds, rushing toward Yang Yin. Yang Yin dared not be careless. His expression tightened as he summoned the ethereal mist for protection and conjured a second short blade. The blade, resembling an arm in length, was crystalline and translucent, with barely visible strands of red mist spiraling around it. Distinctly unique, however, as he manifested the second short blade, Yang Yin suddenly paused, the dizziness of low blood sugar beginning to resurface. His brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated that this body would exhibit discomfort so soon. Nevertheless, he felt capable of enduring it, as the pressure was not overwhelming. This time, Yang Yin directly aimed the short blade towards the eerie child's neck. Yet the next moment, the blade was ensnared by the black mist. As if bound by black ropes, unable to advance an inch. Thus, the scene fell into a stalemate. Ultimately, Yang Yin activated the mark of the black goat once more. The instant the mark illuminated. The red mist on the short blade erupted violently, unleashing a surge of ferocious power. The eerie child, witnessing this, had his pupils narrow again, swiftly evading, his expression one of horror. In the next moment, the eerie child was repelled, seemingly sustaining considerable injury, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Yet Yang Yin, too, paid a hefty price, as he began to feel lightheaded. It appeared that he and the strange child were evenly matched. Continuing the battle would be futile, and he needed to retreat swiftly. However, just as Yang Yin and the eerie child confronted one another, a bizarre crow spiraled down from the heavens, finally perching atop the roller coaster-esque elevated structure, its pitch-black eyes fixed upon Yang Yin, resembling two miniature cameras. The crow had witnessed all that had transpired moments ago. Even more peculiarly, the crow's right foot bore a small silver ring, inscribed with the words, "Genius Club." At the entrance of the amusement park, after retreating, Team Lee stood guard. Although Yang Yin had instructed them to leave, Team Lee remained unconvinced about leaving him alone in such a perilous location. As for Lin Bei, he had long vacated this dangerous area. Damn it, that fool Lin Bei. I didn't he even return? Yet he was scared out of his wits. Is he even a man? I'm getting anxious just thinking about him. It's just a cultist, after all. These cultists aren't he likely to kill indiscriminately. I'll wait here for Xiao Yin to return victorious. I will not follow Lin Bei's example, as my brother Wei said. Brother Wei declared to the group, patting Team Lee on the shoulder. Hearing this, the usually reticently Xin unexpectedly spoke up. Zhang Doi. Right? I noticed that you were the first to be frightened. I even heard you say you wanted to pick the most expensive grave for Yang Yan. She spoke. Li Xin glanced briefly at Brother Wei, her gaze quickly darting away. Upon hearing Li Xin's words, Brother Wei was about to respond but hesitated. It seemed he had not exchanged many words with her. However, he began to understand that this Xin sister, while appearing socially anxious, was unafraid to voice her thoughts and act boldly. After all, she had just thrown 50 fire serpents at the eerie child without a hint of fear. Unlike that coward Lin Bei. Therefore, Brother Wei found himself in a testing phase, pondering what to say that would better align with his own demeanor. After a brief contemplation, Brother Wei spoke again. Xin sister. What I did earlier was a strategic retreat. I didn't want to be a burden to Xiao Yin. Also, you can just call me Brother Wei. It feels more friendly since we're on the same team. Xin sister, I thought you were quite impressive just now. You could be a little bolder with your gaze, like me. As he spoke, Brother Wei widened his eyes, attempting to project a formidable expression. However, to Li Xin, This series of gestures resembled a chubby boy trying to squint, appearing rather comical. Li Xinshin lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper as she addressed Wei Gu. Wei Gu, I'm not really brave. I have always been terrified of strangers. You see, I thought I can only play with a little bit of warm flame. As she spoke, Li Xinshin unexpectedly unleashed a magnificent stream of flames, showcasing it before Wei Gu, forcing all the sweat from his body. The flames swelled rapidly, rolling like tumultuous ocean waves, surging in all directions, truly extraordinary. The air around them instantly became scorching, as if they had stepped into the alchemical chamber of the Supreme Lord Laozi. Wei Gu was momentarily flustered. He quickly stepped back, fear etched on his face, exclaiming, "Sister Xinshin, what brand of flame is that? It's so fierce. Goodness, my moisture is being completely drained. Please stop." However, Li Xinshin, holding the flames aloft, cautiously approached Wei Gu, timidly saying, Wei Gu, I can produce 5 different colors of flame. My skill is called Spark, and I can plant fire on you. It's quite fun. Would you like to try? As she spoke, a rare smile graced her lips, and she drew closer to Wei Gu. Meanwhile, Wei Gu felt the temperature around him rise dramatically, sweat pouring down him. Sister Xinshin, please don't. I'll turn into a roasted pig. With no other options, Wei Gu could only hide behind Li Dui, too frightened to glance at Sister Xinshin again. On the side, Li Dui and Mo Fan paid little mind to the playful banter between Wei Gu and Li Xinshin. After all, they were quite accustomed to Li Xinshin's character. That moment, Mo Fan looked at Li Dui with concern and said, Li Dui, do you think Yang Yin will be all right? He has just awakened. How could he possibly handle a divine envoy? Even if he manages to survive the Wudong incident, he now faces a strange child of a divine envoy. Upon hearing this, Li Dui fixed his gaze on the amusement park within, sighed softly, and replied indifferently, if Yang Yin dies in there, then I have misjudged him. Chapter 31. A further ascendance? Inside the amusement park, the area was deserted as the crowd had been dispersed by Mo Fan, leaving even the attractions halted in an open space by the roller coaster ticket booth. Yang Yin and the strange child stood in confrontation. I need to find a way to retreat. Yang Yin suppressed the sudden dizziness. Although it wasn't severe, it was still uncomfortable. The strange child glared at Yang Yin with a face full of fury, utterly perplexed as to how Yang Yin had managed to disrupt his ghostly sound. Without the ghostly sound, the strange child's true combat power was comparable to that of a third-tier extraordinary being. Regardless, both could only be deemed evenly matched. However, if the strange child were to continue attacking, Yang Yin was prepared to fight back. He could summon a vast amount of crimson mist in an instant to strike decisively. Yet, doing so might leave Yang Yin in a state of severe hypoglycemia, possibly even unconscious, a last resort he was reluctant to consider. Typically, Yang Yin would never contemplate such a strategy. Besides, he had another trump card. That was Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai, tainted by crimson mist, possessed its power. Once summoned, it would not merely serve to protect Yang Yin but would inevitably draw blood. Yang Yin felt a surge of anticipation. Once he summoned Xiao Shuai, the strange child would undoubtedly recognize him as one of the 4 divine envoys. His brother. The scene would surely become lively. Yet, would this strange child then persistently pursue Yang Yin from that point on? Another crucial point was that Yang Yin had been attempting to subdue the strange child with crimson mist. Much like he had with Xiao Shuai previously, however, he had failed each time. He speculated that the previous success in subduing Xiao Shuai had likely been a fluke. Just as Yang Yin pondered how to respond, the strange child made a move, but this time, he did not advance towards Yang Yin. Instead, he retreated. Yang Yin, we shall meet again. The strange child's voice was hoarse and aged, his expression returning to its usual cold demeanor. He no longer wished to entangle himself with Yang Yin. Before Yang Yin could react, the strange child vanished in a flash, seemingly continuing his search for whatever he sought. The strange child had not come to the amusement park to fight, but rather to seek someone. The missing Qi divine envoy, Xiao Shuai. He sought living souls and dead bodies alike. However, he could not possibly know that the original Qi divine envoy had already been subdued by Yang Yin. Hidden atop the Black Goat Palace as the strange child departed, Yang Yin was left momentarily stunned, murmuring, the charm envoy just left like that? I truly did not expect that. I wasn't even in a hurry to leave. And yet he departed first? This is fortunate. It saves me from summoning Xiao Shuai. It must be said that this child was quite intriguing. He had seemingly thrown a minor tantrum moments ago, only to regain his composure and withdraw at the right time. Indeed, every divine envoy is extraordinary. Heh, I can only hope for another opportunity for Xiao Shuai and the strange child to meet. If there is to be another chance. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a slight dizziness, but it was inconsequential. For him, this level of side effect felt akin to a mosquito bite. After all, Yang Yin had only utilized the power of the Black Goat's mark twice. Not reaching his limit, generally speaking, a normal man could manage 6 times in a day without issue. For Yang Yin, using the power of the Crimson Mist twice was undoubtedly a breeze, without any strain. Subsequently, Yang Yin allowed the Black Goat's mark to fade, concealing it within his palm. Gradually, Yang Yin's body regained much of its strength, nearly returning to normal. As an extraordinary being, he was now qualified to wield the power of Crimson Mist and would certainly not find himself in such a dire predicament as during the Wudong incident. Just as Yang Yin prepared to leave the amusement park and reunite with Li Dui, a sudden chill enveloped his left hand, reminiscent of touching a cold stone, akin to a stream of icy spring water. Yang Yin halted abruptly, raising his left hand as the Aries mark blazed with light. At that moment, a crystalline point appeared atop it. 3rd tier, Spirit Mist. Yang Yin had ascended once more. Wei Gu was merely a 1st-tier warrior, while Yang Yin had already reached the 3rd tier. Generally speaking, the ascendance of extraordinary beings was related to both talent and the absorption of spiritual energy. Upon awakening, one could sense the spiritual energy hidden in the air. A mysterious power that had existed in Huaxia from ancient times to the present. It was precisely due to the existence of spiritual energy that awakening was possible. After all, this was the era of myth revival. However, Yang Yin was an anomaly. The extraordinary power within him was fundamentally unrelated to Huaxia's spiritual energy. Yang Yin was, in essence, a prodigy. The strength of evil god Black Goat would dictate his future strength. At this rate, Yang Yin estimated he would soon reach the 2nd tier, at which point he could command even greater powers of Crimson Mist. This mission had not been entirely fruitless, at the very least. It had enriched his combat experience, introduced him to a peculiar strange child, and, most importantly, he had broken through. At this moment, Yang Yin felt optimistic about the future. Days were about to become vibrant. Soon, Yang Yin retracted the Aries mark, utilizing a bit of extraordinary power to clear away the residual anomalies surrounding him. The remaining corpses could be left for Li Dui to handle, as he had the experience. After Yang Yin departed, a strange crow perched upon the roller coaster's elevated track stirred, flapping its black wings and soaring upward. Caw! A hoarse cry echoed across the clear sky. At the entrance of the amusement park, Li Dui and his 3 companions had waited for nearly half an hour. Yang Yin had yet to emerge. Wei Gu, in particular, was almost considering asking his father to send a helicopter to survey the situation from above. Mo Fan frowned, standing beside Li Dui. Li Dui, are we really going to continue waiting like this? What if Yang Yan. At this moment, Li Dui himself was uncertain. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of Yang Yin's death. After all, as a criminal investigator, embarking on a mission was akin to walking the edge of death. Competing for sustenance with the king of Hell Point, one could easily fall victim to the strange powers at any moment. Observing the concern on Mo Fan and Li Dui's faces, Wei Gu spoke up. Li Dui, Fangu, you should have faith in Xiao Yinzi, just like me. Wei Ge. And no matter what happens, I believe in him. For instance, during the Wudong incident, I immediately lay on the ground and called his name, and he came to save me. If he truly cannot survive, I'll have my father find a feng shui optimal resting place for him. Upon hearing Wei Ge's words, Mo Fan forced a smile. Wei Gu, I think you shouldn't say that about Yang Yin. He will definitely be fine. Meanwhile, Li Dui's brow furrowed. He had noticed some details in Wei Ge's words. Had Wei Gu been saved by Yang Yin too, however, Li Dui did not dwell on it, as his attention was entirely focused on the amusement park. Just then, Li Xin, who had been toying with her fingers, spoke up. Li Dui, shouldn't we charge in? Yang Yin is alone in there. It seems a bit difficult. My Flame should be able to help him. Upon hearing this, Wei Gu was the first to give a thumbs up. Sister Xin has guts. Mo Fan continued, yes, I just developed a new handgun last night, along with a new explosive. They might come in handy. The 5 of us extraordinary individuals shall undoubtedly possess the strength to engage in battle simultaneously. Captain Lee's brow remained stern, and with a clenched jaw, he uttered, there is no other choice. Just as the group prepared to charge in once more, a figure suddenly emerged at the entrance of the amusement park. Wei Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Yinzi, I knew you weren't dead. How incredibly impressive. Chapter 32. You dare call me prodigal? In that moment, Yang Yin found himself somewhat speechless. When Wei Gu boasted, few could match his bravado. However, Yang Yin paid little heed to Wei Ji's flamboyant remarks, having grown accustomed to them. Meanwhile, as Yang Yin approached, the gazes of the remaining 3 flickered with surprise. To their astonishment, Yang Yin had truly managed to escape the clutches of the enigmatic child. Moreover, it appeared that he had not sustained any severe injuries. Mo Fan swiftly stepped forward, his curiosity palpable as he scrutinized Yang Yin from head to toe. Yang Yin, how did you manage to escape from that peculiar child? He was a being comparable to a Sequence 3 envoy. Yang Yin replied calmly, isn't it documented that cultists do not kill indiscriminately? So, I casually conversed with the strange child for a bit, and he let me go, having no desire to kill me. Yang Yin was not lying. He merely omitted some details in addition to their conversation. He had also fought the enigmatic child. Mo Fan gazed at Yang Yin in shock. Adjusting his gold-framed glasses, it seems Captain Lee's decision to have you familiarize yourself with the files in advance was indeed wise. I didn't expect you to utilize that knowledge so quickly. But next time, remember to invite me. I've invented a new handgun that might be effective against cultists. At this, Yang Yin smiled and nodded, genuinely curious about Mo Fan's invention, particularly the bulletless silver handgun. Captain Lee regarded Yang Yin with a puzzled expression, even his usual cold demeanor softened. However, he refrained from asking further questions, knowing that Yang Yin's situation was far more complex than it appeared. As for Li Xin, standing beside Mo Fan, she addressed Yang Yin, Yang Yin, if you encounter difficulties next time, you can also seek my help. My fired IMY flames are quite formidable. Taking down a few strange beings should pose no issue. Li Xin's gaze flickered, yet her words carried a paradoxical strength, spoken in the gentlest of tones. Yang Yin understood that this seemingly adorable girl was not jesting. After all, he had witnessed the power of her flames. Before Yang Yin could respond to Li Xin, Wei Gu lunged forward, his belly jiggling. Xiao Yinzi, I never anticipated our first mission would be so perilous. I promise to protect you fiercely from now on. You shall never face cultists alone again. What I, Wei Gu, say. I mean, no empty boasts here. At that moment, even the typically stoic Captain Lee couldn't help but smile slightly. After the bizarre incident concluded, Yang Yin purchased groceries and returned home. It was afternoon, and the evening glow bathed half the sky in hues of crimson, a sight his sister could not behold. In the living room, Xiao Dan sat upright in a chair, her fingers tracing the braille to glean information from the books. Yang Yin amiably remarked, little girl, class is over. You can't be immersed in studying every day. One must balance work and leisure, like your elder brother. Study for 2 minutes, then enjoy 5 hours outside. Xiao Dan remained silent. Pouting slightly, you're such a character, brother. Where did you go today? Wasn't school closed? Xiao Dan set aside the braille and continued. Yang Yin placed the cabbage and perched down and replied, of course, I want to find work. I haven't graduated from high school, and with the school closed, it's time to face the trials of society. When their parents passed away, they left Yang Yin and Xiao Dan a house and a substantial sum of savings. However, one was blind, and the other was still studying, with no source of income and considerable expenses, which had nearly depleted their savings. Thus, Yang Yin occasionally sought part-time jobs, such as caring for kittens or tutoring elementary students. But now, Yang Yin no longer needed to worry about this issue. He had become a detective in Jiangping City. Financial concerns had been effectively addressed. A modest income sufficed. If necessary, he could borrow from Wei Gu. After all, Wei Ji's family was only a few hundred billion short of wealth. Xiao Dan clutched a braille dictionary, puffing out her cheeks as she argued, brother, I told you to save money by not buying such expensive groceries. It is always either abalone or steak. If mom and dad knew, they would definitely call you a spendthrift. Yang Yin felt a surge of irritation and retorted, oh, come now, little girl. It sounds as if you haven't eaten at all. Wasn't it you who insisted on improving our meals? You're the one who smiles the brightest when eating. You scoundrel, Yang Yin. How can you say that? You made me eat egg noodles for half a month straight. Were you trying to starve your sister? Though Xiao Dan was blind, she was well acquainted with the layout of the living room and quickly approached Yang Yin. He dodged, continuing, "Little girl, one must endure hardship to become exceptional. You deceiving me. If one is willing to endure hardship, they will only find endless suffering." Xiao Dan countered immediately, delivering a playful punch. Her small hand was delicate, and it didn't hurt at all. Yang Yin clasped his hands together, feigning seriousness. "Little girl, you truly possess exceptional intelligence, having seen through the world's deceptions. Omitba, go cook. Stop being so glib." Sibling quarrels were a normal occurrence. BY7 in the evening. At the Genius Bar in the western district of Jiangping City, a small bar with a minimalist decor and dim tones awaited. The first floor was where patrons enjoyed drinks, featuring a bar counter, tables, and private rooms. The second floor housed a few offices for the bar's owner and manager. In one of the small offices, dimly lit and devoid of illumination, a solitary figure awaited in the shadows. Suddenly, a crow's caw echoed from outside, raspy and low. Moments later, the crow folded its black wings and landed deftly on the windowsill, its beady eyes spinning. Upon hearing the crow's call, the figure hidden in the shadows stirred, slowly rising from the chair and directing their gaze outside, fixating on the crow. In the next instant, the crow's eyes glowed, projecting the scenes within onto the white walls of the room like a film projector. This was an extraordinarily peculiar crow. As the projection unfolded, the wall began to display a clear video, a vivid recording. The individual in the chair focused intently on the imagery, their expression shifting from calm to astonishment, and finally to shock. The footage depicted two figures engaged in combat, a somewhat handsome student, Yang Yin, and the bizarre child standing at a height of 1.30 meters. The crow had projected footage it had collected earlier that day at the amusement park. Once the playback concluded, the crow dimmed its glowing eyes, resting quietly on the windowsill, its black eyes darting about that moment. The shadowy figure emerged into the light, bathed in the crimson moonlight. He appeared to be a robust youth, around 22 years old, clad in a black shirt, his physique muscular and seemingly ready to burst from his attire. Yet, concealed within his eyes was a delicate depth, an astuteness that suggested thoughtful contemplation. The muscular youth caressed the crow, murmuring to himself, "The elusive four great envoys have finally reappeared." The youth appeared no older than 18 or 19, perhaps merely a student. What gave him the capability to withstand the strange child's assault? Even our group of elite talents at the Genius Club could hardly accomplish such a feat. I must get to know him. Furthermore, since the incident at Wudong High School, bizarre occurrences have been on the rise. Could something significant be brewing in Jiangping City? At that moment, the robust youth glanced at the crow on the windowsill, smiling as he praised, "You did exceptionally well this time, Shadow Crow." The crow seemed to sense the youth's commendation, nimbly tilting its small head and emitting a distinctive call. Chapter 33. Pigeon. "Hey buddy, shall we grab some fries at the pier?" At midnight, within an ancient temple, crimson mist flowed, its primordial essence permeating the air. Seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, at the center of the temple sat a bizarre crimson throne, appearing to have existed for millennia. Yang Yin reclined upon the deep red throne, surveying all with an air of authority. Enveloped in a veil of faint crimson mist, shrouded in mystery and reverence. With a thought, Yang Yin stirred, causing the surrounding crimson mist to ripple gently as he slowly rose from the throne. He was a being enveloped in chaotic crimson fog, adorned with intricately carved ram's horns and deep red tendrils, with eyes as dark and profound as the abyss. To be precise, Yang Yin did not merely stand. He hovered in the air, for he was an evil god, a powerful evil god. In truth, Yang Yin could augment himself with divine powers to grow 2 additional legs, yet he deemed such an act to be beneath him, utterly unbefitting the prestige of the black goat. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yin found himself at the center of the vast hall. The expanse was so immense that it could easily accommodate half a basketball court. It would be a pity not to host a grand celebration within its bounds. Lowering his gaze, Yang Yin surveyed his own terrifying visage, draped in deep crimson, exuding an aura of the grotesque and the indescribable. To be candid, having arrived in this world nearly 3 months prior, he seldom descended from his crimson throne, rarely taking the time to scrutinize his own form. The abstract nature of this temple, alongside the enigmatic presence of the black goat, left him in a state of bewilderment. However, now that Yang Yin had ascended to the realm of the extraordinary, he had fully embraced his identity as an evil deity, taking pride in it. I am an evil god. Who should I fear? Being an evil god, it is only fitting that I seek out followers. Much like the eye of the demon, I should establish my own cadre of 4 divine messengers and 5 loyal attendants to assist me in my endeavors within Huaxia. Nevertheless, Yang Yin felt that his current strength was insufficient to harness a greater amount of crimson mist, thus postponing this ambition for the time being. The immediate priority was to engage in combat, accumulate experience, and expedite his ascension. This was the conclusion Yang Yin had drawn over the past few days. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts and spoke softly to the crimson mist, messenger pigeon. His voice was terrifying, intricate, and bizarre, as if thousands of demons were whispering in unison, causing even the crimson mist to quiver slightly. A mere 0.01 seconds later, a white dove fluttered from the mist, appearing as if it had been poised for action. Oh my God, my most exalted master. When did you return to the temple? Did I arrive too late? Please forgive me, O mysterious and boundless master. As your honest, humble, and diligent golden steward, it is my duty to conduct a profoundly difficult reflection, to pen a 100,000-word treatise of contrition, and to engage in a 5-hour fast from fries, expressing my remorse. Oh! Just as the dove was about to continue its ramblings, Yang Yin, suspended in midair, suddenly twisted his grotesque head and fixed a stare upon the foolish dove. This was the gaze of the divine. Instantly, the dove fell silent. At that moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Yang Yin had summoned the foolish dove to acquire information, not to indulge in idle chatter. Organizing his thoughts in his mind, he regarded the simple-minded dove with an air of indifference and inquired, "How progresses our resurrection plan?" Upon hearing the rare inquiry from his master, the dove sprang to life, as if invigorated by a surge of vitality. "My most exalted and beloved master, our resurrection plan is proceeding steadily and methodically. Your projection in Huaxia has now ascended to the 3rd tier of spiritual mist, with a rate of power enhancement surpassing all humanity. As your golden steward and capable assistant, I feel deeply ashamed, for my strength has only increased by less than 1%, and I require additional time to regain my angelic status. Furthermore, I estimate that I must consume more fries to rejuvenate. I humbly request that you bring me back some fries, ideally from McDonald's." As the foolish dove spoke, it exhibited a rare expression of shame. "What? You are showing restraint? Craving McDonald's fries? I can hardly bear to purchase them, and you devour them by the pound. Whose wallet can sustain such extravagance? Spendthrift dove." Yang Yin mentally derided. 3 months prior, upon first encountering this dove, he had detected an odd aroma reminiscent of fries emanating from it. It was unclear where it had procured such fries. After some time spent interacting with the dove, Yang Yin discovered that its obsession with fries was alarmingly intense. One could say that it could not survive without them, earning it the title of fry addict. Thus, Yang Yin frequently procured fries from the mortal realm to feed this insatiable creature, not for any other reason, but simply to indulge this affectionate dove. Yet at this moment, beyond his desire to jest, he uncovered a new piece of information: angelic tier. This dove's ultimate combat capability was, in fact, angelic tier. While Yang Yin was unsure of the precise strength of angels, he surmised that it must be formidable indeed, though think that this foolish dove was an angel in the service of the evil god Black Goat. My goodness, it was a clear case of judging a book by its cover, as one would never expect an angel to appear in such a manner, prattling on and consuming excessively. Nevertheless, it remained an angelic tier attendant. Just then, the foolish dove continued speaking, "Why, most esteemed master, apart from myself, the other angels have yet to awaken and require your magnificent divine power to aid in their revival. Furthermore, our temple has only expanded by 1/10, with many hidden areas yet to be explored. How many angels does the evil god Black Goat truly possess? Surely there must be female angels among them. Why is it that the only awakened angel is this foolish dove? Truly, the fates are unkind. Alas, this dove still possesses some utility. At the very least, it can enliven the atmosphere." Yang Yin stated nonchalantly, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. You may go, and there shall be an abundance of fries." Upon hearing the word fries, the dove wept, tears of gratitude streaming down its face, as if it had been rescued from dire straits by a benefactor. I sob, "Beloved master, I, the angelic dove, have no means to repay you. Save for offering myself in service, I have always been your dove. I am entirely yours, thank you, master." Sob sob. Thus, the dove wept as it dove back into the crimson mist. Yang Yin struggled to suppress his laughter. Utterly speechless. Soon after, he focused his thoughts once more and summoned Xiao Shuai. The purpose of this summoning was straightforward, to glean information regarding the 4 divine messengers. Although Xiao Shuai had perished once, he might still retain fragments of his former memories. In an instant, Xiao Shuai materialized from the crimson mist before Yang Yin. Without preamble, Yang Yin posed the question. "Tell me everything you know about the 4 divine messengers." Xiao Shuai respectfully knelt partially, answering with utmost reverence. "Master, my memories are somewhat fragmented, so my knowledge may be limited. I am the Qi messenger, the foremost of the 4 divine messengers. The 4 divine messengers are unpredictable in their movements, appearing and disappearing at will, their sole purpose being to assist the Eye of the Demon in its revival. The strongest among the divine messengers is the 4th, the Liang messenger. The weakest is the 2nd, the Mei messenger, who is but a child at this point." Xiao Shuai abruptly ceased speaking. Nothing more? Such brevity? It seemed unwise to place too much expectation on the anomalies of the crimson mist, including that foolish dove. "You may go." The next moment, Xiao Shuai vanished into the crimson mist, disappearing from the hall. Yang Yin resumed his seat upon the crimson throne, lost in contemplation. Both long-term and short-term objectives were now clear. The slumbering angels and the revival plan could afford to wait. The primary focus was to enhance his strength, acquire more information, and seize control of the future. Indeed, tomorrow he would seek out Su Qian to investigate the so-called Genius Club. Chapter 34, Su Qian's Illusion. The mighty security company. Although Yang Yin had become a criminal investigator, he was no ordinary one. His work hours were rather flexible. In the absence of bizarre incidents, the time of an extraordinary investigator was entirely at their discretion. Should an unusual event occur, the office staff would be the first to inform him, much like the peculiar incident at Wudong Middle School. At 8 in the morning, Yang Yin arrived at the company to familiarize himself with his colleagues. To his surprise, he found himself alone in the office of extraordinary investigators, with not even Captain Li present. It was then that Yang Yin realized the allure of being an extraordinary investigator. No 996, no overtime. While it was true that one could meet their demise at any moment during work, as long as no peculiar events transpired, it was a guaranteed win. Finally, Yang Yin returned to his own office. Yes, each extraordinary investigator had a private office. He pulled out the somewhat crumpled piece of paper, which bore the inscription, "If you are interested in geniuses, you may find me at 12, Huanggang Street." Huanggang Street. Yang Yin had heard of this street, which seemed to be located in the Western District. After months of exploration, he had gathered that the Western District was not ideally situated, being relatively far from the city center. In fact, upon first hearing of the Genius Club, Yang Yin had developed a strong interest in the organization. However, he deliberately waited until today to let Su Qian know that he was not in a rush. He did not wish to be led around by others. It was time to meet that long-legged beauty. 30 minutes later, in the Western District, Huanggang Street. The street appeared somewhat desolate, an old thoroughfare where it seemed many former residents had moved away. Withered yellow leaves were swept to the sides by the wind, and the surrounding residential buildings had faded in color, with bundles of electrical wires entangled haphazardly. Yang Yin searched diligently and ultimately paused in front of an aged building. This must be number 12. However, upon arriving at this very spot, Yang Yin's brow furrowed slightly, and he refrained from entering recklessly. His black goat instincts alerted him that this old building harbored something peculiar, emanating a somber and dangerous aura. Compared to ordinary individuals, Yang Yin's instincts were exceptionally acute, as a spiritual projection of the black goat. His sensitivity was heightened, allowing him to foresee danger to a certain extent. Logically speaking, how could a second-tier extraordinary being reside in a place like this? Could it be that this was the Genius Club? When the thought first crossed his mind, Yang Yin immediately dismissed it. How could those who claimed to be geniuses establish a club on such dilapidated streets? It seemed suspicious. Yang Yin quickly arrived at a conclusion. It appeared that this red-haired beauty still harbored doubts about herself and kept her guard up. Or perhaps this was merely the modus operandi of the Genius Club? Mysterious and aloof, it exuded an aura that felt intangible and elusive. Although Yang Yin felt a pang of being duped, his curiosity towards the Genius Club only deepened. With a cold smile, he rapped gently on the old iron gate. The door was riddled with rusted holes, appearing as though it could be easily kicked open. Yet, when Yang Yin tapped it lightly, the door swung open of its own accord, in a rather eerie manner. With a subtle tremor of his left hand, the Aries mark glowed, and a faint ethereal mist spread from his palm, enveloping his entire being. Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Yin maintained a calm and cautious demeanor as he stepped into the aged building. Beyond the iron door lay a pitch-black staircase, devoid of light. As Yang Yin entered the building, a heavy atmosphere assaulted him, reminiscent of a place long abandoned. Su Qian was not there. Surely, that red-haired woman could not reside in such a forsaken locale. Yang Yin ascended the dark staircase. The sound of his footsteps reverberated ominously, echoing in the stairwell, creating an unsettling ambience that seemed fit for a horror film. However, Yang Yin exhibited no signs of fear. He had encountered malevolent deities. What could possibly frighten him now? Soon, he reached the second floor. Clutching a glistening short blade, reminiscent of polished jade, he found the second floor comprised of a hall and 2 rooms. Yet it was devoid of any inhabitants. However, Yang Yin noticed something peculiar. Despite the oppressive atmosphere suggesting long-term abandonment, every item within, including the old furniture, was utterly free of dust. Frowning, he continued to the 3rd floor. Wait! Halfway up the staircase, Yang Yin suddenly halted, recalling the extraordinary skill Su Qian had employed at the Great World Foot Bath. Illusion. Could it be that this was merely an illusion? Utilizing the unique perception of the black goat, Yang Yin quickly discerned the telltale signs. Yet this illusion seemed significantly more potent than the previous pink space, seemingly enhanced by some mysterious force. The last time Su Qian activated her skill, she had only drawn Yang Yin into a mysterious realm. Now, this illusion could simulate reality, disorienting his senses and even causing him to become lost within this modest building. Illusions, at their core, deceive the senses, tricking the mind into believing in falsehoods. He then hurried back down to the 1st floor. However, upon his return, the 1st floor had transformed into a chaotic maelstrom. The iron door he had entered through had vanished. Replaced by swirling mist, Yang Yin appeared trapped. Had he been met with such a show of force before even the introduction? Was this the hospitality of the Genius Club? A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as the black goat mark on his right hand began to glow. A faint red mist emanating from his palm and infusing the crystalline short blade. Without hesitation, Yang Yin thrust the short blade into the ground. It pierced the oddly yielding surface, akin to sinking into a thick dough. The sensation profoundly strange. Finally, with a mere thought, he ignited the mysterious power of the red mist. Boom. An immense and enigmatic force erupted instantaneously, only to dissipate in the blink of an eye. The red mist was awakening. The surrounding illusion trembled violently, resembling an earthquake, swaying left and right, with certain areas beginning to dissolve, reminiscent of a mirage in the desert. Su Qian, come forth. Your honesty leaves much to be desired. In the next moment, the surrounding illusion crumbled dramatically, the previously dim staircase vanishing without a trace. Yang Yin found himself in a small bar, facing a counter. He warily scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed a neon sign flickering. Genius Bar. With the illusion dispelled, it became evident that this was not a residential building, but rather a quaint bar hidden away on a rundown street. The bar was vibrant, with colorful lights, the bartender mixing drinks, and scattered patrons engaged in conversation, completely oblivious to Yang Yin's abrupt appearance, as if he had always belonged there. The power of the illusion was indeed remarkable. He wondered just how Su Qian had acquired her extraordinary abilities. His curiosity intensified. Just as Yang Yin was surveying the area, an elegant female voice rang out beside him, sultry and alluring. He, dear brother, whether or not you are a genius will only be determined by the test of time. Chapter 35. The Enraged Kuan Ge? Yang Yin remained vigilant and composed. He slowly turned to find Su Qian inexplicably at his side. Perhaps she had just arrived, or perhaps she had always been there. Dressed in a simple yet elegant black skirt, her long, alluring legs were captivating, while her softly curled red hair framed her exquisite face. Her captivating eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Yang Yan. As if trying to see through him, that Su Qian was a sixth-tier master-level extraordinary being, proficient in deception and adept at casting illusions. This time, she had also harnessed the power of a spiritual treasure, amplifying the effects of her illusion. Yet, this young man before her effortlessly uncovered its secrets and dispelled her illusion, a feat utterly astonishing. Su Qian could not fathom how he accomplished it. His displayed prowess had far surpassed that of the first tier. Su Qian then swayed her alluring hips toward Yang Yan and said, "Yang Yan, you are an extraordinary being. Welcome to our genius club." Yet, Yang Yan merely smiled faintly, the ethereal mist swiftly expanding to envelop Su Qian's throat. Su Qian gasped in shock. She had never anticipated that this seemingly 18-year-old youth would be so assertive as to make a move against her. Although Su Qian was a sixth-tier master, she was completely unprepared and could not evade Yang Yan's attack. Moreover, Yang Yan had now ascended to the third tier of ethereal mist. "Su Qian, would you care to explain why you unleashed such a powerful illusion upon me? If my strength had been insufficient, would I have perished in that house, forever unable to escape?" Despite his youth, a profound aura of menace shimmered in Yang Yan's eyes, betraying none of the demeanor expected of a high school senior. "Speak!" In an instant, Yang Yan conjured a short blade and pressed it against Su Qian's delicate neck, poised to strike at any moment. Su Qian, a seasoned player in this game, strained to maintain her composure. Though she trembled slightly, "Yang Yan, please calm down. This is the intention of our genius club, not a personal vendetta." Bound tightly by Yang Yan's grip, Su Qian found no immediate escape and could only respond with poise. For she was a support-type extraordinary being, not one of explosive power. Yang Yan smirked coldly, displaying no hint of compassion. "The intentions of the genius club? Are you not overestimating yourselves? In a world so bizarre, how can you be certain that you are the rarest of geniuses? Hee, does being a genius grant one the right to manipulate and toy with others?" His words rang true. Once those malevolent deities truly descended, what would it matter if one were a genius? They too would be corrupted into groveling slaves, mere part of the multitude. Only divine beings could stand against them. "Yang Yan, I believe you have misunderstood. Our illusions were merely a test. We never intended to take your life," Su Qian continued, striving to stabilize Yang Yan's emotions. As she spoke, she was thoroughly taken aback by Yang Yan's capabilities, her gaze reflecting growing trepidation. The aura of a third-tier warrior. Su Qian sensed the presence of a third-tier warrior. When they had met a few days prior, Yang Yan had merely been a newly awakened first-tier warrior. And now, such a rapid ascent she had never witnessed. Even she, who was deemed a genius, had taken 6 months to progress from first to third tier. Yet Yang Yan required only 3 days. Just then, a young man descended from the second floor of the bar. He spoke languidly, exuding an air of superiority. "Young lad, I hope you will temper your demeanor. The illusion you just experienced is an unchanging rule of our genius club. We invited you here out of recognition. Do not be ungrateful." Yang Yan turned to the source of the voice. It was a young man of about 23, sporting a scar near his ear, his gaze rather unfriendly. Yang Yan did not lower his short blade. Instead inquiring coolly, "Who are you?" The scarred young man chuckled. "You may call me A Kuan, or simply Kuan Gu." Yang Yan surmised that this individual, A Kuan, was likely akin to Su Qian, a member of the Genius Club. This small bar was presumably a gathering place for the Genius Club. As for the depths of intrigue within, Yang Yan felt compelled to delve further. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "A Kuan, is it? Might you provide an explanation on behalf of Su Qian? Why must the so-called Genius Club toy with me? Did you invite me here merely to assert dominance?" Upon hearing these words, A Kuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were ignited by a surge of anger. He is, after all, a paragon among the extraordinary, having ascended to a fourth-tier master before the age of 25. Should he pursue a career as a police officer, he would surely be at least a captain-level extraordinary. Furthermore, he is a member of the Genius Club. How could he possibly be chastised by a mere fledgling? The elevation of extraordinary beings is a formidable endeavor. Typically, an ordinary extraordinary requires no less than 3 years to break through to the second sequence. To achieve the second sequence before the age of 25 is indeed a rarity. Moreover, this is the territory of the Genius Club, and Akuin could hardly swallow such indignation. Akuin bellowed, unleashing a surge of violent, extraordinary power. A mere third-tier warrior dares to boast here? Are you tired of living? Su Qian, her beautiful eyes tightly furrowed, admonished Akuin in a grave tone. Akuin, do not act impulsively. Su Qian had no desire to make an enemy of Yang Yin. She regarded him as a potential friend worthy of her acquaintance. In an era marked by the resurgence of mysterious powers and the descent of evil gods, it is a time when unity is paramount. Yet Akuin, in his fury, seemed to disregard all, as if even Jesus could not deter him. Su Qian, you, an auxiliary extraordinary, are telling me to take action? Su Qian's brows knitted tighter. She had never been fond of Akuin, not only for his tempestuous temperament, but also for his arrogance. Her intention was to introduce Yang Yin into the Genius Club, hoping to forge a connection with a promising extraordinary. Little did she anticipate that Yang Yin was equally assertive and detested being toyed with. Demanding an explanation from the Genius Club, Su Qian was further taken aback by Yang Yan's complete lack of chivalry. He pressed her firmly, the blade in his hand poised against her delicate neck, devoid of any gentleness. She recalled the last time he had audaciously seized her thigh. How utterly humiliating, as these thoughts swirled in her mind. Su Qian's brows furrowed in anger, and she turned away, unwilling to interfere any further. That insufferable Yang Yin, truly a difficult younger brother to contend with, she cursed silently in her heart. Just as Su Qian's thoughts were in turmoil, Akuin had already approached Yang Yin, poised to strike. Yang Yin, however, did not temper his fierceness, ready to unleash the crimson mist at any moment. If this so-called Genius Club sought to toy with him, he was more than willing to demonstrate a lesson. Akuin was merely a fourth-tier warrior. Yang Yin was confident he could deliver a fatal blow. That moment, a man descended from the second floor, his voice resonant and seemingly compelling. Ladies and gentlemen, might you afford me a moment of your consideration? Upon his utterance, Yang Yin felt the very ambience of the bar shift, as a peculiar force enveloped the space. It was the aura of a third sequence. The third sequence denotes a master-level extraordinary, the final tier of the lower sequences, endowed with formidable power. Concurrently, all eyes gravitated towards the staircase on the second floor. A robust youth, approximately 22 years of age, descended, a peculiar raven perched upon his shoulder. A third sequence extraordinary at such a young age is indeed a rarity. Upon sighting this muscular youth, even the furious Akuin begrudgingly swallowed his ire, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Brother? What brings you here? Su Qian inhaled deeply, her surprise evident. Observing the reactions of Akuin and Su Qian, Yang Yin surmised that this strapping young man might indeed be the pivotal figure within the Genius Club. When the muscular youth beheld Yang Yin, a flicker of profound astonishment flashed in his eyes, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Is it him? The boy from the amusement park? The one who could stand against that peculiar child? What a coincidence! Yet swiftly, he suppressed his astonishment, maintaining an outward demeanor of composure. He descended the staircase slowly, introducing himself. I am the owner of this bar. My name is Lin Ming. I have heard you were introduced by Su Qian. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you. Lin Ming's tone was remarkably calm and unpretentious, exuding an air of amiability. However, Yang Yin remained vigilant, aware that such individuals are often the most perilous. And thus he did not relent in his grip on Su Qian. With a hostage in hand, he held the upper hand. Yang Yin's gaze was deep and resolute, showing no inclination to concede. Lin Ming, since you are the proprietor here, you must also be a leader within the Genius Club. Therefore, could you provide me with an explanation? Why send Su Qian to play tricks? Lin Ming displayed no signs of anger, appearing youthful yet possessing considerable shrewdness. Yang Yin, you make a valid point. Our Genius Club does indeed have some lapses in protocol, and we have not extended the proper courtesies. You may present your terms, and I will not shirk from what is feasible, he added. I must clarify that I am not the leader of the Genius Club. Rather, I am merely a minor member within this small branch. Yang Yin discerned the multitude of implications woven within Lin Ming's words. Firstly, he was inclined to provide Yang Yin with an explanation and appeared open to the prospect of Yang Yin's membership in the Genius Club. Secondly, He sought to convey that the Genius Club is immensely powerful and enigmatic, hoping Yang Yin would temper his boldness, for the Genius Club is not to be trifled with. Lin Ming was astute, his rhetoric skillful, yet he underestimated Yang Yin as the evil god Black Goat. Yang Yin would not permit anyone to manipulate him. After absorbing this, Yang Yin smiled nonchalantly, his demeanor casual. It's quite simple. Provide me with 1 million, along with information regarding spiritual treasures. Such a request should be trivial for an establishment as formidable as your Genius Club. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Yin had previously noted that Su Qian must possess a spiritual treasure. Otherwise, she could not have conjured such a powerful illusion within that house. Having been an extraordinary for merely a few days, Yang Yin had yet to encounter any information regarding spiritual treasures. Perhaps the archives in the office held such knowledge, but he had not yet had the opportunity to seek it out. Even if the archives did contain information, it would surely pale in comparison to what the Genius Club possessed. Regardless, Yang Yin was not necessarily intent on joining. He simply sought to extract as much as he could, perhaps to procure some treats for his sister. This so-called Genius Club held little allure for him. It was no match for the Temple of the Black Goat. Upon hearing Yang Yin's demands, both Su Qian and Akuin were left astonished. This young man, indeed, had been underestimated, Su Qian silently cursed. Her irritation mounting. Akuin, standing beside Lin Ming, gaped at Yang Yin, bellowing. What the hell are you talking about? We invited you to the Genius Club out of appreciation, and you dare ask us for money? Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea how many extraordinary beings outside are clamoring to join our Genius Club? Akuin, cease your outburst. Lin Ming then turned his attention to Yang Yin, smiling as he said, agreed, I shall grant your request. Such readiness was unexpected. Could it be a ruse? Yang Yin pondered briefly. Soon, Akuin procured a silver box containing 1 million in cash. Lin Ming acted decisively. In contrast, Akuin reluctantly placed the box on the table, casting a cold glare at Yang Yin. While 1 million was trivial for the Genius Club, Akuin could not swallow the indignity. He could not fathom why his elder brother would acquiesce to this young man's demands. Upon seeing the silver box before him, Yang Yin merely cast a cursory glance before relinquishing his grip on the dagger. Releasing the alluring Su Qian, Yang Yin was not unreasonable. Having received what he sought, he naturally honored his word and refrained from further entanglement. However, this incident had imparted a crucial lesson. In this peculiar era, strength is the ultimate currency. Without power, one is susceptible to deception and manipulation, much like his recent experience within the illusion. To hell with the Genius Club and its absurd regulations. Yang Yin was no ordinary extraordinary. Since he had arrived at this place, he would not stifle his displeasure. Yet, he could not deny that Su Qian possessed an enchanting allure, leaving a faint scent of perfume lingering on his attire. Clad in a black skirt and adorned with exquisite features, she epitomized the ideal older sister figure, capable of captivating a multitude of love-struck younger men. Nevertheless, as an evil god, Yang Yin regarded women as mere ephemeral beings. Devoid of any lingering sentiment, he firmly recalled the adage, the more beautiful the woman, the more caution one must exercise. Additionally, Yang Yin recognized another truth. Su Qian was indeed formidable. Much like a journey, only by immersing oneself in the experience can one truly appreciate the grandeur and magnificence within. After Yang Yin released Su Qian, she fixed him with a resentful gaze, wishing she could deliver a crushing blow. This brute was far too rough, leaving her neck sored, Su Qian mused inwardly. Yet, as a beautiful prodigy, she found herself appreciating the assertiveness of a youth like Yang Yin. He possessed fortitude, as the atmosphere in the room began to ease. Lin Ming approached Yang Yin, extending his right hand with a smile. Welcome to the Genius Bard. This moment, the bar remained a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the recent scene had left no mark upon this vibrant place. Yang Yin extended his right hand, a serene smile gracing his lips. Now, perhaps you could enlighten me about the matter of the Ling Bao. Of course, please follow me, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head as he gestured towards the second floor. Yang Yin had little patience for circumlocution. He believed that those deemed geniuses should be equally direct. Su Qian and Akuin trailed behind him, making their way to an office on the second floor. Meanwhile, the crow perched on Lin Ming's shoulder scrutinized Yang Yin, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. In truth, Lin Ming was not merely being polite. Like Su Qian, he was intrigued by the secrets that lay behind Yang Yin. On the surface, Yang Yin appeared to be merely a third-tier martial artist. Yet, with a discerning eye, one could perceive an unusual aura surrounding him. Perhaps due to Akuin's somewhat limited perception, he failed to notice this layer of complexity. The concept of the evil god had always served as a form of shackling within the hearts of humanity. Yet, Yang Yin was the singular embodiment of that very essence, traversing the realm of Huaxia. Thus, to him, the so-called geniuses were merely specks of dust in the passage of time. Before long, they arrived at a dimly lit office. Though termed an office, it was more akin to a small private room. However, the moment Yang Yin stepped inside, his spiritual senses suddenly heightened, an instinctive warning from the black goat informing him of imminent danger. Chapter 37. The mysterious and powerful Ling Bao upon entering the dim chamber. Yang Yin unapologetically seated himself upon the sofa. In such circumstances, showing courtesy would be rather lowbrow, devoid of any sophistication. Yet, despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Yang Yin was already on high alert regarding this room. His instincts had never failed him. Akuin, visibly displeased, glared at Yang Yin, still simmering from the previous incident. Meanwhile, Lin Ming appeared unfazed, his anticipation for Yang Yin only growing. Following the earlier commotion, Su Qian's beautiful visage now bore a hint of irritation. Yet her attitude towards Yang Yin had begun to shift towards caution. Given another chance, she would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly probing Yang Yin's capabilities, especially after having been the principal victim of the earlier encounter. Who could fathom the depths of Yang Yin's hidden cards? After a silence that lingered for several seconds, Lin Ming broke the stillness of the room. Yang Yin, I must admit, I am quite curious about how you ascended from a first-tier martial artist to a third-tier within such a brief span. If you prefer not to share, that is entirely understandable. Nonetheless, I hold you in high regard and hope you might consider joining our Genius Club to engage in the pursuits befitting our kind, for your potential is immense. Lin Ming's voice was calm, akin to conversing with an acquaintance, yet to Yang Yin, it was undoubtedly a veiled form of flattery, a tactic designed to lower his guard. However, Yang Yin was not one to be easily deceived. He could trust only half of Lin Ming's words. At that moment, Akuin, upon realizing that this high school student had elevated to a third-tier martial artist in mere days, found himself increasingly restless. Shock was evident in his widened pupils, and his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Yang Yin, even his gaze shifting from one of arrogance to one of caution. Over the years, Akuin had encountered many prodigies and had sparred with numerous gifted individuals. Yet he had never witnessed, nor heard of, anyone who could ascend to a third-tier martial artist in such a short time. It finally dawned on him why his older brother had acquiesced to Yang Yan's demands. A third-tier martial artist could easily unravel Su Qian's illusions, and such an individual could threaten her without fear of retaliation. The person before him seemed formidable. Yet, returning to his senses, Akuin's prejudice against Yang Yin had not entirely dissipated. What is he but a third-tier martial artist? I, a fourth-tier master, could easily crush him, Akuin mused inwardly. Upon hearing Lin Ming's remarks, Yang Yan's gaze remained profound, revealing little emotion. Cut to the chase. Tell me everything you can about the Ling Bao. Lin Ming chuckled, regarding Yang Yin as one would an old friend. The Ling Bao is a treasure unique to our Huaxia, possessing extraordinary capabilities. It is classified into 6 tiers, ranging from first-tier Ling Bao to 6th-tier Ling Bao. The Ling Bao is a remarkable artifact formed from the condensation of spiritual energy, endowed with various miraculous functions. It can assist, exert power, and even facilitate resurrection. Anything is possible in this era of mythological revival. As he spoke, Lin Ming glanced at Su Qian, signaling her to present the Ling Bao. Earlier, the formidable illusion Su Qian conjured stemmed partly from the power of the Ling Bao. Su Qian bit her lip, casting a wary glance at Yang Yin before summoning a pink mirror utilizing her extraordinary abilities. This was an exceptionally peculiar pink mirror, emanating a wave of spiritual energy that rippled through the air. The moment the mirror materialized, even Yang Yin could not help but gaze at it with heightened curiosity. Its frame was pink, adorned with enigmatic engravings, reminiscent of the mirrors used by young maidens while grooming themselves. Yet, what struck Yang Yin as odd was that the mirror's surface was not composed of glass, but rather layers of hazy, ethereal ripples, as if imbued with some bizarre force that threatened to draw one within. A truly eerie phenomenon. By all accounts, it could not merely be termed a mirror. It resembled a small pocket dimension. Lin Ming took the pink mirror from Su Qian's hands and continued to elucidate to Yang Yin. This is a second-tier Ling Bao. The spatial mirror. Its primary function is supportive, specifically targeting spatial-related extraordinary abilities, such as Su Qian's illusion. The usage is straightforward. One merely needs to infuse a modicum of extraordinary power to activate the Ling Bao and control it. For most Ling Bao, users can harness their extraordinary energy to employ them for their purposes. With that, Lin Ming gestured to Su Qian to demonstrate. Su Qian cradled the spatial mirror in her left hand, gently tapping it with her right, and the extraordinary energy activated the mirror's spirituality, emitting a soft pink glow. A remarkable transformation unfolded. The ambience of the office shifted dramatically, as if traversing through space. Morphing instantaneously in the blink of an eye, they found themselves ensconced within a dim, narrow chamber that exuded an air of peril. At that moment, Yang Yin discovered that he was no longer seated on a sofa, but rather upon a cold stone slab. Stained with vivid crimson blood point, one could not deny the potency and uniqueness of Su Qian's illusion. The oppressive atmosphere of the chamber felt utterly authentic, replicating both scent and tactile sensations precisely as one would experience in an actual confined space. Yet, Yang Yin recognized that it was the auxiliary spatial mirror that had played a pivotal role in this illusion's creation. Without that pink spatial mirror, Su Qian's abilities would certainly not have been capable of crafting such a lifelike phantasm. At best, she could have shaped an illusory space akin to the pink illusion encountered previously at the Great World Foot Bath establishment. Withdraw. Su Qian commanded sharply. In the next instant, Yang Yin found himself back in the bar's office. Lin Ming continued, Yang Yin, the Ling Bao is a profoundly enigmatic treasure. If wielded correctly, it can be immensely powerful, much like Su Qian. However, in this world, every power comes at a cost. Utilizing the Ling Bao requires an enormous expenditure of spiritual energy. Prolonged use may lead to spiritual depletion and result in the user becoming a mere corpse. In a sense, the Ling Bao possesses a form of life. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin felt a jolt of shock. The Ling Bao could actually retaliate. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Qian's condition. Her complexion had begun to pale slightly, and the allure in her eyes hinted at fatigue, though she still managed to conceal her beauty, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. This was the side effect of utilizing the Ling Bao in this strange world. All forms of power demanded a price. Nothing was quite as it seemed. At that moment, Yang Yin felt an impulse. He too yearned to possess his own Ling Bao. Given that even a second-tier Ling Bao could manifest such extraordinary effects, how much more mysterious would the higher tiers be? Moreover, if a Ling Bao were to be augmented with a hint of crimson mist power, would it not be even more formidable? Excitement surged within Yang Yin. Meanwhile, Lin Ming settled into a chair, his tone softening slightly as he continued to address Yang Yin. Yang Yin, I can share only this much about the Ling Bao. Now, shall we turn our attention to other matters? As he spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lin Ming's eyes, signaling a shift in focus. The main event finally at hand. At this moment, Yang Yin offered a cold smile, fully aware that his visit to the Genius Club was merely the prelude to the true performance. Chapter 38. Master-level power. In this fleeting moment, Lin Ming regarded Yang Yin with a stillness that concealed a flicker of menace. The perceptive Yang Yin sensed Lin Ming's abnormality but maintained his calm demeanor. Wearied of frivolity, within the confines of the room, only Yang Yin noted Lin Ming's unsettling gaze. Su Qian and Akuan remained oblivious to the latent danger that lingered around him. Furthermore, Yang Yin observed that the entirely black crow was also behaving oddly, scrutinizing him as if attempting to pierce the veil of his being. In the next instant, Lin Ming raised his right hand, prompting Su Qian and Akuan to exchange glances before vacating the room. The chamber was left with only Yang Yin and Lin Ming. The two individuals remained remarkably composed, gazing at each other in silence, as if both were waiting for the other to break the stillness. Yang Yin, I am aware that your presence here may merely be to gather information, and you may not necessarily wish to join our Genius Club. So let us keep this simple. Lin Ming rose from the sofa, his hands clasped behind his back. Yang Yan's eyebrows twitched, realizing that Lin Ming was even more astute than he had anticipated. He smiled faintly and replied, Very well, what do you propose we discuss directly? Lin Ming turned to meet Yang Yan's gaze and spoke, You must be aware that the Red Moon has loomed for over a millennium, casting a strange influence over Huaxia, resulting in countless bizarre events throughout history. Yet, these occurrences share a commonality. They rarely claim many lives. However, the recent incident at Wudong High School resulted in the tragic loss of 5,345 students and faculty, an unprecedented toll in the annals of strange occurrences. Ha! I know you are one of the few survivors. Yang Yin regarded Lin Ming coolly, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired. What are you trying to convey? Lin Ming chuckled softly and continued. I merely wish to imply that the strange forces seem to be spiraling out of control. A balance that has persisted for a millennium appears to be gradually disintegrating, heralding the dawn of a new era. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a pang of understanding. He too had sensed these evident changes. Moreover, the information he had gathered from Xiao Shuai and the peculiar child hinted at significant events on the horizon. Just how unfortunate would it be if I were to arrive in a time of great upheaval? Yang Yin internally lamented. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he looked at Lin Ming and asked, So, what exactly do these matters have to do with the Genius Club? Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's expression grew grave. He perceived Yang Yin as a formidable opponent, not easily swayed in this age of strangeness. Our Genius Club has but one objective, to assemble all the young talents of our generation for a monumental task, one unprecedented in its nature. As for the specifics of this task, that depends on whether you possess the qualifications to be privy to such knowledge. Join us in the Genius Club, and you shall have the opportunity to glimpse another facet of this world. So, this is an olive branch being extended to me. Yang Yin mused. He then replied, Do you hold such faith in my capabilities? What if I turn out to be nothing more than a pretty face devoid of substance? Lin Ming smiled, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed, even as he spoke. Surviving the Wudong High School incident, advancing to a third-tier martial artist within 3 days, contending with a peculiar child with first-tier prowess, and effortlessly dispelling Su Qian's illusions. Such feats do not befit someone deemed useless, at least not in my estimation. To be candid, when I learned you escaped from Wudong High School as a mere high school student, I found it hard to believe. It struck me as an accomplishment beyond human capability. I find you quite intriguing. Join us and partake in the endeavors befitting one of our genius. At that moment, Yang Yin was suddenly taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. How does he know I battled the peculiar child? What a terrifying individual. His channels of information are simply formidable. No wonder he is a member of the Genius Club. Yang Yin thought, astonished. Lin Ming's intention was straightforward. He sought to recruit Yang Yin into the Genius Club. After all, every potential genius was a rare find. However, Lin Ming harbored another motive. He wished to understand Yang Yin and uncover the secrets that lay behind him. He did not believe that Yang Yin could truly survive the bizarre incident at Wudong High School as an ordinary individual. Something monumental must have been at play, yet how could Yang Yin possibly disclose that to him? Suddenly, Yang Yin's attention was drawn to the raven perched on Lin Ming's shoulder, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. What struck Yang Yin as particularly peculiar were the raven's enigmatic, glistening eyes, reminiscent of 2 miniature cameras. Yet, he promptly dismissed this notion. How could a raven possess camera-like eyes? Could it truly be capable of recording? If that were the case, it would be utterly outrageous, perhaps even warranting its removal from the raven's lineage. This raven was somewhat bothersome. I must find an opportunity to have the foolish pigeon suppress it. Yang Yin internally scoffed, suddenly finding the pigeon 100 times more appealing than the raven. Yang Yin refrained from immediately accepting Lin Ming's invitation, yet he also did not explicitly reject it. I shall provide you with an answer in 3 days. Very well. Lin Ming's expression remained largely unchanged. Though he felt a twinge of annoyance at Yang Yin's frosty demeanor, Yang Yin exuded a sense of dominance, akin to a sharp thorn that could not be ignored at that moment. Yang Yin's aura of danger still lingered. He held a silver box containing 1 million in his grasp, ready to depart at any moment. Since this was his first foray into gauging the so-called Genius Club, Yang Yin did not intend to linger any longer than necessary. Delay could invite unforeseen troubles. However, just then, Lin Ming's expression turned icy, and he gently stroked the raven on his shoulder, calmly stating, Yang Yin, we have conveyed all we wish to say to you, yet I remain profoundly curious about the secrets your body conceals. Although Yang Yin possessed the strength to contend with the peculiar child as a third-tier martial artist, Lin Ming still did not regard him with genuine respect. Go Lin Ming. Those so-called secret powers were mere tricks that could not sustain themselves for long. In truth, what irked Lin Ming the most was Yang Yan's assertive demeanor. At that moment, Yang Yan's pupils dilated sharply. His sensitivity to danger reached an unprecedented peak, akin to a taut string ready to snap. To his astonishment, Lin Ming remained fixated on unraveling the secrets surrounding Yang Yan, choosing to take action. Lin Ming left his sentence unfinished, slowly turning, his right hand clenched, unleashing a powerful surge of extraordinary energy directed toward Yang Yan. Master-level power. Yang Yan's body instantly tensed, engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. It bore a striking resemblance to the intensity he had felt from Hu Ping. It was crucial to note that without invoking the power of the red mist, Yang Yan was merely an ordinary third-tier martial artist. As he gazed at Lin Ming, who steadily approached, Yang Yan's expression grew serious, his eyes deep and resolute as he intoned, Lin Ming, are you truly prepared to make a move? Chapter 39. The gentle sister. In that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. Although Lin Ming had made his move, Yang Yan surmised that it might merely be a test, rather than an earnest attempt to strike. After all, he was a third-tier extraordinary being and a young genius. There was little need to engage a third-tier martial artist in earnest. Lin Ming's objective was simple, to draw out Yang Yan's true abilities. Lin Ming advanced slowly, each step heavy and purposeful, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The third tier represented a significant divide among extraordinary beings. If the first tier was awakening, and the second tier marked entry, then the third tier signified a true extraordinary being. This tier was the final stage of the low tiers, and also the critical threshold to the mid-tier. The extraordinary powers of the first and second tiers are primarily quantitative changes, with minimal disparity between them. For instance, when a martial artist encounters a master, there exists a possibility of confrontation, and the martial artist may not necessarily lose. However, upon entering the third tier, a qualitative shift in power occurs, enabling a direct overwhelming of the previous two tiers. Thus, when a martial artist or master confronts a master-level extraordinary being, they stand little chance of survival, and now, Lin Ming embodied that third-tier extraordinary being. Yet, Yang Yan could distinctly sense that Lin Ming had only recently crossed into this tier. He was likely a first-tier master. Although he was merely a first-tier master, Lin Ming was only 22 years old, and his future was boundless. In this instant, Yang Yan found himself reluctant to act. He did not wish to reveal too many anomalies in front of Lin Ming. However, as Lin Ming drew nearer, the pressure emanating from him intensified, enveloping the entire room in an overwhelming wave of spiritual force. Were it not for Yang Yan's body being unique, he would have likely been trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, there is something peculiar about your body, Lin Ming murmured seriously, his gaze fixed intently upon Yang Yan, his expression far from amiable. In this world of uncertainty, the unknown was the most formidable foe. And thus Lin Ming felt compelled to probe Yang Yan's depths. I cannot afford to engage him further. I must retreat swiftly, Yang Yan contemplated, finally focusing his gaze on the ebony raven. Though I may not be a match for you, I should be able to seize your raven without issue. An idea sparked in Yang Yan's mind. Suddenly, he rose and approached Lin Ming, his movements deliberate and devoid of any hint of fear. At that moment, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Yang Yan's intentions. What does this mean? Is this third-tier martial artist genuinely attempting to turn the tables and confront me head-on? Or is he preparing to unleash some form of extraordinary power? A flurry of speculations raced through Lin Ming's mind. Now is the moment. Yang Yan's intent surged. As Lin Ming hesitated, Yang Yan swiftly extended his left hand, reaching for the ebony raven, his speed unparalleled. It was a strike aimed at catching Lin Ming off guard. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yan had captured the raven from Lin Ming's shoulder, firmly constraining it in his grasp, a faint white mist swirling around it. Although Yang Yan possesses only the strength of a third-tier warrior, he successfully ensnared the raven through the uniqueness of his extraordinary power. The most crucial factor was that Lin Ming had let his guard down. After capturing the raven, Yang Yan swiftly retreated several paces, re-establishing a standoff with Lin Ming. Yang Yan, I truly underestimated your capabilities. Upon witnessing the abduction of his beloved raven, Lin Ming displayed no signs of anger, maintaining his calm and composed smile. At that moment, Yang Yin realized that a person with a robust physique may not necessarily possess a simplistic mind. The formidable man before him radiated a chilling intellect. Lin Ming fixed his gaze on Yang Yin, stating, "You possess remarkable audacity for deceiving me and causing me to lower my vigilance." Yang Yin chuckled knowingly. He understood that his escape plan was now halfway to success. "If I manage to depart unscathed, this raven will live," Yang Yin uttered coldly. This brief statement carried an unmistakable tone of threat, prompting a flicker of menace in Lin Ming's eyes, sharp enough to seem lethal. Yet, Yang Yin felt no fear. He had numerous avenues for escape. Capturing the raven was merely one of them. He estimated that if he summoned Xiao Shui and combined it with a touch of Red Mist's power, Lin Ming would likely be left begging for mercy. However, Yang Yin preferred to reserve some aces for moments of dire necessity. "Very well, you may leave. But upon our next encounter, fortune may not favor you as it does today," Lin Ming remarked, his tone noticeably more frigid. Yang Yin recognized that he had inadvertently forged a personal enmity with Lin Ming. As a genius and a member of the Genius Club, being outmaneuvered by a mere youth was undoubtedly a provocation. Anyone would find it intolerable. Without further hesitation, Yang Yin gripped the peculiar raven in one hand and the silver box in the other, gradually retreating toward the exit. The box contained 1 million. As Yang Yin withdrew, Lin Ming reigned in all his extraordinary power, acknowledging that today was not the day to test Yang Yin. Ultimately, Lin Ming left Yang Yin with a parting remark, "Yang Yin, at 18, your brilliance is too evident, and such exposure can lead to premature demise. The experts of the Genius Club are more numerous and formidable than you might imagine." Yang Yin perceived this as a blatant intimidation. Yet he refrained from responding, maintaining his own pace as he slowly exited the second floor. Soon, he reached the first floor, preparing to depart, and Lin Ming refrained from pursuing him. At that moment, Su Qian and Akuan, stationed on the first floor, spotted Yang Yin, their surprise mounting as they realized he was clutching Lin Ming's cherished raven. How could it be? How could Yang Yin have captured their elder brother's raven? Had they fought? But how could Yang Yin possibly be a match for their elder brother? No wonder I sensed their elder brother's extraordinary power earlier. A conflict must have occurred, yet why did he let this brat go? Although Akuan felt a surge of anger, he dared not act rashly, knowing Yang Yin still held their elder brother's raven. Su Qian then added, her expression tinged with indignation, "No, it likely wasn't a conflict. Lin Ming was merely probing, and when that failed, Yang Yin seized the opportunity. He truly is a clever adversary." Yang Yin remained vigilant, advancing step by step toward the bar's entrance. Finally, he turned to Su Qian by the bar's edge, teasingly remarking, "Sister Su, with a figure as splendid as yours, please refrain from casting any illusions next time we meet. The boys appreciate gentle and pure sisters." With that, Yang Yin cast a cold smile and swiftly retreated, vanishing behind the door without a trace of hesitation. "You?" Su Qian felt a surge of urgency, her chest rising and falling as she stamped her foot. How could a mere boy, barely of age, dare to lecture a sixth-tier master like her? This was utterly intolerable. "Humph, wretched little brother, you'd better not let me catch you slipping up." Su Qian widened her enchanting eyes, taking a sip of fruit wine to steady herself. In this delicate moment, Akuan remained transfixed by Su Qian's graceful form, unable to blink. After all, it was Su Qian. Even in anger, she exuded such charm, truly deserving of her status as a transcendent being of the Enhua path. After taking a sip of his drink, Akuan's mind flooded with familiar images. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Compared to the alluring yet unattainable Su Qian, he was far more concerned about Lin Ming's situation. Muttering to himself, Akuan furrowed his brow and quickly ascended the stairs. He couldn't fathom how Yang Yin, a mere third-tier warrior, managed to effortlessly break through Su Qian's illusions. How had he managed to abscond with 1 million from their elder brother? How had he captured the raven and successfully made his escape? The next time they met, he would ensure Yang Yin paid double. The more Akuan pondered, the more infuriated he became. Chapter 40. The sudden eerie incident in the West District. On a dilapidated street, Yang Yin paused only after confirming he had distanced himself from the Genius Bar. He allowed his tense nerves to relax slightly. His gaze then fell upon the raven he held. Yang Yin found this raven exceedingly peculiar. Although it was firmly in his grasp, it remained unervingly calm.
Its obsidian-like eyes spun about, and most bizarrely, its body was frigid, akin to a long-deceased corpse, devoid of warmth. This was unscientific. It is well known that birds are warm-blooded creatures with generally high body temperatures. Yet this raven seemed to defy the biological norms of avian life, resembling a traitor among its kin. Enough of this. Without further understanding, it was best not to act rashly. Yang Yin then released the raven, allowing it to take to the skies. True to form, the moment it slipped from his grip, it soared straight toward the bar, its destination unwavering and resolute. Phew. This visit to the Genius Club was indeed exhilarating. Truth be told, this was the most challenging act he had ever performed, facing 3 warriors of master level or above. All members of the Genius Club, with only the strength of a third-tier warrior, was no small feat. Had his earlier bravado faltered even slightly, he would likely have lost 1 million along with the information on the spiritual treasures. Through this engagement with the Genius Club, Yang Yin discerned that each member was exceptional indeed. Su Qian, not only a young 6th-tier master, possessed a 2nd-tier spiritual treasure, and Akurin was frighteningly powerful and gifted, far surpassing most of his peers. Most terrifying of all was Lin Ming, a 22-year-old master-level transcendent. Compared to Li and his team, the members of the Genius Club were daunting. After all, geniuses are not called such without reason. Indeed, the truly skilled often lurk among the masses. Furthermore, through his recent conversation with Lin Ming, Yang Yin surmised that the eerie incidents at Wudong High School were merely a precursor, with more significant events brewing in the shadows. Something monumental was bound to unfold. Yet, Yang Yin felt no sense of panic. As a traveler, he was not bound by the 5 elements and had little to fear. Whatever happens, one must indulge in life's pleasures. Today, he had gleaned knowledge from the Genius Club and earned 1 million in the process. Yang Yin felt as if he were soaring. He chuckled to himself, wondering if his younger sister would be so exhilarated by the 1 million in cash that she would suffer from insomnia. With a slight smile, Yang Yin headed northward, clutching the silver briefcase. However, at that moment, his instincts suddenly tingled, the familiar tension creeping back in. This time, it was less intense, a danger that felt manageable. Yang Yin heightened his vigilance, furrowing his brow as he scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. This old street was peculiar. It seemed interminably long, with no end in sight. The pavement was uneven, the surrounding buildings dilapidated with peeling paint and moss-covered walls, tangled wires and narrow alleys. Just as Yang Yin contemplated leaving, that eerie tension surged again, stronger than before, an uncanny force. Yang Yin instantly made a judgment, sensing that this strange energy was feeble, even less potent than an ordinary ghost. Nonetheless, as a police officer drawing a salary, Yang Yin felt obliged to ensure the safety of Jiangping City. Utilizing his extraordinary powers, he swiftly concealed the silver briefcase within the Aries mark. Each transcendent awakens the ability to store items within their palm. A basic skill that is quite simple. Yang Yin was ready to take action. He refrained from reporting the situation to the office operator, for he was uncertain whether this was indeed a genuine eerie incident. Soon, Yang Yin's heightened senses honed in on a 2-story building. It was a white-walled structure, with protruding windows displaying women's clothing, clearly indicating it was inhabited. This must be the place. Muttering to himself, Yang Yin subtly moved his left hand, causing the white mark to manifest as an aura of extraordinary energy permeated the air. Just as he prepared to approach the building, a piercing scream erupted from within, filled with terror and tremors. It was the voice of a young woman. Yang Yin's expression tightened. Without hesitation, he pivoted and leapt onto the rooftop. While he may not yet possess the ability to teleport, scaling walls and flying between eaves was a skill he had mastered. On the rooftop, a gray iron door awaited. Yang Yin quickly conjured spiritual mist and struck the door with a swift punch, breaking it open. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Following the sound, Yang Yin swiftly made his way to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, Yang Yin's pupils constricted slightly. He beheld the 2nd floor living room in utter disarray. Overturned tables and chairs, the floor strewn with shards of broken glass, and electrical appliances such as the television and fans scattered haphazardly, as if some immensely strong individual had wreaked havoc upon the space. His gaze then fell upon a corner where a disheveled young woman was curled up, trembling in fear, clutching a vase in her hand, as if she had encountered a truly terrifying ordeal. Yang Yin surveyed the scene and calmly inquired, "What has transpired here?" Upon hearing Yang Yan's voice, the girl seemed to become even more terrified, frantically raising the vase in her hand, repeatedly shouting, "Stay away! Don't come closer!" Yang Yin furrowed his brow, sensing that this room harbored something sinister. "I am a detective from Jiangping City." He then produced his police badge, for every citizen of Huaxia was familiar with the presence of detectives in urban settings. When bizarre occurrences or unsolvable homicides arose, seeking their assistance was always prudent. The young woman before him, with her fair complexion, surely understood the significance of a detective. It was only at that moment that the girl appeared to grasp the gravity of her situation. She looked up in shock, as if clinging to a lifeline. With a stutter, she uttered, "Officer, a madman has entered my home. A madman tainted by some bizarre force." Madman? Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback in recent days. He had faced higher-tier threats, and the weakest adversary he had encountered was a toothless mute, nearly causing him to forget the existence of madmen. Madmen were individuals who had suffered mild bizarre contamination. Although they did not typically cause mass casualties, they posed a danger to urban security and the lives of citizens. Just like now, a girl's home could unknowingly be invaded by a madman. Placing her on the brink of peril, Yang Yin instinctively glanced towards the doorway. The iron door had been forcefully smashed open. The madman possessed considerable strength. "He is in the bedroom," the girl in the white skirt shouted once more. But now, with Yang Yin before her, her expression seemed considerably more at ease. "I in the bedroom." Yang Yin remained silent, and in an instant, a short knife appeared in his hand. Gripping the knife, he strode towards the bedroom without hesitation. He was confident he could easily subdue a madman. The girl in the white skirt, however, was so overwhelmed with fear that she closely followed him, nearly clinging to him. Inside the bedroom, clothes were strewn about, skirts, tank tops, jeans, all scattered across the floor. A faint, unpleasant odor pervaded the air, likely due to the bizarre force at play. The dressing mirror by the bedside lay shattered on the ground, as if a struggle had occurred between two individuals. Yet, at that moment, Yang Yin's brow furrowed. The girl appeared to be merely 23, somewhat frail, and frightened by such bizarre events. But how could she have withstood the madman for so long? He noted that the girl bore no injuries. Yang Yin sensed something was amiss. Moreover, what perplexed him further was that the bedroom was utterly empty. Chapter 41. The strange girl in white skirt. In that instant, Yang Yin abruptly turned around. His guard heightened to the utmost. He took a significant step back, keeping a keen watch on the young woman before him. She was clad in a thin white skirt, exposing her fair shoulders. Her hair disheveled, her delicate features partially obscured, and her eyes, filled with fear, darted about like a timid child. She appeared pitiable, exuding a lethal allure. Yet Yang Yin sensed something peculiar about her. "Officer, why are you staring at me like that?" The girl in the white skirt displayed a pitiful demeanor, her bright eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. Yang Yin replied coldly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Miss, it seems you are deceiving me." Before the girl could react, Yang Yin swiftly reached out, grasping her neck and pinning her against the wall. He intoned, "The windows are locked, and it seems you alone have shattered everything in this room. You claim there is a madman, but where is he?" Yang Yin's voice, though not loud, was imbued with an undeniable pressure that sent chills down one's spine. Cough, cough. The girl in the white skirt appeared to struggle, her face contorting, yet her exquisite features and fair skin remained unblemished. "Let me go." She gasped for breath, her hands and feet flailing in a desperate struggle, presenting no signs of being a threat. But then, where was the madman who had intruded into the room? It was indeed unfortunate to encounter such bizarre occurrences while merely walking down the street. Yang Yin regarded the girl in white with cold eyes, remaining silent, unwilling to release her. After 3 seconds, observing no unusual reaction from her, he finally let go. Yang Yin always remembered a crucial lesson. Hunters often appeared in the guise of their prey. Therefore, he needed to be wary of this beautiful young woman. In the world of survival, it was never unwise to maintain a cautious demeanor. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the girl in the white skirt was freed from Yang Yin's grasp, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, her face flushed with color. Yang Yin found no anomalies on her, at least not any he could detect with his current abilities. He then disregarded the girl beside him and left the bedroom. Returning to the chaotic living room, just as Yang Yin turned his back, a strange glimmer flickered in the depths of the girl's eyes, akin to a shadow lurking beneath the surface. This was a two-bedroom apartment, approximately 40 square meters in size, with walls bearing a dull yellow hue and furniture dating back a decade. This raised his suspicions. Had the madman fled upon Yang Yan's arrival? Yet, the state of the scene suggested that the madman and the girl had been locked in a standoff for quite some time. Yet she bore no signs of distress. How could the madman have simply vanished? Yang Yin had never encountered a bizarre individual who refrained from causing harm. Once bizarre forces manifested, bloodshed was inevitable. It was merely a matter of degree. That moment, the somewhat disheveled girl followed him out of the bedroom, still maintaining her fearful demeanor, remaining closely at Yang Yan's side, unwilling to part. She was genuinely terrified. Yang Yin suddenly turned to face the breathless girl in the white skirt, coldly stating, "You understand that after coming into contact with bizarre forces, you also risked contamination, which is why I had to grip your neck. Now, describe the appearance of that madman." The girl hesitated for a moment, her anxiety palpable. But just then, Yang Yan's instincts heightened once more. A shadow flitted past the balcony window, like a specter, without a moment's hesitation. Yang Yin sprang into action, leaping onto the balcony. The girl in the white skirt stood frozen in panic, nearly letting out a scream. Upon reaching the balcony, Yang Yin saw nothing, not even a trace of that faint, eerie presence. Everything around him seemed to return to normal. Gone? As Yang Yin turned back to re-enter the living room from the balcony, he was struck dumb. The girl in the white skirt had vanished. How could this be? His senses were exceptionally sharp, unless the individual was an extraordinarily powerful bizarre entity or one of the four divine envoys. Once, Yang Yan's heart tightened, feeling as though the preceding events had unfolded like a chilling nightmare. Had he not become an extraordinary being, he would have fled at once. However, now as an extraordinary detective, he was compelled to investigate thoroughly. Subsequently, Yang Yin meticulously examined the two rooms and the living area, yet found no sign of the girl in white. It was as though she had simply evaporated into thin air. In the end, Yang Yin stood in the center of the living room, fixating on the scattered remnants on the floor, utterly baffled, yet resolved not to linger any longer. While there was no immediate danger, the atmosphere felt sufficiently eerie, as if countless icy eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. The situation had become uncontrollable. It was time to retreat. Without further hesitation, Yang Yan's left hand bore the Ares insignia, and with his extraordinary strength, he easily leapt down from the balcony to the first floor. West District, Xiaowu Street, Building 23. Having memorized the location, Yang Yin swiftly departed from the street, wary of any unforeseen changes. Not long after Yang Yan's departure, within the disheveled living room, the girl in the white skirt materialized once more. Resembling a ghostly apparition, a white specter at the center of the room. Unlike before, her hair was now styled into a high ponytail, no longer disheveled. Beneath her short skirt, her long, fair legs were visible. Her eyes adorned with subtle makeup, her high nose bridge accentuating her exquisite oval face, lending her features a striking three-dimensional quality. The girl's demeanor contrasted starkly with her earlier appearance of fear. If she had once been a fragile maiden, she now embodied the essence of a formidable general capable of safeguarding an entire nation, exuding confidence and poise. With a graceful wave of her hand, a mysterious force spread forth, enveloping the room in swirling black mist. The chaotic living room and bedroom were instantly restored to pristine order, even the shattered mirror reforming seamlessly. More terrifyingly, the entire building had vanished. As if it had been erased from the aged street. In truth, the building had been concealed by the girl's power. Only she could perceive it, or it would only manifest when she deemed it so. Xiaowu Street, in reality, had no Building 23. This is a matter well known among the surrounding neighbors. Finally, the woman in the white dress moved her feet and in an instant appeared at the windowsill. She gazed longingly in the direction where Yang Yin had departed, her beautiful eyes subtly shifting. Suddenly, another figure abruptly materialized beside the woman in white, as if he had always been by her side. It was a man wearing a baseball cap, approximately 30 years of age, with skin dark and grim. What was most unsettling was that his mouth bore no teeth. He was none other than the toothless mute with whom Yang Yin had previously crossed paths. The man knelt halfway on the ground, respectfully addressing the enchanting woman in white. Hee hee. The servant of the demon, he is Yang Yin. The toothless mute was unable to produce normal sounds, managing only to utter a syllable or two with great difficulty. The servant of the demon silently observed the direction in which Yang Yin had departed, her eyes flickering with a commanding aura reminiscent of a female general. The toothless mute will continue to follow Yang Yin, but remember, do not engage him. The toothless mute nodded dutifully, falling silent. Finally, the servant of the demon narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured to the sky. This 18-year-old boy has survived. The spirit master has gone missing, and the sacrificial ceremony has failed. What a conundrum. Her gaze was sharp, exuding a power and valor equal to that of a female general. Yet, upon closer inspection, when the sunlight illuminated the servant of the demon, she appeared ghostly, casting no shadow. In other words, it seemed as if she were merely a shadow herself. Chapter 42. Special Training for Criminal Police in Jiaoping City, North District, Bianhua Garden. By the time Yang Yin returned home, it was already 6 in the evening. He had been out for nearly an entire day. After leaving the West District, Yang Yin made a brief stop at the office to file a report on the peculiar building in the West District and left the address of Building 23. However, at this moment, Yang Yin was unaware that the building had already vanished. Upon returning home, Yang Yin opened the door and entered the living room, where he found his younger sister studying. Today, she wore a white short-sleeved shirt and loose light-colored jeans, her hair tied into 2 small braids. Her delicate features and fair, smooth skin radiated the innocence and beauty of a young girl, resembling an ethereal fairy. Xiaodan was a diligent and eager learner. She understood that due to her blindness, she could not access a wealth of media information. To avoid falling behind the times, she had to invest more time than others in reading Braille or listening to audiobooks. It is worth noting that her reading speed in Braille was considerably slower than our reading pace. Little sister, I've told you before, when studying tires you out, it's essential to take a break. If you bury yourself in books all day, what if you end up becoming a bookworm? How am I supposed to explain that to mom and dad? Come on, get up and have some fun. Yang Yin said while changing his shoes in his left hand. He carried a silver box, while his right hand was laden with a bag of beef, a bag of abalone, a bag of sea cucumbers, a bag of pig trotters, a bag of bok choy, a bag of lobsters, and 2 bottles of colorado, and the fries I promised that silly pigeon are on the way, from McDonald's. The delivery guy is rushing over. Yang Yin ordered 100 portions of fries. When placing the order, the owner was befuddled and even called to ask if Yang Yin had mistakenly ordered due to hunger. Back then, before Yang Yin became extraordinary and had to attend school, he could only cook instant noodles to fill his stomach. Now, things were different. Life had improved, and Yang Yin was now a youth with a fortune of millions. No more instant noodles. Although that million was hardly worth a hair to the so-called genius club, for Yang Yin's little family, it was a wellspring of happiness. Upon hearing Yang Yin return home, Xiaodan did not express joy. Instead, she pouted and said, "Did you forget to pay the electricity bill? The power just went out. Do you know how unbearable life is without air conditioning? If you want to make me suffer, just say it." Hearing this, Yang Yin suddenly remembered that he had been so busy these past few days that he had indeed forgotten to pay the electricity bill. He placed all the groceries in the kitchen, then returned to the living room and opened the silver box. "Little sister, let me show you something amazing. I guarantee you'll laugh yourself to sleep tonight." Upon opening the box, a trove of red bills greeted Yang Yin's eyes. But since his sister could not see, she had yet to grasp the allure of this wealth. Xiaodan seemed to sense that Yang Yin was acting a bit strange, saying, "Brother, why do I feel like something's off with you today? You not going to cook instant noodles again, are you?" The sister was alarmed. She had grown weary of instant noodles. Yang Yin did not respond. He merely smiled faintly while trying to find a way to let Xiaodan feel the charm of the money. He then brought the bills close to Xiaodan's nose and fanned the air around her. A fresh scent of ink instantly wafted through the air. Yes, that's the smell. Regardless of the world, this delightful little piece of paper always captivates. Xiaodan was sharp, her nose was keen, and her eyes suddenly widened. "Brother, what is this smell? It's so much like money." Yang Yin remained silent, taking Xiaodan's soft right hand and placing it among the stack of bills for her to touch freely. Xiaodan's hand was even more sensitive. She often counted money at home when bored and quickly recognized the feel of the bills. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming. leaving her momentarily speechless. Ah! Xiaodan suddenly shrieked, jumping up from the sofa, staring at Yang Yin in shock. Yang Yin, how do you have so much money? Did you commit a crime? Yang Yin became flustered, patting Xiaodan's soft shoulder. Hey, little sister, am I so worthless in your eyes? I am done loving you. From now on, don't call me brother. After a tense standoff, Yang Yin spun an elaborate tale for his sister for a whole half-hour before she finally believed that the million was clean. As expected, Xiaodan was overjoyed, eager to spread the stack of bills across her bed. Xiaodan had a little quirk. She loved to touch money, especially crisp new bills. When she went to bed, clutching a bill in her hand, she felt more secure. This was something she had told Yang Yin herself, and no matter what, Yang Yin brought the million back to make Xiaodan happy. In the end, dinner that night was extraordinarily lavish, truly terrifying in its abundance. After finishing the meal, Yang Yin sat at the dining table, patting his swollen belly, feeling too full to move. Xiaodan felt the same. Yang Yin extended his right foot and gently nudged his sister. Little sister, it's time to wash the dishes. I want tea. I'm stuffed and have no strength left. I just want to lie here. Then who will wash all these dishes? Yang, the housekeeper, you wash them. Little sister, you are getting more and more outrageous. Tomorrow, I'll make you instant noodles. Brother, I'm on my period. I can't touch cold water. Yang Yin, at midnight, Xiaodan was already asleep. Her sleep schedule was terrifyingly strict. She had to be asleep by 11 and awake by 7. Not even her period could disrupt that fierce discipline. Yang Yin opened his phone and discovered Wei Gu had sent another message. It was neither a link nor a small film. Wei Gu, my little darling, what are you doing? I've missed you so much after just one day. Are you ready for the new criminal police training? Me, criminal police training? Who said that? Wei Gu, my goodness, have you blocked the work group? A message was just sent in the group.at that moment. Yang Yin opened the workgroup to check. Sure enough, a message had just been sent a minute ago. The content was straightforward. All recently recruited criminal police officers were required to gather at the training camp for 2 weeks of special training. As a unique criminal police officer, possessing extraordinary abilities alone was insufficient. One also needed foundational knowledge of criminal policing, such as firearms and various equipment. This was the rule set by the headquarters in Huaxia. To be honest, Yang Yin was not particularly interested in such matters. However, when he scrolled to the end of the document, he spotted a crucial piece of information. Those who perform exceptionally during this training will have the opportunity to obtain clues about spiritual treasures. Upon reading this, Yang Yin's interest was piqued. Clues about spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures were unique to Huaxia and quite rare. Many extraordinary beings might not even possess a single spiritual treasure. For instance, even team leader Li and his group had never found one, aside from that awakening spirit stone, of course. Yet, Yang Yin noticed a detail. Performing exceptionally as a criminal police officer merely granted the opportunity to obtain clues about spiritual treasures. It did not mean they would directly receive a treasure. True, spiritual treasures were not cabbages to be handed out freely. But as the servant of the evil god, Yang Yin was exceedingly curious about how spiritual treasures came into existence. Could it be that, like the treasures of old, they were all unearthed from the ground? This time, he definitely had to attend the training. Chapter 43. Eerie events reoccur on Xiao Street. Lost in thought, Yang Yin sent another message to Wei Gu. Yang Yin. Wei Gu, are you participating? Wei Gu? Then, Wei Gu continued to bombard Yang Yin with messages. Wei Gu, what kind of question is that? Little Yin, how could a top-tier veteran like me in Jiangping City miss such a crucial event? Absolutely impossible. Please call me Chen Haonan of Jiangping City. Wei Gu. If I, Wei Gu, am not present at this criminal police training, it would be like losing a soul. I must show the new criminal police what it means to follow the Panga path and activate the praying mantis fist. Yang Yin. After a brief exchange with Wei Gu, Yang Yin switched off his phone. Just then, Yang Yin suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. He sensed someone at the door. Without the slightest hesitation, his brow furrowed, and he sprang from his chair, cautiously opening the door. Outside lay a silent and dimly lit living room, utterly devoid of life. How could this be? Yang Yin squinted, scanning the area outside the room, only to find that peculiar sense of mental tension had vanished. Ultimately, his gaze settled on his sister's door. The lack of light in the living room rendered her door merely a shadowy outline, resembling an ominous gateway. It couldn't be his sister. She was asleep. Yet, Yang Yin could conjure no other explanation. Was it a ghost? Absolutely not. This residence served as a mental projection of the eldritch god, the black goat, and logically, it should be free from any bizarre influences. Muttering to himself, Yang Yin returned to his room, locking the door behind him. Perhaps I am simply fatigued today, overly tense, leading to hallucinations? The following day, the mighty security company. After Yang Yin documented an incident on Xiaowu Street in the Western District yesterday. Upon learning of the peculiar events in the area, Team Leader Li and the others reported for duty. It must be said, when bizarre occurrences arise, Team Leader Li and his team genuinely refrain from being careless. No matter how trivial the incident may be, seated on the office sofa, Yang Yin addressed Team Leader Li and Mo Fan. Team Leader, it's not particularly grave, merely that the house is somewhat strange. Along with an odd woman, judging by the circumstances at the scene, this peculiar incident seems to pose little threat to the surroundings. Their intent does not appear to be murder. There were only 4 individuals in the office, Yang Yin and Team Leader Li, along with Mo Fan. Wei Gu had yet to arrive. As for the arrogant Lin Bei, he would certainly not show up in the office unless there was an urgent bizarre event. Li Xin sat nearby, lost in thought, showing little interest in Yang Yan's words. However, if an emergency task arose, Li Xin would undoubtedly be the first to spring into action, weapon in hand, rushing out. Team Leader Li nodded and remarked to Yang Yin, I will keep an eye on this matter. The special training for criminal police will commence the day after tomorrow in the original Qing City, which is not too far from here, approximately 100 kilometers. Please prepare accordingly. Original Qing City? Yang Yin questioned in response. Team Leader Li continued to explain. Yes, it is a relatively large city, economically more developed than our Jiangping City. Naturally, their extraordinary criminal police possess superior strength compared to ours. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin realized that since his arrival in this Red Moon world, he had never actually left Jiangping City. Although he had gleaned considerable information about this world online, his experiences were limited, with familiarity only extending to the Jiangping urban area. After all, merely a week prior, he was just a high school student preparing for college entrance exams. For some reason, at this moment, Yang Yin felt a compelling urge to venture out. The world is vast. I yearn to explore it. The Huaxia nation is immense, and Jiangping City is but a trivial locale. Understood, Yang Yin replied. Subsequently, Team Leader Li continued, his tone maintaining a hint of indifference. The requirements for the criminal police training are not excessively demanding, but it is crucial to approach it earnestly, as it serves as a form of onboarding assessment. You and Dewey can take the high-speed train tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with the area. Upon your arrival, staff will be there to assist you. Yang Yin was also curious about the nature of the criminal police training, as it was organized by the headquarters. Perhaps he might encounter extraordinary individuals of equivalent caliber, or those newly awakened. Ultimately, both Yang Yin and Wei Gu were merely 2 fledgling awakeners. Regardless of whether they were master-level or grandmaster-level extraordinary beings, they were not opponents they should face. Were it not for Yang Yan's unique identity, he would have likely met his demise countless times by now. Just then, a plump figure appeared at the office door. Wei Gu had arrived. Apologies, a flock of sparrows and geese flew overhead, and the helicopter dared not speed. Fearing a collision with the birds, I hope I'm not late. Team Leader Li, you look exceptionally handsome today. I'm sure you won't hold it against me. Wei Gu waved his hand, grinning, his chubby cheeks stretching with the movement. Except for Yang Yin, the others regarded Wei Gu with peculiar expressions. Both Team Leader Li and Mo Fan, as well as Li Xin, had joined the criminal police force to combat bizarre forces, largely due to the attractive salary and benefits. They all hailed from humble beginnings, having altered their fates solely because of their awakening as extraordinary individuals. For Wei Gu, the privileged heir born with the silver spoon, it was as if he belonged to a different realm, joining the criminal police merely for amusement, chasing a heroic dream. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Mo Fan could not help but inquire, Wei Gu, do you typically travel by helicopter? Wei Gu nonchalantly responded, not really. I usually walk, as it conserves energy and reduces carbon emissions. But today, my father insisted on sending me by helicopter. Which is quite annoying. As he spoke, Wei Gu frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction with his father. It made sense. He typically walked, and suddenly being thrust into a helicopter he disliked would understandably dampen his spirits. The three others fell silent again, unwilling to engage Wei Gu in conversation. Yang Yin also remained quiet, observing Wei Gu. He was well aware of Wei Ge's immense wealth, which was not merely ordinary. The helicopter was likely just a trivial toy in his family's collection. Then, Wei Gu approached Yang Yin, patting him on the shoulder. "Little Yin, have you packed your bags? When do we leave for original Qing City? I can hardly wait for the training, and perhaps shed a few pounds." Wei Gu appeared quite eager. "Tomorrow," Yang Yin replied calmly. Wei Gu exclaimed excitedly, "Great minds think alike. My plan is also for tomorrow. Truly, we are brothers who have faced life and death together. Our thoughts are in perfect harmony. You are my treasure. Our bond is unbreakable. Fatty, can you not be so disgusting? Who is your treasure? Are you perhaps inclined that way?" Yang Yin instinctively took a step back, feeling a little uncomfortable. At that moment, Mo Fan chuckled and said to Wei Gu, "Wei Gu, are you not taking the helicopter?" Mo Fan intended to make a lighthearted jest. Upon hearing this, Wei Gu sighed and replied seriously, "Brother Fan, I have over a dozen helicopters at home, but I don't fancy those things. They not only pollute the environment, but are also inconvenient. Walking or taking the high-speed train is far more practical for me. Do you like helicopters? If you do, I can send a few little toys your way. They're not worth much anyway." A silence fell over the group again. The wealthy speak from a different perspective, treating money as mere refuse. This reminded Yang Yin of a certain individual from his past life whose surname was Ma. Nevertheless, Yang Yin had grown accustomed to it. Just as they were engaging in casual conversation, a young female operator hurriedly rushed into the room, her expression fraught with urgency. "Team Leader Lee, there's a sudden situation in the Western District." Noticing the young operator's grave demeanor, the criminal police in the office all furrowed their brows. Team Leader Lee stood up, steadying himself as he inquired, "What is the specific location?" The young operator, her expression serious, promptly replied without a hint of delay, "Western District, Xiaowu Street." In that instant, Yang Yin and Team Leader Li exchanged a glance instinctively. "Xiao Min, notify Lin Bei to take immediate action." The young operator named Xiao Min wasted no time, hastily returning to her post to place a call to Lin Bei. Chapter 44. The body has disappeared. Xiaowu Street, Western District. This is an old street, resembling the architecture found in aged urban areas with densely packed buildings. The street stretches long, seemingly without end. The pavement is a pitted concrete, and the surrounding houses appear dilapidated, their walls peeling and covered in moss. Today's weather is somewhat gloomy, overcast, creating a particularly oppressive atmosphere. Before long, under Yang Yan's guidance, Team Leader Li and the others swiftly arrived at the center of the street. The incident occurred near Building 23, which Yang Yin had visited previously. However, now, there was no sign of Building 23. Only an empty lot lay before them, as if a space had been carved out between two buildings, appearing rather conspicuous. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Yan's pupils dilated sharply. He vividly recalled yesterday's events, distinctly remembering a two-story building occupying this very spot. Yesterday, he had entered through a broken door on the rooftop and encountered a woman in a white dress. Yet now, she had vanished without a trace. However, Yang Yin quickly regained his composure, realizing that the young woman in the white dress was undoubtedly not an ordinary occurrence. At this moment, Xiaowu Street was cordoned off by regular police, and the surrounding crowd had been dispersed, a pungent stench permeating the alley. Only one victim? Team Leader Li led the way, his brow furrowed as he meticulously examined the scene. The 6 criminal police officers conducted a search, discovering only a single deceased individual. The victim was a 52-year-old man, presumably a long-time resident of the area, his face contorted in horror as if he had beheld something terrifying. His blood had darkened, and his flesh exhibited signs of slight decay, a bizarre force clinging to him, creating a disturbing atmosphere. Just then, beside him, Lin Bei shot a glare at Captain Li. "Captain Li, are you just bored out of your mind? For such a simple bizarre incident, you actually called me to respond, and you summoned the entire team? Impressive." Captain Li, seemingly dismissive of Lin Bei's outburst, replied coldly, "Lin Bei, there is no room for complacency in bizarre events. Although only one person has died, should there be any unusual circumstances, it cannot be resolved by one person alone." Having dealt with numerous bizarre incidents, Captain Li had a habit of giving his all each time. The unpredictable nature of the bizarre forces meant that even if there appeared to be just one casualty, or perhaps none at all. One could never know what awaited them at the scene. It reminded him of the last incident at the amusement park, where by sheer chance, they encountered one of the four divine messengers, the bizarre child. If it had not been for Yang Yan, this criminal investigation team would likely have perished. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scoffed. What a bunch of brainless fools, all gathered here just for a single dead body. At that moment, Yang Yan's gaze sharpened as he turned to Lin Bei. He had tolerated this guy for long enough. The fierce look in Yang Yan's eyes made Lin Bei shiver involuntarily, as if he were being targeted by a demon. Though Lin Bei exuded arrogance, he could not forget that day at the amusement park when Yang Yan emerged alive from the clutches of the bizarre child. He had thought Yang Yan was doomed, with a 97% likelihood of death. However, it was utterly baffling to him that Yang Yan had survived unscathed. Yang Yan approached Lin Bei with an air of calm, yet his eyes concealed a glint of sharpness. Lin Bei? Whom did you just refer to as a fool? Lin Bei's swagger instantly dissipated, though he remained unafraid. Yang Yan, what are you trying to do? Yang Yan let out a cold laugh. Repeat that? Who was the fool? Before Yang Yan could press Lin Bei further, Li Xinxin, unable to bear it any longer, lowered her head and spoke with a timid tone. Yang Yan, dealing with such scum doesn't require much dialogue. Just take action, like I would. Li Xinxin's voice was soft, reminiscent of a delicate girl. Yet, in the next moment, the temperature around them surged as a ball of flame rapidly expanded from her hand. Exuding an impressive force that surpassed even some burly me and I in an instant, Lin Bei stumbled back, his expression turning icy. He noticed that Li Xinxin had advanced to a 9th-tier warrior, her strength significantly enhanced. Although there existed a gap between warriors and masters, it did not necessarily imply that a master was superior to a warrior. For instance, Li Xinxin's fiery prowess was at its peak. Lin Bei, who specialized in close combat through his Pangu pathway, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in a standoff against her. Moreover, with so many allies surrounding Li Xinxin, continuing to engage would certainly lead to his downfall. He was here as an undercover agent, not to risk his life. Seeing Li Xinxin make a move, Yang Yan ceased his words and quietly observed Lin Bei's every action. If Lin Bei continued his arrogance, he would not hesitate to drag him into an alley and erase him with the power of the red mist. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Bei suddenly turned and fled, his frantic retreat resembling that of a frightened rat. Wei Go! Captain Li maintained his icy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Lin Bei's brazen insults. Mo Fan had already drawn his silver custom pistol, clearly displeased with Lin Bei. Wei Gu was restless, his stance ready to strike. After a few seconds, Wei Gu let out a sneer, laced with mockery. What a complete waste! I think Lin Bei is the real fool. How did our valiant criminal investigation team end up with such a useless piece of scum? Always running away, just like last time, and now again. With my bravery, hasn't he learned a thing? Yang Yan, unwilling to waste time on such an imbecile as Lin Bei, shifted his focus back to the corpse of the man. He needed to uncover the mystery surrounding Building 23. But just as Yang Yan prepared to examine the mildly decayed body, he was suddenly taken aback. Not only Yang Yan, but even Captain Li displayed expressions of shock. Wei Gu trembled all over, retreating repeatedly as he shouted, "What the hell? Where did the body go?" Chapter 45. The disappearing Building 23. Indeed, matters were not as straightforward as they seemed at that moment. Both Captain Li and Yang Yan thought simultaneously of this phrase. Li Xinxin and Mo Fan, too, wore expressions of grave concern as they stared at the bloodstains on the ground, utterly bewildered as to how the body could have vanished so suddenly. Their dispute with Lin Bei had lasted less than a minute. Moreover, all 6 of them were in close proximity to the corpse. Any unusual circumstances would surely have been noticed immediately, yet now, the body had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Quickly, Mo Fan regained his composure, glancing at Captain Li and then at Yang Yan. Yang Yan, was there really a Building 23 in the files you recorded yesterday? Upon hearing Mo Fan mention Building 23, Yang Yan's expression grew serious as he calmly explained. Everyone, when I came here yesterday, there was indeed a Building 23, but now. Yang Yan then recounted the incident involving the woman in the white dress and the events that transpired in the room. As he spoke, the others grew increasingly incredulous, even feeling a sense of inexplicable horror. They all trusted Yang Yan's recollections and the records in the files. But now, Where had Building 23 gone? Could it be that they had truly encountered a ghost? Mo Fan, gripping his mysterious silver pistol, approached Captain Lee and asked, "Captain Lee, what should we do now?" Captain Lee surveyed the dark bloodstains on the ground, stroking his stubble, and replied solemnly, "Continue to observe the surroundings. We must not retreat lightly." Yang Yin had not given up. He believed the building's disappearance was due to some peculiar bizarre force. If they could dispel that layer of fog, Building 23 would surely reappear. At that point, the bizarre entity behind it could be tracked down. However, when Yang Yin attempted to subtly channel the power of the red mist to elevate his realm to the third sequence, aiming to break the illusion, he failed. Huh? Am I too weak? Or does Building 23 truly not exist? Yang Yin was taken aback. Even when unleashing his master-level power, he could not detect any trace of it. Yet, his black goat instinct told him that something was amiss here. Indeed, it was still a matter of insufficient strength. Finally, stroking his chin, Yang Yin addressed Captain Lee and the others. "Captain Lee, it appears we may return empty-handed." The body vanished in an instant, the bizarre mastermind has not shown, and the missing Building 23. All of this seems to be merely bait, a hook to lure us here. Mo Fan appeared to have an epiphany. Staring at Yang Yin in astonishment, "Yang Yin, are you suggesting that this bizarre incident is just the beginning? They drew us here simply to toy with us?" Yang Yin replied thoughtfully, "That is one way to interpret it." Wei Ge shuddered, feeling as though insects were crawling on him, and nervously suggested, "Shouldn't we retreat? After all, the body is gone, and everything seems to have ended. Staying here probably won't help, and I'm a bit hungry." Yang Yin shot Wei Gu an exasperated look, encouraging him to grasp the situation himself. At that moment, Li Xinxin suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's a woman over there." Hearing Li Xinxin's alert, Yang Yin and the others turned to the end of the road. Spotting a disheveled, middle-aged woman with a haggard expression, desperately running toward them, tears streaming down her face. "Where's my husband? How could you leave like this? We were waiting to hold our granddaughter. Let me go. Call a doctor. My husband is in great health. He can't be hurt. Let me go." Outside the cordon, several ordinary police officers were maintaining order, blocking the middle-aged woman from breaking through. From beyond the barrier, Yang Yin coldly observed the struggling woman, his heart unperturbed. Since the day when over 5,000 people perished at Wudong Middle School, he had come to realize that human life was as inconsequential as grass. As long as the red moon and the bizarre forces persisted, such tragedies could unfold at any moment. After struggling for about 5 minutes, the middle-aged woman sorrowfully sank to the ground, her pupils dull and lifeless. Seemingly unable to accept the death of her husband or the existence of the legendary bizarre event. Witnessing this scene, Captain Lee and the others could only sigh inwardly, feeling little emotional impact. All they could do was strive to prevent bizarre incidents and eradicate the forces behind them, maintaining the delicate balance of jumping City Point. 10 minutes passed, and still, no unusual occurrences transpired. The vanished corpse remained absent, as if obliterated from existence. Moreover, the shadowy Building 23 had not reappeared, remaining shrouded in mystery and strangeness. After a moment of silence, Captain Lee, relying on his years of experience in law enforcement, made a judgment: withdraw. Seal off Shaowu Street, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting within a radius of 500 meters. At that moment, several uniformed officers sprang into action, promptly sealing off the scene as per Team Leader Lee's instructions. In the land of Huaxia, the privileges of the extraordinary detectives take precedence over all other police officers. They are solely tasked with addressing and preventing bizarre occurrences, while the logistical and ancillary duties are delegated to ordinary police. Furthermore, once one joins the ranks of Huaxia's extraordinary detective organization, it signifies that all actions taken will be shrouded in the utmost secrecy, including one's identity. This is due to the fact that bizarre events and extraordinary beings, being clandestine matters, are detrimental to the normal lives of the citizens of Huaxia. Should such phenomena proliferate and spread widely, they would inevitably incite a series of panic and uncontrollable incidents. Consequently, it is typically the ordinary officers who appear in public and maintain order. While the populace may be aware of extraordinary detectives, they certainly do not recognize individuals such as Yang Yin, Li Dui, Li Xinxin, and Mo Fan. They are the urban phantoms, achieving their goals and then retreating from the limelight. As they withdrew, Yang Yin could not help but glance back at the former site of Building 23. it remained a vacant lot, stained with a pool of blood that had yet to be addressed. Subtly exuding a foul odor that instilled a profound sense of unease, at that moment, Yang Yin fervently wished for an extraordinary relic, an object imbued with enigmatic powers that might yield unparalleled effects amidst bizarre incidents. Much like Su Qian's spatial mirror that amplifies illusions, as he departed, these thoughts occupied his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Bei lurked in a shadowy alley of Xiaowu Street, stealthily observing Yang Yin and his companions' every move from a nearby corner. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Bei's singular objective was to gather intelligence in Jiangping City. Once he confirmed Yang Yan's departure, he retrieved his phone and dialed a special number, reporting with utmost seriousness, "Big brother, everything is going smoothly here. That Yang Yin fellow is indeed peculiar. He managed to survive an encounter with a divine envoy. This lad is cunning and audacious, seemingly unafraid of anything, undoubtedly harboring some unspeakable secret. He will be departing for Yuanqing City tomorrow to partake in a new detective training program. Moreover, he has only been part of the detective squad for 3 days, yet he has already become a pillar of this team, garnering unconditional trust from even the veteran captain, Li Gang. I believe this individual is too conspicuous to be allowed to remain." At that moment, a cold, detached voice emanated from the receiver. "Lin Bei? Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's demeanor shifted, his expression freezing with terror as he dared not continue speaking. It was evident he harbored a deep-seated fear of the person on the other end of the line. He then spoke softly, almost pleadingly, Big brother, what about my position as team leader?" The emotionless voice continued. "If you handle the matter well, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the position of team leader in Jiangping City." Lin Bei's excitement surged. Thank you, big brother." After hanging up, he left Xiaowu Street, brimming with exhilaration as he departed the Western District. Once the scene had settled, with only a few officers remaining to wrap up, no one noticed a figure wearing a baseball cap swiftly darting across the rooftop, moving with astonishing speed akin to a flash of lightning. Terrifyingly, in his grasp, he held a severed head, a middle-aged man's head, still dripping with blood. Chapter 46. When on earth did Wei Gu get married? Upon returning from Xiaowu Street to the office, Team Leader Li and the others hastily compiled a new file, reporting it to headquarters. Thus, another unresolved bizarre incident was added to Jiangping City's archive of strange occurrences, dubbed the Building 23 incident. Since Yang Yan's induction, 3 bizarre events had transpired, an alarming frequency. The toothless mute at the Grand World Foot Spa, the eerie child at the amusement park, and the Building 23 incident. Among these, the eerie child incident was classified as a divine envoy-level bizarre event, which was nearly unimaginable, based on Team Leader Li's experience. He might not have encountered a divine envoy-level incident in 2 years. Yet, Yang Yin, having only been on the job for 3 days, seemed to have poked the hornet's nest of bizarre forces. With cases arising incessantly, no one knew what had transpired. Perhaps only Yang Yin understood that the catalyst for all this chaos was his slaying of the Qixin envoy at Wudong High School. Subsequently, Yang Yin took a moment to visit the archives. While perusing the documents, he uncovered numerous realms previously unexplored, particularly concerning unresolved bizarre incidents. Wudong High School was among these enigmatic occurrences, that calamity. Over 5,000 students and faculty lost their lives, leaving behind a terrifying eye that contaminated the entire campus, resulting in a 2-kilometer radius being cordoned off, prohibiting entry or exit. Such unresolved bizarre incidents abound, often with no identifiable source of the bizarre phenomena or a means to resolve them entirely. They share a commonality. They may lie dormant for a time, only to erupt suddenly one day. Much like volcanoes poised to erupt, for instance, who knows when the horrifying eye at Wudong High School might awaken again? In summary, the origins of these bizarre events are invariably tied to terrifying evil deities and that mysterious red moon which has hung for over 1,000 years. Yet, as an evil deity, Yang Yin is unperturbed by the prospect of an apocalyptic scenario. He feels a detached sense of amusement, eager to ascertain whether the era of the red moon might ever reach its conclusion. He is even more intrigued by the potential consequences should all 7 evil deities awaken. What fate would befall Huaxia? Would there be a repeat of the War of the Gods? Yang Yin himself could not say. Finally, Yang Yin attempted to seek out information regarding relics but found little of note, merely basic knowledge that even a fool would know. Indeed, The most clandestine and precious information could hardly be hidden in such a modest place. To acquire a relic, one must rely on oneself. The office's archive did not possess much in terms of documentation. It consisted largely of ordinary historical records concerning evil deities Huaxia and the Red Moon, lacking any particular utility. After all, who would record confidential information in a room for others to peruse? Would you share such things? What you could share would hardly be from a reputable source. After perusing the archives for a while, Yang Yin and Wei Gu decided to leave the office, preparing to head home. Tomorrow marked the beginning of their detective training, making it entirely reasonable for them to leave early. On the streets, Wei Gu prepared to bid farewell to Yang Yin. Xiao Yinzi, 8 o'clock tomorrow at the high-speed rail station. I've booked 2 business-class seats. Please confirm upon receipt. Over. Yang Yin, slightly exasperated, replied, Is it really necessary to be so sentimental? We'll see each other again tomorrow. Wei Gu, with a righteous demeanor, patted his rotund chest. Xiao Yinzi, you simply don't understand. The bond we share transcends mere superficial brotherhood. This is true camaraderie. Yang Yin retorted, You have a point. Your verbosity grants you the upper hand. I in the Bienen Garden, Building 3, Apartment 24, Yang Yan's home. He informed his sister. I have a friend who is getting married and will be away for half a month. Which friend? The chubby one, the somewhat adorable one. Always chatty and excelling in academics, at that Zhang Dawei who frequently sends you study materials. Wow, little sister, you are simply remarkable, instantly grasping the essence of things and uncovering all truths. You're so heartless, you only think of playing. How am I supposed to cook for myself at home? Don't worry, little sister. I've arranged for a very beautiful young lady to take care of you. You'll undoubtedly be very happy over the next half-month. The lovely young lady referred to was none other than the office's receptionist, Xiao Mei. Previously, when Yang Yin was required to remain at the male bodyguard security company, it was Xiao Mei who assisted in caring for Xiao Dan. Now, Xiao Mei was more than willing to look after Xiao Dan. I refuse. By the heavens, my brother is greater than all. My sister must heed her brother's commands for peace and prosperity to reign, and for the family to enjoy health and happiness. Thus, Yang Yin engaged in a tug-of-war with Xiao Dan for another half hour before she finally agreed to let him attend Wei Ji's wedding. With no other option, Yang Yin resorted to a benevolent lie, convincing his sister that Wei Gu was getting married to an exceptionally beautiful bride. Knowing Wei Ji's family was affluent, Xiao Dan assumed the wedding would be quite an elaborate affair. Yang Yin's 2-week absence seemed entirely reasonable, especially since Xiao Dan was also eager to reunite with the young and lovely Xiao Mei. Yang Yin mused, Wei Gu, the groom, I can only ask for your understanding. At midnight, Yang Yin lay in bed, activating the black goat's mark. The crimson mist enveloped him, cold and eerie, with a strange aura permeating the entire room. Yang Yan's consciousness swiftly vanished from the chamber. Traversing through the chaos, with a half-month away from home, the duration felt rather prolonged. Yang Yin needed to return to the Red Mist Temple to leave behind some protective measures for Xiao Dan. Chapter 47. The Super Nanny. Xiao Shuai. Within an ancient temple, Yang Yin sat upon a crimson throne, shrouded in an indescribable, chaotic red mist, exuding an air of profound mystery and malevolence. Each time he returned to the Red Mist Temple, Yang Yin experienced a unique sensation. This was his true home. Perhaps due to his nature as an evil deity, he perceived Huaxia merely as a temporary abode, rather than an eternal residence. This ancient temple was his true sanctuary. Then, Yang Yin softly murmured, Xiao Shuai. With the resonance of a mysterious whisper, the red mist quivered gently, and Xiao Shuai emerged from the chaotic red haze. Standing respectfully at the foot of the throne, the hoarse voice of Xiao Shuai resonated, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. My supreme master, you have returned. Yang Yin remained silent, for his primary intention in returning to the Red Mist Temple was to bring Xiao Shuai back to the realm of reality. As Yang Yin concentrated his thoughts, the surrounding scene collapsed with a thunderous sound, akin to a mirage in the desert, vanishing instantaneously. In the next moment, both Yang Yin and Xiao Shuai found themselves within a room. Yang Yin required Xiao Shuai to serve as the bodyguard for his sister. Upon seeing Yang Yin extricate him from the Black Goat Temple, Xiao Shuai's gaze remained vacant, maintaining that sweet smile. Since Yang Yin had yet to speak, Xiao Shuai dared not make a hasty move. For the next half-month, you shall remain in this room. Should there be any disturbances, immediately invoke my revered name. Yang Yin stated calmly, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Xiao Shuai, having been tainted by the power of the red mist and transformed into a puppet of the black goat, had, in a sense, established a connection with Yang Yan. As long as Xiao Shuai whispered the revered name of the black goat, Yang Yin could receive messages from him through the black goat mark. It was akin to a network communication. Xiao Shuai respectfully nodded, "As you command, master." Subsequently, Yang Yin activated the black goat mark, inscribing his revered name upon Xiao Shuai's palm. Soon, a crimson light erupted from Xiao Shuai's darkened hand, revealing a line of scarlet and eerie script. As if it belonged neither to this world nor this era, the sovereign of the red mist, the enigmatic supreme deity, the rebel among the evil gods, Sinjihei Yang. This revered name was a mere fabrication by Yang Yin. It sufficed as long as it served its purpose. Anyone who uttered this revered name could invoke the power of the Black Goat Temple, alerting Yang Yin to their presence. In essence, the Black Goat Temple functioned as a medium of transmission or a central server. Yang Yin then commanded Xiao Shuai, "Xiao Shuai, attempt to call upon me." Xiao Shuai nodded, then knelt on the ground, hands clasped in prayer, softly beseeching. Sovereign of the red mist, enigmatic supreme deity, rebel among the evil gods, I call upon my master, Sanjihei Yang. Again and again, the ethereal echoes reverberated, rippling outward, imbued with sinister significance. In an instant, the black goat mark on Yang Yan's right hand seemed to respond to an unseen force, illuminating once more, akin to a phone vibrating, yet distinctly more uncanny. Yang Yin, taken aback, focused his thoughts, releasing a wisp of red mist power to sense Xiao Shuai's called. At that moment, Yang Yin was astounded. The pleas of Xiao Shuai echoed relentlessly in his mind, and more astonishingly, he appeared to have the ability to manipulate Xiao Shuai, exerting unconditional control over him, even to the point of compelling him to take his own life. In that mysterious moment, Xiao Shuai's fate lay firmly in Yang Yan's hands. It seemed that with but a gentle gesture, Yang Yin could taint Xiao Shuai with the power of the red mist, transforming the supplicant into a devoted follower. However, since Xiao Shuai was already a follower of Yang Yin, no peculiar transformations occurred. Indeed, one must not invoke the name of the evil god lightly, Yang Yin mused internally. This indicated that once one uttered that revered name, they had already caught the attention of the unknown and terrifying Black Goat. Subsequently, Yang Yin retracted the power of the red mist, severing the connection between him and Xiao Shuai. The attempt was a success. Yang Yin felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the power of the Black Goat Temple could be wielded in such a manner. At that moment, Xiao Shuai revealed an unsettling smile once more. "Master, do you have any further commands? I can cook, clean, and do laundry." Yang Yin stifled a laugh, responding coolly, "You have but one task, to protect this house and that blind girl." Xiao Shuai dared not utter another word. "Yes, master." Given that Xiao Shuai's lower half was skeletal, Yang Yin procured a pair of trousers for him, rendering him a touch more human-like. Xiao Shuai possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly surpassing the third tier of extraordinary beings, and could easily remain concealed within the house. Coupled with the shielding of the red mist power, the likelihood of Xiao Shuai's exposure was nearly non-existent. Throughout the night, Xiao Shuai stood vigil at Yang Yan's door, unwavering, like a loyal sentinel. Yes, this way, Xiao Dan will undoubtedly be safe. Yang Yin drifted into a peaceful slumber. Jiangping City, high-speed railway station. 10 o'clock in the morning. Yang Yin stood on the platform, a travel bag slung over his shoulder, awaiting the arrival of the 10:10 train. Since Xiao Dan was blind and Team Leader Li was preoccupied, there was no farewell to speak of. 5 minutes prior, Wei Gu had messaged that he was still en route, seemingly caught in traffic once more. As the departure time approached, what mischief was Wei Gu up to now? Yang Yin glanced about, muttering internally, yet maintained a tranquil demeanor, betraying no hint of impatience. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the platform. "Dear passengers, the A12 train is about to arrive. Please gather your belongings and prepare for ticket inspection." The high-speed train had arrived. Yet Wei Gu was still absent. Truly, Wei Gu never failed to surprise me. He was likely indulging in another bout of self-care last night. Yang Yin ceased waiting, naturally making his way to Gate B2 for ticket inspection. Preparing to board. In Yang Yan's view, should Wei Ji's home possess a helicopter, it was of no concern to him if he missed the high-speed train. There were myriad ways for him to reach Yuanqing City. This was not a worry for Yang Yin. Boarding the train, he casually scanned the interior. The cabin was sparsely populated, with only about half the seats occupied, leaving many unclaimed. Perhaps some passengers had disembarked midway, while others had yet to board, such as Wei Gu, however. Just as Yang Yin was about to find a seat, he was momentarily taken aback. A slightly plump figure suddenly appeared. Swaying before him, it was none other than Wei Gu. Xiao Yinzi, surprise. Did you expect it? I had my driver drop me off at the previous station to catch this train, all to give you an unexpected surprise. Can you feel the brilliance of Wei Gu radiating toward you? Wei Gu, observing Yang Yan's astonished expression, beamed with self-satisfaction. Upon learning of Wei Ji's antics, Yang Yin felt no inclination to respond. He deemed Wei Gu to be simply idle and foolish. Calling his driver to drop him off at the previous station just to surprise me? He might as well have instructed the driver to take him directly to Yuanqing City. Wei Ji's voice boomed, drawing the attention of those nearby. At that moment, a young man wearing headphones noticed Wei Gu and overheard his antics. He sat just above Wei Ji's left side. With a disdainful expression, the headphone-clad youth turned to Wei Gu, mocking him. Heh, I never thought there would be such a fool in this world. Truly a stupid pig. With the utterance of this remark, those around them turned to gaze at Wei Gu, their faces adorned with smirks. Yang Yin remained impassive, quietly observing. Instantly, Wei Ji's face flushed crimson. He pointed angrily at the headphone-wearing youth, shouting, "You little white face, say that again. Who are you calling a stupid pig?" Chapter 48. Please, don't fight any further. As Wei Ji's voice boomed, the surrounding crowd seemed to be stirred by curiosity. Flocking to witness the spectacle at that moment, the train had yet to depart, and passengers were still boarding, causing the crowd to swell. Yang Yin fixed his gaze on the youth with headphones, his brow furrowing slightly. An extraordinary being? With the intense premonition from the black goat mark, Yang Yin sensed the faint ethereal power emanating from the youth. At this point, Wei Gu could no longer contain himself. He stood directly before the youth, questioning, "Who the hell are you? What business do you have with my brother and me? Do you believe I can make you unable to disembark from this train today? Do not doubt my strength. My fists are like sandbags, capable of scaring you to death in an instant." The youth let out a cold laugh, removing his headphones and slowly rising, seemingly unafraid of confrontation. He smirked, "You fat deadweight. You think you can prevent me from getting off this train? Do you know who I am? Do you possess the strength to stop me?" Wei Gu clenched his fists, ready to unleash his extraordinary powers at any moment. "I don't care who you are. In this world, no one can call me fat deadweight, except for my brother. Apologize, and I might consider forgiving you. Otherwise, today will be a matter of either your death or mine, little white face." The youth showed no sign of fear, continuing to spar verbally with Wei Gu. "Your brother? Are you referring to that seemingly feeble little chick? He doesn't seem impressive at all. Do you think you two can prevent me from disembarking? What are you even worth?" As he spoke, the youth with headphones cast a quick glance at Yang Yin. Wei Gu chuckled, confident in his argumentative prowess. "What trash? Have you even matured enough to speak yet? I warn you, you had better not provoke my brother. When he gets serious, even I am afraid." The headphone youth remained brazen. "If he is indeed your brother, why is he just standing by, watching you make a fool of yourself? He appears to be a cowardly, superficial brother. Given that you are a foolish, fat deadweight, your companions must not be much better." Upon overhearing others disparaging Yang Yin, Wei Gu bellowed, "What do you mean by saying someone lacks courage? Who are you referring to? Is your mouth stuffed with filth, given how foul your words are?" The youth with headphones, equally audacious, retorted with fervor, "I am not targeting your friend, but both of you are worthless trash. If you have the guts, make a move. I wouldn't mind seeing you perish right here." At the mention of death, some elderly women in the vicinity grew anxious, fearing an actual confrontation. "Oh dear, young men, perhaps you could both take a step back. The train is about to depart. Causing a commotion like this would be unwise." "Indeed, two young fellows, I see you're both students. Why not extend an apology to one another, shall we?" Exactly, as the saying goes, a step back opens up a vast sea and sky. You must also consider the passengers on the train. I propose you both cease this altercation. If you truly wish to fight, take it outside. Otherwise, we may have to summon the train's authorities. Passengers around began to murmur. Yang Yin found the situation somewhat amusing. After all, Wei Gu was a police officer, a remarkable one at that. I in the heat of the moment. Neither was inclined to heed any counsel. I say you both lack courage. So what? You overweight fool. Do you even know who I am? In Guangnan province, if I desire your death, you shall die. The headphone youth grew even more brazen, a glint of malice in his eyes. At that moment, Yang Yan's gaze turned icy. As if a forbidden nerve had been struck, he fixed his eyes on the headphone youth, a murderous intent brewing within. Before Wei Gu could continue the exchange of insults, Yang Yan's left hand subtly moved. The Aries mark suddenly gleamed, a wisp of ethereal mist enveloping him, a spiritual aura quietly spreading. With a swift push of his left foot, he leapt from his seat, landing deftly beside Wei Gu. Akin to a nimble sparrow, without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yan's right hand shot forth, seizing the headphone youth by the throat, forcefully pinning him back against the seat. Bang! Witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless. What kind of martial prowess is this? He sprang up from his seat in an instant, truly terrifying. Did you see that? When did he rise? Such swiftness. He has him by the throat. They are about to fight. Quick, fetch the attendants and the police stationed on the train. As Yang Yan commenced his actions, the expressions of the nearby passengers shifted dramatically, all retreating hastily. Some even took out their phones to call the authorities. Yang Yan disregarded the surrounding crowd, maintaining his grip on the headphone youth's throat, coldly demanding, "Who did you say lacks courage?" The headphone youth, unwilling to back down, attempted to wield his own extraordinary powers, yet found himself subdued by Yang Yan's strength. Yang Yan was a third-tier martial artist, while the headphone youth was merely a freshly awakened first-tier martial artist, rendering him no match. Even with Yang Yan's grip constricting his windpipe, the headphone youth persisted in his defiance, sputtering, "I doubt I said you're the one without courage. So what can you do to me?" He seemed to believe that Yang Yan would not dare to kill him. Yang Yan's gaze was profoundly deep, his expression remaining largely unchanged, save for a faint, disdainful smile. In an instant, Yang Yan's left hand conjured a crystalline short blade, which he thrust into the headphone youth's chest. As a demonic figure, Yang Yan had never feared anyone, nor would he tolerate any slander against himself. However, he had chosen to spare the youth's heart, as he could not allow such a brazen individual to perish so easily. Observing Yang Yan's decisive action, Wei Gu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Little Yin, you truly live up to your reputation, drawing your weapon at the slightest provocation. Impressive." Yang Yin ignored Wei Gu's flattery and focused instead on the youth before him. "Tell me, who are you? You seem to have quite the background." Yang Yin spoke coldly. Since he had spared the headphone youth, the latter had not suffered severe injuries. Hatred gleamed in his eyes as he retorted, "My brother is an extraordinary officer." "You're dead for sure." Yang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. "An extraordinary officer?" It appears this arrogant headphone youth has quite the lineage, with a Sequence 4 powerhouse backing him. Moreover, he is a first-tier martial artist himself. Yang Yin was not intimidated. Rather, he found the situation intriguing. At that moment, attendants and the train's supervisor hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "You two, cease this immediately. Fighting on the train is illegal. We have already called the police." Upon hearing the attendant's words, Wei Gu laughed heartily. "Call the police. We are the police. What are you going to report?" Chapter 49. Are you two really just putting on a show? Even as the crowd within the carriage swelled, Yang Yan showed no signs of relenting. Those who had witnessed Yang Yan's agile movements earlier dared not intervene, remaining silent. The headphone youth was firmly pinned to the seat. With no room to maneuver, Yang Yan's short blade had pierced the youth's chest, crimson blood seeping along the blade and staining his attire. Yang Yan understood that the headphone youth was a freshly awakened first-tier martial artist. So these wounds were not fatal. At that moment, at the end of the carriage, several young men and women wearing masks suddenly furrowed their brows, sensing Yang Yan's extraordinary power. Recognizing one another, they exchanged glances and simultaneously remarked, "Is there an extraordinary being on the train?" They then directed their gaze toward Yang Yan and Wei Gu. Suddenly, Yang Yan's eyes narrowed, sensing several unusual stares upon him. He glanced around, noting the gathering crowd and the supervisor making their way over. At that juncture, Yang Yan deemed it prudent to conclude the matter. There was little purpose in killing the headphone youth here. After all, their identities were somewhat sensitive, and it was unwise to escalate the situation. Without hesitation, Yang Yin hoisted the headphone youth and swiftly dragged him out of the carriage. The other passengers inside were left bewildered. What on earth is this young man doing? Is he seeking more space for their altercation? I sense this headphone youth is rather cowardly. He was so loud moments ago, yet now he is silent and submissive. Indeed, those who are ruthless often speak little. The onlookers whispered among themselves, observing Yang Yin exit the train. Wei Gu seemed to grasp his intent. He quickly pulled out his phone and followed suit, pretending to film a skit. Actor 2, yes, give a pained expression. Tense your muscles a bit more, and let us see more blood from that wound on your chest. Actor 1, maintain that fierce gaze. Yes, just like that. Subsequently, Wei Gu turned back with a playful grin, addressing the surrounding passengers. Dear folks, my sincerest apologies. We were merely filming a skit, not arguing or fighting. Please trust us. We are all model students, civilized travelers. Upon hearing this, the passengers gazed incredulously at the retreating figures of Yang Yin and Wei Gu, exchanging bewildered glances. What kind of performance is this? Are they truly just putting on a show? Thus, Yang Yin continued to drag the headphone youth to a secluded corner. Wei Gu followed closely behind. Because the headphone youth had been stabbed, he was somewhat weakened, lying on the ground, baring his teeth in agony as he glared resentfully at Yang Yin and Wei Gu. With no one around, Wei Gu seized the opportunity to deliver a few harsh kicks to the headphone youth, ensuring he understood his folly. You little pretty boy, you thought you could act tough. Who was it that said we should die on the train? Was it you? Now look at you, in such a pitiful state. Stand up, why don't you? What a pathetic piece of trash. How dare you insult us? I spit. With that, Wei Gu landed another kick on the headphone youth. The youth remained under Yang Yan's extraordinary power, unable to retaliate, his face flushed with rage. He had never anticipated that these two individuals were also extraordinary beings, and that their strength surpassed his OWN at that moment. The headphone youth regretted provoking them, finally grasping the concept of trouble stemming from one's words. Apologize. I command you to apologize, Wei Gu asserted, delivering several more kicks in the process. The headphone youth howled in pain, curling up like a shrimp, yet still refrained from capitulating. Just as Wei Gu prepared to chastise the headphone youth once more, Yang Yin calmly interjected, Wei Gu, we should take our leave. The train is about to depart. Yang Yin sensed that the situation had reached its conclusion. He had discovered something quite intriguing. The headphone youth was also an extraordinary officer, seemingly en route to Yuanqing City for special training. Theoretically, they were comrades and might even encounter one another during the training. Subsequently, Yang Yin retrieved a police officer's badge from his pocket to show Wei Gu. It was the one he had found on Chen Yu. The name inscribed on the badge read, Chen Yu. He was a new officer from Liantai City, which is also one of the 10 cities in Guangnan Province. Upon seeing the badge, Wei Ji's eyes widened in realization. What? So you're from the same line of work? No wonder you're so arrogant. Let me give him a few more kicks. Continuing on, Wei Gu did not forget to pull out his phone and capture Chen Yu's disheveled appearance. Eventually, Yang Yin tossed the identification card to Chen Yu and prepared to return to the train. Observing Yang Yin and Wei Ji's brazen departure, Chen Yu gritted his teeth in frustration, yet the pain coursing through his body left him no choice but to lie helplessly on the ground. Inside the carriage, as Yang Yin and Wei Gu returned to their seats with merely 3 minutes left before the train's departure, the other passengers regarded the duo with trepidation, sensing that their antics were far from innocent. However, none dared to utter another word, having witnessed Yang Yan's formidable prowess just moments ago. Yet, the train attendant had not yet departed. He approached Yang Yin and Wei Ji's seats, accompanied by a police officer. Just now, a passenger on the train reported an incident. Upon seeing this, Wei Gu wasted no time and strode towards the officer, casually draping an arm around his shoulder before revealing his badge. Whispering, we are extraordinary detectives from Jiangping City, presently attending to a unique matter, and we hope for your cooperation. Instantly, the police officer was taken aback by the sight of the silver badge in Wei Ji's hand. Extraordinary detectives, the legendary extraordinary beings. He was aware that there existed some enigmatic special detectives in the city who occasionally conducted unique operations, sometimes seeking the assistance of ordinary police officers like himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the officer eagerly thumped his chest and declared to Wei Gu, Officer, leave the rest to me. Moreover, He seemed to exude an air of enthusiasm at the prospect of aiding an extraordinary detective in a case. Perhaps hoping to bask in the glory of such an association, Wei Gu whispered with the officer. The nearby attendants exchanged puzzled glances, entirely ignorant of the true identity of the seemingly plump young man before them. Could it be that they were genuinely filming a skit? Following the officer's coordination, matters became straightforward. Thanks to his efforts, the attendants and other passengers on the train were persuaded to believe that Yang Yin and Wei Gu were merely filming some public welfare videos, and that there was no quarrel or brawl taking place. The purpose of these videos was primarily to serve as a cautionary tale, promoting values of justice, kindness, camaraderie, and civility. Finally, Yang Yin and Wei Gu settled back into their seats, awaiting departure. Above Wei Ge's seat, an empty spot remained, one that should have been occupied by Chen Yu. At that very moment, in the waiting corridor, a young man with a pronounced limp ambled along, clutching a pair of white headphones. Chen Yu's face was marred with swollen bruises, his eyes brimming with resentment as he glared at the departing train. Observing this scene, the passengers couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that the boy with the headphones? Aren't they still filming their skit? These young folks are rather amusing. Wasn't he the one who cursed the loudest just now? And now look at him. Utterly humiliated. What on earth happened to his other shoe? Did he misplace it as part of some youthful performance art? Are they putting on a skit? Passengers in the carriage peered out curiously. Chen Yu stood in the waiting corridor, clutching the white headphones, one shoe missing, his body smeared with blood and Wei Ge's footprints. Through the train window, he cast a cold glare at Yang Yin and Wei Gu, shouting at the train, "You two bastards! I will not let you get away with this." Witnessing Chen Yu's continued bravado, Wei Gu responded by sticking out his tongue and giving him the finger. Chapter 50. What happened to the promised special transport? 10 minutes after the train set off, the high-speed train rapidly picked up pace, the scenery outside flashing by in a blur of fields and mountains. The affair between Yang Yin and Chen Yu had concluded entirely. The carriage was enveloped in silence. Some passengers dozed off while others scrolled through their phones. Yang Yin rested his eyes, while Wei Gu indulged in snacks, one hand clutching chips and the other a chocolate bar, reveling in his delight. Occasionally, fragmented conversations arose among the passengers. Do you think those two fellows were genuinely filming a skit? They didn't seem like it to me. I agree. Did you see how that boy with the headphones suddenly got off? It didn't look voluntary. Are you suggesting there's more to the story? Just speculating, but even the police believed them, so it can't be a fabrication. Right? Indeed, it felt as though they were acquainted with the police. Keep it down. It's best not to discuss such matters openly. The train glided steadily towards Yuanqing City, the atmosphere inside the carriage remaining tranquil. However, no one noticed a man wearing a duckbill cap seated by the window, his complexion dark and emanating a peculiar odor, reminiscent of a faint corpse-like scent, though not overtly noticeable. This man in the cap fixated his gaze on Yang Yan's seat, his eyes harboring a hollow emptiness akin to that of a soulless being. If Yang Yin were to sit beside him, he would certainly recognize the man as the mute without teeth. In Guangnan Province, Yuanqing City, a dilapidated military base. This base, though not extensive and equipped with outdated facilities, had been repurposed into a training ground for detectives. Much like the old city districts, it had been refurbished yet continued to serve its function. However, most of the essential equipment and weapons had been removed, leaving behind only some structures and training facilities. Two instructors clad in green training uniforms stood on the playground engaged in conversation. 1. A tall man with thick eyebrows remarked, "Lao El, the special training begins tomorrow. Are you prepared?" "Ha, Zhang Hua, what is there to prepare? It's just a 2-week training session. After all, they are all extraordinary beings. It will be akin to military training," replied Lao El, his crow's feet evident. "I sense something unusual this year. Have you heard about the bizarre incident at Wudong High School in Jiangping City?" "I've heard. Wasn't he that classified as an S-level bizarre event? Nearly 5,000 lives were lost. What's the issue?" Zhang Hua continued. "Did you know there are 2 survivors from Wudong High School? Not only did they walk away alive, but they also became extraordinary beings and are now part of Jiangping City's police force." Upon hearing this, Lao El's eyes gleamed with interest. How fortuitous. We shall see those 2 survivors tomorrow. I am quite curious about how they managed to survive. I have no idea. The school is currently sealed off. This bizarre event was deemed too perilous, even alarming the headquarters. They dispatched extraordinary beings from the 4th sequence, Yet the threat remains unresolved. But isn't Jiangping City the smallest directly governed city in Guangnan Province? How could such formidable forces emerge? I am puzzled too. Of the 10 cities in Guangnan Province, Jiangping City is the smallest, yet it is also the most perilous. Considering this, there is indeed something amiss. Yuanqing City has not experienced a bizarre event in quite some time. At most, 1 or 2 individuals might have gone mad. That is not our concern. We are merely low-tier extraordinary beings, still stuck in the second sequence after all these years. It is likely we have the will but lack the strength. Indeed, we should focus on how to handle those new detectives tomorrow. Altogether, the new detectives from 10 cities must number around 40. True, they are all just 18-year-old kids, unruly and difficult to manage. Honestly, the thought of those 18-year-olds tomorrow gives me a headache. Don't fret. I just hope this training session goes smoothly. Remember last year's group of extraordinary beings? They ended up in a brawl, each one prideful, unwilling to yield to the others. Sigh. I fear this year won't fare any better. Let's not dwell on that. It's distressing. Lao, this year's reward should still be for the clues to the second-tier spiritual treasure. Right? No. I've received news that it might be for the clues to a third-tier spiritual treasure. Clues to a third-tier spiritual treasure? Headquarters is being quite generous. It can't be that simple. It's merely a lead regarding a third-tier spiritual treasure. Given those young rascals, even if there are clues, the chances of them returning empty-handed are high. True enough. Third-tier spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare. Not even master-level extraordinary beings may possess them. Headquarters is rather heartless. Offering just a lead to pacify these rookies. Shall we go for a drink? That was my intention as well. In Yuanqing City, at the high-speed train station, the journey proceeded smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Yang Yin and Wei Gu arrived at Yuanqing City's high-speed train station without a hitch. The distance from Jiangping City to Yuanqing City is approximately 100 kilometers, and the high-speed train takes merely 30 minutes. Thus, when they exited the train station, it was just past 11 in the morning. Upon arriving in Yuanqing City, Yang Yin could distinctly sense that the foot traffic here was significantly greater than in Jiangping City, and the surrounding architecture seemed more prosperous. In comparison, Yang Yin felt that Jiangping City appeared rather small and in need of vigorous development. Meanwhile, among the throng exiting the station were several young men and women donning masks. Amidst the bustling crowd, no one noticed a man wearing a duckbill cap disembarking as well. At the entrance of the high-speed rail station, Wei Gu, burdened with an oversized backpack brimming with an assortment of snacks, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Xiao Yinzi, didn't Captain Li mention that there would be a special vehicle to pick us up? Where are they?" Chapter 51. Encountering the toothless mutigan standing at the exit of the high-speed rail station. Wei Gu looked around, but he could not spot anyone there to greet them. Yang Yin retrieved his phone to check the notifications in their workgroup. Criminal Police Special Training Address, former Qing City Military Base. Wei Gu continued to complain to the empty air. "Xiao Yinzi, logically, shouldn't there be a group of people here holding a sign with our names on it? How is it that not a single soul is in sight?" Yang Yin replied, "Wei Gu, let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps they haven't arrived yet. The military base is a concealed location, and without a guide, we wouldn't be able to find our way there." Wei Gu pouted and asked, "So where do we go now? Are we just going to stand here and wait? I'm hungry. Why don't we find a 5-star hotel for a meal?" At that moment, Yang Yin noticed a few passengers who had just exited, all of whom were relatively young, wearing masks, approximately 4 in total, 2 males and 2 females. Like Yang Yin and Wei Gu, these 4 youngsters seemed to be waiting around, casting glances in all directions. When Wei Gu spotted the group of young men and women, he nudged Yang Yin's shoulder and said, "Xiao Yinzi, could they be here for the same reason as us? Also here for the criminal police training?" Yang Yin smiled slightly, sensing a high probability of that being the case. "Wei Gu, don't rush. Let us observe the situation first." Wei Gu nodded in agreement with Yang Yin's perspective. However, at that moment, Yang Yin's heightened senses suddenly stirred, and he felt a tautness in his thoughts. Simultaneously, a faint scent of decay wafted through the air, reminiscent of rotting flesh, as if a corpse lay nearby. Being an extraordinary individual, Wei Gu abruptly halted, realizing something was amiss, his eyes widening in alarm as he braced himself. "Xiao Yinzi, we're under attack." Yang Yin calmly surveyed the surrounding crowd, stating, "Wei Gu, don't move. It's merely a faint scent of decayed." At the same time, The masked young people around them grew wary, glancing about while covering their mouths. Even with their masks, the subtle odor of decay permeated the AI art in stark contrast. The travelers exiting the high-speed rail station appeared oblivious, laughing and chatting as they moved about the exit. During the onset of a strange force, ordinary people were utterly incapable of discerning any abnormalities. Even this decay scent was extremely subtle, difficult to detect. Gradually, Yang Yin's brow furrowed deeply as he sensed the foul stench intensifying, as if the corpse were nearly upon them. A sudden realization struck Yang Yin, the toothless mute. Just then, Wei Gu shouted, "Xiao Yinzi, help me!" Yang Yin whirled around, focusing his attention on Wei G.At that moment. Wei Gu was being choked by a middle-aged man wearing a duckbill cap. A sharp knife pressed against his throat. It truly was the toothless mute. When did he appear? Yang Yin's pupils constricted sharply as he activated the black goat mark and addressed the toothless mute. "Strange one, what do you intend to do?" However, upon reflection, Yang Yin realized that the toothless mute was a peculiar being, seemingly devoid of rationality. The toothless mute did not respond to Yang Yin's words. Instead, he offered a ghastly smile before abruptly retreating, dragging the slightly plump Wei Gu with him, seemingly intent on fleeing. "Xiao Yinzi, save!" Wei Gu trembled violently, as if he had exhausted all his strength, attempting to employ the mantis fist and muster his extraordinary powers. Yet, Wei Gu was merely a first-tier extraordinary being and was no match for the toothless mute. Seeing this, Yang Yin shouted to the masked young men and women, "You all, disperse the crowd." Quickly. Earlier, Yang Yin had noted this group of seemingly extraordinary young individuals. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, they complied with Yang Yin's suggestion, using their extraordinary powers to clear the surrounding crowd before the strange force fully manifested. The black goat mark illuminated. Yang Yin felt a familiar power coursing through him, an evil energy that could only be felt within the Black Goat Temple. Yet, this sinister force was generally imperceptible to ordinary extraordinary beings. At the very least, Wei Gu would not be able to fathom the strange power that enveloped Yang Yin. With his gaze fixed, Yang Yin focused intently on the retreating toothless mute, aware that this time the target was Wei Gu. Moreover, having previously battled the toothless mute, Yang Yin understood that this figure might not be the true entity but rather a mere avatar. Soon, a short knife materialized in Yang Yin's hand, enveloped in tendrils of deep crimson mist. The power of the red mist fused with Yang Yin's extraordinary strength, causing his aura to swell, rivaling that of a fifth-tier master extraordinary being. With swift strides, Yang Yin moved rapidly, empowered by the black goat mark. Upon witnessing Yang Yin's sudden surge in strength, not only did Wei Gu's eyes widen, but even the toothless mute's pupils constricted in shock. In the toothless mute's memory, Yang Yin had never been this powerful. While the toothless mute was taken aback, Yang Yin closed the distance, confronting him directly. Approaching the toothless mute, Yang Yin sensed that the foul odor of decay had intensified considerably. Observing Yang Yin's remarkable speed, Wei Gu, like a man witnessing a savior, repeatedly shouted, "Xiao Yinzi, kill him. Kill this foul-smelling man. Don't let him regurgitate those disgusting little worms." Wei Gu had not forgotten the bizarre incident at the Grand World Foot Bath where the toothless mute had vomited 5 black maggots. Yang Yin disregarded Wei Ji's pleas, swiftly lunging the mystical blade towards the toothless mute's chest, aiming for his heart. The crystalline knife shimmered with swirling red mist. Yet, the toothless mute appeared unfazed by Yang Yin's assault. Gripping the knife with one hand, controlling it effortlessly. Simultaneously, the toothless mute opened his darkened mouth, revealing a sinister grin, as if preparing to regurgitate the worms hidden within. "Xiao Yinzi, save me, I don't want to die." Just as Wei Gu's words faded, the short knife in the toothless mute's grip detonated, unleashing an even more malevolent aura and filling the air with thick white smoke. Interwoven within the white mist were tendrils of red fog, seemingly concealing a deep crimson apparition, the specter of the black goat. The red mist revived. The moment of the explosion, the toothless mute's hat was blown away, revealing a bald head. Soon, this formidable and eerie being dissolved beneath Yang Yin's crimson mist power, transforming into a puddle of blood that exuded a foul stench, hinting at decayed. It was as if this eerie creature had long been dead, only to be completely vanquished by Yang Yin today. As the creature perished, Yang Yin found himself curious about the nature of its existence. Was its survival sustained solely by the malevolent god's belief power? It was a possibility. Subsequently, Yang Yin dealt with the blood on the ground before dispersing the surrounding white mist. With his current strength, eliminating an eerie mute posed no challenge at all. According to Yang Yan's estimation, this toothless mute possessed at most the initial strength of the third sequence. As the white mist cleared, the first person Yang Yin saw was Wei Ji Dai in Wei Ji's eyes. Following Yang Yin was undoubtedly the right choice. No matter the difficulties encountered, Yang Yin always had the capacity to resolve them. It was a form of unconditional trust. The moment he saw Yang Yin emerge, Wei Ji's face lit up with a smile. Xiao Yinzi, you're alive. I'm truly overjoyed. I always want to surprise you. Yet you are so exceptional, providing me with surprises every day, and I can never keep pace with you. Wei Gu spoke. His body trembled, and beads of sweat glistened on his face and back. He had just been threatened by the toothless mute and nearly lost his life, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Upon witnessing Yang Yin single-handedly deal with the corpse that reeked of death, several masked young men and women widened their eyes, staring at him in disbelief. He appeared to be merely 18. How could he wield such formidable power? Could it be that he was not a martial artist? The group speculated amongst themselves. As favored children of fate, they were among the few extraordinary individuals in their school, each believing themselves to be a rare genius destined to change their future and fate after becoming extraordinary, thus rising above the rest. Although they had joined the criminal police team, it seemed to be their first encounter with such eerie powers. In contrast, Yang Yin and Wei Gu had already faced 3 to 4 eerie incidents, truly qualifying as formal criminal police officers. After dispatching the toothless mute, Yang Yin returned to Wei Ji's side as if nothing had occurred. Not long after, buoyed by his optimistic mindset, Wei Gu steadied his nerves. Meanwhile, the masked young men and women continued to gaze at the spot where the toothless mute had vanished, still in disbelief. The 4 newly awakened extraordinary individuals were certain that if they were to engage in battle, the outcome would be grim, death. Yet Yang Yin, with his wealth of experience, had handled the situation effortlessly and without pressure. Was he truly just a martial artist? The 4 masked young men and women murmured simultaneously. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived outside the high-speed railway station, comprised of both men and women, attired similarly to the brawny security personnel. They appeared to be operators, brandishing signs bearing the virtual numbers of Yang Yin and Wei Gu. Each criminal police officer possessed a virtual codename. Oh my goodness! Operators, my dear colleagues, you've finally come to fetch us, Wei Gu exclaimed with delight. In addition to the codenames of Yang Yin and Wei Gu, several other operators held corresponding codenames as well, indicating that the young men and women beside them were also new criminal police officers, here for special training. Subsequently, Yang Yin refrained from saying much and directly accompanied Wei Gu to find their operator. Preparing to follow her, however, just then, a gray-haired officer rushed in from the entrance, flanked by 2 team members, 1 male and 1 female, seemingly extraordinary officers from Yuanqing City. The gray-haired officer, with a serious expression, inquired, "We just received notification of an eerie incident at the Yuanqing City high-speed railway station. Is it true?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Yang Yin and then Wei Gu, seemingly assessing the 2 of them. Yang Yin calmly replied, "It is true, but the source of the eeriness has already been dealt with." It was a very weak eerie being, at that moment. Wei Gu chimed in enthusiastically, "Exactly. Just one eerie being. And it wasn't strong at all. We resolved it in no time." Hearing Yang Yin and Wei Ji's words, the gray-haired officer finally relaxed and nodded. Yang Yin then addressed the officer, "You must be from Yuanqing City, right? You will take charge of the crowd dispersal. We have matters to attend to and should be on our way." The officer, well aware that Yang Yin and the others were new criminal police officers, smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance in resolving a major issue for Yuanqing City. We will take it from here." Yang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as Yang Yin and Wei Gu prepared to leave, the gray-haired officer suddenly frowned, glancing at the pristine scene before calling out to Yang Yin, "Young man, please wait a moment." Chapter 53. The sudden appearance of Hu Ping at this moment, Yang Yin halted his steps and turned to look at the gray-haired officer. "Is there something else?" The officer, puzzled, asked, "Young man, I would like to inquire about something. Where is the body of the eerie being?" As he spoke, the officer carefully examined the surrounding ground, noticing the absence of any traces of eerie power. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin turned around and calmly explained, "The eerie being has been obliterated. Thus the traces have vanished. You should detect a faint scent of decay in the air. That is what remains of the eerie being." Obliterated? Not only did the officer raise his eyebrows, but the other operators also could not help but be taken aback. The youth before them appeared to be at most a martial artist. A newly awakened one at that. How could he possibly cause an eerie being to be obliterated? This was simply illogical. Yet, it could not be ruled out that Yang Yin's sequence path was unique, endowing him with some extraordinary powers that happened to counter the eerie being. Upon hearing Yang Yan's response, the gray-haired officer furrowed his brow slightly but nodded. "All right, thank you for your cooperation." This gray-haired officer appeared to be around 50 years old, a veteran in the criminal police force, exuding a warm demeanor and possessing a wealth of experience in dealing with people. However, with a professional's keen intuition, he sensed something off about Yang Yin, though he did not reveal it. Following this, under the officer's coordination, order was swiftly restored at the Yuanqing City high-speed railway station. After all, based on the information provided by Yang Yin, only a common eerie being had appeared here, which did not constitute a serious eerie incident. After Yang Yin and the others departed, a relatively young extraordinary individual approached the veteran officer and asked, "Captain, I find this youth a bit suspicious. Shouldn't we take him back to the office for further questioning?" The gray-haired veteran officer replied, "No need. Let us first establish a record, and if any issues arise, we can inquire further. You are still too young and did not notice that young man's gaze. He is definitely not to be trifled with, so we should exercise caution." As he spoke, the veteran officer glanced at his subordinate, imparting his wisdom. "Captain is right. I will remember that." The next day, at the old military base in Yuanqing City, the training ground, the special training for the new criminal police officers had begun. At this moment, 39 new officers stood in a neat formation on the training ground, heads held high, gazing ahead. The slightly older instructor, with prominent crow's feet, announced loudly, "I am your first instructor. You may call me Old LV." Another tall instructor interjected, "I am your second instructor. You may call me Old Zhang. Listen up, you little rascals. Our requirements are quite simple. As long as you pass the physical fitness test and the marksmanship test, and do not cause any trouble within these 14 days, you should smoothly complete this training and become official extraordinary criminal police officers. However, if you act arrogantly and cause unnecessary trouble for us, do not blame us for being unkind and making you suffer. Today marked the first day of your special training, and I want to ask, why is one person missing? Are you trying to give us a hard time on the very first day by arriving late?" The two instructors in green uniforms stood before the group, their expressions stern as they scrutinized the 18-year-old extraordinary individuals. Can anyone answer why someone is late on the first day of training? Hearing the instructors' booming voices, not a single person dared to respond. At that moment, Yang Yin stood calmly in the ranks, feeling as though he had returned to the military training days of University Point. One person's tardiness meant the entire class would be penalized, starting with at least 30 push-ups. However, Yang Yin found the situation somewhat tedious. He was here solely for clues regarding Ling Bao. Ever since becoming a malevolent god, Yang Yin had noticed that his spirit and consciousness seemed to be influenced. He had developed a tendency to respond to everything with indifference. One could even say that Yang Yin had lost interest in many things, such as gourmet food, fame, and wealth. To him, this was perhaps the price of becoming a malevolent god. Just then, Wei Gu nearly burst into laughter, as he had a hunch that the tardy recruit was none other than Chen Yu, whom they had beaten up the day before. Perhaps due to his inability to catch the high-speed train, he failed to contact his designated officer within the stipulated time, resulting in his tardiness on the very first day of training at the military base. Wei Gu thought to himself, this is going to be quite a show. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the military base, reporting to the instructor. At the sound of the voice, nearly everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. It was a young man holding a headset, his body marred with bruises, his complexion somewhat haggard, as if he had not slept well the night before. Reporting to the instructor, "I am the 40th new criminal investigator, Chen Yu." The moment Chen Yu was seen, not only the two instructors, but even the group of new investigators behind him were left astonished. "Huh? He is our last team member. What is going on? He looks as if he has been beaten. This surely isn't just a simple case of tardiness. This headset-wearing youth has a story to tell. Just look at his swollen face, and haven't you noticed? He seems quite disheveled. The two instructors had never encountered such a situation before. Tardiness was one thing, but arriving in disarray. What was the meaning of this? Are today's youth this unruly? Upon seeing Chen Yu's disheveled appearance, the instructors found themselves devoid of anger, merely taken aback. Having served as instructors for many years, they had never witnessed such a peculiar occurrence. The older instructor, Lao El, addressed Chen Yu. Change into your training uniform and return to run 10 laps. We shall consider this matter closed. Chen Yu, taken aback, stared at the two instructors, his face a canvas of questions. However, he soon realized that this was a training ground, not a courtroom, and reasoning would be of no use in the eyes of the instructors. Tardiness was simply tardiness. Furthermore, he was facing two instructors. Attempting to explain might only lead to further punishment. Yes, instructor. Chen Yu swallowed his frustration, his mind replaying the scenes of bullying he had endured at the hands of Yang Yin and Wei Gu the previous day. He vowed to himself that if he did not find those two scoundrels, he would never forgive himself. Just then, as Chen Yu inadvertently scanned the ranks, his eyes widened in shock, landing on Yang Yin and Wei Gu. One was slightly overweight with a large belly, while the other was tall and thin, possessing striking features and an exceptional demeanor. Damn it. So you two scoundrels are here as well, Chen Yu suddenly gasped. Mentally cursing, yet, as he clenched his fists, preparing to explode, he remembered that this was a training base. Instigating a conflict here would benefit no one. That moment, Wei Gu also noticed Chen Yu's gaze. Seizing the opportunity while the instructors were distracted, Wei Gu even stuck out his tongue at Chen Yu, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Come at me if you dare. Just you wait. You too. Chen Yu thought. After Chen Yu departed, the older instructor Lao El addressed the crowd. All 40 of you are teammates. If one makes a mistake, all shall be punished. Everyone, run 10 laps to warm up. Execute immediately. Upon hearing this command, the entire training team erupted in chaos. What the heck? This is nonsense. It was not us who were late. Damn it. What on earth was that headset-wearing youth thinking to arrive late on such an important day? I'm truly at a loss. Stop talking and run. We might have to run an extra 10 laps later. However, at this moment, the most dissatisfied was Wei Gu. Weighing 180 pounds, his body was a mass of fat, and he gasped after just a few steps, let alone 10 laps. Just as Yang Yin was about to urge Wei Gu to start running, his expression suddenly sharpened, and he became tense. Yang Yin spotted a familiar figure on the training ground. Hu Ping, Chapter 54. Has Yang Yin been captured? In that moment, Yang Yin recalled the time when Hu Ping had targeted him in the office. At that time, Yang Yin had not yet fully mastered the power of the red mist. However, if Hu Ping was here to cause trouble, he would not hesitate to deal with him. Yang Yin held a poor impression of Hu Ping. Although Hu Ping was a fourth-tier extraordinary being, Yang Yin had no trouble defeating him when he exerted himself. He had become increasingly adept at harnessing the power of the red mist. Just as Yang Yin was lost in thought, Instructor Zhang suddenly called out to the ranks. Who is Yang Yin? Step forward. At this, Wei Gu looked at Yang Yin with confusion. Little Yin, what is happening? Why did the instructor suddenly call you out? Yang Yin replied to Wei Gu. Do you see that man in the blue trench coat? He is here for me. Wei Gu, you go run first. Upon hearing this, Wei Gu was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition and immediately asked, You can't leave me? Yin, if you go, how can I run? Yin, you must come back safely, okay? Yin. Yang Yin found it somewhat exasperating, frowning slightly. Enough, go run. Don't make a fuss here. I'll be back soon. He then walked towards Instructor Zhang. Hu Ping stood beside Instructor Zhang, looking as composed as ever, his demeanor polite yet his gaze icy. Director Hu, it's good to see you again, Yang Yin said with a smile. Noticing that Yang Yin seemed to recognize Director Hu, both Lao El and Lao Zhang immediately became solemn. They had received word that Yang Yin and Zhang Doi were survivors from Wudong High School, undoubtedly the most unique individuals among the new recruits today. Now, it appeared that Yang Yin was familiar with the extraordinary officer, Hu Ping. Experienced as they were, Lao El and Lao Zhang quickly excused themselves. Director Hu, you two converse. We'll take our leave. Director Hu nodded, his expression serious and gaze unwavering. Once Lao Zhang and Lao El departed, only Yang Yin and Hu Ping remained in that area of the training ground. Hu Ping wasted no time, directly stating to Yang Yin, come back to headquarters with me. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a chill in the air, a tremendous pressure quietly bearing down upon him. His brows furrowed sharply as he coldly replied, "Director Hu, do you think we martial artists are mere insects to be commanded at will? You tell me to leave, and I must? Why not just tell me to go die?" Hu Ping took a step closer to Yang Yin, the oppressive aura of a fourth-tier extraordinary being emanating from him. Yet, thanks to the black goat mark, Yang Yin remained largely unaffected. "Yang Yin, you have achieved the rank of third-tier martial artist in just a few days, which is commendable. Second, as a survivor from Wudong High School, our headquarters holds great interest in your physique. Third, you have survived unscathed from the hands of that peculiar child using some special means. Don't you wish to explain that? Fourth, you have no choice. My request is not a suggestion but a necessity." In response, Yang Yin remained unfazed, retorting, "Oh, is that so? On what grounds do you believe you can take me away?" Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, Hu Ping's brows furrowed slightly, sensing the growing mystery surrounding this 18-year-old youth. He fixated on Yang Yan's eyes, puzzled by the source of his confidence. However, one thing was certain. There was a strange power enveloping Yang Yin, dissipating Hu Ping's oppressive aura. Generally, mid-tier extraordinary beings could exert immense pressure on lower-tier extraordinary beings without lifting a finger, a stark reminder of the disparities between different levels of extraordinary beings. Yet, even in the face of Hu Ping, a fourth-tier extraordinary being, Yang Yin exhibited no reaction, maintaining an air of calmness devoid of any pressure. "Kid, I admit you possess some ability, but if you display too much brilliance, it could lead to your downfall," Hu Ping warned, his expression grave as he glanced at Yang Yin. Yang Yin responded nonchalantly, "Why don't you give it a try? Yang Yin, you are overly arrogant." As he spoke, Hu Ping's third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, emitting a sinister blue glow. Upon seeing Hu Ping's third eye, Yang Yin was taken aback. The path of the Erlang God? In that instant, Hu Ping had genuinely unleashed his extraordinary powers. In a mere moment, Yang Yin could feel the atmosphere on the training ground shift dramatically. A mid-tier extraordinary being could cause tremors in an area with a single stomp. This was no exaggeration. As Hu Ping opened his third eye, Yang Yin activated the black goat mark. Observing Yang Yan's aura surge, which was far beyond that of a mere third-tier martial artist, Hu Ping displayed a rare look of astonishment. "Yang Yin, it seems my visit today was not in vain. Come back to headquarters with me. We only wish to ask you a few questions." "Ask a few questions? I see you intend to capture me for research," Yang Yin retorted coldly. Subsequently, Hu Ping ceased wasting words, twisting his foot, stirring up a gust on the training ground that kicked up a layer of fine sand. That was a form of instantaneous movement only attainable by a fourth-tier powerhouse. Coincidentally, Yang Yin could do the same. With the enhancement of the black goat mark, a wisp of white mist rose from Yang Yan's left hand, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. By the time Hu Ping arrived at Yang Yan's location, he could only grasp a wisp of faint white mist. Yang Yan's body had vanished. How could this be? Hu Ping was taken aback. Yang Yan's speed of movement was even swifter than Hu Ping's. This was utterly inconsistent with the logic of an extraordinary being's power. What manner of power do you possess that is so inexplicably potent? Hu Ping fixed his cold gaze upon Yang Yin, incredulously inquiring. Long before, when Yang Yin had survived at Wudong High School, Hu Ping had harbored suspicions about him. Yet he had not anticipated that the secrets Yang Yin concealed were far more profound than he had imagined. "What power I possess is of no concern to you. After all, I have not harmed anyone. Did you not refer to me as a mere insect? Why do you not come and crush me?" Hu Ping appeared somewhat enraged. "Yang Yin, you are exceedingly enigmatic, and I must take you back today." In Hu Ping's view, it was highly plausible that Yang Yin had been influenced by the Eye of the Demon, and the power he exhibited might well stem from it. However, these were merely Hu Ping's conjectures. Whether on a personal level or at headquarters, they would not allow such a strange extraordinary being to roam freely. At that moment, a voice with a hint of magnetism echoed from the side, akin to an ethereal reverberation. Upon closer inspection, this voice carried a trace of extraordinary power, remarkably exceptional. Yang Yin turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, and within his spiritual perception, he sensed the presence of yet another sequence for extraordinary being. The playground had gained yet another sequence for extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, Hu Ping, somewhat astonished, slowly turned to look in the direction of the voice. ultimately exclaiming in disbelief, "Chun Jian?" At this moment, Yang Yin felt an ominous premonition for the day. Headquarters had thoroughly set their sights on him. What a grand move, to dispatch two sequence for extraordinary beings. Chapter 55. Yang Xiaodin died 16 years ago. At the moment Chun Jian appeared, even the playground was stirred by a gust of wind. Dressed in a black suit, approximately 37 years of age, with a kindly demeanor and a pair of mustaches, he exuded an approachable aura. Chun Jian was also one of the 5 high-ranking officials of Guangnan province. Following this, Chun Jian approached Hu Ping's side and remarked, "Officer Hu, you are being overly verbose. It is simply a foul little brat. Apprehend him and bring him back." As he spoke, Chun Jian turned to glance at Yang Yin, his expression suddenly sharpening. Master-level power? In that instant, the atmosphere of the entire playground grew tense. Chun Jian was profoundly astonished by the power emanating from Yang Yin, even revealing a rare expression of surprise. He had sent Lin Bei to Jiangping City to gather information and had learned quite a bit about Yang Yin, already aware of the peculiarities surrounding his physique. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yang Yin, having only recently awakened, could wield master-level power. This had no precedent in the annals of Chinese history. Chun Jian and Hu Ping simultaneously focused their attention on Yang Yin, a demeanor akin to facing a formidable threat. Yang Yin, however, remained unfazed, his gaze as profound as ever. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the playground, Lao El and Lao Zhang could scarcely believe their eyes. They had never witnessed 2 high-ranking extraordinary beings simultaneously seeking out a newly awakened recruit. "Lao El, do you think Yang Yin is truly peculiar? How could he possibly provoke the attention of these 2 elusive commanders?" "I am uncertain, but you also saw it. That brat Yang Yin could teleport. Indeed, when I saw him teleport just now, I was nearly flabbergasted. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary treasure that enhances his power? I believe that is plausible." "You are correct, Lao El. Today's criminal police training is indeed different from previous years. And no kidding, even a fool could deduce that. Just consider, surviving the eerie events at Wudong High School could not solely be attributed to luck." Lao El and Lao Zhang were discussing at the edge of the playground at that moment. Not only were these 2 instructors engaged in conversation, but even the 30 or so new criminal police recruits jogging nearby were paying attention to Yang Yan's situation. However, this group of new recruits was merely curious and unaware of the gravity of the situation unfolding. Wei Gu felt a sense of urgency. He feared that Yang Yin might be in trouble. Although Wei Gu was unaware of the identities of the 2 men who had suddenly appeared, he instinctively sensed that they were not ordinary individuals. "Little Yin, you wouldn't truly abandon me, would you?" Wei Gu pondered anxiously. Just then, whoosh, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept across the playground. Lao El and Lao Zhang were simultaneously startled. They are truly going to make a move. How could a martial artist confront 2 Sequence 4 commanders? Lao El and Lao Zhang were momentarily stunned, their minds devoid of any training focus. Wei Gu also halted, panting heavily as he gazed in the direction of the wind, his expression fraught with concern. He resolved that if anything were to happen to Yang Yin, he would forego training altogether and activate the praying mantis fist, helping as much as he could. Yang Yin was Wei Ji's good brother, the kind with whom one shared life and death. Although they considered themselves brothers in spirit, unable to reach one another by phone in times of need, when it came to a matter of life and death, Wei Gu would still intervene, even if he could do little to help or might even become a liability. Nonetheless, Wei Gu would choose to act, for Yang Yin was his dear brother. Meanwhile, on this side of the playground, Chun Jian and Hu Ping were already poised to strike. Their mission was to bring Yang Yin back to headquarters. This was a direct order from headquarters. Initially, the plan was to observe Yang Yin for a period before making a decision. However, it now appeared that Yang Yan's performance in Jiangping City was far too extraordinary. Not only had he emerged alive from the eerie events at Wudong High School, but he had also engaged with the peculiar child and, within days, had ascended from a first-rank martial artist to a third-rank martial artist. As a result, headquarters concluded that Yang Yan's body was likely tainted by an eerie power. If that were not the case, a normal extraordinary being would not be able to suddenly wield power surpassing their own, even with the aid of treasures. Historical records in China contain instances of extraordinary beings becoming tainted by eerie powers. When extraordinary beings are contaminated by such powers, they transform into malevolent puppets, appearing normal while harboring a significant hidden danger within the populace. Yang Yin could very well be this significant threat. Headquarters would never permit a major hazard to roam freely in the city. However, due to Yang Yan's unique circumstances, headquarters merely requested that he be taken back for investigation. Yet, what they did not know was that Yang Yin was not contaminated by eerie forces. He was the very embodiment of the evil deity. Just before taking action, Hu Ping reminded Yang Yin with a final warning. Yang Yin, do you intend to confront both of us commanders single-handedly? Gazing at the two unfriendly commanders before him, Yang Yin gently clenched his right hand, arriving at a decision so astonishing that even he found it hard to believe. Just how powerful could the Black Mountain Goat's crimson mist be when pushed to its utmost limits? Contemplating this, Yang Yan's gaze suddenly turned icy in that instant. Not only Hu Ping but even Chen Jian could not help but reveal expressions of shock. It was as if they truly glimpsed a shadow of eerie power emanating from Yang Yin. In a flash, Yang Yan's eyes became exceedingly fierce. Gentlemen, come at me together, Jiangping City. The Mighty Man Security Company. Team leader Li sat alone in his office, perusing the family files of Yang Yin and Yang Xiaodan. I apologize, Yang Yin. I have reported all your special circumstances to my superiors. I merely wish to confirm whether your body has been tainted by eerie forces. This is my duty. The reason you were selected for the criminal police training was to facilitate an investigation by headquarters. During this time, we will ensure that your sister is well taken care of. Just then, team leader Li furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the file in his hands, as he noticed a suspicious detail. He found Yang Yan's family information rather peculiar. Yang Yan's parents had passed away long ago, and they had perished in an eerie incident. However, according to the records, Yang Yan's parents had died 16 years ago. 16 years, at that moment, team leader Li exclaimed in astonishment, scarcely believing his eyes. When he had previously investigated Yang Yin, his focus had been solely on Yang Yin himself, neglecting the specifics regarding his parents. He only knew that Yang Yan's parents had died long ago and had not paid attention to the significance of the number 16, however. Now he realized that the information contained within harbored a monumental issue. Subsequently, team leader Li opened Yang Xiaodan's personal information record. It indicated that she was only 15 years old this year. Yet, her parents had died 16 years ago. Under normal circumstances, Yang Xiaodan should be at least 16, as she would have been born prior to her parents' demise. Yet the reality is that Yang Xiaodan is only 15 this year. This leaves only two possibilities. Either there was an error in the registration of the information, or Yang Xiaodan does not exist, or she had perished many years ago. Upon considering this, team leader Li abruptly stood up from his chair, his expression one of utter shock. How is this possible? Amidst his astonishment, team leader Li continued to sift through all available data regarding Yang Yan's family. He felt an ominous premonition, as the identities and information of both Yang Yin and Yang Xiaodan seemed profoundly misaligned. When Yang Yan's parents died, he was merely 2 years old, and Yang Xiaodan had not even been born yet. Moreover, according to the existing data, Yang Yin had always lived with his sister, without any other guardians. Generally speaking, such personal information matters do not fall under the jurisdiction of the criminal police. So team leader Li had previously focused solely on Yang Yan's identity, failing to notice this detail. Only today, as he meticulously combed through Yang Yan's file, did he suddenly uncover this age-related discrepancy. Under ordinary circumstances, during the process of information registration, it is inevitable that some discrepancies may arise, resulting in a mismatch between the recorded age and reality. Discovering errors in the information is a perfectly normal occurrence. However, when these coincidences intertwine with the case of Yang Yin, it becomes decidedly abnormal. A glance at the bizarre events surrounding Wudong Middle School provides a glimpse into this unsettling reality. Team leader Li has a premonition that this is certainly not merely an issue of erroneous information registration. Just then, Mo Fan rushed in from outside, breathless and without even knocking on the door. Clearly in a state of urgency in his hand, he clutched a stack of documents, all long-neglected file folders. Mo Fan looked anxiously at team leader Li. Captain, take a look at this. Team leader Li took the documents from Mo Fan. His voice cold as he inquired, What is this? Mo Fan, his expression grave, replied, This is the list of victims from that bizarre incident 16 years ago. Yang Xiaodan, she had already died 16 years ago. Upon hearing this, team leader Li's body stiffened abruptly, a look of horror flashing across his usually indifferent face. Chapter 56. The anomalous transformation of Yang Yin. Team leader Li fixated on the information files in his hands. Speechless. They were sheets of paper, faintly yellowed, suggesting they had been stored for a long time. Emanating a musty odor, it was reminiscent of an old book that had lingered untouched in a library, its pages releasing a dusty aroma upon being opened. Then, Team Leader Lee came across the information of 3 deceased individuals. Yang Quan, father, age 30, died in a bizarre incident. Lin Mei, mother, aged 29, died in a bizarre incident. Yang Xiaodan, daughter, aged 1, died in a bizarre incident. The records chronicled events from 16 years prior. For a moment, Team Leader Lee felt dazed, unable to discern which pieces of information were genuine and which were fabricated. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Captain, you instructed me to gather all available information regarding Yang Yan, so I contacted the police station and retrieved all the files related to his family. However, when I began reviewing these materials, I was equally perplexed, which is why I hurried to seek your confirmation, Mo Fan explained, maintaining a serious demeanor. Team Leader Lee listened intently, then set down the list of deceased and prepared to search through Yang Yan's files once more for clarity. At that moment, Li Xinxin entered anxiously from outside, also holding a file folder, which appeared quite new. Team Leader, Yang Yan is dead. He died 2 months ago. Both Mo Fan and Team Leader Lee turned to her in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Noticing their astonished gazes, Li Xinxin raised the folder in her hands and said, "I just found this in the archives. It's quite fresh." Team Leader Lee, puzzled, asked, "Xinxin, what does this mean?" She looked into his eyes and explained, "While searching for information in the archives, I inexplicably discovered a file that had fallen to the ground, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. It pertains to Yang Yan's death, recording a bizarre incident that occurred 2 months ago, involving him. Are you saying this death file for Yang Yan suddenly appeared in the archives? How could that be possible?" Mo Fan stared at Li Xinxin in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. They both clearly remembered never having seen this file before. Team Leader Lee furrowed his brow, sensing a thick fog of mystery enveloping the truth hidden within. The circumstances surrounding Yang Yan and his family were exceedingly strange. Just as Team Leader Lee intended to search for Yang Yan's files again for cross-reference, he was astonished to discover that all information regarding Yang Yan had vanished, as if erased by some arcane force. This included records of his education, his joining the criminal police, and even the information recorded just days prior. All had disappeared without a trace. Every record pertaining to Yang Yan from the past 2 months had been reduced to blank pages. The only remaining information regarding Yang Yan was the death file in Li Xinxin's possession, which unequivocally indicated Yang Yan was deceased. His sister was also deceased. Yet, astonishingly, they were both still alive. What on earth was happening? The 3 of them stood in stunned silence, at a loss on how to confront this bizarre situation. Mo Fan's voice trembled with tension as he asked, "If Yang Yan is dead, then who is the Yang Yan we have been in contact with recently?" Li Xinxin followed up with, "If Yang Yan's sister died at the age of 1, then who is that 15-year-old girl we encountered?" Team Leader Lee clenched the stack of blank papers tightly, sensing a strong connection between Yang Yan and the enigmatic forces at play. Otherwise, how could even the records be obliterated? Drawing upon years of experience, he suppressed his inner shock and swiftly issued orders to Mo Fan and Li Xinxin. "We have been deceived by the information in these files. Immediately report to headquarters and place Yang Yan on the list of anomalies." Mo Fan and Li Xinxin exchanged incredulous glances but dared not defy Team Leader Lee's command, complying instead. Team Leader Lee stared vacantly at the disarray of file folders on the table. His mind swirling in confusion, he surmised that Yang Yan might be concealing some secrets, but he had not anticipated the even more bizarre nature of Yang Yan's family. More terrifying was the notion that some mysterious force was manipulating the information regarding Yang Yan and his family. Team Leader Lee could not help but murmur, "Yang Yan, who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, in Yuqing City, at the old military training base, a vast playground lay in disarray, as if it had just witnessed a fierce battle. Ravaged by storms and swirling dust at that moment, Yang Yan was enveloped in a faint crimson mist, shimmering with a scarlet glow, exuding a faint scent of blood, exuding an air of enigma. His left hand was torn, his clothes in tatters, deep crimson blood flowing from his shoulder, his gaze fierce like that of a ravenous wolf. Qian Jian and Hu Ping were not faring much better. Qian Jian bore a deep crimson gash on his body, the wound horrifying, affixed with an eerie force, with thin wisps of red mist eroding the injury, rendering it nearly impossible to heal. Hu Ping's third eye wept deep crimson blood. and a long gash marred his shoulder. Inflicted by Yang Yan's dagger, the wound darkening under the influence of the mysterious force, threatening to rot at any moment. The ground of the playground resembled a post-earthquake landscape, fissured like a spider web. Dust was violently swept up by the wind, filling the air with a chilling and uncanny atmosphere. Lao El and Lao Zhang, along with a group of new detectives, had taken refuge beneath the nearest dormitory building, thus escaping the chaos of Yang Yan's battle. Some new detectives could not help but whisper among themselves, discussing the harrowing spectacle they had just witnessed. Good heavens, that was utterly terrifying. I felt as though I was nearly crushed by that force. Indeed, was that not Yang Yan, who emerged alive from Wudong Middle School? How audacious of him to confront two extraordinary officers alone. Am I dreaming? I saw one officer with a blue eye on his forehead. Could that be the legendary Erlang Shin? How impressive! And the other officer, clad in a suit, I witnessed him freezing the entire playground. It was simply mesmerizing. But that frigid extraordinary power, I never wish to experience that again. Even now, the playground feels ice cold. But isn't the most terrifying part that Yang Yan is still alive? Even though he has lost an arm, it only makes him more formidable. I've heard the name Yang Yan before. Although rumored to be a survivor, it now seems he is not merely surviving. Perhaps he thrives on sheer strength. But have you considered where Yang Yan's power originates? He is only 18. How could he have achieved the fourth sequence? Enough! This world feels increasingly terrifying. At this point, silence enveloped the group. No one could fathom the source of Yang Yan's power. Even Wei Gu was left in the dark about Yang Yan's secrets. Unlike his usual self, Wei Gu wore a solemn expression, his gaze fixed on Yang Yan's form, betraying his concern for his brother. Meanwhile, the young man with headphones, Chen Yu, had just changed into his training attire and stepped out of the dormitory, only to witness Yang Yan engaged in combat with the two extraordinary officers, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Observing the brutal scene on the playground, Chen Yu instinctively touched his bruises, filled with trepidation. I will never provoke Yang Yan again. My God, is he even human? Chen Yu was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. At that moment, Lao El and Lao Zhang exchanged alarmed glances. They looked at each other and simultaneously remarked, "Did you sense it? There is an aura of sinister power about Yang Yan." On the playground, Chen Jian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, emanating an icy aura that caused the temperature around them to plummet. For he was an extraordinary being of the ice god pathway. Hu Ping attempted to reason with Yang Yan. Yang Yan, the mysterious power you possess is indeed formidable, but this must come to an end. You cannot kill us, nor can you escape here, for you are too enigmatic, too dangerous. How do you know I cannot kill you? Yang Yan wiped the blood from his mouth, calmly retorting in order to confront the two officers. Yang Yan had unleashed all of his crimson mist powers without restraint, thoroughly challenging the limits of his body. However, to his astonishment, he did not collapse due to his weakness, nor did his body explode. As his left hand fractured, as his body was subjected to extreme forces, and as his consciousness endured the utmost torment, it seemed he had rediscovered the essence of the black goat. The black goat is the mother of all things. Striving to bring forth life from the brink of death. Even more terrifyingly, Yang Yan's body appeared to have transcended some form of confinement, rendering him impervious to any pain. In other words, he could wield the powers of the crimson mist without any repercussions. However, since the black goat had not yet fully awakened, he had not regained the status of a true deity. Nevertheless, the current Yang Yan was formidable. Even he was uncertain of his own limits. Naturally, dealing with the two fourth-sequence extraordinary beings before him was well within his capabilities. Though he had lost an arm, the gains of the day were truly significant. Previously, Yang Yan had relied primarily on extraordinary powers, which is why his peculiar abilities had remained concealed. But now, he could no longer hide them. It was precisely because Yang Yan had revealed his uncanny powers that, at that moment, all information on the security company's files was influenced by his enigmatic abilities, as if some predetermined fate had been altered. After a mere moment of contemplation, Yang Yan took another step forward, advancing towards Chen Jian. With a twist of his foot, he moved with such speed that each step left behind a flickering afterimage, as if he had shrunk the distance itself. Just moments ago, Chen Jian had exuded confidence, but now he began to tremble and panic. even feeling an uncontrollable urge to kneel and plead for mercy. For the powers of Yang Yan's crimson mist had surged back to life. Yang Yan, what are you planning to do? Chen Jian roared, his injuries worsening, his strength gradually waning. Yang Yan's speed surpassed the imagination of all present. At that moment, Chen Jian had underestimated Yang Yan's capabilities. Hu Ping's 3 pupils dilated in shock as he thought. His speed is even greater than before. Moreover, the strength within Yang Yan's body had not yet reached its limits. To them, Yang Yan's body seemed like an abyss, growing stronger with each battle. At this juncture, Yang Yan instantaneously awakened the black goat mark, unleashing a torrent of crimson mist that coiled around his hand. By the time Chen Jian registered the situation, Yang Yan had already appeared behind him, moving with terrifying swiftness. Officer Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I assure you, dying at my hands will not be a loss. Had you not severed my arm, I might not have successfully awakened my true powers of the Crimson Mist. I truly ought to thank you. To both officers, had you not forced my hand, I might not have reached the brink of death just to be reborn. Yang Yan's voice was eerie, evoking the sensation of an evil deity whispering to Chen Jian. The Crimson Mist. Power? What exactly are you? Chen Jian retorted, filled with both fear and confusion. Hu Ping, standing nearby, could no longer offer support. He could only shout in fury, Yang Yan, what do you intend to do? He is an extraordinary officer. You cannot kill him. Yang Yan responded with a cold smile, and what of the officer? Were you not also seeking my life just moments ago? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yang Yan's hand, shrouded in crimson mist, descended upon Chen Jian's head. At that instant, Chen Jian suddenly cried out, Yang Yan, if you kill me, my subordinates will not spare your sister. Chen Jian had learned from Lin Bei that Yang Yan had a sister. Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's expression turned icy. Oh? You seem quite well informed about my family situation. Are you attempting to use my sister as leverage against me? I'm afraid she is quite safe now. He stated coldly. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Yang Yan twisted his right hand decisively. Crack! A sharp, bone-crunching sound echoed as Chen Jian's head rolled to the ground, his features contorted in terror. The entire playground fell into an eerie silence, akin to a desolate hell. Subsequently, Yang Yan looked up at Hu Ping, whose expression was grave, and coldly inquired, So, Officer Hu, will you still take me back to headquarters? Chapter 57. The eerie aura of Yang Yan in the moment of Chen Jian's death. The playground was enveloped in silence, as if the very air had been drained from the space, echoing the stillness of a forsaken hell. Even Hu Ping stood frozen, shock etched on his face as he gazed at the strands of mysterious crimson mist in Yang Yan's grasp. Involuntarily retreating a step at that moment, Yang Yan's body was splattered with droplets of blood, resembling a blooming garden of crimson flowers. He had lost his left hand, his clothing was tattered, and a faint ring of crimson mist swirled around him. Exuding an aura of the uncanny, from Yang Yan emanated a constant stream of distorted and indescribable crimson mist, making it difficult for anyone to gaze upon him directly. It seemed that ordinary individuals would bow in reverence at the mere sight. Driven to madness, witnessing this scene, the third eye on Hu Ping's forehead began to slowly close, as if under Yang Yan's oppressive influence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the playground, the group of young individuals hiding beneath the dormitory building displayed expressions of horror. Their mouths agape as they struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. The severed head of Chen Jian lying on the ground. Yang Yan killed that officer. What did I just witness? I saw a surge of red mist. And then the officer's head rolled away. It's too terrifying. Some female officers had already slumped against the wall, unable to bear to look, utterly frightened by Yang Yan's actions. A few of the young individuals had fled to a greater distance, unwilling to confront the bizarre happenings on the playground. Though they had awakened their powers and become extraordinary beings, these young recruits knew little about the uncanny events and extraordinary powers, leaving them feeling utterly terrified by Yang Yan. Is Yang Yan not afraid of death? Killing an extraordinary officer is the gravest crime in Huaxia, one that invites pursuit from headquarters. Stop talking. I can sense the uncanny power emanating from Yang Yan. It is horrifying. Me too. No wonder he survived that incident at Wudong High School. He must have been tainted by some strange force. I was just standing next to him. Let us keep our voices down. We don't want Yang Yan to hear us, a group of bolder young extraordinary beings whispered amongst themselves, their eyes wide with shocked. At that moment, even Wei Gu could not help but widen his eyes, staring at Yang Yin with a gaze filled with awe, surprise, and reverence. Regardless of whether Yang Yin had indeed been touched by uncanny powers, in Wei Ji's eyes, he was still a dear brother. After all, Wei Gu had not forgotten that his life had been saved by Yang Yin. Moreover, faced with the threats from the two officers, Yang Yin had only killed Chen Jian in self-defense. Though Wei Ji's eyes were small, his vision was keen. He had clearly seen that Chen Jian had aimed to end Yang Yin's life, intent on shattering his very being. Had it not been Chen Jian who fell, Yang Yin would have been the next to perish. Chen Jian had severed Yang Yin's left arms. At this moment, Chen Yu was in a state of panic. He hid among the crowd, his gaze fixated on the gruesome head on the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, "Uncle, Yang Yin actually killed my uncle. How could this be?" Chen Yu silently screamed in his heart. The extraordinary officer he had mentioned yesterday was none other than Chen Jian. Chen Jian was Chen Yu's uncle. Once upon a time, Chen Jian had wielded considerable influence in Guangnan province, resolving many of Chen Yu's troubles. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Jian was Chen Yu's pillar of support. It was precisely because he had an uncle like Chen Jian that he had dared to be so brazen in his exchange of insults with Wei Gu yesterday, even belittling Yang Yin. Yet now, Chen Yu had witnessed his powerful uncle being slain by this terrifying youth. No, he was more than just a youth. He was a demon, Chen Yu thought to himself, his body shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, a wave of intense fear washed over him. He had insulted Yang Yin and had clashed with him. Had Yang Yin not shown mercy, Chen Yu would have likely perished at his hands yesterday. Realizing this, Chen Yu covered his head, his expression filled with dread as he quietly slipped away from the dormitory building, fleeing the military base in a mad dash towards the outside world. He could no longer remain here. Yang Yin might very well come looking for him. As he left, Chen Yu frantically dialed a number, the screen displaying Lin Bei. In this moment of gravity, no one noticed that Chen Yu had stealthily departed. Meanwhile, in the center of the playground, Hu Ping stared in disbelief at the severed head and the corpse dressed in a suit. Theo Hu Ping. Chen Jian was cunning and ambitious, and he had never enjoyed dealings with him. Yet now, even Hu Ping could not help but feel a twinge of pity for Chen Jian. A distinguished extraordinary officer had fallen so easily. Who would be next? Would it be him, Hu Ping? After all, was a seasoned veteran, and in the face of Yang Yan's oppression, he did not exhibit excessive fear. If he were to fall at Yang Yan's hands, Hu Ping would accept it. One thing was certain. Hu Ping had underestimated the secrets within Yang Yan's body. He had never imagined that the power residing within Yang Yin could reach such terrifying heights. At that moment, Yang Yin stepped over the severed head, slowly advancing towards Hu Ping, each step resounding with oppressive weight, as if striking directly at the heart, creating an atmosphere of utter despair. Since Yang Yin completely unleashed the power of the black goat moments ago, his aura has undergone a tremendous transformation. More peculiar than the peculiar itself, Hu Ping gazed intently at Yang Yan's figure, his head spinning as if he were beholding a demon, a fiend adorned with horns. Yet, this was merely a figment of Hu Ping's imagination. Influenced by the power of the black goat, the strength of the malevolent deity can indeed induce psychological pollution. Hu Ping, a seasoned detective, had encountered numerous bizarre incidents and witnessed many strange beings. However, at this moment, he felt that Yang Yin was undoubtedly the most enigmatic entity he had ever encountered, without exception, a youthful body, barely 18, yet possessing extraordinary combat prowess, emanating an exceedingly bizarre aura, enveloped in wisps of faint red mist. Every aberration could constitute an entirely new dossier of the uncanny. Hu Ping surmised that if Yang Yin were allowed to roam the city unchecked, or should he lose control, the consequences would be no less than an S-level bizarre incident. This was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary uncanny individuals or so-called cultists. As Yang Yin approached Hu Ping, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept across the playground. Hu Ping sighed heavily, then spoke in a solemn tone. "Yang Yin, you have truly astonished me. I admit my judgment of you was gravely flawed." Yang Yin smiled gently, silently meeting Hu Ping's gaze, and inquired coolly, "Officer Hu, did you send Lin Bei to Jiangping City merely to monitor me?" Upon hearing this, Hu Ping's brow furrowed slightly before he replied, "Lin Bei was sent by Chen Jian. I had no intention of surveilling you. However, if given another chance, I would personally observe you and without hesitation bring you back to headquarters. Surprised by Hu Ping's response, Yang Yan's expression remained unchanged, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Lin Bei deceived me? Was he not sent by Hu Ping? No, it must have been Chen Jian who misled me. At this moment, Yang Yan began to see Hu Ping's true character. His initial scrutiny and investigation were simply part of a detective's duty, which Yang Yan could comprehend. Furthermore, during their recent confrontation, Yang Yan noted that Hu Ping did not intend to kill him. He merely sought to return Yang Yan to headquarters for questioning. It was Chen Jian who wished to eliminate Yang Yan, and it was Chen Jian who had caused him to lose an arm. Reflecting on this, Yang Yan addressed Hu Ping in a frigid tone. Hu Ping, I spare your life. Return to your headquarters and inform them that if they dare to encroach further upon me, Jiangping City shall become your grave. Yang Yan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with conviction. Upon hearing this, Hu Ping frowned deeply, sensing that this youth was becoming increasingly enigmatic, radiating an aura of formidable and extraordinary power. Despite being suffused with bizarre energy, he had not lost his rationality. How could such a phenomenon occur? How could reason coexist with the uncanny? At this moment, Hu Ping's heart was filled with profound confusion and anxiety. He then, with a voice laden with curiosity, asked gravely, Yang Yan, who exactly are you? Upon hearing Hu Ping's question, Yang Yan felt a sense of irritation. Without a moment's hesitation, he willed himself to leave behind only an afterimage. Such a terrifying speed. Hu Ping's pupils constricted in shock. In the next instant, Yang Yan's form abruptly appeared behind Hu Ping, his right hand already gripping Hu Ping's throat. Hu Ping, you asked too many questions. With that, Yang Yan forcefully slammed Hu Ping to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Bang! In an instant, the playground was enveloped in dust, erupting with a muffled sound. Coughing violently, Hu Ping felt blood trickling from his head. His injuries worsening, he coughed harshly, dark streaks of blood seeping from his mouth. Yang Yan had no intention of killing Hu Ping. One Chen Jian was sufficient, as the saying goes, one must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Subsequently, Yang Yan ignored Hu Ping, turning his back to him as he walked toward the dormitory building. He had said all that needed to be said, confident that Hu Ping would understand what to do. Meanwhile, the group of young extraordinary individuals, witnessing Yang Yan's approach, suddenly turned pale with fear. Each person's eyes widened in terror, their blood seeming to freeze in an instant, a chilling dread coursing through their bodies. They sensed an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from Yang Yan. Oh no, Yang Yan is coming. His gaze was terrifying, as if he intended to devour them. Should we leave? If we don't leave, are we just waiting to die? He is someone who can kill even extraordinary officers. No, he may not even be human. Run. In that moment, the crowd beneath the dormitory panicked, scattering in all directions as if they had encountered a demon. Even Lao El and Lao Zhang were no exception. Yet at that moment, Wei Gu remained utterly unfazed. What? That's my good brother. Although he looks terrifying, he's actually quite kind. Why are you all running away? Instructor, aren't we supposed to train? We haven't even finished 10 laps. Wei Gu squinted, his face filled with confusion. Chapter 58. Swallow your words and rephrase. After Yang Yan's battle with the two officers, the military base lay in ruins. Even the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Although the playground emanated an aura of the uncanny, and everyone present knew of Yang Yan's abnormality, none dared to confront him. Whether it was Hu Ping, Lao El, or Lao Zhang, they did not immediately report to headquarters. Yang Yan's strength was too formidable. If he were to notice them or if they provoked him, they could all perish. Therefore, Hu Ping refrained from taking rash action. Reporting to headquarters would not guarantee immediate assistance. This was a flaw of the Huaxia headquarters, as well as a limitation of extraordinary detectives. After all, extraordinary beings cannot be expected to protect you every day. Can they? Soon, Yang Yan reached Wei Ji's side. At that moment, the team that had previously stood with Wei Gu had nearly all dispersed, hiding in some corner in fear and anxiety. Yang Yan was indeed too fearsome. However, for Yang Yan, he had no intention of harming anyone. His killing of Chen Jian was merely an act of self-preservation. Yang Yan was a benevolent, malevolent deity. Little Yin, just as Wei Gu was about to continue speaking. Yang Yan raised his hand to interrupt him. He then said to Wei Gu, I have now been exposed, and you need to keep your distance from me, or I might implicate you." Hearing Yang Yan's words, Wei Gu immediately grew anxious. "Little Yin, are you still human? How can you say such ruthless words that betray your teacher and ancestors? I am your brother. We survived together from Wudong High School. We have washed our feet together, and we are sworn brothers. Watch your words. This is making me and you feel estranged. Swallow your words and rephrase. Furthermore, I, Wei Gu, am upright and valiant, and I am not afraid of being implicated by you." "Absurd. Besides, you are so strong. I want to cling to your thigh." Yang Yin chuckled. Wei Gu was truly remarkable. Even when Yang Yin revealed his bizarre powers, he remained optimistic. It was precisely because Wei Gu was so impressive that Yang Yin chose to befriend him. Suddenly, Wei Gu choked up, his demeanor shifting dramatically. He looked sorrowfully at Yang Yan's left hand, revealing a look of deep sadness. "My little Yin, your hand, how did it disappear? I am truly heartbroken. Didn't we agree to share our fortunes and misfortunes? And I would have my father find the best doctor for you? Boo-hoo." Upon hearing this, Yang Yin could no longer contain himself, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Wei Gu, enough is enough. You have shown enough loyalty." At this, Wei Gu instantly ceased his weeping, his chubby face illuminating with a warm smile. "As long as you're fine, I won't bother. Take care of yourself." Yang Yin. The two fell into an awkward silence for a moment. Then, Wei Gu continued, "Little Yin, what will you do next? Although I am not afraid of you, they seem to be very fearful of you, and you were really cool just now. I genuinely liked it." Wei Ji's tone was filled with enthusiasm. Hearing Wei Ji's words, Yang Yin instinctively glanced around the military base. After the recent battle, he had completely severed ties with the Huaxia headquarters, fully exposing his bizarre powers. Yang Yin had not anticipated that this special police training would come to an abrupt end before it even began. Surely, such a significant incident would alert the headquarters in Guanan province. He was even less prepared for Hu Ping and Chen Jian to suddenly appear, insisting on taking him back for questioning. "Questioning me? A malevolent deity still requires your investigation? Damn it." According to Yang Yan's original plan, he intended to use this special police training to search for clues about spiritual treasures. However, it seemed that this was now impossible. Moreover, his identity as a detective would certainly be jeopardized, and he might even be placed on the blacklist by headquarters. Additionally, Yang Yin would have to contend with the enigmatic agents of the malevolent deities. It was somewhat of a headache. Yet, Yang Yin remained unfazed. Since he had embraced being a malevolent deity, such occurrences were to be expected. Merely a matter of time. With this in mind, Yang Yin smiled at Wei Gu and said, "Wei Gu, I will return to Jiangping City first. I suspect headquarters will soon dispatch experts here. You stay here for training, if there is still any training to be had." Wei Gu frowned and replied, "Damn, heartless." However, Wei Gu was well aware that Yang Yin was acting in his best interest. Reluctantly, Wei Gu could only acquiesce to Yang Yan's decision. The death of an extraordinary officer at Yang Yan's hands was undoubtedly a significant event throughout Huaxia. Furthermore, Yang Yin had severely injured Hu Ping, which constituted an assault on an extraordinary officer, a grave offense indeed. Wei Gu could not possibly remain entangled with Yang Yin day after day. Yang Yin glanced at the deep crimson wound on his left arm, then turned his gaze to the somber sky, his thoughts swirling in disarray. From the moment Yang Yin traversed into the body of the black goat, he recognized that conflict with this world was inevitable. For he was an evil deity. It now seemed that the so-called spiritual treasures had become inconsequential, and the extraordinary powers he once sought were no longer of importance. Yang Yin had broken free from his constraints, no longer bound by the limitations of his physical form. Although his true essence had not yet fully awakened, he could sense that Huaxia was gradually opening its doors to welcome the arrival of the black goat. Moreover, from this day forth, both Yang Yin and his sister would undoubtedly become targets, closely monitored by the headquarters. He needed to return to Jiangping City post-haste to address the ensuing troubles. Being an evil deity in this world was no easy feat. It was exceedingly exhilarating. Murmuring softly, Yang Yin parted ways with Wei Gu and made his way out of the military base. After Yang Yin's departure, Hu Ping stood weakly in the center of the playground, his body battered and bruised. Once he confirmed that Yang Yin had completely left, Hu Ping dialed the headquarters. "This is Hu Ping. Extraordinary Officer Chen Jian has died in the line of duty, and the perpetrator is the survivor from Wudong High School, Yang Yin. Please establish a new file at headquarters, placing Yang Yin on the .S-class anomaly list. Title: Anomalous Incident at the Military Base. After uttering these words, Hu Ping collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness due to his extreme weakness. Hu Ping still bore remnants of the Red Mist's power, his wounds refusing to heal, leaving him in critical condition. Once confirmation of Yang Yan's departure from the military base was received, Lao El and Lao Zhang dared to emerge. They hurried to the playground center to assist Hu Ping. Simultaneously, a group of young new detectives stepped forward, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene before them, rendered speechless. Wei Gu, having listened to Yang Yan's words, chose not to leave. He stood calmly amidst the crowd, exuding an air of ease. Although Wei Gu had been in close proximity to Yang Yin, he was unafraid of scrutiny. Wei Ji's identity and background could withstand investigation. The anomaly lay with Yang Yin, not with Wei Gu. Therefore, Wei Gu was unperturbed at the prospect of encountering individuals from headquarters and felt no panic whatsoever. After all, Yang Yin was merely his good brother, nothing more. The young extraordinary individuals regarded Wei Gu with unusual glances, whispers circulating that this rotund figure had survived not by mere luck, but rather through Yang Yan's intervention. Yet, such conjectures remained unsubstantiated. After all, no one could verify the events that transpired at Wudong High School. Perhaps, from this day forward, Yang Yan's confrontation with this bizarre world had officially commenced. With Hu Ping's phone call, news of Chen Jian's death swiftly spread throughout the headquarters, reaching every detective. The name Yang Yin began to garner serious attention from those at headquarters. Title: Anomalous Incident at the Military Base. Level: Tentatively S-Class. Anomaly: Yang Yin. Chapter 59. Yang Yin is far too dangerous. He must not be allowed to remain at the Guangnan Province headquarters. In a spacious office, the center of the office stood an oval conference table, adorned with several pots of flowers. The table was large enough to accommodate 30 individuals for a meeting. Following Hu Ping's call, senior officials at headquarters convened for an urgent meeting, approximately 20 in attendance. The power structure at the Guangnan Province headquarters was straightforward, comprising various levels of extraordinary individuals alongside civilian staff. The extraordinary ranks were divided into 4 tiers: commander, minister, officer, and captain. Each province had a commander, who held an extraordinary rank of the 6th tier. However, the commander seldom made an appearance unless Guangnan Province faced catastrophic events. As he had more pressing duties. As for the ministers, Guangnan Province had 2, both of the 5th tier. Recently, one of the ministers had been dispatched by the Huaxia headquarters to handle an anomalous incident and had yet to return. Consequently, only one minister, Minister Chao, attended the current meeting. Below them were the 5 high-ranking officers, each averaging the 4th tier. The detective captains fell within the 2nd to 3rd tiers. In addition to these extraordinary individuals, there were also highly intelligent civilian staff members who had yet to awaken their powers. Their primary role was to devise plans for operations, strategize solutions for anomalous incidents, and manage documentation. Of course, this meeting included both extraordinary individuals and seasoned civilian personnel. Once the meeting commenced, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit spoke first. I trust everyone is already aware that Chen Jian has died. The first to speak was Minister Chao Lin, known to all as Minister Chao. Upon hearing these words, the extraordinary individuals in the conference room were momentarily taken aback, their pupils constricting involuntarily, their expressions grave as they exchanged glances. Even though they had received prior notification, the confirmation of Chen Jian's death still left them in shock. A heavy silence enveloped the room, as all understood that Chen Jian was one of the 5 high-ranking officers and a core extraordinary figure within the Guangnan Province headquarters. Yet now, he had been slain by an 18-year-old boy. Most of the senior officials present were well acquainted with Chen Jian and had engaged in numerous dealings with him. Their shock stemmed not only from the loss of a powerful ally, but also from the potential disruption of their vested interests. Chen Jian was an extraordinary officer of considerable influence and strength, and his demise would undoubtedly fracture the agreements he had with these high-ranking individuals, leading to significant losses for them. Subsequently, another voice broke the silence. According to Hu Ping's report, Chen Jian was killed by that Yang Yin. What is everyone's take on this? Yang Yin? Isn't he merely an 18-year-old boy? How could that be possible? Are we certain he was the one who killed Chen Jian? One of the council members expressed disbelief, struggling to accept that Chen Jian had fallen to the hands of such a youth. According to Hu Ping's own words, he had thoroughly confirmed that Yang Yin bore the taint of anomalous power. likely carried out from the Wudong High School incident. It was this mysterious power that rendered Yang Yan's combat abilities formidable enough to slay Chen Jin. So, Yang Yan's escape from Wudong High School was indeed facilitated by the anomalous power he now possesses? This notion seemed plausible. The very thought of that bizarre I was utterly terrifying. At that moment, a high-ranking council member snorted disdainfully, his temper flaring. I had long proposed that we should apprehend Yang Yan for questioning. Yet you all endorsed Chen Jin's plan and allowed him to roam free. Now, look at the mess we've found ourselves in. The office fell into a sudden hush, everyone lost in contemplation. Then, a sophisticated and alluring woman rose from her seat. Her voice smooth yet commanding. Chen Jin is dead, and you all still indulge in idle chatter. This woman possessed fragrant, cascading black curls draping over her shoulders, with elegantly arched eyebrows and cherry-red lips that exuded an intoxicating maturity and charm. She appeared to be in her 30s, radiating an alluring aura. This woman was one of the 5 high-ranking officers in Guangnan Province, Gao Yulan. Addressing the assembly, her voice remained calm and compelling. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Jin's plan is unfeasible. Wudong High School in Jiangping City must not be neglected, and Yang Yan must be captured. I propose we eliminate the anomalous eye at Wudong High School and thoroughly deal with Yang Yan. If he cannot be brought back, then we shall employ high-level spiritual treasures to eradicate him completely. The moment Gao Yulan spoke, all eyes in the office turned toward her. Everyone present understood that Gao Yulan was not an ordinary woman. She was known for her aloof demeanor, extraordinary prowess, and decisive, ruthless approach, never one to dally. Gao Yulan wielded significant influence within this office. After hearing her proposal, a balding council member remarked, Yulan makes a valid point. Yang Yan cannot be allowed to remain, and the anomalous eye must not be disregarded. I, too, support this proposal. Just then, a tall council member stood up, stating, the anomalous eye can be deliberated upon later. But Yang Yan is far too enigmatic. We have yet to fully grasp his capabilities. This matter must wait until Hu Ping returns, as he is currently the only one who has encountered Yang Yan. Indeed, I concur that we should await Hu Ping's return before making any further plans. The attendees in the conference room nodded in agreement. That moment, the door to the meeting room swung open, and a man covered in wounds entered, looking haggard and weary, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. It was Hu Ping. Upon seeing Hu Ping, the other 20 council members furrowed their brows. Astonished, if their suspicions were correct, all of Hu Ping's injuries were inflicted by Yang Yan. Having slain Chen Jin and gravely injured Hu Ping, this Yang Yan.1 council member began to feel increasingly apprehensive. At that moment, Minister Chao spoke up. Hu Ping, thank you for your hard work. Hu Ping nodded slightly and then addressed the crowd, saying, ladies and gentlemen, Yang Yan's strength is unfathomable and cannot simply be described by a sequence. Had he not held back, I would likely have met my demise. Upon hearing this, the attendees exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment, filled with an inexplicable dread. This revelation implied that Yang Yan could effortlessly eliminate 2 extraordinary officers. Such a feat could only be achievable by a sequence 5 extraordinary being. Even Gao Yulan furrowed her brows, adopting a serious demeanor. Subsequently, she turned to Hu Ping and inquired, Hu Ping, how much do you know about Yang Yan? Hu Ping sighed, his thoughts heavy, and continued to address the assembly. After the incident at Wudong High School, the first time I encountered him, I sensed something was amiss with his physique. However, at that time, he was merely an ordinary person, and I did not take it to heart. Indeed, Yang Yan harbors many secrets unbeknownst to us. He has a younger sister, 15 years old, blind, and their parents passed away long ago. Prior to the bizarre events at Wudong High School, Yang Yan was an inconspicuous student with no peculiarities. As for the strange powers residing within him, the only reassuring news is that he still possesses reasoning and does not indiscriminately harm the innocent. Upon hearing this, one of the council members remarked, that is indeed peculiar. How can strange powers coexist with reason? It defies logic. I heard this Yang Yan even served as a criminal detective for a few days. Dealing with some bizarre incidents? Hu Ping nodded in affirmation, responding, yes, Yang Yan indeed resolved several peculiar cases in Jiangping City. Minister Chao's expression turned grave as he cast a sidelong glance at Hu Ping. Hu Ping, do you have any suggestions? Hu Ping replied, everyone must understand that Yang Yan's current possession of reason does not guarantee his future rationality, and the strange powers he wields are an undeniable threat to our Huaxia. Pausing momentarily, Hu Ping continued, therefore, Yang Yin must be eliminated. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Unless in a dire situation, I do not advise anyone to approach Yang Yin hastily. He is exceedingly formidable, at least from my perspective. Yang Yin should remain in Jiangping City for the time being and is unlikely to create bizarre incidents, as he is still relatively normal. Minister Chao rubbed his forehead, taking a deep breath. Feeling that the recent occurrences in Jiangping City had surpassed their control, be it the strange eye or the sudden emergence of Yang Yin, nothing seemed normal. Yet, in the era of the Red Moon, what truly is normal? In Huaxia, statistics indicate that nearly every day, innocent lives are claimed by strange powers. Ultimately, the Guangnan province headquarters devised a plan. First, to restore surveillance over Jiangping City. Second, to dispatch a high-sequence extraordinary being to gradually investigate the strange eye. Third, to observe Yang Yin discreetly, refraining from rash actions. Fourth, in the event of an urgent bizarre situation, to immediately seal off the entire Jiangping City, mobilizing all personnel and employing powerful spiritual treasures to eliminate Yang Yin. As the meeting drew to a close, Minister Chao ordered its termination. After the meeting, Gao Yulan proactively requested Minister Chao's permission to investigate the strange eye in Jiangping City. Minister Chao cautioned her, saying, Yulan, you must consider carefully. Jiangping City is a tumultuous place, not only with Yang Yin but also a terrifying residual eye. Gao Yulan, however, dismissed the concern nonchalantly, saying, isn't he just an 18-year-old brat? I'm merely going over to take a look. Not to kidnap him, right, Hu Ping? As she spoke, Gao Yulan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hu Ping. She knew that Hu Ping and Chen Jian were likely in trouble because they had attempted to apprehend Yang Yin. Provoking him, Hu Ping remained silent, coolly advising Gao Yulan, do not blame me for not warning you. Yang Yin is terrifying, and you would do well to refrain from recklessness. Gao Yulan chuckled, her laughter alluring, causing her chest to gently quiver. Hee, I am an extraordinary detective. If I do not step forward, who will? Besides, I certainly won't be as brutish as you, resorting to force at the slightest provocation. After all, he is merely an 18-year-old brother, quite precious, and deserves to be treated gently. Both Minister Chao and Hu Ping shook their heads in unison, uncertain how to assess the woman before them. After a brief conversation, Hu Ping and Minister Chao departed the office, leaving Gao Yulan alone. Leaning against the desk, her beautiful eyes gazed out the window, and a delightful smile graced her lips. Yang Yin, you have successfully piqued my interest. I must see you in person. Chen Jian, Chen Jian, your cunning nature has led to your demise. I do not wish to behold your repugnant visage. Muttering to herself, Gao Yulan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and exited the office, filled with anticipation as she prepared to carry out her mission in Jiangping City. Chapter 60. I am not an evil god. Even little girls call me Big Brother. After leaving the military base, Yang Yin made his way back to Jiangping City, traveling by high-speed train. After all, the passers-by were oblivious to his identity as an evil god and had no knowledge of who Yang Yin truly was. Being the kind-hearted person he was, Yang Yin would certainly not harm anyone unless provoked. Throughout the journey, Yang Yin pondered deeply. From this day forth, everything would be entirely different, as he had killed the extraordinary officer Chen Jian and exposed his bizarre powers. In the past, Yang Yin had yet to fully comprehend the nature of an evil god. However, he now grasped its true meaning. Being an evil god signifies being at odds with this world. It signifies being an adversary of Huaxia. It signifies losing certain things. It signifies distortion and peculiarity. From the moment Yang Yin traversed into this world, he was no longer an ordinary person. Consequently, he must approach all forthcoming events with utmost caution. For Yang Yin understood that the Guangnan province headquarters had firmly set its sights on him. Although he had triumphed over Hu Ping and Chen Jian, it did not imply that Yang Yin could roam freely within Huaxia. This bizarre world harbored too many secrets, and there were always elements beyond Yang Yin's capacity to confront, even if he was the Black Goat. Along the way, Yang Yin subtly restored his left hand to its original state. After battling Hu Ping and the others, he discovered that his body had undergone significant transformation. This change was remarkably peculiar, as if his entire being had truly come to life, merging seamlessly with Yang Yin's consciousness. Thus, even if an arm were severed now, Yang Yin could still use his will to restore it. It was somewhat akin to being immortal. He no longer had to worry about that foolish low blood sugar or the risk of fainting. From this point onward, Yang Yin was free to act as he pleased. To hell with low blood sugar. Yang Yin could only marvel at the sheer prowess of Black Goat. Just a slight revival yielded such formidable power. If he were to fully awaken, wouldn't that be absolutely astonishing? Truth be told, Yang Yin eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. As for Wei Gu, Yang Yin harbored no concerns. What he ought to do now was to ensure his sister's well-being before gradually exploring this world and uncovering the powers of Black Goat. Everything had deviated from the planned course. Truly, plans cannot keep up with changes. Yet, at this moment, Yang Yin remained unaware that his sister was anything but ordinary. When Yang Yin returned to Jumping City, it was already 5 in the afternoon, nearing dusk. The city was bathed in brilliant sunshine, the evening glow breathtaking, with the sky painted in golden hues and clusters of fiery clouds dancing in the sunset, shimmering brightly. Even Yang Yin couldn't help but steal a few glances. As he strolled down the street towards home, he suddenly spotted a 7-year-old girl playing with a colorful paper airplane. However, as Yang Yin passed by, the flying paper airplane became lodged atop a high railing. Unable to descend in that moment, the little girl immediately turned her gaze to her mother, her watery eyes pleading for assistance to retrieve the airplane. Shaolin, that's too high. Mommy can't reach it. How about I buy you another one? The lady said gently. Yet the girl, named Shaolin, was unwilling to accept this, furrowing her brow as she replied, Mommy, that's a birthday gift from Daddy. The little girl was utterly fixated on the colorful paper airplane stuck on the railing. At that moment, Yang Yin happened to walk by. Seeing an older brother approaching, the little girl hurriedly stepped in front of Yang Yin, politely asking, Big brother, could you please help me? As she spoke, she pointed at the colorful paper airplane on the railing, her big, sparkling eyes irresistibly charming. Yang Yin paused, looking down at the small girl who stood shorter than him. To help or not to help? Perhaps he should lend a hand. It wouldn't take much effort. Faced with the girl's request, he felt no reason to decline. Yang Yin smiled and gently said to the little girl, Little sister, how about we pray for a moment, hoping the sky sends a breeze, and perhaps the airplane will come down. The little girl giggled and genuinely closed her eyes in prayer. Then, Yang Yin glanced at the railing. Approximately 4 meters high. Let us summon a breeze. With that thought, Yang Yin lightly trembled his fingers and released a wisp of mysterious power. Whoosh! Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through the surroundings, causing the soft wind to gently dance the little girl's hair. At that moment, the girl blinked her large eyes, revealing a charming smile akin to a blooming gardenia. Hooray! The wind is blowing. The wind is blowing. Observing the sudden gust, the woman beside her, carrying a basket of vegetables, gazed affectionately at her daughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. She marveled at the wonder of it all. Could prayer truly summon the wind? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, the mother mused inwardly. In that fleeting moment, the colorful paper airplane, caught on the railing, swayed slightly before being carried away by the gentle breeze, tracing a perfect arc through the air as it soared toward Yang Yin. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yin reached out and deftly grasped the colorful airplane in his hand. Little sister, remember to take good care of your paper airplane, he said, bending down with a smile to hand it back to the girl. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, she clutched the paper airplane tightly and exclaimed, Thank you, big brother. At that moment, her mother approached, warmly expressing her gratitude to Yang Yin, though it was merely a small favor. For the little girl, it was an immensely joyful experience. Hooray! The wind is blowing. Big brother is amazing. Prayer really can summon the wind. Watching this innocent child, Yang Yin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head as he continued on his way home. The sunset cast a golden hue upon the street, elongating Yang Yin's shadow as he walked. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the splendid Huayuan community. Would his little sister believe he had deceived her by returning so suddenly? What if she found out that Wei Gu wasn't getting married after all? Never mind, he thought. I'll deal with that later. Just then, an inspiration struck Yang Yin, as if some mysterious force had tugged at his senses. Suddenly, a hazy voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Shuai. Yang Yin immediately made a connection. Before leaving home, he had instructed Xiao Shuai that if anything unusual occurred, he was to chant the name of the Black Goat. Could something have happened at home? At that moment, Yang Yin's expression grew serious. Following the thread of intuition, he heard Xiao Shuai's voice and glimpsed the scene before him. Why, Supreme Master, I sensed your presence. Have you returned? Xiao Shuai, hiding in the room, whispered to Yang Yin with a sweet expression. Yang Yin was speechless. For heaven's sake, could he not display a bit more of the allure befitting a servant of the dark deity? To welcome him for something so trivial? He even recited his name out loud. Yang Yin had thought something serious had occurred at home. However, it made sense. Having returned to the community, Xiao Shuai would surely sense his presence. Given Xiao Shuai's peculiar personality, it was only natural for him to grumble a bit. After all, Yang Yin had told him he would be gone for 14 days, yet here he was back on the first day. Amused, Yang Yin chose to ignore Xiao Shuai's report and shook his head with a smile. A minute later, Yang Yin reached his front door and unlocked it with his key. "Little sister, your big brother is back." As he swung open the door, he was greeted by two figures, Xiao Dan and Xiao Mei. Xiao Dan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book for the visually impaired, while Xiao Mei appeared somewhat distressed, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone through her phone, her expression betraying signs of anxiety and fear, her hands trembling slightly. Yang Yin immediately sensed something was amiss with Xiao Mei. Her demeanor was tense, even revealing traces of fear. It seemed that Xiao Mei was not just afraid of Yang Yin, but also of Xiao Dan. Just moments ago, Team Leader Li had messaged her, stating that Yang Xiaodan had been dead for 16 years, urging her to steer clear of her. Yet, Yang Yin had actually died 2 months ago during a bizarre incident. However, just as Xiao Mei was about to leave for the Mingnan Security Company, Yang Yin had unexpectedly returned. Thus, she was in a state of panic. Something was off with Xiao Mei. Yang Yin furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Dan, as per usual, sprang up from the sofa, her expression animated upon hearing the door open. "Big brother? Didn't you say you would be gone for 14 days? Why are you back so soon? Did Zhang Dawei get married that quickly?" Yang Yin chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "Don't mention it. Wei Gu is in a bad mood. He said to postpone the wedding." "Did Zhang Dawei really say that?" Xiao Dan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the exchange between Yang Yin and Xiao Dan only heightened Xiao Mei's panic. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Since both Yang Xiaodan and Yang Yin had supposedly been dead for a long time, who were these two standing before her? As a police dispatcher, Xiao Mei had always possessed a strong psychological fortitude. But at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of horror emanating from the two siblings, and the entire house felt laden with an eerie atmosphere. Overwhelmed with tension, Xiao Mei could no longer contain herself and let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Ghost, P.S. Today I wrote 11,000 words, an extra for my 2 older brothers. I truly appreciate everyone's small gifts. I will continue to work hard and strive for more updates." Bows, Chapter 61. Lin Bei is scared to death? At that moment, Yang Yin turned to look at Xiao Mei, perplexed. What was wrong with her today? Why was she suddenly so terrified of him and Xiao Dan? Did she somehow learn about his killing of Chen Jian and the bizarre power he possessed? It was possible. After all, Team Leader Li was the head of the police force in Jiangping City, and the headquarters would surely inform him at the first opportunity that Yang Yin had been tainted by an eerie force. Given that Yang Yin had once been a member of the Jiangping City police force and had killed a sequence for extraordinary being, he was undoubtedly a wanted criminal. Yang Yin contemplated this possibility. Meanwhile, Xiao Dan approached Xiao Mei, her face a picture of astonishment. "Sister Mei, what's wrong?" But at that moment, Xiao Mei recoiled in fear, pleading, "Xiao Dan, I beg you, don't come any closer." Xiao Dan stood there, bewildered, completely at a loss for what was happening. She then turned urgently to her brother, asking, "Yang Yin, what is wrong with Xiao Mei? Speak." Yang Yin's gaze was solemn as he did not immediately respond to Xiao Dan. Instead, he calmly approached Xiao Mei. "Yang Yin, please don't come closer. I beg you." Xiao Mei remained terrified, her mind racing with the message from Team Leader L. To her, Yang Yin and Xiao Dan could not possibly still be alive. Yang Yin, observing Xiao Mei's terror, inquired, "Xiao Mei, tell me, what has happened?" Having met Xiao Mei several times, Yang Yin had always seen her as a lively and cheerful girl, brave and certainly not one to become frightened without reason. "You are dead. Xiao Dan is dead. Please let me go. I doubt I'm only in my early 20s. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet." Xiao Mei pleaded desperately. Yang Yin was taken aback. What did she mean by Xiao Dan being dead? How could she suddenly say such a thing? His instincts told him that something was amiss with Xiao Dan. Otherwise, Xiao Mei would not have been so frightened of her. Meanwhile, Xiao Dan was completely bewildered by Xiao Mei's words. "What are you talking about? When did I die? When did my brother and I die?" Xiao Mei, what is going on? Xiao Dan queried, her voice filled with concern. Xiao Mei's throat felt constricted, rendering her unable to utter a word as she shrank back into the sofa, paralyzed by fear. Witnessing this, Yang Yin thought for a moment and calmly addressed Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, you should leave now. We mean you no harm. I understand you may have some misconceptions about us. He then opened the door. Allowing Xiao Mei to leave safely was the best course of action at that moment. Xiao Mei was clearly traumatized, and if Yang Yin were to forcefully explain, it would only worsen the situation. As Yang Yin opened the door, Xiao Mei took a deep breath, then fled without looking back, her trembling body rushing out. The sound of her hurried, heavy footsteps echoed throughout the corridor. Once Xiao Mei departed, the room was left with only Yang Yin and Xiao Dan. Yang Yin turned to meet Xiao Dan's gaze, his brow furrowed in thought. Her large, bright black eyes were beautiful. Why had Xiao Mei claimed that Xiao Dan was dead? Perhaps Xiao Dan harbored some significant secret. This needed to be investigated. With that in mind, Yang Yin stepped in front of Xiao Dan and calmly reassured her. Xiao Dan, it's all right. Xiao Mei may have been triggered by something. However, Xiao Dan remained troubled by the earlier scene. Although she couldn't see, she had clearly heard Xiao Mei's terrified voice and the strange things she had said. Brother, what happened to Sister Mei? You must know something. Please tell me the truth. Xiao Dan's expression was filled with confusion. Yang Yin chuckled, little sister. How would I know the truth? Perhaps Xiao Mei was just playing a prank on you. Think about it, how could we possibly be dead? Aren't we doing just fine now? He added. I'll ask Xiao Mei later. She might just be playing truth or dare. Xiao Dan pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Yang Yin's response. She felt that her brother had been acting mysteriously of late. First, he suddenly announced he was going to look for a job, then inexplicably brought home $1 million, and now, after saying he would be gone for 2 weeks, he returned in less than a day. Even more absurdly, at the very moment he returned, Xiao Mei suddenly seemed to transform into an entirely different person, uttering those peculiar words. It appeared that Xiao Mei was fearful of me and also of my brother. Xiao Dan pondered in her heart. Xiao Dan, don't worry, I will go find Xiao Mei tomorrow to clarify everything. All right? There is nothing to fret about, just relax. Yang Yin reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Under Yang Yin's insistence, Xiao Dan finally ceased her inquiries. After exchanging a few casual words with her younger sister, Yang Yin retreated to his room. Alone on the sofa in the living room, Xiao Dan sat in a state of perplexity, deep in thought. She had an inkling that matters were far from simple. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao Dan puffed out her cheeks. Feeling somewhat indignant, her mind was filled with questions regarding Xiao Mei. You shameless elder brother, I sense you are deceiving me. Xiao Mei must have encountered some trouble. If you want to tell me, I shall investigate myself. Humph. Xiao Dan resolved within herself, determined to uncover the reasons behind Xiao Mei's sudden odd behavior. At that very moment, unbeknownst to Xiao Dan, a strange glimmer surged deep within her eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Her gaze was as dark as ink. Meanwhile, in Yang Yan's room, he had just returned from Yuanqing City, coupled with a prior fierce battle against 2 sequence for extraordinary beings. He felt somewhat fatigued. Yet, it was not merely physical exhaustion he felt, but a profound mental fatigue. Both Xiao Dan's concerns and the issue of the bizarre power exposure were quite bothersome. The burden of an evil god is indeed heavy. Furthermore, Yang Yin now had to address another matter urgently, Lin Bei. Currently, Lin Bei was an extraordinary detective in Jiangping City, previously a comrade of Yang Yin. However, unbeknownst to many, Lin Bei was actually an undercover agent sent by Chen Jian, colloquially referred to as A25 Boy. Previously, Yang Yin had little inclination to deal with this arrogant fool, and now that he had eliminated Chen Jian, it was only fitting to dispose of this 25 Boy as well, leaving no potential threats behind. With this thought, Yang Yin fixed his gaze upon the figure of Xiao Shuai in the room. Observing this, Xiao Shuai respectfully knelt partially before him, speaking in a low voice. My master, what are your commands? Xiao Shuai had remained loyal, guarding the room without wandering off. Xiao Shuai, go and bring this person back. As he spoke, Yang Yin concentrated, releasing the power of Crimson Mist, projecting all the information he possessed about Lin Bei onto Xiao Shuai's being. Black Goat is capable of projecting its consciousness onto any servant, simultaneously gaining control over their body. The corruption of the red mist is indeed terrifying. Soon, Xiao Shuai acquired knowledge of Lin Bei's appearance and residence. Days prior, Yang Yin had learned of Lin Bei's abode from a security company. He simply had not had the time to deal with him. As you command. My master, at this moment, Xiao Shuai's demeanor was remarkably calm. His countenance serious and heavy, devoid of his usual sweet smile. This was the state of Xiao Shuai while executing a mission, starkly contrasting his usual eccentricity. This exemplifies professionalism. In the next instant, Xiao Shuai left behind a dark red afterimage, vanishing from Yang Yan's room. The power emanating from Xiao Shuai was profoundly sinister and eerie, exuding a faint scent of decay. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Yin thought to test Xiao Shuai's true strength. He murmured to himself as he lay back on the bed. Having subordinates brings a sense of happiness, as one need not handle every matter personally. Just a little beauty sleep in Jumping City. In the Eastern District, within a high-end rental apartment, Lin Bei was in a state of intense anxiety, hurriedly packing his belongings, preparing to flee Jumping City. A few hours prior, he had received a call from Chen Yu. The message was simple. Yang Yin had killed Chen Jian. Chen Yu was the nephew of Chen Jian, and Lin Bei was a subordinate of Chen Jian. Thus they were acquainted. Initially, upon receiving this news, Lin Bei had laughed. Yang Yin had killed Chen Jian. It was as if a grandmother had entered the quilt, causing him to chuckle. Lin Bei nearly believed it to be a telemarketing scam, disregarding it entirely, and certainly did not believe that Chen Jian was truly dead. Although Lin Bei knew Chen Yu, he was skeptical of Chen Yu's claims. Yang Yin was merely a third-tier martial artist. How could he possibly kill Commander Chen Jian? Nonsense. Even if Yang Yin could withstand the bizarre child, he could never slay Chen Jian. After all, who was Chen Jian? He was one of the 5 extraordinary beings in Guangnan province. However, 2 hours later, Lin Bei received a notification from team leader Li.it. Was confirmed that Chen Jian had indeed perished at the hands of Yang Yin. Team leader Li specifically warned Lin Bei to remain vigilant against Yang Yin. For Yang Yan's body had already been tainted by the bazaar. Once Lin Bei confirmed Chen Jian's death through team leader Li, panic engulfed him. Previously, Lin Bei had been exceedingly arrogant, flaunting his superiority before Yang Yin daily, and constantly slandering him. However, all of this had been per Chen Jian's orders. Chen Jian had sent him here to create chaos and to investigate Yang Yin. His entire confidence had stemmed from Chen Jian. Yet now, Chen Jian had suddenly died at Yang Yan's hands. It was utterly outrageous. Yang Yin. Father, I didn't mean to. Lin Bei nearly burst into tears. He felt an overwhelming urge to apologize to Yang Yin on the spot. Even willing to kneel and call him father, Yang Yin was simply too terrifying. To think he could kill an extraordinary commander. Lin Bei had previously regarded Yang Yin as just a third-tier martial artist, which was why he had dared to be so arrogant. But now, since Yang Yin could kill a Sequence 4 powerhouse, he could easily eliminate Lin Bei as well. The mere thought sent chills down Lin Bei's spine. And he felt as if his blood had frozen in an instant. I must leave here at once. However, as Lin Bei prepared to flee the rental apartment, he suddenly noticed a drastic drop in temperature around him, and a faint scent of decay filled the air. Crack, crack, crack. Eerie footsteps echoed ominously, resembling the sound of stepping on fallen branches and leaves, producing a crisp sound. Each step resonated with his heart, nearly suffocating him, as if his throat had been constricted, rendering him unable to breathe. Those were the footsteps of Xiao Shuai. His legs were composed of skeletons. At that moment, Lin Bei sensed someone had suddenly appeared behind him. A bizarre figure draped in a loose red robe. In the next instant, a cold, rigid hand rested heavily on Lin Bei's shoulder, exerting immense pressure. Suddenly, Lin Bei's body trembled violently, his scalp prickling, and his pupils dilating in shock. Lin Bei's pants became wet. Chapter 62. Pigeon. I miss French fries. Lin Bei's room exuded a chilling atmosphere. He stood frozen at the doorway, as if blocked by some unseen force, unable to advance a single step. Simultaneously, a man clad in a red robe stood silently behind him, his skin dark and lifeless, resembling a living corpse. Who are you? Lin Bei stammered in panic, desperately summoning all his extraordinary powers. He was an extraordinary being of the Pango pathway, exceptionally skilled in close combat. Among extraordinary beings of the same tier, Lin Bei possessed great strength, nearly unmatched by others. This was the advantage of the Pango pathway. Yet now, he felt the icy, rigid hand on his shoulder seemingly crushing all his extraordinary power. obliterating any thoughts of escape. Before this red-robed man, Lin Bei felt as insignificant as a mere insect. Then, a hoarse voice echoed through the room, reminiscent of a throat caught on a thorn, akin to glass scraping against the ground. Sharp and grating, sending chills down one's spine. You may call me Xiao Shuai. As Xiao Shuai spoke, Lin Bei felt an even greater sense of terror. Was this a person sent by Yang Yan? How could he possess such bizarre power? Was Yang Yan still human? Contemplating this, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of sheer horror as he frantically glanced back, pleading, "Handsome father, please spare me. I promise I won't provoke Yang Yan ever again. I won't be arrogant anymore." Xiao Shuai. Lin Bei's words came out so rapidly, laden with information, that Xiao Shuai momentarily failed to comprehend. What did father mean? All I understand is moi. Xiao Shuai pondered within. His thought process somewhat sluggish, however, he soon ceased to waste time. With a twist of his hand, a stream of deep crimson mist swiftly spread out like ripples. In the next moment, both Xiao Shuai and Lin Bei vanished from their spot. The room once again fell into silence, an oppressive, deathly quiet in Yang Yan's room. After Xiao Shuai brought Lin Bei back, Yang Yan lazily rose from his bed. He had only slept for 5 minutes. Xiao Shuai's efficiency was commendable. Yang Yan stood up, surveying the young man before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Bei, you were sent by Changjian, weren't you? Lin Bei's body had been entirely restrained by Xiao Shuai. Leaving only his mouth capable of movement, he spoke with trepidation. Yang Yan, I truly am like a flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. I have failed to recognize the mountain of greatness. My eyeballs must have been chewed by a dog. I didn't realize you were so powerful. Yang Yan nearly laughed. He had not anticipated that this arrogant Lin Bei possessed such a cowardly side. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Yang Yan inquired again. Speak. What did Changjian send you to Jiangping City for? Lin Bei, trembling with fear, replied, his voice quivering. He merely instructed me to investigate you, as well as monitor the bizarre eyes at Wudong High School, and also keep an eye on the extraordinary police force in Jiangping City. Hearing this, Yang Yan felt he had not erred in eliminating the right person. Indeed, Changjian was quite cunning, orchestrating such schemes behind the scenes. All right, your mission is complete. You may die now. As Yang Yan's words fell, he cast a glance at Xiao Shuai. Suddenly, Xiao Shuai swiftly lifted his right hand and forcefully pressed it atop Lin Bei's head. A wisp of crimson mist quietly enveloped Lin Bei. Bang! In an instant, Lin Bei's head burst open, splattering scarlet droplets of blood. Subsequently, under the influence of Xiao Shuai's decaying power, Lin Bei's body rapidly disintegrated before Yang Yan's eyes, leaving no time for a single scream before succumbing to death. At that moment, Yang Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Xiao Shuai's strength was even more bizarre and malevolent than he had imagined. With the enhancement of the red mist's power, his peculiar decaying force seemed to grow even more formidable. From Yang Yan's perspective, were Xiao Shuai to confront 2 officers alone, he could effortlessly dispatch them. This was not mere bravado. It was a testament to Xiao Shuai's terrifying prowess. Yet, despite the malevolence of Xiao Shuai's abilities, he would only heed Yang Yan's commands and would never harm the innocent. Observing Xiao Shuai's performance, Yang Yan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Xiao Shuai, you have done exceptionally well. Hearing his master's praise, Xiao Shuai broke into a sweet smile. Oh, my master, it is my honor. Praise be to the black goat. Xiao Shuai's eyes were mere voids, resembling 2 unfathomable chasms, within which swirled enigmatic crimson mists. His laughter was indeed chilling. Nevertheless, Yang Yan could still sense the fervor and vitality emanating from Xiao Shuai. Return now, and no sooner had Yang Yan spoken than Xiao Shuai vanished from the room, returning to the Temple of the Red Mist. Following this, Yang Yan waved his right hand, erasing all traces and bloodstains from the room. While casually spritzing a hint of floral perfume, the jasmine-scented fragrance was delightful. Simultaneously, in an upscale rental apartment, the very place Lin Bei had occupied moments ago, the temperature gradually rose, dispelling the previous chill after Lin Bei was taken by Xiao Shuai. Suddenly, a mass of black mist surged into the room, a sinister force quietly spreading. The wooden table appeared to decay, and the surrounding walls began to crumble away. Soon, 2 figures materialized in the center of the room. One was a peculiar child, standing only 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, with a pallid, corpse-like visage and dark, sunken pupils, his heart hollow. This was the strange child, the charm envoy, whom Yang Yin had encountered before. The other was a young and beautiful woman, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Beneath her white skirt lay long, elegant legs, her eyes adorned with a subtle shimmer, high cheekbones gracing her exquisitely sculpted face. The woman in white exuded an air of competence and distinction, reminiscent of a valiant female general. "Sister General, I sensed a presence akin to our elder brother here." The voice of the strange child was remarkably aged. Their elder brother referred to none other than Xiao Shuai. The woman in white scanned the room before responding. "Indeed, I too have sensed it, but that is not our brother's aura. It is a complex and sinister force, distinct from the decaying power of our brother." Upon hearing the general's explanation, the strange child fell into silence. The woman, known as the general, was renowned in the underworld for her bravery, decisiveness, and commanding presence. Both were perplexed by the sudden emergence of this strange power, only to see it vanish just as abruptly. What puzzled them further was that this sinister force seemed intertwined with the decaying essence of their elder brother. Hence, the strange child and the general had come to investigate the situation. However, from the current state of affairs, there was nothing to uncover. The strange child remarked, "Sister General, our elder brother has been missing for quite some time. He may very well be dead. We must expedite our revival plans." Upon hearing this, the woman in white exhaled softly, glancing out the window. Then, addressing the strange child, she said, "Though our brother is missing, he has completed the arrangement of the first strange eye. Next, we must set up the second. Once we sketch 4 eyes in Jiangping City, our master, the Eye of the Demon, can begin to manifest." Listening attentively, the strange child revealed a chilling smile. Indeed, the revival plan must be hastened. The emergence of other malevolent forces in Jiangping City indicates that other evil gods are quietly awakening, and the headquarters in Huaxia may dispatch powerful beings to Jiangping City at any moment. Upon hearing this, the general's expression grew serious, her exquisite brows knitting slightly. "Do not worry. Once the strange eyes are established, they will be challenging to destroy. Let us not forget, that is the power of the divine. Moreover, we have lost our strange, toothless mute. He was slain by a youth named Yang Yin." She continued, "Not only that, but today he also killed an officer of Sequence 4. This youth is truly astonishing." The strange child furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Yang Yin? How is that possible? When I faced him previously, he was merely a 3rd-tier warrior." Although surprised by the news of Yang Yan's kill, the strange child did not exhibit excessive agitation. The general, tall and graceful, placed a hand on her slender waist and said, "Brother, I have crossed paths with him once. His body is peculiar, yet I cannot decipher it." In truth, the strange child had encountered Yang Yin as well, and he too found himself unable to unravel the secrets within Yang Yan's being. At this moment, both the general and the strange child fell into deep contemplation. Silent and introspective, they perceived Yang Yin as a potential threat, a youth shrouded in enigma. The general then declared, "Brother, Yang Yin cannot be left alive. He must die. I sense he will become an obstacle to our plans for revival." The strange child replied, "Sister General, rest assured, I will personally slay that youth. I am confident. Furthermore, he is merely 18 years old and has just awakened. While he possesses a mysterious power, he is not to be feared." The general chuckled softly, seemingly disagreeing with the strange child's assessment. "Brother, do not be overconfident. Yang Yin is not so simple." The strange child countered, "Sister General, you overestimate him. Although he has killed an officer of Sequence 4, he cannot surpass our abilities as envoys. We possess the power of the Eye of the Demon as our trump card. As emissaries of the evil god, the 4 envoys could wield varying degrees of sinister power. This power was profoundly formidable, capable of overwhelming even high-tier extraordinary beings. It was precisely because of this that they had survived countless pursuers among the extraordinary. The 4 envoys were not to be trifled with. "Sister General, where shall we set up the altar ritual next?" inquired the strange child as they prepared to depart. The altar ritual referred to the sacrificial ceremony at Wudong Middle School. The woman in white strode gracefully, her ponytail swaying as she calmly stated, "The South District, at the aquarium at 18 midnight. In the garden of the other shore, Yang Yan's home." After confirming that Xiao Dan was asleep, Yang Yin lay on his bed, allowing the black goat mark to awaken. He intended to return to the temple of the black goat. As the black goat mark illuminated, crimson mist surged forth, and his consciousness traversed dimensions, swiftly returning to the temple above. Within an ancient palace, Yang Yin sat regally upon an eerie red throne. He had regained the form of the black goat. Countless sinister tendrils, deep crimson mystical mist, 2 intricately carved horns, and that sponge-like, ethereal body. Indeed, the appearance of the black goat was indescribable. Yet it exuded an overall soft and sinister sensation. Yang Yin was once again set to pen his diary. From yesterday to today, an overwhelming number of events had transpired, thoroughly disrupting Yang Yin's rhythm. The first matter at hand was that he had initially planned to ascend gradually, from Sequence 1 to Sequence 9, until the complete revival of the Black Goat. However, following today's battle, he had shattered the confines of his physical form. It was as though the extraordinary power and the red mist's energy of the Black Goat had fused entirely, culminating in a unique and enigmatic force. It was through this amalgamated power that Yang Yin had managed to contend with Qian Jian and Hu Ping, even effortlessly slaying an officer of Sequence 4. Frankly, Yang Yin was astonished by this outcome. A third-tier warrior was merely a guise. In reality, Yang Yin's strength was so formidable that it even startled him. The second matter was that Yang Yin was no longer a criminal investigator. He could now only operate independently, seeking information about this bizarre world within the city. Concurrently, he needed to pay another visit to the Genius Club. The third matter was the hidden secret surrounding Xiaodin. Why was it said that Xiaodin had already died? Yang Yin found himself perplexed by this question. When had Xiaodin died? What had transpired before Yang Yin traversed into this world? His instincts told him that a significant secret lay hidden within. I shall visit the Muscle Security Company tomorrow to investigate. Having eliminated the threat posed by Lin Bei, it could be considered a favor to Captain Li. After all, in Yang Yan's eyes, Captain Li, Mo Fan, and Li Xinxin were commendable, extraordinary beings. Reflecting on it all, Yang Yin couldn't help but marvel. Being an evil god is truly thrilling. It's either about growing stronger or being on the path to becoming stronger. In a mere few days, I was able to slay an officer of Sequence 4. Indeed, possessing formidable power allows one to explore the world. However, Yang Yin would not resort to indiscriminate killing. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. If one offends me, I shall repay them 100-fold. Contemplating, Yang Yin whispered towards the edge of the crimson mist, "Dove?" As the convoluted and grotesque whispers of the black goat resonated, a beautiful, foolish dove emerged from the red fog, flapping its snow-white wings. Simultaneously, a bizarre sound echoed from the temple, reminiscent of a harmonious blend of male and female voices, accompanied by the vibrating tones of the most flamboyant instrument, the saxophone. This was the distinctive sound of the foolish dove. "Oh, my most exalted master, you have finally returned. I long for fries. Oh no, I long for you." P.S. This chapter contains 4,000 words. Do you like it? I seek a free offering of love in return. Chapter 63. Who writes a diary as a respectable person? Do you? In response to the dove's fervent declaration of loyalty, Yang Yin could only chuckle softly. After assessment, it became evident that the dove's sole obsession lay with fries. Perhaps even the black goat could not compete with the fry's esteemed status in its heart. However, Yang Yin paid little heed to such trivial details, for this dove was far too abstract to be viewed through the lens of ordinary thought. Observing the jubilant dove, Yang Yin felt a noticeable lift in his spirits. Occasionally listening to the foolish dove boast could alleviate the pressures of life. "Oh, my esteemed and invincible master, your golden butler, angelic dove, and super assistant eagerly await fries. Oh no, await your return. Congratulations, master, on your resounding victory over a mere rank 4 ant. Congratulations, master, on your newfound strength. My revered master, what I truly wish to convey is that our revival plan has made remarkably significant progress." The dove floated before Yang Yin, its bright little eyes wide with reverence, radiating an aura of devotion. "Enough," Yang Yin said lightly to the dove, fixing it with a gaze. At once, the dove became obedient, refraining from uttering another word. Yang Yin perceived that if he did not intervene, the dove could speak for 3 days and nights, more loquacious than a recording device. From the dove's discourse, It seemed to possess knowledge of Yang Yan's breakthrough beyond physical constraints and the demise of a rank 4 formidable opponent. Yang Yin had grown accustomed to this all-knowing dove. After all, this dove was well-versed in celestial matters and ethical principles, even aware of the nature of black silk and suspenders. Thus, it was unsurprising that it knew of events transpiring in Huaxia. Yang Yan's primary purpose for returning to the Temple of the Crimson Mist was to extract information regarding Xiao Dan from the dove. With such profound understanding, it surely harbored secrets or past occurrences related to Xiao Dan. Yet, Yang Yin could not directly inquire. That would be far too undignified. What the messenger dove knew, the black goat, undoubtedly knew as well. If the black goat were to pose some trite and overly familiar questions, it would be devoid of interest. But Yang Yin was merely a university student who had traversed from Earth. He had only been in this strange world for 2 months. There were many matters he genuinely did not comprehend. Damn it, he could only feign understanding. Reflecting, Yang Yin reclined slightly, gently swaying his mysterious, sinister tendrils, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Messenger dove, Xiao Dan is dead. I sensed a threat in her eyes, Yang Yin subtly alluded, igniting the dove's desire to confide, thus ensuring it would divulge all information regarding Xiao Dan. After the whispers of the black goat subsided, the air fell silent for a moment. Then, the dove flapped its wings excitedly and flew to the side of the black goat. My most exalted master, your angelic dove has long wished to address this matter with you. That young Xiao Dan has been dead for 16 years, and she was merely 1 year old at the time of her demise. Surely you are aware of this. What I wish to convey is that your sister is indeed quite peculiar. Furthermore, there lies an insidious power hidden within her eyes. It must be the doing of that foul eyeball, the eye of the demon. In order to successfully revive in Huaxia, it has bestowed a portion of its divine power upon Xiao Dan, though she herself remains unaware that half of her being is possessed by an evil deity. However, my most exalted master, you also know that foul eyeball is utterly inconsequential. Had we been in our prime, you would only need to lift a finger for it to kneel before you in submission. Master, there is no need for concern. Suddenly, a thunderclap seemed to echo in Yang Yan's mind, leaving his brain in a blank state. Xiao Dan had been dead for 16 years. How could this be possible? Could one truly be resurrected after death? Even more absurdly, Xiao Dan's eyes were indeed extraordinary, entangled in the revival scheme of the Eye of the Demon. This was troublesome. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Dan was a crucial element in the Eye of the Demon's revival plan. Otherwise, it would never have entrusted half of its divine power to her. These thoughts swirled. Even Yang Yin felt a shiver run down his spine. The bizarre phenomena of this world were constantly challenging his worldview. Had it been anyone else, Yang Yin would have been far less affected. However, the individual in question was his younger sister. Though not by blood, Yang Yin regarded her as a true sister. Death and resurrection, blindness, demonic possession, and as the party directly involved, Xiao Dan remained blissfully unaware, leading a cheerful and disciplined life. From an observer's perspective, the family of Yang Yin and Yang Xiao Dan was tragically unfortunate. A family of 4, all perished due to the inexplicable, only for Xiao Dan and Yang Yin to live again under the same strange circumstances. Yet they were not genuinely alive. For instance, while Xiao Dan was still living, whence did her consciousness arise? Was she still herself? At that moment, Yang Yin began to understand why Xiao Mei harbored such fear towards him and Xiao Dian. It turned out that both of them had already died, and had been for quite some time. Yang Yin sat high upon the crimson throne, quietly pondering, his thoughts in disarray. The events of recent days had far exceeded his expectations. One issue remained unresolved, while another arose. Everything was becoming increasingly complex. Observing his master in contemplation, the dove dared not interrupt, quietly observing from the side, its dark eyes darting about with remarkable agility. Returning to himself, Yang Yin felt it was sufficient. He had learned enough today, and it was sufficiently shocking. Messenger dove, you have done well. Next time, I shall take you to Huaxia for fries as a reward. Yang Yan's vast, obsidian eyes fixated upon the dove, the whispers of the evil deity echoing above the crimson mist. First, he would paint a grand picture for the foolish dove. That way, it would work with greater dedication and zeal. Upon hearing her master mention a reward, the dove's eyes instantly brightened, widening with fervor. Oh, my generous and magnanimous master. Is what you say true? Can I truly go to Huaxia for fries? I doubt I could cry tears of joy. I have never been to Huaxia before. As your master's golden butler and top assistant, I, the angelic dove, shall adorn myself exquisitely. I will venture to Huaxia to enjoy fries. McDonald's, here I come. The dove was immensely excited, nearly forgetting its kin. In truth, Yang Yin also wished to take the dove to Huaxia, to test its capabilities. Moreover, as a servant of the Crimson Mist, they were not permitted to leave the Temple of the Crimson Mist without Yang Yin's consent. This was the rule of the temple, as well as the decree of the Black Goat's divine realm. Soon, the dove, brimming with exhilaration, dove into the Crimson Mist, vanishing from Yang Yin's sight. Watching the dove's departing figure, Yang Yin could hardly suppress a chuckle. To win over a dove of extraordinary power and boundless knowledge with but a few fries was truly a bargain. In summary, this return to the Temple of the Crimson Mist was immensely fruitful. Yang Yin closed the diary in his hand, placing it at the center of the wooden table. The diary had now turned a blood-red hue. This diary was brought by Yang Yin from his room to the Temple of the Crimson Mist. In just a few days, it had gradually become tainted by the temple's influence, growing increasingly eerie. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Yin could only feel a sense of dread. The Temple of the Crimson Mist was truly terrifying, capable of contaminating even a mere diary. Originally white, the diary had transformed into a crimson shade and began emanating a strange aura, the text upon it slightly distorting, the pages becoming crumpled, utterly bizarre. This red diary wouldn't consume anyone, would it? Yang Yin mused inwardly. Finally, Yang Yin took a deep breath, feeling as though a knot had formed in his heart. This was the issue concerning Xiao Dan. The fact that she was somehow linked to the eye of the demon was something Yang Yin had not anticipated. Yet, he also understood that this issue delved into the realm of deities and should not be approached recklessly. Although the messenger dove had just stated that the eye of the demon was utterly inconsequential and would kneel before the black goat, that was only under the condition that the black goat had fully revived. At present, Yang Yin had merely awakened a fraction of his power. He needed to remain low-key. Indeed, the matter concerning Xiao Dan could not be rushed. Tomorrow, he would stealthily visit the mail security company to investigate Xiao Mei's situation and simultaneously ascertain whether Xiao Dan was truly dead. He chuckled softly, wondering what expression would adorn Li's face upon seeing him again. Yet, Yang Yin was also concerned that Li and the others might take direct action against him. After all, Yang Yin was now considered a fugitive in Guangnan province. To be frank, Yang Yin genuinely wished to avoid conflict with the three of them, particularly with Li Xinxin. Her social anxiety was something Yang Yin remembered vividly. How difficult this all is, contemplating, Yang Yin felt a shift in his consciousness, and he vanished into the Crimson Mist, returning to Huaxia, back to his room. That night, both Yang Yin and Xiao Dan slept peacefully. P.S. Today, 3 chapters totaling 10,000 words, continuing to update for the generous elder brother who sent gifts. I truly do not fall short. My face feels a bit itchy, as if the free love-driven energy is being thrown at me. Moi. Chapter 64, The Super Police Flower and Qipao Assassin, Gao Yulan. The following day, in the office of the mail security company, there were 3 individuals present, Captain Li, Mo Fan, and Li Xinxin. These 3 were extraordinary officers from Jiaoping City. Wei Gu had gone for special training, and Lin Bei had mysteriously disappeared. As for Yang Yin, Captain Li had already expunged his criminal records and placed him on a peculiar list. Now, only these 3 extraordinary individuals remained in the mail security company. Suddenly, Captain Li's cold voice shattered the tranquility of the office. Everyone, Lin Bei has gone missing. Upon hearing this shocking news from Captain Li, Mo Fan was taken aback. How is that possible? Didn't Lin Bei come to the office yesterday morning to review the strange cases? Captain Li continued, his tone imbued with a hint of indifference. He went missing in the afternoon. There was an eerie atmosphere in his home, and his phone is unreachable, as if he has evaporated from the mortal realm. I suspect it may be Yang Yan.at. The mention of Yang Yan's name. Both Mo Fan and Li Xinxin could not help but display expressions of astonishment. They fell silent, their gazes serious as they looked at Captain Li. Their thoughts momentarily tangled. Although their interaction with Yang Yin had been brief, lasting only a week, he had nonetheless made a profound impression on them. An 18-year-old youth, aloof, taciturn, filled with curiosity about the bizarre occurrences, resolute and determined. Most importantly, Yang Yin exuded an air of mystery, making him impossible to fathom. Just a few days prior, they had been comrades in the police force, executing missions together. Yet, just yesterday, Yang Yin had killed Chen Jian and severely injured Hu Ping. Confronting two formidable Sequence 4 adversaries alone, in a matter of days, their relationship with Yang Yin had shifted from comrades to foes, leaving Li Xinxin and Mo Fan struggling to adapt. Now, Yang Yin had become a focal point of attention for the headquarters. They had even dispatched an urgent document instructing Captain Li and his team to refrain from taking rash actions, advising them to observe Yang Yin's situation discreetly. Should an emergency arise, the headquarters would send powerful reinforcements to handle it. For Yang Yin was exceedingly formidable. What baffled Captain Li even more was that shortly after Chen Jian's demise, Lin Bei had also inexplicably vanished. In Captain Li's view, Lin Bei's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to Yang Yin. At the very least, Captain Li believed Yang Yin was highly suspicious, considering the strange powers and cultists lurking within the city. How could Yang Yin and his family not be intertwined with these bizarre forces? His sister, Yang Xiaodan, also seemed to be extraordinary. Mo Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, recalling that Yang Yin had merely been a senior high school student, seemingly oblivious to the complexities of the world. However, after the events of yesterday, Mo Fan felt as if Yang Yin had transformed entirely, from a mere student into an embodiment of unknown terror. At that moment, Li Xinxin, trembling, voiced her fears. I don't think Yang Yin would harm anyone recklessly. He seems to have been quite good to us. Upon hearing this, Captain Li intently fixed his gaze on Li Xinxin's eyes and asked, Xinxin, why do you say that? Li Xinxin continued, when we dealt with the strange occurrences at the amusement park, if it weren't for Yang Yin, we might have perished at the hands of the eerie child. Moreover, during some of the previous bizarre events, Yang Yin fought alongside us. Upon hearing Li Xinxin's explanation, both Captain Li and Mo Fan sighed. Xinxin was correct. Yang Yin was an enigma, akin to a chaotic force. It was no longer feasible to categorize him simply as good or evil. Suddenly, a detached voice resonated from within the room, as if a fourth presence had materialized. Are you speaking of me? In that instant, both Captain Li and Mo Fan's pupils constricted. They swiftly rose from their seats, backing against each other, entering a state of heightened alertness. At the same time, the extraordinary powers within the room surged, manifesting as searing flames and frigid ice. Mo Fan drew his extraordinary silver pistol, chambering around, ready to unleash peculiar bullets at a moment's notice. As the three extraordinary forces surged, the documents within the room trembled and fell to the ground. All three were trained police officers, their movements remarkably agile, instantly transitioning into a combat-ready stance. Then, an eerie aura began to invade the office. Captain Li and his team noticed a wisp of faint crimson mist materializing at the entrance, sinister and uncanny, imbued with an indescribable strangeness. In that moment, their bodies involuntarily shuddered, their scalps tingling, a chilling sensation enveloping them. A sense of dread pervading their hearts. They were certain that if they were to come into contact with this strange crimson mist, there would be but one outcome: madness and death. The next moment, the wisps of crimson mist coalesced, swiftly writhing and pulsating, ultimately shaping a youthful figure that emerged at the center of the office. Yang Yin, now liberated from the confines of his physical form, adeptly wielding the power of the crimson mist, almost able to appear and vanish at will. Li Xinxin saw him, an 18-year-old youth, with delicate features and an attractive visage, his eyes deep as the ocean. Emanating an air of indifference, his expression perpetually calm. It was indeed Yang Yin. Yang Yin? Mo Fan and Li Xinxin exclaimed in unison, astonished. In that moment, Captain Li felt a mix of surprise and fear. He could not fathom why Yang Yin would suddenly materialize here. Yet, from Yang Yin's gaze, he discerned that Yang Yin was still human, retaining a semblance of human rationality. In this tense atmosphere, Yang Yin smiled helplessly. Captain Li, I merely wished to gather some information. Yang Yin's voice was calm, even somewhat amiable, contrasting starkly with the malevolent power of the crimson mist. Even as he expressed his intentions, Captain Li and the others remained on high alert, their eyes fixed on Yang Yin. Yang Yin, why did you deceive us? Captain Li inquired sternly. Yang Yin responded, Captain Li, sometimes the truth you perceive may not be the actual truth. I did not intend to conceal anything from you. Observing this, the bewildered Li Xin interjected, Yang Yin, are you a human or a ghost? The records state you are deceased. Yang Yin acknowledged his death, having been gone for 2.5 months. He looked at the evasive Li Xin and smiled helplessly. Sister Xin, I am neither human nor ghost. You can call me Xiao Yinzi, just like Wei Ji. Li Xin fell silent. Not only she, but even Captain Li and Mo Fan found themselves at a loss for words. You killed a Sequence 4 officer and harbor such terrifying powers, and you expect us to call you Xiao Yinzi? Is that reasonable? Noticing that Yang Yin appeared non-threatening, Captain Li slightly relaxed his guard and continued. Yang Yin, what do you wish to learn here? Yang Yin stepped forward, saying, Captain Li, I am quite familiar with the layout here. I can manage on my own. No need to trouble you. I understand you are busy. So please carry on with your work while I take a look around and then leave. As soon as Yang Yin finished speaking, Captain Li and his team were taken aback. This youth had truly killed Qin Jian? He had genuinely been placed on the peculiar list by headquarters? Why did he speak so normally? This was abnormal. Subsequently, Yang Yin turned his back and exited the office, heading towards the hidden archive room. His purpose for coming here was to search for any files regarding his sister. After Yang Yin left the office, Captain Li and his team finally felt a sense of relief, at the very least. They could be certain that Yang Yin would not cause chaos here at Mo Fan. Still shaken, suggested, Captain Li, should we report today's events to headquarters? Captain Li glanced at Mo Fan and replied, no need. Yang Yin seems to be relatively stable for now. We must not provoke him, but we should remain vigilant. That wisp of crimson mist he emanated was exceedingly terrifying. Li Xin interjected, Captain, I don't think Yang Yin is a bad person. Captain Li sighed. Xin, Yang Yin has already been placed on the peculiar list. We must treat him as a cultist, do you understand? Li Xin remained silent. In her heart, she believed Yang Yin was not a villain. At that moment, Captain Li's phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from headquarters. Extraordinary Officer Gao Yulan has arrived in Jiangping City to assist. Please be informed. Captain Li was taken aback. Gao Yulan? Officer Gao? The officer who single-handedly resolved 5 major bizarre incidents? The one who has rejected 50 marriage proposals? The cold lady who is fiercer than any man? Gao Yulan? In the criminal police force of Guangnan Province, there exists a saying, the qipao she wears is stained with the blood of her enemies. Chapter 65, Su Qian. Does Yang Yin's brother miss his sister? In the mail security company archives room, Yang Yin was sifting through one dossier after another in the dimly lit bookcase. He was in search of the dossier concerning the Yang Yin family. Soon, Yang Yin stumbled upon an old, yellowed file. Inscribed upon it was a chilling title, The Bizarre Incidents at the Maternal and Child Hospital. As Yang Yin opened the file, he discovered a list of the deceased. Yang Quan, father, age 30, perished under mysterious circumstances. Lin Mei, mother, age 29, met her end through bizarre events. Yang Xiaodan, daughter, merely 1 year old, also succumbed to these strange occurrences. It appeared that Xiaodan had indeed died 16 years ago. Yang Yin pondered. This implied that Xiaodan had somehow died and come back to life due to some inexplicable force, yet had lost her sight in the process. Suddenly, a more pressing question struck Yang Yin's mind. When Xiaodan passed, she was just over a year old, and at that time, Yang Yin was only 4. If both parents had died, how could a mere 4-year-old child possibly survive alone? Could it be that the original owner had issues of his own? Surviving alone at 4 and living to 18? This family was indeed a den of ghosts. Yang Yin felt the situation growing increasingly convoluted. Both the original Yang Yin and Yang Xiaodan harbored significant problems. Furthermore, these files had remained buried for far too long, untouched by the passage of time. With a deep sense of curiosity, Yang Yin continued to search through the documents. After finishing with Xiaodan's file, he sought his own. Soon, he uncovered a relatively new dossier titled, The Bizarre Incident on the Road. This suggested that the original Yang Yin had met his demise while walking on the street. Abruptly killed by a sinister entity, the original owner's luck was decidedly unfortunate. While others stumbled upon money while walking, the original met a gruesome end at that time. Yang Yin had only recently traversed into this realm, fortuitously discovering the body of a young and handsome man, which allowed him to project himself into Yang Yin's form. Thus, he became Yang Xiaodan's brother, a senior student at Wudong High School, and a member of this bizarre world. Following this, a series of significant strange events unfolded. Until now, Yang Yin had fully revealed the peculiar powers within him. However, from Yang Yan's perspective, these incidents from over a decade ago were no longer of consequence. They had already transpired. Pursuing them further held little significance. It was far better to confront the uncertain future and resolve the issues surrounding Xiaodian. Moreover, Yang Yan's powers had significantly increased, and with the support of Gezi and Xiaoshui. No matter how bizarre this world became, he felt confident in standing his ground. After all, he was the Black Goat. In the end, Yang Yin briefly perused the other files before departing from the Muscle Security Company. Once outside, he made his way to the Genius Bar in the West District. The 3-day appointment had come to fruition. He needed to provide Lin Ming with a response and subtly probe the depths of the Genius Club. In this world of extraordinary beings, aside from the formidable individuals at headquarters, there surely existed top-tier superhumans roaming the city. The extraordinary beings within the Genius Club were undoubtedly wild top-tier powers. From Lin Ming's tone previously, Yang Yin could sense that the foundations of the Genius Club were quite profound. As it was daytime, the bar was not overly raucous, with only a few patrons drowning their sorrows in alcohol. Approaching the bar, Yang Yin ordered a glass of lemonade from the bartender. He settled onto a bar stool, quietly awaiting his encounter. Generally, even if the Genius Club members were absent from the bar, they would undoubtedly have their eyes and ears present. Yang Yin was convinced that Lin Ming would have someone stationed here, awaiting his arrival. Talents recognize talents, hence, Lin Ming would surely not overlook the enigmatic Yang Yin. The Genius Club must have already caught wind of the peculiar powers within me. Yang Yin had killed Chen Jian yesterday, a piece of information known only to those at headquarters and the criminal police. The Genius Club members were on the periphery, but Yang Yin suspected this wild organization possessed its own means and intelligence network. At that moment, Yang Yin spotted a familiar face. It was a voluptuous woman, her captivating red hair cascading down, clad in a super short skirt, her long, fair legs accentuating her curvaceous figure, radiating a 7-point beauty. Around 25 years of age, embodying the essence of an alluring older sister, Su Qian approached, holding a glass of red wine, swaying her enticing figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet, her eyes betrayed her discontent towards Yang Yin. Su Qian had not forgotten the harsh words Yang Yin had spoken to her last time. Moreover, this Yang Yin showed no regard for a lady's dignity. She was a rose among women, with countless suitors vying for her attention, all of whom she had turned down. Yet this Yang Yin dared to pinch her thigh mercilessly at the Great World Foot Bath, and later at the Genius Bar. Not only strangled her but also used her as a hostage. This was infuriating. Su Qian silently cursed. With these thoughts, she approached Yang Yin, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yang Yin, my dear classmate. We meet again. Yang Yin offered a nonchalant smile. Sister, you always have the same opening line. Aren't you weary of it? Su Qian furrowed her brows. P.S. Today, I was bitten by a butterfly. So there are only 2 updates. I feel embarrassed to ask for free little gifts. Chapter 66. I am a 25-year-old blossoming young lady. You dare call me aunt? Upon noticing Su Qian approaching, Yang Yin sipped his lemonade and calmly responded. Su aunt, what brings you here to drink? Shouldn't you be attending to the affairs of your Genius Club? Aren't you all rather busy? At once. A flush of indignation colored Su Qian's cheeks as she exclaimed. What did you say? Who's an aunt? Yang Yin remained unfazed. Aren't you an aunt? Su Qian forcefully placed her wine glass on the bar. Her eyes wide with humiliation as she retorted. I am not an aunt. I am only 25 years old. In the prime of my youth, Yang Yin, I must have misjudged you. I shouldn't have invited you here. Seeing Su Qian's furious demeanor, Yang Yin couldn't help but chuckled. Su Qian was indeed somewhat amusing, at least more entertaining than that Akuan. He then remarked casually, Su aunt, I just turned 18 this year. You are 7 years my senior. When I reach 25, you'll be 30-2'd, by then. I will be in my prime. But will you still retain your charm? You. Su Qian was on the verge of being driven to madness by Yang Yan's words. She found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. For women, 32 is certainly not a favorable age. Su Qian had never encountered such a peculiar youth before. Others would call her sister, beauty, or Su beautiful. Yet Yang Yin uniquely referred to her as Su aunt. I won't stoop to your level. You annoying little brother, Su Qian retorted, downing a gulp of red wine, turning her gaze away. Just then, Yang Yin heard footsteps approaching from upstairs. Following the sound, he glimpsed two figures descending. The robust Lin Ming led the way, with the unfriendly Akuan trailing behind. The black raven perched silently on Lin Ming's shoulder, but unlike the last encounter, this raven's obsidian-like eyes suddenly narrowed upon spotting Yang Yin, seemingly fearful of him now. Lin Ming did not descend the stairs but remained on the landing, gazing at Yang Yin and Su Qian with an expression of disbelief. Lin Ming's demeanor was particularly grave, as though wary of Yang Yin. Observing Lin Ming's serious countenance, Su Qian's alluring figure trembled slightly, and she instinctively distanced herself from Yang Yin, moving closer to Lin Ming. Yang Yin, however, was not particularly concerned with Su Qian's and Lin Ming's reactions. He coolly sipped his lemonade and addressed Lin Ming with a smile. "The Genius Club is indeed impressive. You've received news so swiftly." Lin Ming seemed to harbor reservations towards Yang Yin, maintaining a considerable distance. "Yang Yin, you are far too reckless. You actually killed a Sequence 4 officer." As he spoke, a flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Ming's eyes. Yang Yin could sense that Lin Ming's attitude was markedly different from their previous encounter. Last time, Lin Ming merely regarded Yang Yin as possessing some minor secrets. Yet who would have imagined that Yang Yin was now entangled with bizarre powers? Now, Lin Ming didn't even dare to approach Yang Yin. In Huaxia, even extraordinary beings refrained from recklessly engaging with the bizarre forces. Meanwhile, Su Qian stared at Yang Yin in astonishment, rendered speechless. She had been operating independently in the city for several days and had not received any news regarding Yang Yin's killing of Chun Jian. Su Qian was perceptive. She understood the implications of killing a Sequence 4 extraordinary officer. This 18-year-old youth, is he still human? Su Qian's heart was filled with shock. However, Akuan remained skeptical about Yang Yin's ability to slay a Sequence 4 officer. He was merely a third-tier warrior. How could he possibly contend with a Sequence 4 powerhouse? Why was his big brother so wary of this kid? Last time, this kid had swindled $1 million here. And now he was back, putting on airs, as if he didn't regard Akuan at all. Frankly speaking, Akuan was quite displeased with this young man. One could only discern strength through confrontation. After all, Akuan was a fourth-tier master, equivalent to the strength of an extraordinary team leader capable of strutting through Jumping City. To Akuan's mind, Yang Yin was clearly a third-tier warrior. How could he possess such formidable power? He was certain that this young man was merely deceiving everyone. Akun, with his lofty pride and notoriously volatile temper, seems to hold disdain for everyone except Lin Ming. Unlike Lin Ming, who is characterized by his meticulous nature, Akun quietly remarked to Lin Ming, "Brother, I find it hard to believe that Yang Yin possesses any strange powers. Do you think there is a possibility the intelligence we received is flawed? After all, he is merely a third-tier warrior." In Akun's eyes, Yang Yin was simply a trickster. Upon hearing Akun's words, Lin Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he coldly retorted, "If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut." The reprimand from his elder brother only deepened Akun's discontent. Was his judgment not valid? What if Yang Yin was merely here to flaunt his prowess as a member of the talented club? While contemplating this, Akun cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yin, simmering with unexpressed anger. At that moment, Yang Yin caught wind of Akun's utterance and noticed the ire reflected in Akun's gaze. He recalled the last time Akun had been infuriated, often resorting to insults and exhibiting a disdainful attitude toward others. Yang Yin had never appreciated Akun's demeanor. Subsequently, sipping his lemonade, Yang Yin nonchalantly addressed Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, it seems your brother harbors some grievances against me. Shall I grant him the favor of death?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed a profound killing intent emanating from Yang Yin that sent chills down his spine. Yet, before Lin Ming could utter a word, Akun unexpectedly stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Yin. "Who the hell are you to speak to my brother like that? You think you can threaten my life? Today, I shall see if you truly possess the prowess the intelligence suggests, or if you are merely a charlatan." Akun's fury ignited. Lin Ming's expression darkened. He realized Akun was courting disaster. "Akun, come back. You're being reckless," Lin Ming admonished sternly. As Akun was his brother, Lin Ming could not bear to witness him walk into certain doom. Had Akun not been his brother, Lin Ming would not have spared him a glance. Observing Akun's explosive temperament, even Su Qian raised an eyebrow. She had known Akun for 3 years and was well aware of his notoriously bad temper, which often led to conflict. Once, Akun had stirred trouble at a KTV, grievously injuring another extraordinary individual, and it was Lin Ming who had to step in to settle the matter with money. Noticing Akun's impulsiveness, Yang Yin smirked coldly. He found Akun reminiscent of Lin Bei. Both were insufferably arrogant, but Akun's temper was far more volatile. Both types were exceedingly irksome, particularly someone like Akun, who could not control his emotions. Contemplating this, Yang Yin calmly addressed Akun. So you are Akun, are you? I have heard tales of your supposed genius, but unfortunately, your brilliance shall extinguish today. Upon witnessing the sudden intensity in Yang Yan's gaze, Lin Ming inhaled sharply and quickly intervened. Akun, apologize. Akun was taken aback, expressing his discontent to Lin Ming. Brother, why do you side with an outsider? I refuse to believe that a mere third-tier warrior can kill me. While speaking, Akun advanced toward Yang Yin, disregarding Lin Ming's advice. Suddenly, the temperature in the bar surged, as if enveloped in waves of heat. A ball of flame coalesced in Akun's hand, his extraordinary power surging forth. Yang Yin, this is the talented club. You shall not run rampant here. Seeing the flames emanating from Akun, Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Despite Akun's foul temper and arrogance, his power was indisputable. A 20-something fourth-tier master was a rarity even in the entirety of Guangnan province. Observing the formidable flames in Akun's grasp, Yang Yin couldn't help but marvel. Lai Xin followed a similar extraordinary path as Akun. Yet her flames were almost serpent-like, while Akun's resembled a mystical snake, capable of expanding and contracting in an enigmatic manner. At that moment, Yang Yin recognized the profound significance of extraordinary power, a legacy left behind by the 12 ancient deities of Huaxia. No wonder Akun was so temperamental. It appeared he walked the path of the fire gods events unfolded. Even Lin Ming, as the elder brother, could not halt Akun's reckless actions. He could only watch helplessly as Akun launched an attack on Yang Yin. Truth be told, Lin Ming was also curious about the extent of Yang Yan's power. Akun moved swiftly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of extraordinary energy that hurtled toward Yang Yin in the blink of an eye. Yang Yin calmly finished his last sip of lemonade and subtly awakened the black goat mark on his right hand. The wisp of faint crimson mist began to swirl around Yang Yin, both sinister and profound. Suddenly, the ambience of the entire bar underwent a dramatic transformation. The overhead lights dimmed, flickering as if devoured by darkness. A chilling wind swept through every corner of the bar, exuding an eerie aura that made one tremble, causing some to instinctively cower on the ground. Su Qian and Lin Ming were both startled, their pupils instinctively narrowing as they retreated to the second floor. This power was too bizarre. Meanwhile, Akun's body trembled as he stood closest to Yang Yin, feeling the concentrated malevolence enveloping him. Just as Akun was about to unleash his fiery serpent to engulf Yang Yin's will surged, and he vanished into thin air amidst the mysterious red mist, leaving behind only an ephemeral afterimage. How could this be? He has vanished. Suddenly, Akun felt a chill run down his spine, as if drenched in icy water, leaving him utterly astonished. Teleportation? Both Lin Ming and Su Qian gasped in shock. That was an extraordinary ability only accessible to fourth-tier warriors. Lower-tier extraordinary beings could never achieve such feats. Yet, the more astonishing revelation was the fear that washed over Akun, an unprecedented terror stemming from the unknown. Yang Yin was not a third-tier warrior. Third-tier warriors could not teleport. Moreover, the intelligence had not lied. Yang Yin truly possessed bizarre powers, and they were terrifyingly formidable. In that terrifying moment, Akun felt deep remorse. Impulsiveness, indeed, was a devil. All his anger and recklessness were swiftly replaced by profound fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even the flames in his hands dwindling. It was a crushing display of power. In the next instant, Yang Yin appeared behind Akun like a specter, his movements unfathomable. Akun's face paled, as if all the blood had drained from his body, a chilling dread seeping into his very bones. Without a moment's hesitation, Akun spun around, enveloping his fist in the extraordinary flames and launching a powerful punch backward. A prodigy among extraordinary beings. Akun's reflexes were commendable. Yang Yin, you shall die? Yet, Yang Yin was faster still. With a mere flick of his right hand, he had already grasped Akun by the throat, immobilizing him instantly, the veins on Akun's neck bulging. Akun, I admire your fearless spirit. Under the oppressive force of the crimson mist, Akun had no room for resistance. Simultaneously, Yang Yan's left hand trembled, conjuring a short blade of pale red, intricately inscribed with numerous complex symbols and patterns, exuding an air of the uncanny. Since Yang Yan had liberated himself from his physical constraints, his power had undergone a complete transformation. The previous white mist had now blended seamlessly with the crimson fog. Yang Yan's strength was truly formidable. In this manner, he effortlessly bound Akun, his right hand constricting Akun's throat while his left held the sharp and enigmatic blade, poised to pierce Akun's throat at any moment. Yang Yan gazed into Akun's trembling eyes and coldly inquired, "Akun, how do you feel?" At that moment, Akun was so paralyzed by fear that he could not utter a word, his body shaking uncontrollably, feeling as if he were suffocating under Yang Yan's eerie power. From a distance, Lin Ming and Su Qian exchanged horrified glances. Just moments ago, Su Qian had dared to call Yang Yan a stinky little brother. What if Yang Yan decided to settle scores with her that instant? Even the crow perched on Lin Ming's shoulder seemed restless, as if it wished to take flight. Lin Ming, Yang Yan, Su Qian stammered, her shock rendering her speechless. Lin Ming inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and strained to maintain his composure. Akun was too impulsive. Meanwhile, a barely perceptible flicker of anger crossed Lin Ming's eyes, though he restrained himself from revealing it. Then, turning to Yang Yan, he implored, "Yang Yan, grant me this favor and spare him this once." "Favor? Why should I grant you any favor?" Yang Yan retorted. Lin Ming's expression turned icy. He had anticipated that Yang Yan was not one to be trifled with. Yet Akun's recklessness was beyond his control. "What must I do for you to spare my brother?" Lin Ming could not bear the thought of witnessing his brother's demise. Yang Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Akun's terrified eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Spare him? If I let him go, will he let me go? Will his foul temper subside? How laughable! This." Lin Ming's countenance darkened. As he spoke, Yang Yan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ming, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, Lin Ming's pupils constricted sharply, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. As if he had glimpsed a malevolent demon in Yang Yan, Lin Ming found himself unable to speak. Just then, a cough interrupted the tense atmosphere. A mysterious cough echoed through the air. Suddenly, a peculiar figure emerged in the corridor on the second floor. It was a gaunt man, his long, pallid hair cascading down his shoulders like 3,000 silver threads. Yang Yan looked up, astonished. "Is all his hair white?" At the same moment, Lin Ming and Su Qian gasped in disbelief. How could he appear here? The man was not old, appearing to be merely in his late 20s. He regarded Yang Yan with an indifferent expression. "Young man, let us speak civilly. As long as you relinquish Akun, you may put forth your terms." Yang Yan surmised that the white-haired man was likely affiliated with the Genius Club. However, he paid little heed to the man's words. Without the slightest hesitation, and under the astonished gazes of those present, Yang Yan swiftly brandished the short blade in his left hand, plunging it into Akun's throat. Thrust. Mystical wisps of faint red mist instantly began to erode Akun's body. His face contorted in abject terror. As if a malevolent spirit were exacting his life, he writhed in agony, losing all vitality in an instant. His flesh gradually dissolved, vanishing into the air, and his extraordinary essence dissipated, becoming naught in mere seconds. A fourth-tier master met his demise at Yang Yan's hands, without any chance for resistance. Not only Lin Ming and Su Qian, but even the man who had just appeared to mediate was utterly shocked. Pale with horror, once Akun was dealt with, Yang Yan turned to the bartender at the bar. "Hello, another glass of lemon water. Less ice, please." Chapter 68. The Consortium and Boss Behind the Genius Club. Inside the Genius Bar, Yang Yan sat before the bar, the red mist around him slowly dissipating as he cradled a glass of lemon water. The bartender trembled, scarcely daring to glance at Yang Yan. Akun, who had just moments ago been in his grasp, had vanished from this world without leaving a trace. At that moment, Lin Ming's hands began to tremble, overwhelmed by disbelief and even a hint of fear. He could not muster the courage to confront Yang Yan, let alone seek revenge. By Lin Ming's own estimation, Yang Yan's strength far surpassed his own, bordering on the grotesque. How could there exist individuals capable of wielding such bizarre powers? Those who possessed such uncanny abilities were either cultists or devoid of reason. How had Yang Yin achieved such a state? The coexistence of the uncanny and rationality? Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands covering her mouth in an effort to suppress her panic. The white-haired man, however, shook his head in resignation, feeling it was a tremendous waste. Although Akuan had a notoriously foul temper, he was undeniably a gifted extraordinary. Given time, he could have reached a mid-tier level. Yet, he had perished at the hands of an 18-year-old boy. Yang Yan's decisiveness took everyone by surprise. You all witnessed it. Akuan provoked me first, it's not my fault. Yang Yan took a sip of his lemon water, its chill refreshing him. Since Lin Ming and the other two had yet to recover from the previous scene, no one responded to Yang Yan's remark, especially Su Qian, who recalled the first time she met Yang Yan, when he was merely an ordinary person. Now, reflecting on it, she understood why Yang Yan could gaze upon the crimson moon without flinching. He possessed an inherent strangeness. Step, step, step. Then, footsteps echoed as the white-haired man descended from the second floor. Yang Yan sensed that this man was not ordinary. He emanated a type of extraordinary power Yang Yan had never encountered before. The common extraordinary pathways, God of Fire Zhu Rong, God of Ice Xian Ming, Fuxi, Inhua, Pangu, Erlang Shun. Yang Yan had witnessed them all. Yet, in Huaxia, there were 12 extraordinary pathways. Pondering this, Yang Yan maintained a composed demeanor, calmly addressing Lin Ming and the others. Shall we move on to the main topic? Yang Yan had primarily come to provide Lin Ming with an answer. However, at this moment, both Lin Ming and the white-haired man were profoundly fearful of Yang Yan. After all, he wielded bizarre power. Should he lose his reason, everyone present would be doomed. Su Qian was particularly afraid that Yang Yan might suddenly unleash his wrath upon her, releasing that terrifying red mist. But in the next moment, Yang Yan merely stated, I need to go home to cook. This place is too noisy for my liking. With that, Yang Yan prepared to depart. As he was leaving, he added, I am not a genius, so I have no desire to join you. Soon, Yang Yan exited the genius bar, leaving Lin Ming and the others in a state of bewilderment. After Yang Yan's departure, Su Qian was the first to speak. Everyone, is Yang Yan a bit unusual? At that moment, Lin Ming remained lost in the grief of his brother's death, unable to engage in conversation. The very Yang Yan who had killed Akuan stood before him. Yet he could not utter a word. Upon reflection, he could only blame Akuan for being too impulsive. A foul temper was never a virtue. When trouble arises, it invariably does. The white-haired man suppressed all traces of fear from his face and addressed Lin Ming. It is perhaps for the best that your brother is dead. Otherwise, he would have inevitably caused you significant trouble. As the white-haired man spoke, Su Qian and Lin Ming listened with respect, sensing the weight of his words. He was a senior member of the Genius Club, one of the few fourth-tier extraordinary beings within it. Known as Zhou Shan in the martial world, he was referred to as the white-haired old mountain. Due to the peculiar nature of his extraordinary pathway, his hair was entirely white and quite long. Beneath the white veil, Zhou Shan possessed gentle features, resembling a woman at first glance. Although Zhou Shan was a formidable fourth-tier powerhouse, he dared not act recklessly. Yang Yan's terrifying nature exceeded his imagination, proving to be beyond the influence of a mere fourth-tier extraordinary. At this point, Lin Ming spoke. The level of strangeness in this world is constantly being redefined. Beneath the crimson moon, nothing proceeds according to reason. While we may be extraordinary beings, self-proclaimed geniuses, we find ourselves on the brink of losing our lives when confronted with the uncanny. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, Zhou Shan patted Lin Ming on the shoulder. The crimson moon has existed for over 1,000 years, shattering many rules. Yang Yan is undoubtedly the most enigmatic individual I have encountered. The coexistence of the uncanny and reason is nearly impossible, Su Qian then interjected. But Yang Yan, he is no different from ordinary people, yet how can he wield such terrifying uncanny power? Could he be a cultist? Zhou Shan replied. No, cultists do not behave this way. They recklessly resurrect evil gods, aiding them in manifesting in our world. Yet Yang Yan gives me a very complex impression. He is remarkably lucid. Even Zhou Shan could not truly assess Yang Yan. Lin Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. I also perceive this. It might be best to keep our distance from him, lest one day his reason be consumed by the uncanny. Zhou Shan nodded. I came here today to witness this Yang Yan. Some of the club's higher-ups are interested in him, but it seems now that Yang Yan is far too terrifying. Those higher-ups may need to abandon that notion. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was taken aback. The club's higher-ups were interested in Yang Yin. Indeed, Zhou Shan affirmed. Suqian added. But I believe those higher-ups will not easily give up on Yang Yin. After all, he is exceedingly unique. This is beyond my control, but I believe if those higher-ups fail to recognize the danger and recklessly provoke Yang Yin, the consequences would be unimaginable, Zhou Shan remarked. Lin Ming, astonished, questioned, "What exactly do those higher-ups intend to do?" Zhou Shan explained. The higher-ups of the Genius Club are already aware of Yang Yan's situation. They are quite interested in his physique. After all, it appears that he is the only one capable of wielding uncanny power without issue. Lin Ming regarded Zhou Shan, then stated, "So, those higher-ups wish to study Yang Yan's body? Good heavens. That is akin to poking a tiger's rear. If Yang Yin were to become enraged, he might very well kill those higher-ups." Zhou Shan smiled without speaking. Such considerations were not their concern. The founders of the Genius Club are not extraordinary beings, but rather wealthy patrons and tycoons, primarily the richest individuals in various cities of Guangnan Province. These affluent individuals spend vast sums to employ extraordinary beings for their protection, while also harboring a keen interest in uncanny and extraordinary powers. Conducting secret research behind the scenes, wealthy individuals always seek to engage in endeavors that set them apart, such as capturing Yang Yin for study. P.S. A bit of writer's block. First, a chapter for Wu Machi. The Great One, Chapter 69. Returning to the vanished Building 23, after leaving the Genius Bar, Yang Yin arrived at Xiaowu Street. This street had previously been the site of a bizarre incident, known as the Mysterious Building 23 event. Yang Yin felt a strong intuition that this Building 23 concealed numerous secrets regarding cultists. To conceal an entire building, such uncanny power could not be possessed by an ordinary eccentric. Thus, Yang Yin had a premonition that it was likely the work of the third cultist. Throughout Yang Yin's experiences, he had encountered one eccentric, two cultists, and several ordinary individuals driven mad by uncanny powers. Yet Yang Yin understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg within the realm of uncanny forces. For millennia, the 7 great evil gods have existed, and aside from the Black Goat, Yang Yin is largely unaware of the specifics concerning the other 6 deities in Jiangping City. The peculiar forces that have emerged are primarily associated with the Demon's Eye. That if possible, Yang Yin wishes to avoid witnessing this beautiful city succumb to the clutches of malevolent power. As a god of evil, he is acutely aware of the horrors that a fully awakened deity can unleash. Most importantly, the revival of the Demon's Eye is inextricably linked to his sister. It can almost be construed that the Demon's Eye acts as an insidious chain, binding Yang Xiaodian's fate. For within Xiaodian resides the shadow of an evil god. Soon, Yang Yin found himself once again at the vacant lot on Xiaowu Street. This was the very location where Building 23 had vanished. He surveyed the surroundings. The aged streets, densely packed buildings, and a seemingly endless thoroughfare. The pavement was pockmarked and uneven, with peeling paint and an abundance of moss. Such old districts typically house a greater number of elderly residents. Upon reaching the vacant lot, Yang Yin looked up and extended his spiritual awareness outward. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. His senses tightened as a strange force resisted his probing, a most peculiar phenomenon. This enigmatic force likely explained the disappearance of Building 23, so it is. With a slight smile, Yang Yin merged himself with this strange power, attempting to delve deeper within. In an instant, he vanished from the empty street, as if erased by an unseen hand, leaving no trace behind. The street returned to its eerie silence before him. A building with white walls emerged, its windows protruding, displaying women's garments left to dry. Clearly, it was inhabited. The concealed Building 23 had reappeared, not having vanished but rather hidden away, safeguarded by this strange force. According to Yang Yan's assessment, unless one were a 4th-tier extraordinary being or wielded the power of a spiritual treasure, uncovering its secrets would be utterly impossible. The last time Yang Yin and Team Li came here, they had encountered no issues and had failed to find the hidden Building 23. This was the reason why. Who, then, was the owner of this building? As he entered, Yang Yin pondered this question. Soon, he arrived in the living room on the 2nd floor. Unlike his previous visit, the room was now immaculate, organized, and without a speck of dust. The furniture and various items appeared brand new, as if tended to daily. Indeed, this building was most peculiar. Gazing at the pristine living room, Yang Yin recalled the woman in the white dress from his last encounter, her hair disheveled, her body marred with wounds, and in a most disheveled state. She had deceived him, claiming that strange beings resided here, and at that time, the living room had been in utter disarray. Could it be that the strangeness here was connected to that woman in white? Yang Yin mused. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a slight tightening of his spirit, sensing an undercurrent of potential threat. The owner of this house seemed poised to reveal herself, just as he prepared to step into the bedroom. A cool feminine voice echoed, "I have awaited you for quite some time." Yang Yin, startled, Yang Yan's ears perked up. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the woman in the white dress from before. Following the sound, he beheld a tall woman whose hair was now tied back in a high ponytail, her appearance no longer disheveled. Beneath her short skirt were long, fair legs, her eyes adorned with a subtle hint of makeup, her high nose bridge and delicate, oval face giving her a strikingly three-dimensional visage. Gazing into the eyes of this composed woman felt akin to locking eyes with a valiant female general. The aura she exuded was formidable. Moreover, Yang Yin noticed something peculiar. In the illumination of sunlight and artificial light, the woman in white cast no shadow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Yin calmly asked, "Do we know each other? You may call me Mu Ying, or the Harbinger of the Wraith." The woman in white replied, "Mu Ying, the third cultist, the Harbinger of the Wraith." Yang Yin found this name rather distinctive. He then inquired, "Mu Ying, your hospitality is rather lacking. Why pretend to encounter strange beings and deceive me into coming here last time?" Mu Ying approached Yang Yin, stating, "In this bizarre age, if one is sufficiently powerful, there is no need for such ruses. We cultists do not engage in such frivolities." Whether it was Xiao Shui or the present Mu Ying, their tones conveyed an unsettling sense of superiority. Additionally, Yang Yin discerned a troubling disparity in the balance of strange and extraordinary powers within this world. In other words, despite the severity of the bizarre incidents in Jiangping City, Huaxia had not dispatched stronger beings, only teamly to maintain order. Although strange occurrences were not a daily occurrence, Yang Yin sensed a certain complacency from Huaxia. Aside from fourth-tier beings, he had yet to encounter any more formidable extraordinary entities. Contemplating this, Yang Yin smiled nonchalantly. "Then, if I were weak, would I simply perish at your hands? Or perhaps I would have been slain by you during our last encounter. That is a fair assessment." Mu Ying replied, remaining still, her stance unwavering before Yang Yin. Yang Yin continued, "But if I were to kill you here, one less of the 4 divine envoys would remain." At this, even the cold-faced Mu Ying seemed momentarily taken aback. Her pupils narrowing, she realized the implication behind Yang Yin's words. He knew the whereabouts of her elder brother. Yu Ying contemplated coolly. Fixating her gaze on Yang Yin, the atmosphere in the living room grew icier. "Your involvement in my brother's disappearance is evident, is it not?" As she spoke, Mu Ying's expression grew increasingly grave, her aura shifting. Yet her tone remained devoid of warmth, as if she were a machine devoid of human emotion. The elder brother she referred to was Xiao Shui. At this juncture, Yang Yin saw no reason to conceal the truth. He would inevitably face these cultists and the demon's eye. Thus, he calmly responded, "Your elder brother is dead. I killed him. Do you take issue with that?" Upon hearing Yang Yin's response, Mu Ying displayed little outward reaction. "Yang Yin, do you believe we are unable to deal with you?" She retorted coldly, as if this were merely an inconsequential matter. The thought processes of these cultists were indeed chilling. Her brother's death elicited no emotional response from her. Yang Yin reflected inwardly, even with her brother's demise. She remained unfazed. "To be honest, I have never regarded you or your master with any seriousness," Yang Yin stated. Mu Ying was taken aback by Yang Yin's words. He dared to dismiss even the divine beings. To her, it seemed Yang Yin was exceedingly arrogant. Mu Ying continued, "Yang Yin, once the evil god begins to awaken, all must bow down in reverence to the demon's eye. You and we are of the same ilk." Hearing this, Yang Yin sensed within Mu Ying a resolute conviction, a determination that the evil gods would inevitably awaken. "Of the same ilk? You are mistaken. I am not like you," Yang Yin replied. It's his words. Mu Ying let out a chilling laugh. "Yang Yin, you have been listed on the headquarters list of anomalies. You are now a wanted person. Are you still human? Humanity is so pitiable. Do you still wish to associate with them? Do you think they can thwart our evil gods merely with their so-called extraordinary powers?" Throughout history, across the vast universe, the law of the jungle prevails. We are merely adhering to the natural order of the world. Is there a fault in that? Yang Yin, you must understand. To us, humanity is the enemy. To humanity, we are the adversaries. Yet in you, I perceive only a fog, a chaos, for you possess human reason while wielding strange powers. Thus, I await you. I wish for you to join us. Mu Ying spoke with an air of calmness, her words revealing a unique perspective and demeanor. After hearing Mu Ying's exposition, Yang Yin found no grounds for rebuttal. Mu Ying, I admire your spirit. If you were not a harbinger of evil gods, you would undoubtedly be a remarkable woman, Yang Yin said solemnly. Mu Ying's brow furrowed slightly. So, you refuse my invitation, aligning yourself with humanity. Is that correct? You intend to battle our strange powers with your own? No, I have always been but a human. I do not belong to any faction, Yang Yin replied indifferently, for I am a citizen of Earth. He added silently in his heart. Upon hearing Yang Yin's response, Mu Ying appeared somewhat disheartened, saying, Yang Yin, you perplex me. Your reply is disappointing. Mu Ying was aware that Yang Yin's body housed formidable strange powers and possessed a degree of rationality. However, she could never fathom that Yang Yin was the Black Goat. Had she known, she would never have waited for him, nor would she have extended an invitation, instead choosing to keep her distance. Because the Black Goat is exceedingly terrifying. Yang Yin took a step closer to Mu Ying. Wraith Envoy, our paths diverge, and today I shall send you to accompany your elder brother. You intend to kill me? Mu Ying displayed no hint of panic. Yang Yan's right hand stirred, and he declared, the eye of the demon has crossed my threshold, and I must eliminate it. Thus I shall also rid myself of you 4 envoys. In that fleeting moment, the thought of eradicating the eye of the demon caused Mu Ying to reveal a rare expression of astonishment as she sensed an overwhelmingly horrific presence emanating from Yang Yin. Since she had become an envoy, she had not felt fear in a long time. Yang Yin was the first human capable of instilling such dread within her, and no sooner had the words left his lips than Yang Yin's foot surged forward, leaving behind a flickering afterimage, appearing before Mu Ying in an instant. He aimed to taint Mu Ying, to make her a servant of the Black Goat. However, just as Yang Yin prepared to act, he found the Mu Ying before him had transformed into a mere shadow, a hazy, ethereal silhouette, exceedingly elusive. Yang Yin was taken aback. The entity he had been conversing with was merely a shadow? Soon, he let out a sigh. No wonder you are one of the 4 envoys. Your methods are indeed extraordinary. In short order, even that shadow began to dissipate, vanishing before Yang Yan's eyes. Mu Ying had departed. Ultimately, the chill of a woman's voice echoed through the parlor. Yang Yin, I concede that your strength is formidable, yet you are overly arrogant. The power of the divine surpasses your imagination. Opposing the eye of the demon will yield but one consequence: submission. This was the final utterance left by Mu Ying. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin clenched his fists gently. Concern for his sister's plight began to gnaw at him. The half of the malevolent power left upon her by the eye of the demon resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Yang Yin must act swiftly to thwart the resurrection plans of the eye of the demon. Alas, what could he do? He was a benevolent evil god. Meanwhile, on a street in the West District, a child stood side by side with a woman sporting a high ponytail. A closer look revealed that the woman wore a grave expression, her complexion pale, as if she had suffered an injury. Sister General, what happened? Did Yang Yin attack you? The peculiar child inquired anxiously. Mu Ying inhaled deeply, quickly regaining her composure. Had it not been for the shadow power acting as a decoy, I fear I would not have escaped Yang Yan's grasp so swiftly. His strength is indeed unfathomable. Observing the gravity on the general's face, the peculiar child responded earnestly. How could Yang Yin suddenly become so terrifying? Even if he were tainted by strange powers, he should not be able to wield such formidable forces. Even you, Sister General, were compelled to sacrifice a shadow. The peculiar child was acutely aware of his sister's prowess. In the past, the 4 envoys had been hunted down by the headquarters in Guangnan Province, with several superiors dispatched to eradicate Mu Ying, yet they failed to eliminate her. From that day forth, the title of General Lady became renowned, dancing through a sea of flowers, untouched by a single petal. This was the General Lady style. Yet now, It was solely Yang Yin who posed a threat to Mu Ying. The elder brother perished at Yang Yan's hands. Mu Ying's complexion improved considerably as she continued. Upon hearing this, the peculiar child was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his elder brother was not merely missing, but had indeed met his demise. Simultaneously, the peculiar child seemed to harbor an even greater hatred for Yang Yin. Yang Yin, just wait. The peculiar child's voice was aged, reminiscent of a centenarian, filled with anger at that moment. Among the four envoys, the one he admired most was his elder brother, Xiao Shuai, for it was he who laid down the first eye of the demon alone, successfully cleansing the entire school. Such a significant and strange event was not easily accomplished, even by cultists. After all, this was Huaxia, where cultists could easily become targets for extraordinary beings. Previously, the headquarters had launched a purge against cultists and strange individuals. As cultists, every action required meticulous consideration. They would not act recklessly nor slay indiscriminately. Thus, even if the extraordinary police in Jiangping City were not particularly strong, the city still maintained order in the unseen balance of the world. Equilibrium existed. Sensing the peculiar child's anger, Mu Ying interjected, "Peculiar child, calm down. Yang Yin is not our current concern. We must hasten to the South District Aquarium to prepare for the sacrificial ritual." Hearing Mu Ying's words, the peculiar child managed to temper his emotions slightly. However, in his heart, Yang Yin had already become a thorn in his side. "Let us depart," Mu Ying spoke. Dark mist enveloped her hand, gradually coalescing into a black spear. This spear, intricately adorned and measuring 1.2 meters in length, radiated a faintly sinister aura, honed to a razor's edge. This was Mu Ying's weapon, the general's spear. Soon, with a surge of black mist, the peculiar child and Mu Ying vanished from the street corner. That very moment, in the South District, the aquarium. Nestled within a bustling commercial street stood a towering edifice. The entrance was adorned with a grand sign, featuring two blue dolphins surrounded by white waves, with three bold blue characters inscribed above, Aquarium. This was Jiangping City's largest aquarium, the South District Aquarium. Moreover, at the aquarium's entrance, a fountain and a pool graced the area, with a sculpture of a large shark, teeming with visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. This moment, no one noticed the sudden appearance of a woman in a white dress and a child standing at a height of 1.3 meters. They fixed their gaze upon the aquarium, clutching a blue ticket, poised to enter. The bizarre events at the aquarium were about to unfold. Chapter 71. The men pursuing me could fill the streets. Shaowu Street, Building 23. Yang Yin fixated on the shadow that was slowly fading away, relinquishing his pursuit of Mu Ying, in Yang Yan's estimation. The cultists that would emerge henceforth would only grow stronger and more enigmatic. Not easy adversaries to contend with. The peculiar child's ghostly voice, the enigmatic shadow resembling the female general. Yang Yin reached a conclusion. The frequent occurrence of strange events was not due to the weakness of extraordinary beings, but rather the unfathomable nature of the strange powers, which held no discernible pattern. The black goat. Yang Yin could personally attest to the terrifying aspects of these strange powers. Yet, he was confident that Huaxia could not be so feeble. The more formidable extraordinary beings had surely yet to reveal themselves. Those 12 ancient gods of Huaxia must have reserved their strengths. Otherwise, Huaxia would have crumbled long ago during the millennium of the Red Moon's arrival. Contemplating, Yang Yin concentrated, tearing open a rift in the void, rippling like a disturbance upon the water's surface, before stepping out of Building 23. He intended to procure some ingredients before returning home, that very moment. In the Bianhua Garden, Yang Yan's residence, this hour, Yang Xiaodin was quietly seated in the living room, engrossed in reading Braille. However, suddenly, she seemed to be influenced by some mysterious force, her expression morphing into one of terror. Her pupils dilating, a second later, a profound darkness concealed within her gaze emerged, exceedingly bizarre, rendering her cold and devoid of emotion. Xiaodan appeared transformed, no longer in control of her own consciousness, akin to a lifeless marionette. "I must go to the aquarium." Xiaodan's voice was chillingly indifferent. Subsequently, Xiaodan approached the doorway, opening the large door to the living room. Each of her movements mirrored those of a typical person, as if her eyes had regained their luster. Bang! After closing the living room door, Xiaodan unhesitatingly stepped outside, heading towards the South District Aquarium. In the West District, Shaowu Street. Upon Yang Yin exiting Building 23, the building abruptly vanished from his sight, as if he had emerged from the void. After leaving Xiaowu Street, without a hint of hesitation, Yang Yin hastily made his way homeward. He indeed needed to return to prepare a meal. Man is iron, and rice is steel. One meal missed can cause unease. Moreover, Yang Yin needed to check on his sister's condition and ponder strategies to deal with the eye of the demon. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his sister had already departed home, heading for the South District Aquarium. Minutes later, Yang Yin arrived at the market. It may sound unbelievable, but Yang Yin relished visiting the East District Market. The market in Jiangping City's East District was bustling, offering an array of produce, from lobsters and abalones to tofu and cold noodles, as well as vegetables and fruits. Upon entering the vibrant market, Yang Yin was greeted by the incessant clamor of vendors, the air thick with a pungent odor, as various fishy and meaty scents assailed his senses. Being summer, the market's aromas were particularly intense. The odors even more unpleasant. Yet, Yang Yin was accustomed to it. Treading on the damp ground, he gazed at the diverse array of goods, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he envisioned what delicious meal he would prepare that evening. A lobster, an abalone, a pig trotter, and perhaps some sweet potato leaves, however. Just as Yang Yin was about to select a large lobster, he noticed a persistent figure trailing him. No matter which stall Yang Yin approached, that shadow followed him closely. Initially, Yang Yin paid it no heed, but the woman was simply too conspicuous. She possessed a voluptuous figure, dressed in a striking red qipao, adorned with red high heels, her black curls cascading over her shoulders. With arched brows and cherry-red lips that exuded an alluring maturity and charm, appearing to be in her 30s, radiating an enchanting aura. Truly, she embodied a captivating presence. Encountering such an enchanting woman at the market would undoubtedly compel any ordinary person to steal a few glances, leaving an indelible impression. The vibrancy of her qipao was simply too striking. Thus, Yang Yin set down the lobster in his grasp and, with a nonchalant demeanor, addressed the qipao-clad woman beside him. "Madam, have you been following me because you have taken a liking to the king crab in my possession?" As he spoke, Yang Yin raised the bag in his hand and cast a sidelong glance at the mature woman. "Yang Yin, I never expected you to engage in grocery shopping and cooking. You hardly seem like someone who has killed an extraordinary officer," Gao Yulan remarked, her hand covering her mouth as she laughed. Her laughter was as captivating as a blooming rose, irresistibly alluring to men. Yet, within Yang Yin, a flicker of surprise ignited. "How did this woman know my name?" he pondered, realizing he must take this woman seriously. It appeared she was quite informed about his circumstances. "Madam? Haha. Young man, you certainly possess a sense of humor. Others refer to me as young lady, but you are uniquely creative," Gao Yulan teased, her laughter playfully provoking Yang Yin. She then added, "Young man, shall we find a CAF to converse?" "My treat." As she spoke, Gao Yulan shot him a seductive glance. However, Yang Yin remained impervious to her flirtations, completely missing her enticing overtures. "I have no time for this." "Speak plainly," he replied, seizing a large lobster for weighing. Gao Yulan seemed to lose her composure slightly. "Yang Yin, have you never encountered a woman before? Why are you so blunt? I said I would treat you to coffee." Yang Yin had no desire to engage in frivolous banter with this woman. "I do not enjoy coffee," he stated plainly. "Today, I have truly met my match, to be rejected by a mere child." Gao Yulan crossed her arms, clearly displeased. Simultaneously, she began to test Yang Yin's temperament. "Yang Yin, will you not reconsider? The coffee I offer is exceptionally sweet," she coaxed. Growing impatient, Yang Yin took the lobster from the vendor's hands and glanced at Gao Yulan. "Madam, aunt, why must you be so bothersome? If you persist, I shall report you for harassment." Gao Yulan was taken aback. "What did he just call me? Aunt? I have lived for 30 years, known as the goddess of the qipao, stunning as a flower, with skin as flawless as porcelain. Men pursue me from the southern to the northern reaches of Huaxia. This 18-year-old brat not only outright rejected me but also dared to call me aunt? Such an affront to my dignity." In that moment, Gao Yulan felt her temper rise. Her usual icy demeanor and superiority crumbled in an instant. Yet, recalling Qian Jin's demise and the peculiar power emanating from Yang Yin, she forced herself to remain composed. With Yang Yin, she could only outsmart him or engage softly. Direct confrontation was out of the question. "Madam, are you all right?" "I shall take my leave," Yang Yin said after completing his payment. Preparing to exit the market.at that moment, Gao Yulan summoned a hint of her extraordinary power and displayed her officer's badge to Yang Yin. "Yang Yin, can we sit down and have a conversation now?" Suddenly, Yang Yin's senses heightened, filled with a formidable extraordinary energy, Gao Yulan's. This power was many times stronger than that of Chun Jin or Hu Ping. Indeed, this woman was formidable, likely sent by headquarters, Yang Yin surmised. He halted, turning back to glance at the badge. "Extraordinary Officer, Gao Yulan? The third extraordinary officer? Headquarters certainly does not intend to be negligent this time. It seems they are prepared to take serious action against me." He spoke to Gao Yulan. "Madam, if you intend to apprehend me or take my life, I must inform you that you shall meet your demise here in this market, lying among the fish." His voice was calm, yet each word carried a chill and sharpness. Upon hearing this, Gao Yulan's gaze turned icy as she slowly retracted her badge. At that moment, even she dared not jest. Yang Yin was truly formidable. "Yang Yin, I merely wish to befriend you. It has nothing to do with headquarters," Gao Yulan asserted. Yang Yin frowned, momentarily taken aback. "Madam, you appear to be in your 30s. I am but 18. There is likely a significant generational gap between us, and our worldviews may clash, rendering friendship impossible." Gao Yulan. In the midst of this intensely charged atmosphere, Gao Yulan could hardly contain herself, her face flush with indignation. Meanwhile, Yang Yin, seemingly unfazed, continued to prepare to leave the market, entirely disregarding her feelings. After all, Gao Yulan was an extraordinary being sent by headquarters, and Yang Yin wished to avoid entanglement with them. As long as they did not disturb him, he would do the same. Meanwhile, at the market stalls, vendors selling fish whispered among themselves. "Are they a couple? Just after the Qixi festival, and now they're quarreling at the market? How enlightening. That cannot be. The young lad is only 18. They don't seem like a couple. It appears the beauty is after a young man. Surely not. This Qipao beauty is quite alluring, with all the right curves. If one could marry her, it would certainly bring glory to one's family. You seem hungry, thinking such unrealistic thoughts all day. Indeed, have you not heard Zhang Wuji's mother say, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she may be? That statement is erroneous. I once took Zhang Wuji's mother's advice and chose a mundane partner, only to be deceived as well. Society. It seems they have parted ways. The young lad has left. Lower your voices. That Qipao woman looks formidable. We must not let her overhear." Just then, Gao Yulan abruptly turned around and glared fiercely at the fish vendor. "Shut your foul mouths." As soon as her words left her lips, the vendors fell silent, scattering away. As a fourth-tier extraordinary being, Gao Yulan's presence was intimidating. Ordinary folk dared not defy her commands. Soon, Gao Yulan, brimming with frustration, hastily exited the filthy market. Had it not been for her pursuit of Yang Yin, the icy goddess, Gao Yulan, would never deign to visit such a place. Yang Yin, from this day forth, I, Gao Yulan, shall be your sworn adversary. Gao Yulan would never forget the moment Yang Yin had referred to her as aunt, nor would she forget his 3 rejections. "Yang Yin, you are a complete scoundrel," she called back over her shoulder. After Gao Yulan's departure, the vendors resumed their chatter. "Hey, Achong, did you sense that woman exuded an incredibly terrifying aura? I bet she is a powerful woman and exceedingly wealthy." "Indeed, Achong, I just asked you to speak softly. Are you not afraid of her? If we inadvertently anger her, we shall certainly face a storm." This moment, the fish vendor named Achong grew defiant. He abruptly stood up from his chair, boldly pointing at the large yellow croaker in the tank. "Am I afraid of the storm? Have you forgotten we sell fish? The fiercer the storm, the more expensive the fish." Upon hearing Achong's declaration, the other vendors were astonished, raising their thumbs in approval. Truly, Achong, the pillar among fishmongers in the northern district, at the Bianhua Garden. Yang Yin returned home after his shopping. He stood at the door, his right hand laden with groceries, while his left grasped the key, poised to unlock the door. The key turned, and with a click, the door swung open. "Little girl, I'm back." Yet, no one responded from inside. Yang Yin assumed Xiao Dan was either in the restroom or simply not in the living room. As he set down his keys, he called out, "Little girl, let us feast tonight. I bought king crab, Boston lobster, and a golden black abalone. Still, no reply came. At that moment, Yang Yin instinctively glanced at the sofa in the living room. His brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Dan's braille was on the table, yet she was nowhere to be seen. After placing down his groceries, Yang Yin proceeded to Xiao Dan's room, discovering it empty. The bathroom door was ajar, indicating Xiao Dan was not inside. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, a sense of tension gripped Yang Yin. His black goat intuition warned him that something might have gone awry with Xiao Dan. Alas, had this day finally arrived, it seemed unlikely he would enjoy the king crab tonight. Yang Yin sensed that the revival plan of the demon eye had likely entered its next phase. Otherwise, Xiao Dan would not have exhibited any unusual behavior so soon. Realizing Xiao Dan's absence, Yang Yin did not panic excessively but began contemplating strategies. Reporting to the police would be futile, as Xiao Dan's situation was far too intricate for them to handle. As for Team Li, he had no intention of engaging with them further. He would have to search for her himself. Given Yang Yin's current abilities, locating someone in Jiangping City was not particularly challenging. Yet, he feared that Xiao Dan might attract the attention of the criminal police. He must act swiftly to bring Xiao Dan back and attempt to manage the malevolent forces surrounding her. With this thought in mind, Yang Yin hastily activated the Black Goat Mark and made a return visit to the Red Mist Temple. The manpower was insufficient, so the attendants were summoned. He also decided to take the pigeon out for a bit of exposure, uncertain if it could descend upon Huaxia. Upon Yang Yan's return from the temple to the world of Huaxia, he found himself accompanied by only a single figure. How could this be? Why was the pigeon unable to be summoned? Was it restricted? The pigeon still could not descend upon Huaxia. Only Xiao Shuai had the ability to arrive from the Red Mist Temple. Yang Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to successfully bring the pigeon into the realm of reality and simultaneously test the prowess of the angelic dove. After all, with the pigeon soaring through the skies, its speed in locating individuals would surely be unparalleled. However, this endeavor had now failed. The foolish pigeon was still unable to reach Huaxia. He would have to return and contemplate this further. The pressing matter was to locate Xiao Dan. With this in mind, Yang Yin turned to the solemn-faced Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai, find Xiao Dan. Just this one sentence was enough for Xiao Shuai to comprehend his task. Xiao Shuai, you go ahead. We shall act separately, Yang Yin instructed. Xiao Shuai respectfully nodded. As you command. My mastered eye. In an instant, Xiao Shuai vanished from sight, leaving behind only a wisp of ethereal red mist. Following this, Yang Yin departed the living room, setting forth in search of Xiao Dan. Meanwhile, at the mighty security company, Gao Yulan had just returned from the market and was discussing matters regarding Yang Yan's family with team leader Li and the others. As Gao Yulan was sent by headquarters to assist in resolving issues in Jiangping City, she was unlikely to leave anytime soon. Suddenly, the phone in the office lobby rang urgently. Xiao Mei hastily answered the call. Inquiring, hello, this is the security company. How may I assist you? The South District. Something has happened at the aquarium. The fish have escaped. The scene is chaotic. You must hurry. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei adeptly maintained her composure and recorded the address of the South District Aquarium. Rest assured, we will act immediately, Xiao Mei replied with determination. She then quickly rose from her seat and rushed to Team Leader Li's office. Team Leader. Officer Gao, there has been an incident in the South District. It is the aquarium. Chapter 73. The fish at the aquarium have escaped? Upon hearing Xiao Mei's urgent voice, Team Leader Li swiftly set down the file in hand and stood abruptly. As an extraordinary detective. His reaction to such bizarre events was exceptionally quick. For the victims, time equated to life. Mo Fan and Li Xin also wore serious expressions, ready to respond at a moment's notice. In contrast, Gao Yulan remained remarkably composed. She continued to read through the files concerning Yang Yin, with a trace of anger lingering in her brow. Team Leader, you should address this matter promptly. Inform me only if there are special circumstances, Gao Yulan said dismissively. Having dealt with numerous strange incidents, she was well aware that, under normal circumstances, the severity of such occurrences was generally not high, thus she felt no need to accompany them. Furthermore, her primary mission in this location involved the strange phenomena at Wudong High School, particularly concerning the enigmatic youth, Yang Yin. Therefore, she entrusted the handling of standard unusual events to Team Leader Li and his team, only intending to assist if absolutely necessary. Understood, Officer Gao. Team Leader Li and his colleagues agreed to her directive. After they exited the room, Xiao Mei followed suit, returning to her post, leaving Gao Yulan alone in Team Leader Li's office to peruse the files. Yang Yin has been deceased for over 2 months. His sister also passed away 16 years ago. However, the current situation revealed that both Yang Yin and his sister were very much alive, which was utterly perplexing as she sifted through the documents. Gao Yulan furrowed her brow in disbelief, finding the entire situation exceedingly peculiar. After years of service, this was her first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. The abnormalities in Jiangping City had far surpassed the limits of control and required the headquarters' urgent attention. South District, the aquarium at this moment, the entrance of the aquarium was drenched, with water surging forth in copious amounts. The scent of fish overwhelming the air in addition to the vast quantities of water. Various fish and aquatic creatures spilled forth as if the glass of the aquarium had shattered, releasing both water and animals. A throng of terrified visitors poured out of the aquarium, drenched and even adorned with a few colorful ornamental fish. Meanwhile, a large crowd gathered around the aquarium, oblivious to the impending danger, captivated as they recorded the scene with their phones and cameras. Inside the aquarium, every corner was soaked, water saturating the floor. Even the glass tanks housing aquatic creatures were leaking incessantly. The staff found themselves unable to make repairs, ultimately resorting to calling for assistance. At the same time, in the central area of the aquarium, the strange child and Mu Ying stood together on an open space, with streams of water flowing past them as if encountering an invisible barrier. The water could not touch their bodies then. The strange child and Mu Ying exchanged glances before slicing their fingers, allowing dark blood to trickle forth. Their blood was black and emitted a putrid stench, utterly malevolent. The two of them let their black blood fall to the central area of the aquarium. Strangely, the blood did not dissolve in the water nor touch the ground. Instead, it quietly hovered 5 centimeters above the surface. As if brewing some arcane substance, bestow upon me power, my master, the eye of the demon, that devours souls and engulfs light. I summon you in my name. The strange child and Mu Ying simultaneously knelt, prostrating themselves with bizarre postures and exaggerated movements, their hands still dripping with dark blood. They fervently and frantically chanted the name of the eye of the demon, their voices booming with fervor. Suddenly, the entire aquarium began to convulse violently. Waves of malevolent energy spread and diffused, attempting to erode the sanity of those present. One after another, individuals collapsed, frantically clawing at their heads as if enduring immense suffering. Madness, howling, screams, murmurs, countless cries echoed throughout the aquarium. This scene mirrored Yang Yan's previous experience at Wudong High School. The power of the demon was on the verge of revival, just as the strange child and Mu Ying fervently summoned the eye of the demon. A petite figure approached slowly. It was Yang Xiaodan. P.S. Today, 5 updates for all the generous brothers who have sent gifts. I shamelessly seek your support for love. Chapter 74. Xiao Shui. Let us also go take a look. At this moment within the aquarium, people screamed as if trapped in a torturous hell, their souls torn asunder by demons, influenced by malevolent forces, spiraling into madness. The shattered glass tanks erupted with torrents of water, drenching the entire aquarium. Fish leaped from the chaos, and under the taint of evil, even those on the ground mutated, sprouting numerous grotesque teeth and spewing forth green slime, their bodies covered in malevolent eyes. Fortunately, most people were desperately fleeing, so casualties were not excessively severe. In the central area of the aquarium, a young girl stood quietly in a corner, observing the actions of Mu Ying and the strange child with serene composure. Even Mu Ying remained unaware of the girl's presence. Xiao Dan seemed to be impervious to all the strange forces within the aquarium, moving freely as if in an uninhabited realm. Suddenly, Xiao Dan's eyes became shrouded in a faint gray mist, her expression shifting to an exceedingly peculiar one, as if awakening an uncanny 5th persona. Deep within her pupils, red veins crisscrossed like grotesque cracks. She silently watched the actions of the strange child and Mu Ying, seemingly waiting for something. Meanwhile, Mu Ying and the strange child continued their prostration, enveloped in layers of black mist. They exerted their utmost to summon the bizarre eye, continuously releasing the malevolent energy belonging to the eye of the demon. The purpose of the divine envoy was simple: to inscribe the power of the eye of the demon at the center of the aquarium and summon an EYE. In essence, it was about locating a coordinate for the eye of the demon in Huaxia. As long as they possessed the strange eye as a coordinate, the eye of the demon, could anchor itself in Huaxia and fully descend upon the land. Previously, at Wudong High School, Xiao Shuai had successfully summoned a strange eye using this very method. However, due to the dense crowd at the school, and perhaps due to Xiao Shuai's successful summoning ritual, it resulted in catastrophic casualties, i.e. the Divine Invoice plan. Each summoning ritual required extensive preparation, consuming vast amounts of energy while facing the threat of extraordinary beings. Yet, Yang Yan's sudden appearance forced Mu Ying to alter her strategy as he posed a significant threat. This time, the strange child and Mu Ying conducted the summoning ritual in advance to expedite the revival process. Initiating the summoning ritual prematurely was akin to a premature birth, fraught with peril. Should this summoning ritual be forcibly interrupted, not only will the mission fail, but the enigmatic child and Mu Qing will also be in peril. It is possible that both of these divine messengers may lose their lives in the process. Meanwhile, outside the aquarium, Team Leader Li, along with his two companions and a cadre of ordinary police officers, hastily arrived at the scene. As they approached the vicinity of the aquarium, Team Leader Li had already sent a message to Gao Yulan, requesting backup, for they had discerned that the bizarre forces at play here were exceedingly peculiar, transcending the realm of ordinary supernatural occurrences. Moreover, Team Leader Li harbored an ominous premonition, sensing that something terrifying was brewing within the aquarium. After the previous incident at Wudong Middle School, he could no longer afford to be negligent. Thus, he had no choice but to appeal to Officer Gao Yulan for assistance, as she had come to Jumping City specifically to aid in the investigation and management of these supernatural forces. Mo Fan, you stay outside to assist and evacuate the crowd. Xian and I will enter to assess the situation first, Team Leader Li declared gravely. Mo Fan, gripping his silver miraculous pistol, responded, "Understood, Team Leader." Subsequently, Team Leader Li and Xian entered the damp aquarium. Inside, they found numerous dead fish floating in the water, frothing at the mouth, as if tainted by the supernatural forces. The aquarium was devoid of any human presence, shrouded in darkness and eeriness, suggesting that all had perished. Some had succumbed to madness and fled, while others, driven to insanity, had exploded, leaving behind nothing but a puddle of rotting flesh, with even the corpses nowhere to be found. Given that it was a Monday, the number of visitors to the aquarium was not substantial, thus the casualties were not excessively severe. As they ventured deeper into the aquarium, Team Leader Li and Xian could feel the oppressive malevolence intensifying. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the vast emptiness, heavy and muffled. Drip, drip, drip. Due to the shattered glass tanks, the ceiling and walls were inundated with water, which continued to seep in. Be cautious, Xian. The source of the malevolence lies at the center of the aquarium, Team Leader Li intoned solemnly. And no sooner had his words left his lips than an eerie silence enveloped them, rendering even the sound of dripping water nearly inaudible. As if some force suppressed the propagation of sound waves. Observing this, Xian's fingers trembled as she conjured a small flame between her index finger and thumb, illuminating the dim surroundings. In this moment of stillness, both Xian and Team Leader Li remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down, for every encounter with supernatural phenomena was a precarious dance with death. Through the bright flame, they could see a stream of green viscous liquid pooling on the ground. And upon closer inspection, they discerned fragmented limbs amidst the sludge, the stench of decay wafting through the air. Both Team Leader Li and Xian furrowed their brows in unison, exchanging a glance of shock. They had arrived too late. The malevolent forces had already begun to spread, and even the fish within the aquarium had not escaped unscathed. The source of the malevolence is at the center of the aquarium, Team Leader Li exclaimed. With that, he and Xian hastened towards the center, their expressions grave. They could not help but feel a growing sense of dread. The uncertainty of facing the unknown was profoundly unsettling, leaving them in a state of unease, as they could not predict when the supernatural forces might suddenly erupt. Additionally, the experienced Team Leader Li had an unsettling feeling of déjà vu, reminiscent of the previous bizarre incident at Wudong Middle School. Meanwhile, on a street in Jiangping City, Yang Yin was desperately searching for Xiao Dan. He leaped through the air, darted across the street, and examined surveillance footage, yet found no trace of Xiao Dan. Xiao Shu was similarly engaged. Just as Yang Yin was about to employ more of his Crimson Mist powers to locate Xiao Dan, Xiao Shu suddenly appeared before him. "Master, there is an eerie presence at the South District Aquarium, resembling a sacrificial ritual. Should we go investigate? Perhaps Xiao Dan might be there, he suggested. Sacrificial ritual? The aquarium? Yang Yin exclaimed, startled. Having once been one of the 4 divine messengers, Xiao Shu retained vivid memories of the power of the Eye of the Demon. Therefore, he was particularly sensitive to the aura and energy exuded by summoning rituals. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yin responded, Xiao Dan's situation is related to the Eye of the Demon. Let us proceed to investigate. Chapter 75. The eerie and tranquil little sister Xiao Dan outside the South District Aquarium. The malevolent forces grew increasingly potent. A thick layer of mist enveloped the sky above the aquarium, transforming the previously clear weather into a somber and oppressive atmosphere. With Emo Fan and the ordinary police officer's assistance, the crowd within a 500-meter radius had been evacuated. Having learned from the previous bizarre incident at Wudong Middle School, the officers were no longer careless. If it were not for Officer Gao Yulan's presence in Jiangping City, the Mingnan Security Company would have promptly notified headquarters. The sole piece of good news was that the casualties were not catastrophic, as the malevolent forces had not erupted instantaneously, but rather amplified gradually over time, affording most individuals the opportunity to flee. Inside the aquarium, Team Leader Li and Xian cautiously made their way towards the center. During their passage, they discovered numerous eerie traces scattered across the floor, along with mysterious symbols. These cryptic symbols were composed of terrifying, blood-red eyes. Upon seeing these symbols, Team Leader Li immediately recognized that the orchestrator of this bizarre incident was likely a cultist. The previous incident at Wudong Middle School had also featured such peculiar symbols. Was the incident at Wudong Middle School not yet resolved? What were these cultists scheming? Confusion and anger tinged Team Leader Li's tone. Xian remained silent, observing the surroundings intently, her small flame still flickering in her hand. However, as they drew closer to the center of the aquarium, the flame in Xian's hand began to dim, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. That a faint, chilling breeze spiraled out from the depths of the aquarium. Team Leader, my flame is about to go out. The malevolent forces are becoming increasingly terrifying. Xian's voice trembled. Under the influence of the supernatural forces, the aquarium's lighting had nearly all failed, and electricity was rendered ineffective. A faint, hollow crackling sound echoed from the corners. Suddenly, Xian seemed to hear a sinister, foul whisper that sent shivers down her spine. Team Leader, on the second floor, the aquarium had 2 levels, with the second floor being the primary exhibition area. At that moment, Team Leader Li also heard the whispers emanating from the second floor. He paused, responding gravely, we must ascend. Officer Gao should be arriving soon. Without a word, Xian stepped forward and ascended the staircase. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the aquarium, at the far end, the area was dimly lit. Yet 2 figures could be discerned crawling on the ground, their hands dripping with blood. Simultaneously, the second floor seemed to be submerged in a sinister whisper, as if approaching this area would lead to immediate consumption by the supernatural forces, revealing the darkest aspects of human nature, possibly resulting in explosive demise. In an inconspicuous corner of the second floor, a girl stood silently, awaiting. Yang Xiao Dan's form seemed to merge with the shadows, making her difficult to detect. She fixated on the 2 crawling figures, her eyes harboring a twisted and malevolent power. Xiao Dan was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, the floor of the second floor trembled violently. The ground cracked open, releasing tendrils of black mist, as if something horrific were about to emerge from beneath, exuding malevolence. Concurrently, the blood from the enigmatic child and mooing dripped even faster. A frenzied power was surreptitiously brewing, nearing completion. In that terrifying moment, a flicker of weak flame appeared. Team Leader Li and Xian had reached the second floor. Drawing near to the epicenter of the malevolent forces, Team Leader, over there. As soon as Xian's words left her lips, Team Leader Li's pupils dilated. He beheld the enigmatic child and a woman in a white dress crawling on the ground, prostrating themselves before the floor in a bizarre and exaggerated manner, incomprehensible to any observer, capable of draining one's sanity with a mere glance. Had they not been extraordinary beings, Team Leader Li and Xian might have fallen to their knees, joining the enigmatic child in their fervent worship of the floor. Without hesitation, both Team Leader Li and Xian sprang into action. Team Leader Li brought his hands together, conjuring an ice spear, which he swiftly thrust toward the enigmatic child, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Xian struggled to form wisps of deep crimson flames, attempting to halt the spread of the supernatural forces around them. However, she could only mitigate a small portion of the encroaching malevolence, for the evil had accumulated to an overwhelming degree. The ice spear struck true, landing squarely on the enigmatic child's form, causing them to tremble. During the course of the summoning ritual, these two divine messengers were at their weakest and most vulnerable. Yet, as Team Leader Li was only at sequence 2, he could only severely injure the enigmatic child. The child had not perished, and Mu Ying remained prostrated on the ground in the fleeting moment when Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin made their appearance. Both the peculiar child and Mu Ying simultaneously furrowed their brows. Yet, neither of them could take action. They could only persist in summoning the enigmatic eye, etching the power of the demon's eye into this realm. Even in the face of injury, they remained resolute in their ritual. To them, the success of summoning the peculiar eye and inscribing its coordinates within the aquarium was worth any sacrifice, even their own lives. As long as the demon's eye could be resurrected, everything would be deemed worthwhile. Xinxin, continue your assault. We must thwart them. We must hold out until General Gao arrives, Team Leader Li urged. Just as they prepared to strike, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared in the corner. Slowly advancing towards the peculiar child and Mu Ying, seemingly intent on preventing Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin's attack, at that moment, Team Leader Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his astonishment as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Just days earlier, while investigating Yang Yan's family, he had seen a photograph of Xiao Dan. Now, how could this girl, resembling young Xiao Dan so closely, appear in the aquarium? Moreover, it seemed she intended to protect those two divine messengers. Team Leader Li, there's a girl standing there. Doesn't she resemble Yang Yan's sister? Yang Xiao Dan? Li Xinxin said urgently to Team Leader Li. His eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. She seemed to be Yang Yan's sister, Yang Xiao Dan. According to the records, Yang Xiao Dan had been dead for 16 years, her background shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Team Leader Li had long contemplated bringing Yang Xiao Dan in for investigation at the mail security company, even considering taking her back to headquarters. However, he feared alarming the snake by stirring the grass, and was even more apprehensive about provoking Yang Yin, which had delayed his actions. How could Yang Xiao Dan, the sister of Yang Yin, possibly be here? Team Leader Li found it utterly incomprehensible. Yang Xiao Dan stood there silently, showing no signs of aggression, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin. Their extraordinary powers seemed to be suppressed by Xiao Dan's presence. Suddenly, the entire aquarium trembled once more. The ground split open, fissures appearing like a spider's web. Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin stumbled back a step, instinctively shielding themselves with their extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, they were still injured by the sudden tremor. Blood trickled from their noses and mouths, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. Team Leader Li's body quivered suddenly, sensing that the situation was turning terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Xinxin hunched over, the flame in her palm having long extinguished, leaving the surroundings cloaked in darkness. This is bad. Li Xinxin felt a chill in her heart. Even Team Leader Li displayed a rare expression of fear, as if he could foresee his own demise. The rapid progression of events far exceeded their expectations. The encroachment of the mysterious power arrived swifter than they had imagined. In that perilous moment, the dim surroundings suddenly brightened, everything coming into sharp focus, as if someone were approaching them with a lantern held aloft. Instinctively, Li Xinxin and Team Leader Li looked up to discover a crimson lantern suspended in the air above the second floor, illuminating the entire level with its bright red glow. Chapter 76. Xiao Dan's body suddenly moved within the aquarium. The first floor was shrouded in the peculiar power, enveloped in a gloomy haze akin to a dire night. Yet, the second floor presented a stark contrast. At the far end, above an open space, floated a brilliant red lantern, so vivid it seemed capable of dripping blood at any moment. The lantern, drenched in a blood-like hue, emanated an aura of mystery and strength. Just in time, a sultry voice resonated through the expansive second floor, a woman's voice. At that instant, both Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin were taken aback, their expressions lighting up with joy. General Gao Yulan had arrived. Under the glow of the red lantern, the second floor was bathed in a vivid crimson light, rendering the scene even more surreal. However, In that moment, Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin felt an immense sense of relief, their breathing becoming clearer, as if all the peculiar forces had temporarily dissipated, forming a specific domain around them. The Grand Lantern possessed an extraordinary power, formidable enough to dispel the gloom of the second floor. "General Gao," Li Xinxin exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently on Gao Yulan's figure. Team Leader Li too observed her curiously, along with the lantern suspended above her head. Dressed in a striking crimson qipao, with cascading curls and adorned in red high heels, Gao Yulan approached, radiating an overwhelming extraordinary power that rippled outward like concentric waves. Although Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin were aware of some of Gao Yulan's exploits and had heard various rumors about her, such as the Qipao Battle Goddess and the Mysterious Assassin, seeing this legendary extraordinary officer in person offered an entirely different perspective. She was undeniably powerful. Were Yang Yin present, he too would likely be astonished, for Gao Yulan surpassed Hu Ping and Chen Jian by a significant margin. 9th rank. Martial Emperor Pinnacle, Team Leader Li blurted out in shock. There are 9 ranks of extraordinary beings in Huaxia. The first rank is martial artists, the second is masters, the third is grandmasters. Between each rank, there exist 9 minor realms, ascending from the lower ranks. There are 3 intermediate ranks. The 4th rank is Martial Emperor, the 5th is Immortal, and the 6th is Half-Saint. Achieving the 4th rank signifies a transformation, and Gao Yulan was precisely at the pinnacle of the 9th rank Martial Emperor, nearly stepping into the realm of the Immortal. Immortals represent an extraordinarily mysterious state, touching upon the ancient secrets and rich history of Huaxia. Yet few attain this level, whether becoming an immortal or a deity. These are miracles humanity tirelessly pursues, and extraordinary beings are the sole pathway to divinity. Witnessing the power emanating from Gao Yulan, Team Leader Li couldn't help but recall certain matters regarding extraordinary beings. In the moment Gao Yulan appeared, not only was Team Leader Li astonished, but even the Peculiar Child and Mu Ying, who were in the midst of their summoning ritual, were taken aback. Their summoning ceremony was reaching its climax. Yet suddenly, a peak martial emperor had emerged. The Peculiar Child and Mu Ying had certainly heard of Gao Yulan, and even had encounters with her in the past. However, at this moment, Gao Yulan found the situation quite precarious, not due to the strength of the Peculiar Child's and Mu Ying's summoning ritual, but rather because of the girls standing in their way. Yang Xiaodan with deep-set eyes, Yang Xiaodan stood silently before the Peculiar Child, fixated on Gao Yulan and the others, motionless. Yet, this seemingly ordinary little girl exuded an aura of trepidation, compelling one to involuntarily shudder. Just moments ago, Gao Yulan had perused the files of Yang Yan's family and had taken note of a photograph of Yang Xiaodan. She suddenly realized that this little girl bore a striking resemblance to Yang Yan's sister. Mirroring the image of Yang Xiaodan in the photograph, quickly, Gao Yulan reacted, glancing at Team Leader Li. Team Leader Li, she is Yang Yan's sister, isn't she? Hearing General Gao's inquiry, Team Leader Li dared not be negligent and conveyed his assessment. General Gao, I suspect this girl may indeed be Yang Yan's sister. The records indicate that both Yang Yan and Yang Xiaodan have been deceased for quite some time, yet they both seem to be alive, which must be tied to the peculiar powers at play. In response, Gao Yulan merely nodded, resembling a cold and unattainable goddess, leaving an impression of being beyond reach. The peculiar yet powerful red lantern continued to hover above her head, casting a crimson glow that banished the dense aura of the mysterious powers. Team Leader Li discerned that this lantern was an exceptionally potent spiritual treasure, its rank likely above the 3rd level. Potentially reaching the 4th, it was rumored that General Gao possessed a mysterious spiritual treasure, and combined with her status as a 9th rank martial emperor, her combat prowess was unfathomable. Spiritual treasures have always served as a trump card for Huaxia in countering peculiar forces, and only extraordinary beings could wield them. It was precisely for this reason that Gao Yulan, as a mere woman, had single-handedly resolved numerous peculiar incidents, earning her the title of the Qipao Battle Goddess. This time, she unhesitatingly wielded the spiritual treasure of the Red Lantern. Even General Gao perceived that the cultists' summoning ritual was not to be underestimated, and that they must remain vigilant. They were certainly conspiring something sinister. Contemplating this, Gao Yulan spoke again. Team Leader Li, Xinxin, step back, but do not stray from the light of the lantern. Upon hearing the command, Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin promptly retreated several paces. Not daring to hesitate for a moment in the face of such a grave peculiar incident, Any misstep could lead to death in the years past, and even over the last decade, the peculiar incidents in Jiangping City had been minor disturbances, at least not frequent enough for cultists to appear so often. Moreover, those peculiar incidents were all easily resolved by team leader Li and his team. However, in the last month or so, cultist activities had surged, and significant peculiar events were continuously unfolding. The magnitude of these peculiar incidents had far exceeded their control. It was not due to their weakness, but rather because the balance between the peculiar powers and Huaxia was gradually being disrupted. There must be stronger extraordinary beings to step forward. Just then, on the second floor, something appeared to be writhing beneath the floor, grotesque and terrifying. The outline of an eye began to take shape, attempting to surge forth from the ground, an exceedingly horrifying sight. Eerie ocular orbs. Upon witnessing this scene, Gao Yulan took a step forward, her expression and emotions remaining largely unperturbed. In the next moment, the entire second floor suddenly erupted in a flash of crimson light, akin to a blooming red firework, illuminating the dark and oppressive depths of the aquarium's second level, casting forth a dazzling crimson glow. In the mere span of a breath, Gao Yulan's form transformed into a red arrow, hurtling towards the direction of the peculiar child and their companions with terrifying speed. That instant, the peculiar child and Muing felt a surge of instinctive awareness, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Their pupils constricted sharply, yet their bodies remained prostrate on the ground, unwilling to disrupt the summoning ritual, for success was tantalizingly close. At this very moment, the floor of the aquarium's second level was riddled with cracks, beginning to reveal the outline of an eye. They were but a breath away from completion. However, Gao Yulan's velocity was astonishing, swiftly bringing her to the fore of the peculiar child and their associates. Empowered by the Crimson Lantern, Gao Yulan's strength became particularly extraordinary. In an instant, the enigmatic force on the second floor had dissipated by more than half. Simultaneously, the eye that was about to awaken encountered an impediment, its recently materialized outline beginning to fade, suppressed by Gao Yulan's might. Witnessing the intervention of Officer Gao, Li Dui and Li Xinxin could not help but display expressions of astonishment. If this trend continued, the eerie force here would surely be completely eradicated, and the dreadful outline of the eye would undoubtedly fail to resurrect. The bizarre events at Wudong High School would never be repeated. Yet, at that precise moment, Yang Xiaodan's body suddenly moved. Like a specter, she appeared in front of Gao Yulan without a trace, her presence unyielding. Gao Yulan's brow furrowed, her demeanor shifting to one of increased gravity. Chapter 77. The Terrifying Eyes of the Enigmatic Girl. Noticing that Gao Yulan's power had not been directed at them, the peculiar child and Mu Ying were suddenly alarmed. However, they could not ascertain what transpired behind them. At this moment, a peculiar equilibrium formed within the aquarium's second floor. The two cultists, pressed against the wall, lay prostrate on the ground, blood steadily dripping from their palms, their bodies moving mechanically in repetitive gestures of worship, while they uttered foul incantations resembling the ramblings of a dream. Engrossed in the summoning ritual, they could not look back, unaware of the events unfolding behind them. Behind the peculiar child and Muing stood a petite girl, blocking Gao Yulan, even obstructing her power. The lantern above Gao Yulan's head seemed to encounter resistance, its crimson light failing to surpass Yang Xiaodan's shoulder. The summoning ritual of the peculiar child continued unabated. Gao Yulan's expression transformed from initial nonchalance to one of solemnity and seriousness. She had not anticipated that the aquarium concealed such a mysterious girl, who, it appeared, was aligned with the cultists. Gao Yulan realized the situation had become increasingly precarious, more bizarre than she had imagined. Meanwhile, from a distance, Li Dui and Li Xinxin gazed at Yang Xiaodan in disbelief, their faces etched with shock, rendered speechless. They were aware that Yang Xiaodan had died 16 years ago. Yet the secrets surrounding her remained uninvestigated. It now appeared that Yang Xiaodan might be an embodiment of enigmatic power, potentially a formidable cultist. The simultaneous emergence of 3 cultists could undoubtedly obliterate a level 5 city, such as Jiangping City. Gazing at the silent, enigmatic girl before her, Gao Yulan could not help but inquire, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Xiaodan remained silent, standing motionless before Gao Yulan, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery that compelled one to tremble. Gao Yulan also noted, most crucially, the profound and hollow depths of Yang Xiaodan's eyes. With time of the essence, and seeing that Yang Xiaodan offered no response, Gao Yulan dared not waste another moment. Crimson fox tails, with a light command from Gao Yulan, for crimson fox tails sprouted from her back, akin to bamboo shoots after the rain. Simultaneously, a crimson field seemed to envelop Gao Yulan, the 4 fox tails imbued with an alluring power capable of weakening her foes. Observing Officer Gao's display of power, Li Dui's icy visage betrayed a flicker of astonishment. It is the path of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox is one of the 12 ancient deities of Huaxia. The path of the nine-tailed fox is exceedingly rare. Those who awaken this path are typically alluring and strikingly beautiful. Moreover, the extraordinary power of the nine-tailed fox deity is uniquely potent and exceptionally effective against bizarre forces. Perhaps due to Gao Yulan's current rank of only Sequence 4, she could manifest only 4 resplendent crimson tails. Once the tails emerged, even the mightiest force would be softened and diminished. This was Gao Yulan's most cherished extraordinary power. In this moment, with the tails unfurling, Gao Yulan's figure appeared even more graceful, the crimson qipao complementing the 4 fox tails in an enticing display. The 4 tails, vibrant and alluring, swayed gently in the air, emanating an unparalleled charm that seemed to cleanse the soul, captivating both men and women alike. Suddenly, Gao Yulan's aura surged, the extraordinary power surrounding her becoming more formidable. This overwhelming force was something Li Dui and Xin Xin had never encountered before. Is this the power of a martial sovereign at its pinnacle? Both Li Dui and Li Xin Xin were profoundly shaken. Gao Yulan's expression remained grave as she resolutely directed her power towards Yang Xiaodan. Even knowing Yang Xiaodan was Yang Yan's sister, and that Yang Yan was no easy adversary, Gao Yulan could not afford to neglect the summoning ritual. The enigmatic eye from Wudong High School was troublesome enough. She could not allow a second eye to manifest. Crimson. Gao Yulan exclaimed fiercely once more. In a flurry of thoughts, Gao Yulan removed the lantern from her head, then, swaying the 4 fox tails behind her, launched an assault upon Yang Xiaodan. In that instant, the entire aquarium trembled, the crimson light intensifying, as if every minuscule ray contained boundless extraordinary power, exuding an unstoppable force. The lantern, even more miraculous, seemed imbued with vitality by Gao Yulan, continuously expanding, as if intent on devouring Yang Xiaodan. At that moment, the lantern resembled a fearsome beast with an abyssal maw wide open. Yet, Yang Xiaodan remained in her stance, unwavering before Gao Yulan. Fearless, her deep and hollow gaze radiated disdain, looking down upon Gao Yulan as if regarding her as a mere insignificant insect. Suddenly, a swirling black mist surged within Yang Xiaodan's eyes, engulfing both orbs. Upon closer inspection, her eyes appeared as 2 gaping voids shrouded in darkness, akin to bottomless abysses. Howling, a tempest roared within the aquarium's 2nd floor. Waves of chilling energy spiraled and spread, causing even the expanding lantern to halt midair, unable to advance a single inch. All of Yang Xiaodan's enigmatic powers lay concealed within those cryptic eyes. Witnessing this scene, a look of shock crossed Gao Yulan's beautiful visage. How could it be possible? In that unexpected moment, Gao Yulan inadvertently locked eyes with Yang Xiaodan, peering into the depths of her gaze. Suddenly, Gao Yulan felt an intense chill surge through her body, every hair standing on end, as if her blood had turned to ice. Gazing into Yang Xiaodan's eyes felt akin to staring into the gaze of an evil deity. It was a sensation of oppression emanating from an otherworldly being. In the span of mere moments, Gao Yulan could not suppress a muffled groan. Her entire being was met with immense resistance, rendering her unable to approach Yang Xiaodan even a step. However, it seemed Yang Xiaodan was not faring any better. Her face appeared ghastly, as if the prior surge of power had drained her of all potential. Blood flowed from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, a deep black ichor. It was utterly bizarre. Soon, perhaps due to her body being depleted by the malevolent force, or the exertion reaching its limit, Yang Xiaodan collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, while black blood continued to seep from her 5 orifices, a grotesque and terrifying sight. More eerily, her eyes grew increasingly monstrous, as if they might spring to life at any moment. Witnessing Yang Xiaodan fall, Gao Yulan quickly rallied herself, seizing the opportunity to unleash another potent surge of extraordinary power. She aimed to disrupt the cultist summoning ritual. In this urgent moment, the vibrant crimson foxtails began to sway once more, enveloping the space in red light. Though Gao Yulan was grievously injured, she had yet to fall. The summoning ritual was perilously close to fruition. She could not afford to slacken her efforts, yet, at this juncture, the peculiar child in Mu Ying revealed a hint of frenzied smiles, as if welcoming the grand power of the Eye of the Demon. They remained prostrate on the ground, still chanting the revered name of the Eye of the Demon. Blood continuing to seep from their hands, their manic demeanor unabated. The Eye of the Demon, which devours light and seizes souls in my name. I summon you. Devour light and seize souls. Their incantations were not in the language of Huaxia, but rather ancient murmurs imbued with foulness, driving listeners to madness, robbing them of reason, and causing them to continuously lose sanity. Thanks to the earlier delay caused by Yang Xiaodan, the second Eri had been successfully inscribed. Gao Yulan was still a step too late. The ground of the aquarium lay shattered, with swirling black mists emerging, revealing the faint outline of a black pupil, resembling a living creature, both terrifying and bizarre. Witnessing this scene, Captain Li and his companion were deeply concerned for the situation of Commander Gao Yulan. Without a moment's hesitation, both Captain Li and Li Xinxin activated their extraordinary powers, ready to assist Commander Gao Yulan. However, at that very moment, Gao Yulan's pupils suddenly constricted, and she retreated swiftly. It seemed she sensed a frenzied and formidable force quietly awakening beneath their feet. As she backed away, she held her lantern aloft, casting a hazy red glow, while the 4 foxtails behind her fluttered gently. Perhaps due to her injuries, the tails were less animated than before, and her extraordinary power had considerably waned. Gazing at the eerie child and the General Mu Ying, she sighed, "Captain Li, I am still a step too late." With a grave expression, Gao Yulan sighed deeply, ever ready to retreat. Chapter 78. Yang Yin arrives. The show is about to begin in the Southern District, at the aquarium. The streets were once bustling with commercial activity, lined with shops and teeming with crowds. Yet now, they were cordoned off, denying entry to anyone. Mo Fan and several police officers stood vigil at the aquarium's entrance, awaiting orders from Captain Li and Commander Jiao. As time passed, Mo Fan could only sense the aquarium emanating waves of potent energy and power, without receiving any updates. Why had the team not relayed any news? Had they encountered unforeseen circumstances? Mo Fan anxiously speculated. He could even sense the ripples of power unleashed by Commander Gao Yulan's actions. Under normal circumstances, if Commander Gao had taken action, it would imply that there were no significant issues. Yet now. Meanwhile, within a 500-meter radius of the aquarium, the crowds had been dispersed. A group of audacious individuals gathered at the edge of the blockade, discussing the strange occurrences. Why were such bizarre events happening again? Had they become alarmingly frequent lately? Yes, ever since the Red Moon descended, the entire realm of Huaxia had remained relatively stable. How could there suddenly be so many unusual incidents? Indeed, recalling the last peculiar event at Wudong High School fills me with dread. A relative of mine lost their child during that incident. So tragic. This current bizarre occurrence shouldn't be as severe as that at Wudong High School, right? After all, I saw many escape, and there were no signs of unusual forces spreading. Can you decide that? Perhaps the strange power will expand shortly. You, with your ominous words, can't you say something uplifting? You only dampen morale. Diminishing your own stature, dampen morale? I speak only the truth. The strange forces cannot maintain a perfect balance with Huaxia forever. One day, the evil gods will inevitably awaken in full. What is there to fear? Our Huaxia possesses divine beings as well. If the evil gods can awaken, so can our deities. As the crowd chattered animatedly, a youth quietly slipped into the restricted area. Yang Yin had arrived near the aquarium in the Southern District. He walked along the street, searching for the aquarium's entrance. As for Xiao Shuai, Yang Yin had instructed him to search for Xiao Dan elsewhere on his own. Though Xiao Shuai had mentioned unusual occurrences at the Southern District's aquarium, Yang Yan's primary goal was to locate Xiao Dan. Just because the aquarium was troubled did not guarantee Xiao Dan's presence there, so separating their efforts seemed prudent. Moreover, Xiao Shuai's appearance was rather peculiar. Clad in an ominous red robe adorned with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols, though the anomaly had provided some concealment, such as wearing long pants and shoes, his dark and terrifying aura remained inescapable. Overall, it was best for Xiao Shui to act discreetly. Yang Yin wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. As he traversed the cordoned-off street, Yang Yin glanced around, realizing the area was deserted, as if the crowds had been evacuated. Evacuating the populace was a common practice for the criminal police, though cliché, it proved effective. As he walked, Yang Yin suddenly noticed the ground becoming damp, occasionally spotting one or two colorful ornamental fish lying dead at the roadside. The puddles bore countless hasty footprints. Yang Yin surmised that not long ago, a large crowd must have surged out in a frenzy. Subsequently, he followed the direction of the water flow, discovering that the further he went, the more water accumulated, and the greater the number of dead fish by the roadside. The aquarium. Yang Yin murmured, quickening his pace, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he raced toward the aquarium. Before long, Yang Yin spotted a familiar figure. It was MOFAN.AT that moment. MOFAN stood vigil outside the aquarium, his expression solemn and alert. This scene felt familiar to Yang Yin. During his time with the criminal police, he and Captain Li had executed missions while MOFAN provided support from the periphery. However, he paid little heed to these memories as he approached the aquarium's entrance. Just then, MOFAN caught sight of Yang Yin. Yang Yin, how could he be here? Could this bizarre event be connected to Yang Yin? MOFAN thought, his shock evident. Given that Yang Yin's unusual powers had been revealed, MOFAN had reason to suspect that Yang Yin was behind the strange occurrences. In an instant, MOFAN's tension escalated as he instructed the surrounding officers to retreat swiftly. As Yang Yin approached, MOFAN felt an overwhelming sense of a powerful malevolent force bearing down upon him. Simultaneously, MOFAN raised his silver pistol, aiming it directly at Yang Yin's body, as if prepared to fire at any moment. Observing MOFAN's reaction, Yang Yin found it entirely normal. Once evil forces were exposed, Yang Yin had become an anomaly. Let us not forget that he had already been placed on the bizarre list in Guang'an province. Nevertheless, Yang Yin paid no mind to MOFAN's response. He merely cast a gentle glance at MOFAN, even offering a friendly smile, before stepping through the aquarium's entrance. Upon seeing Yang Yin smile, MOFAN's heart raced, nearly leaving him breathless, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yang Yin smiled at me. He seems unchanged, yet I feel he is transformed completely. What is he up to? At that moment, MOFAN could only perceive this 18-year-old youth as exceedingly complex, his true nature obscured. Ultimately, MOFAN reassured himself, do not provoke him. Do not provoke him. This was the only solution he could conceive. After Yang Yin entered the aquarium, MOFAN remained vigilant outside, observing the situation and remaining alert to nearby movements. However, he failed to notice a peculiar crow circling above the aquarium, its eyes as black as obsidian, darting about with remarkable agility. Soon, the crow perched on a building opposite the aquarium, its gaze fixed intently on the aquarium's happenings. A small silver ring was tied to the crow's foot, inscribed with the words, Genius Club. At the same moment, near a corner of the aquarium, three silhouettes emerged from an illusion. Lin Ming stood on the left, clad in a black shirt, his robust frame suggesting his muscles were on the verge of bursting from his clothing. Approximately 22 years old. In the center stood Zhou Shan, a top 4 contender from the Genius Club. With white hair, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed pensively on Yang Yin's retreating figure as he entered the aquarium. On the far right stood Su Qian, holding a pink void mirror, its surface shimmering with ripples, as if recently employed. These three appeared to have been lurking there for quite some time. Lin Ming glanced at the black crow on the eaves and remarked, Extraordinary officers Gao Yulan, cultists, and the criminal police, Yang Yin. What an intriguing assembly. Zhou Shan replied, I sense a powerful bizarre force spreading. It seems Gao Yulan's efforts have faltered, which is quite unexpected. Lin Ming calmly stated. Even more surprising is that Yang Yan's sister has come here to join the fray. Isn't she supposed to be blind? How did she suddenly appear at the aquarium? Quite unfathomable. This. Zhou Shan's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Jiangping City is gradually spiraling out of control. Once it does, any bizarre event could transpire. Lin Ming's expression grew serious. Old Zhou, should we take action? Zhou Shan replied, taking action is futile now. If even Gao Yulan cannot resolve this bizarre incident, our intervention would be pointless. Moreover, with Yang Yan's presence, the situation has grown more complicated. Su Qian merely chuckled and added, regardless, once Yang Yan arrives, the show is about to begin. Upon hearing this, both Lin Ming and Zhou Shan smiled faintly. Indeed, the show was about to commence. Chapter 79. Xiao Dan's eerie actions shock everyone again inside the aquarium. The first floor was relatively small, covered in green slime and littered with the bodies of fish submerged in the viscous substance. However, wherever Yang Yin traversed, the verdant slime dispersed entirely, akin to water meeting oil, utterly incompatible. With each step Yang Yin took, a pristine and orderly circular area formed beneath his feet, a most peculiar phenomenon. The crimson mist emanating from Yang Yin was more potent than the bizarre force present, thus his red mist could also dispel the enigmatic power of the demon's eye. After surveying the dimly lit first floor, Yang Yin discovered no signs of life within the aquarium, only scattered corpses and lifeless fish. What about the second floor? Yang Yin murmured softly. Suddenly, his spiritual perception tingled with awareness. An unusual aura wafted from the second floor. That of Gao Yulan's extraordinary power in that instant. Yang Yin wasted no time. He harnessed the power of the red mist and swiftly arrived at the entrance to the second floor. Before the entrance lay a large, shattered fish tank, its water and fish spilling forth. Navigating past the broken tank, Yang Yin pressed on towards the farthest reaches of the aquarium's second floor. At that moment, the entire structure trembled violently, as if something peculiar were about to emerge from the ground. Yang Yan's brow furrowed suddenly. This energy felt familiar, reminiscent of the awakening ceremony at Wudong High School. He then looked down at the floor beneath him, which was riddled with fine cracks, from which tendrils of black mist surged, a pitch-black abyss. The black mist flowed slowly, beginning to coalesce into the outline of an eye. Soon, Yang Yin reached the end of the second floor of the aquarium. There, he beheld everything. Gao Yulan and Team Leader Li were preparing to retreat, their expressions grave and vigilant. Before them hovered a red lantern, emanating a mysterious crimson light. The presence of this lantern instilled in Yang Yin a profound sense of mystery. It was anything but ordinary. A soft gasp escaped his lips. In the corner, the strange child and the female general stood side by side, having completed their summoning ritual. Finally, Yang Yin spotted his sister. Yang Xiaodan, sprawled on the ground, her 5 orifices bleeding black blood. Witnessing his sister's fallen state, seemingly injured, Yang Yin exhibited little emotional turbulence, devoid of anger or rage. He merely felt that all of this was within the realm of expectation. After all, Yang Xiaodin had already entangled herself with the demon's eye, and subsequent troubles were undoubtedly forthcoming. Only by resolving the demon's eye would all issues be effortlessly addressed. As Yang Yin observed them, the others in the vicinity also noticed his presence. The sudden appearance of Yang Yin astonished both Gao Yulan and the female General Mu Ying. They surmised that he had likely come in search of his sister. The one most affected was the strange child, for Yang Yin had slain his elder brother. It seems I've arrived too late, Yang Yin remarked coldly, regarding the strange child and Mu Ying. Yang Yin understood that the strange child and his companions had successfully summoned the bizarre eye. That terrifying eye was gradually taking shape, poised to engulf the entire aquarium and create a dangerous domain around it. Reminiscent of the eerie eye at Wudong High School, at that moment, the strange child and Mu Ying appeared not to weaken, but rather exuded an even more potent aura, suggesting that the revival of the demon's eye was drawing closer. Once the demon's eye fully revived, the strength of these cultists would undoubtedly be augmented. Yang Yin, your timing is impeccable. You killed my elder brother. Today, I shall ensure you remain here. The strange child bellowed at Yang Yin, his voice hoarse and ancient, akin to that of a centenarian. Beside him, Mu Ying did not intervene but silently observed Yang Yan's expressions and reactions. In her view, the bizarre eye had been successfully summoned, and with 2 cultists present, they might stand a chance against Yang Yin. Furthermore, Mu Ying intended to seize this opportunity to test Yang Yan's true strength. Additionally, she noted that the enigmatic girl, Yang Xiaodan, seemed to be aligned with the cultists. For earlier, Mu Ying had keenly observed that without Yang Xiaodan's delay, the bizarre eye could not have been summoned successfully. Overall, the surrounding conditions favored the strange child and Mu Ying. Regardless of Yang Yan's capabilities, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Hearing the strange child's provocation, Yang Yin remained largely unfazed. He was merely here to retrieve Xiaodin. In truth, he did not regard the strange child as a threat. Had this been before, Yang Yin might have hesitated due to his weakened state. However, Everything had changed now. Yang Yin had truly mastered the power of the black goat, breaking free from his physical constraints. Now, he had two objectives. First, to bring Yang Xiaodan back and prepare dinner. Second, to eliminate the summoned Bizarre Eye to prevent future calamities. Yang Yin had no desire to witness the successful revival of the Demon's Eye. Meanwhile, Gao Yulan furrowed her brow, perceiving the situation had become exceedingly complex. Not only had the Bizarre Eye successfully revived, but Yang Yin had also unexpectedly appeared. However, from the current circumstances, it seemed Yang Yin was at odds with the cultists. This was the only favorable news for Gao Yulan and her companions. Although Yang Yin had been placed on the cult's list of anomalies, his actions were highly peculiar and required careful consideration rather than a simplistic good or evil judgment. Moreover, Gao Yulan had merely exchanged a glance with Yang Xiaodan, which had already resulted in significant injury. Damn it, too many unexpected occurrences today. Gao Yulan lamented. However, armed with the Red Lantern, she and Team Leader Li were confident in their survival and escaped. At that moment, a wisp of eerie red mist suddenly emanated from Yang Yin, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling silence. As Yang Yin moved, he left behind only a faint red shadow. Before the strange child could react, Yang Yin's right hand had already clasped tightly around the child's neck. Everyone gasped in astonishment. None present had truly witnessed the full extent of Yang Yin's power. They only knew he had personally slain an extraordinary officer. Now, as they beheld the terrifying force of Yang Yin, their hearts quaked with fear. Strange child, you claim you will make me stay here? Yang Yin fixed his gaze on the strange child's eyes. His voice was icy, instilling a sense of dread. Before the strange child could respond, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yang Xiaodan, who had collapsed in the corner, suddenly awoke, rising as if nothing had happened. Her every movement resembling that of a soulless puppet. Her eyes were eerily vacant, shrouded in darkness. Upon standing, she walked toward Yang Yin, seemingly intent on stopping. Yang Yin. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. What? She intends to stop her brother? Xiaodan's bizarre behavior exceeded everyone's wildest imagination. The moment Xiaodan unexpectedly stood, Yang Yin's gaze sharpened. What does Xiaodan intend to do? Subsequently, nearly all eyes were fixed on Xiaodan. Yet, no one dared to meet her gaze. Save for Yang Yin. Xiaodan's eyes were too terrifying. That very moment, the strange child and General Mu Ying's expressions suddenly brightened, as if a turning point had emerged. They sensed the malevolent power of their master emanating from Yang Xiaodan's eyes. Witnessing the mysterious Yang Xiaodan rise once more, Gao Yulan's expression turned solemn as she gripped the red lantern, instinctively taking a step back, prepared to wield the lantern's power for retreat. Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin were utterly perplexed, unsure of whether Xiaodan was human or ghost, and unclear about her intentions. For Li and his team, this bizarre incident had spiraled out of control, and the mission had been declared a failure. Their only recourse was to retreat immediately and report to headquarters. The presence of just two cultists was already exceedingly troublesome. Now, with the unpredictable Yang Yin, the more terrifying unknown of Yang Xiaodan loomed large. Gao Yulan then glanced back at Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin. You two should retreat first. As her words fell, the red lantern in Gao Yulan's hand suddenly radiated with brilliant light, enveloping Li and Li Xinxin, and they vanished from sight in an instant. Team Leader Li and Li Xinxin were too weak and ill-suited to remain here. Yet Gao Yulan did not depart immediately. She wished to observe further, to discern what Yang Xiaodan intended to do to her brother. No, she seems no longer to be Yang Xiaodan. There is something amiss in her gaze, Gao Yulan suddenly realized. After sending off Team Leader Li, Gao Yulan retreated to a corner, quietly standing by the wall, lantern in hand, watching the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Yang Yin focused intently on Yang Xiaodan's eyes, an involuntary frown creasing his brow. Shielded by the red mist, Yang Yin could meet Xiaodan's gaze without succumbing to the demon's eye's influence. Xiaodan approached Yang Yin step by step, unhurried and silent, her 7 orifices still oozing black blood. Presenting a frightful visage, witnessing Xiaodan in such a state left even Yang Yin astounded. He had not anticipated his sister harbored such a formidable and bizarre power. What was more terrifying was that the malevolent force within Yang Xiaodan appeared not to have fully awakened yet. If a complete revival has occurred, it is likely that Yang Xiaodan has been thoroughly replaced by the consciousness of the evil eye. much like an individual with a dual personality, one persona annihilating the other. This vividly illustrates the profound impact that the evil eye has had on Yang Xiaodan. What a troublesome entity! Your revival scheme in Huaxia is indeed meticulous, with your puppets scattered everywhere. Yang Yin mused inwardly. Subsequently, he hesitated no longer, disregarding whether his sister intended to impede him. His right hand exerted force, gripping the peculiar child's neck tightly before forcefully rubbing it against the wall. First, he would eliminate the strange child. Although Yang Xiaodan appeared to be attempting to stop her brother, Yang Yin paid little heed to her actions, resolutely preparing to strike at that moment. The peculiar child found himself in a dire predicament. Baring his teeth in a grimace, his eyes reflecting both terror and rage. Despite his desperate struggles, he remained firmly ensnared in Yang Yan's grasp. Yang Yin, you? The bizarre child exclaimed in fury, even as he employed ghostly sounds and summoned all his eerie powers. He could not break free from Yang Yan's hold. The level of power Yang Yin exhibited far surpassed that of the peculiar child. In that instant, the strange child realized his earlier recklessness. Observing this, the female General Mu Ying remained composed, exhibiting no signs of panic, even as the peculiar child teetered on the brink of death by Yang Yan's hands. She fixated intently on Yang Xiaodan's form, pinning all her hopes on that mysterious girl, convinced she might save the peculiar child. Yet, this was merely Mu Ying's conjecture. The enigmatic girl might simply choose to remain an observer without intervening at all. Should all else fail, Mu Ying would have no choice but to forcibly invoke the power of the eerie eye to confront Yang Yin. However, such an act would demand a tremendous cost. The peculiar child was one of the 4 divine emissaries, and she could not bear to witness her brother perish at Yang Yan's hands. In this tense atmosphere, Yang Yan's right hand pressed firmly against the throat of the strange child. Indeed, Yang Yan's strength was truly terrifying, utterly inconceivable. Beside him, Gao Yulan inhaled deeply, feeling that Chen Jin's death was not in vain. At this moment, the peculiar child's entire being was enveloped in wisps of sinister red fog, rendering him exceedingly bizarre, to the extent that even Gao Yulan could not discern the source of his power. Peculiar child, go accompany your elder brother, Yang Yin stated calmly. Yang Yin was attempting to taint the peculiar child, seeking to extinguish the child's consciousness, but just then, Yang Yan's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. Yang Xiaodan had made her move. Simultaneously, an unexpected hand appeared on Yang Yan's arm, seemingly blocking his crimson fog power. It was a delicate, pale hand, appearing frail yet shrouded in a layer of black mist, adding to the strangeness. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaodan had somehow arrived at Yang Yan's side. It felt as though Yang Xiaodan had always been beside Yang Yin. Never having left in that chilling moment, both Mu Ying and Gao Yulan's pupils widened in disbelief, completely oblivious to how Yang Xiaodan had executed her movement. Hadn't she been leisurely walking just moments ago? How had she suddenly appeared beside Yang Yin, grasping his arm? It was too uncanny. This could no longer be described as mere teleportation. It resembled a folding and twisting of space. Only Yang Yin could perceive the spatial ripples writhing beside Xiaodan. It was evident that Xiaodan had indeed torn through space to reach him. Had Yang Yin not mastered the power of the crimson fog, he would have been unable to detect such a level of force. Xiaodan, you are truly terrifying. In close proximity to Yang Xiaodan, Yang Yin discovered that his sister exhibited no trace of human warmth. Her body was rigid and cold, emanating an icy aura, akin to a long-dead corpse, merely clinging to life due to some unseen force. Although Yang Yin had also perished under the projection of the black goat, he retained warmth and emotion. He still prepared meals and shopped for groceries. For the black goat was a deity imbued with warmth, a rebel among the malevolent gods. Yang Xiaodan thus grasped Yang Yan's right hand, striving to prevent him from slaying the peculiar child. Simultaneously, the red mist enveloping the strange child began to dissipate, growing thinner. The malevolent energy emanating from Xiaodan's eyes appeared to weaken Yang Yan's crimson fog. Witnessing this, Mu Ying's shadowed eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that this enigmatic girl would indeed save the peculiar child. At that moment, Mu Ying became increasingly convinced that the girl named Yang Xiaodan might also be an emissary of the evil eye. A companion of theirs. In that instant, Mu Ying even entertained a bold thought. She wished to seize this opportunity to see if she could eliminate Yang Yin, this potential obstacle, noticing Yang Xiaodian's intervention. Yang Yin was not particularly surprised. Rather, he was intrigued by the overwhelming strength radiating from her. "Little girl, what are you doing?" Yang Yin inquired, observing Xiaodian. Yet, at this juncture, Xiaodian remained silent, no longer resembling the playful girl of everyday life. Yang Yin discerned that it was no longer Xiaodian's consciousness leading her body, but rather that of the evil eye. However, since the evil eye had not fully revived, it could only exercise course control over Yang Xiaodian's form. Unable to articulate speech, limited to actions that would benefit its own resurgence, such as assisting the cultists in summoning the Eerie Eye or intervening against Gao Yulan, and thwarting Yang Yan's attempts. Under Yang Xiaodian's restraint, Yang Yan's power could not continue to erode the peculiar child. It was as if the evil eye had utilized Yang Xiaodian's body to directly confront Yang Yan. Yang Yan had indeed underestimated the methods of the evil eye. Moreover, he could sense that if this stalemate persisted, Xiaodian's body and consciousness would inevitably succumb, obliterated by the strange powers. Ultimately, Yang Yin retracted his right hand, releasing the peculiar child. Cough, cough. The strange child gasped for breath, casting a terrified and enraged glance at Yang Yin before retreating to Mu Ying's side. Yang Yin had no time to regard the peculiar child's actions. He was focused on observing the changes in Xiaodian's form. Xiaodian still restrained his right hand, seemingly preventing him from acting. Yang Yin quickly comprehended that the evil eye was threatening him. Should Yang Yin insist on attacking, the evil eye would not hesitate to allow Yang Xiaodian to perish. "You troublesome entity, are you threatening me?" Yet, how could Yang Yin be intimidated by this insufferable entity? His gaze sharpened as he forcefully broke free from Yang Xiaodian's grasp, pinning his sister firmly to the ground. In other words, Yang Yin was subduing the consciousness of the evil eye that currently controlled Xiaodian's body. Yang Yin sneered coldly, locking his gaze onto Xiaodian's pitch-black eyes. "You think this is enough to intimidate me?" Chapter 81. Divine Scroll. From Yang Yan's words, both Gao Yulan and Mu Ying detected a palpable sense of foreboding. The wisest course of action was to avoid provoking this 18-year-old youth. The death of Chen Jian served as a poignant reminder. While Yang Yin and Yang Xiaodian were entangled, Mu Ying seized the opportunity to grasp the peculiar child's hand, simultaneously harnessing the power of the Eerie Eye within the aquarium. Vanishing from the spot, leaving behind only a shadow belonging to Mu Ying, Mu Ying concluded that it would be impossible to kill Yang Yin today. In the realm of strategies, retreat was the best option. Observing this, Gao Yulan did not hesitate to activate the lantern in her hand, merging into the crimson light and disappearing from the second floor of the aquarium. The vast expanse of the aquarium's second floor was left with only Yang Yin and his sister. Yang Yin fixed his gaze intently on Yang Xiaodian's eyes, as if conversing across layers of time and space with the evil eye. However, before long, Yang Xiaodian suddenly closed her eyes, losing all consciousness. She collapsed once more. The evil eye's plan had been successfully executed, not only summoning the Eerie Eye but also safeguarding its two divine emissaries. Hence, there was no longer any need to continue manipulating Yang Xiaodian's body. In truth, the evil eye could not sustain its consciousness within Yang Xiaodian for extended periods, as it had not fully revived. The malevolent energy is waning? Yang Yin scrutinized Xiaodian's eyes, perplexed. This entity truly knew when to withdraw. Seeing Xiaodian collapse to the ground, Yang Yin reined in all the crimson fog power and lifted Yang Xiaodian into his arms. Then, he gazed at the outline of the eye beneath his feet. Letting out a sigh, today's events had indeed taken Yang Yin by surprise. He had assumed Xiaodian was merely out frolicking, unaware that she had been ensnared by the evil eye. Arriving at the aquarium to aid the cultists in summoning the Eerie Eye, Xiaodian now appeared exceedingly terrifying, blood oozing from her 7 orifices, her complexion dark and lifeless, and it seemed she had sustained injuries, rendering her unconscious. Fortunately, Yang Yin had ultimately located Xiaodian, as he prepared to depart. Yang Yin released a wisp of crimson fog, attempting to extinguish the eye lying on the ground. However, he failed. Once Yang Yin began to wield the power of the crimson fog, the Eerie Eye would retract into the ground. Akin to a phantom shadow, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon it, at least for now. Yang Yin could resist the power of the Eerie Eye, but he could not eliminate it. For this eye was the coordinate of the evil eye, intrinsically connected to the divine essence of the evil eye. Undoubtedly, He is one of the 7 great evil gods, possessing a certain degree of power. Yang Yin remarked. Eventually, he departed the aquarium, carrying his unconscious sister. As Yang Yin stepped out of the aquarium, Mo Fan and his companions had already retreated. If even Commander Gao Yulan could not resolve the situation, they certainly could not linger here any longer. The commercial street was now eerily desolate and forlorn, with a faint aura of malevolence silently permeating the AI art. It was the ominous gaze of a peculiar eye, stirring restlessly. Although it was merely a coordinate of the eye of the demon, it undeniably posed a tremendous threat and risk to the city. No one could predict when the true eye of the demon would suddenly emerge from its coordinate and awaken. At this moment, Jiangping City already harbored 2 peculiar eyes. However, Yang Yin was not overly concerned about this. Worrying would yield no results. The issues had to be resolved step by step. Time to head home and prepare dinner. He murmured, sending a mental message to Xiao Shuai, instructing him to return to the other shore garden. Xiao Dan has been located, and Xiao Shuai's mission has concluded. Subsequently, Yang Yin cradled Xiao Dan and departed the deserted street. After Yang Yin exited the aquarium, the entire street lay bare, devoid of any human presence. The sky appeared dim, shrouded in a gray haze, as if influenced by some malevolent force. The ground remained damp, littered with puddles, and the dead fish began to rot slowly, filling the air with a heavy, putrid stench. This area had been cordoned off by a Mo Fan, and the nearby residents were swiftly evacuated. The once bustling commercial street had cooled to silence within just a few hours. At that moment, a dark raven circled ominously in the gloomy sky, its obsidian-like eyes scanning the entire aquarium. Soon, it noticed Yang Yin leaving the premises. Without a moment's hesitation, the raven suddenly swooped down towards the ground, as if it had completed its task. Meanwhile, in a corner near the aquarium, Lin Ming and Zhou Shan had not yet departed. Moments ago, they had witnessed the extraordinary police officers, 2 cultists, and Commander Gao Yulan exiting the aquarium one by one, with Yang Yin being the last to leave. What a pity we couldn't see what transpired inside the aquarium. Su Qian lamented, resting her chin on her left hand. Lin Ming, relishing the unfolding drama, replied, "This spectacle is rather underwhelming. Everyone walked away unscathed, and that peculiar eye was successfully summoned." Zhou Shan, resting his chin on his hand, pondered aloud. It seems the matter is not yet resolved. Did you not notice that young Xiao Dan fainted? Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's mind began to churn, reflecting for a moment before responding. Old Zhou? Are you suggesting that the crux of the issue lies with Yang Yan's sister, Yang Xiao Dan? Zhou Shan nodded. Su Qian continued the discussion, analyzing, logically, given today's circumstances, Yang Yin would undoubtedly take action, and at least one of the cultists or those extraordinary police officers should have perished. Yet, in the end, they all emerged alive. Could it be because of that young girl? Lin Ming nodded in agreement with Su Qian's assessment and added, "Why not venture a bold thought? Could it be that both Yang Xiao Dan and Yang Yin have been tainted by the eye of the demon?" Zhou Shan shook his head. Yang Xiao Dan may have been tainted, but I believe Yang Yan's situation is far more complex. He certainly harbors other secrets within him that we have yet to uncover. Su Qian interjected, "It's truly chilling to think that both siblings might be possessed by something sinister, rendering them neither fully human nor entirely otherworldly." Just then, the dark raven descended from the sky, landing precisely on Lin Ming's shoulder, its eyes darting between Zhou Shan and Su Qian. The return of the raven signified the conclusion of this aquarium incident. Lin Ming stepped forward and declared, "The situation has reached its conclusion. Let us return. The circumstances are growing increasingly dire, and our plans for the Genius Club may very well be impeded." Su Qian, swaying her alluring figure, added, "The crimson moon lingers ominously, and the era of the uncanny grows ever more intricate. Since the emergence of that enigmatic youth, Yang Yin, Jiangping City has transformed in ways I never anticipated. Do you think we can truly unearth the ancient divine scroll within this small locale?" Upon hearing the term divine scroll, even Lin Ming's expression turned grave. "This is our mission. We must locate the divine scroll." Zhou Shan nodded, stating, "Precisely because Jiangping City is in such turmoil, we must accelerate our pace. We must swiftly uncover the divine scroll concealed within Jiangping City. Only then can our genius plans progress to the next phase." At these words, both Su Qian and Lin Ming's expressions grew serious. The genius plan is the unwavering principle of their genius club. In this uncanny world, only deities can contend with deities. Ascending to divinity is humanity's sole means of resisting the forces of the uncanny. Becoming an extraordinary being is merely the first step in combating evil. To attain godhood is the ultimate dream of all extraordinary beings, and all the prodigies within the Genius Club have tirelessly pursued this divine aspiration. Even if only one deity could be created, it would be a miracle for humanity, for in the past millennium, no reports of any human achieving divinity have surfaced, although, as it stands, no evil gods have yet awakened with the passage of time. If humanity does not possess its own deities, it will ultimately succumb to the grave of the uncanny. Merely relying on extraordinary beings is insufficient to thwart the arrival of evil gods. Yet, the leap from humanity to omnipotent deity is no trivial endeavor. Thus, all members of the Genius Club fervently strive to gather prodigies, scouring historical records throughout the land in hopes of discovering the path to divinity. Legends speak of an ancient divine scroll hidden beneath Jiangping City, a relic left behind by ancient deities, potentially containing the methods or clues to achieving divinity. The goal of the Genius Club is to locate this scroll, which embodies hope. In an instant, Su Qian recalled numerous tales regarding the divine scroll. Soon, she regained her composure and departed the tainted street alongside Lin Ming. The South District Aquarium had fallen utterly silent. On the second floor of the aquarium, a vague outline of a pupil could be discerned writhing and struggling, as if it might spring forth from the ground at any moment. Simultaneously, on the playground of Wudong High School, the previously quiet square suddenly trembled violently. In the next instant, a grotesque and massive outline of a pupil rapidly materialized, enveloped in dense black fog, resonating with the eerie eye on the second floor of the aquarium. They seemed to be rejoicing in unison. One in the East District at Wudong High School, the other in the South District Aquarium. The revival scheme of the Eye of the Demon appeared to be merely awaiting the North and West Districts. The peril in Jiangping City continued to brew. Chapter 82. The Fourth Divine Messenger. The Haunting Widow. In the West District, at Building 23 on Xiaowu Street, within the living room. After departing the South District Aquarium, the female General Mu Ying and the uncanny child hastily returned. Their mission had been fraught with tension yet ultimately successful, as they had inscribed the second eye upon the southern part of Jiangping City. However, the uncanny child remained shaken, having grossly underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Just moments ago, had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious girl, the uncanny child might have perished, leaving no trace behind. Though the uncanny child's heart was hollow, this did not prevent him from breathing rapidly, his expression fraught with anxiety. In contrast, Mu Ying appeared remarkably composed. During this encounter, she had discovered a potential evil god emissary, Yang Xiaodan. Perhaps Yang Xiaodan was even more formidable than the evil god emissaries. Yet, Mu Ying had not entirely grasped Yang Xiaodan's essence. She only knew that this enigmatic girl seemed inclined to assist their four divine emissaries. For them, this was indeed a fortuitous revelation. At this moment, neither Mu Ying nor the uncanny child was aware that a fragment of the Eye of the Demon resided within Yang Xiaodan. In other words, half of Yang Xiaodan was the Eye of the Demon. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Ying addressed the uncanny child. Did you notice anything unusual when Yang Yan attacked you just now? Or can you discern the source of his power? Hearing the general's inquiry, the uncanny child furrowed his brow. I couldn't perceive anything. I was utterly suppressed by him. However, I sense that the uncanny power he wields is exceedingly domineering. Even if you and I joined forces, we would still be no match for him. Upon hearing this response, Mu Ying moved to the window, gazing out at the sky, and continued, this complicates matters. If we do not eliminate Yang Yan swiftly, he will undoubtedly become an obstacle for us, and our lives may very well be at stake. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Yan must die, Mu Ying added, her voice chillingly resolute. The enigmatic child stated, however, the strength of Yang Yan is beyond our capacity to confront. Mu Ying chuckled, her laughter icy and detached. Enigmatic child, we cannot confront Yang Yan head-on. We must target his sister instead. Judging by today's events, he seems to hold his sister in high regard. Our course of action should focus on Yang Xiaodan. What do you mean? The enigmatic child inquired earnestly, his voice remarkably aged. Mu Ying continued. This matter cannot be rushed. We must act only when we are certain, lest we fall victim to Yang Yan. The enigmatic child appeared puzzled and asked, Are you suggesting that? From the events of today, it seems Yang Xiaodian's condition may be linked to the Master's revival plan. So we need to consult the Master Mu and cast a glance at the enigmatic child. As cultists, their usual means of communicating with the dark deity involved reciting sacred names to receive the Master's guidance. The enigmatic child suddenly understood and nodded. His thought process was rather straightforward, lacking the thoroughness of the female general. After all, he was but an enigmatic child. It's he that moment. Mu Ying's right hand trembled, manifesting a formidable black spear. Enigmatic child, you shall remain in Jiangping City to observe Yang Yan's movements while I seek out the Ling God envoy. Our revival plan has progressed significantly. She should be making her appearance soon. The Ling God envoy, known as the fourth envoy of the Eye of the Demon, was an exceedingly fearsome woman. Sister Widow, is she returning? At this, the enigmatic child's eyes widened in astonishment. The fourth envoy, referred to in the martial world as Sister Widow, inspired both reverence and trepidation in the enigmatic child. Mu Ying turned to the enigmatic child. Indeed, the widow has located what we require. Moreover, to eliminate Yang Yan, our chances of success are slim without her assistance. I understand, the enigmatic child replied, striving to suppress his anxious heart. He bore some psychological scars regarding this second sister. The story dates back to a night many years ago. At that time, the enigmatic child and the terrifying widow had to venture out together to execute the revival plan of the Eye of the Demon. However, as they approached a commercial street, a group of lewd thugs suddenly appeared before them. These ruffians not only obstructed the terrifying widow, but also the enigmatic child. They were captivated by the widow's beauty and brazenly touched her fair arm, lewdly suggesting, "Little beauty, how about spending the night with us? We can surely outlast your husband. Yes, yes, let this little brat go home. We'll take you for some fun." Exactly, sister. It's already past 1 a.m. Why not stay with us? The enigmatic child was bewildered. Were these people truly so brazen as to flirt with the terrifying widow? A minute later, the ground was awash with blood, severed arms, ears, and quail eggs scattered about. Although the ruffians survived, they had been severely mutilated by the widow. She may not kill you, but she would undoubtedly torment you mercilessly. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. After dispatching the thugs, the terrifying widow seemed still irate. She suddenly turned to the enigmatic child and bellowed, "And you? You're not innocent either. All you do is play. You have no heart. Cold-blooded creature. Stinking man." The enigmatic child was left in utter shock, bewildered by the sudden outburst. Did I say anything? I'm merely a child of 13. Yet, the enigmatic child dared not reason with the terrifying widow. Firstly, she would not listen. Secondly, he was no match for her. From that day forth, the enigmatic child developed a profound psychological scar regarding this widow sister. Even after many years, that haunting memory remained indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to erase. This is too hard, sighed the enigmatic child. In the North District, at the other shore garden, Yang Yan's home. When Yang Yan returned home with Yang Xiaodian, night had already fallen. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, casting a hazy and eerie red glow over the entirety of Huaxia. Upon returning home, Yang Yan immediately placed Xiaodian on the bed to rest. Based on his estimation, Xiaodian would likely not awaken anytime soon. The brief revival of the Eye of the Demon had likely inflicted substantial harm on her consciousness. Furthermore, he had forcefully pressed her down earlier. She needed to recuperate. Murmuring to himself, Yang Yan prepared to leave Xiaodian's room. However, before he could make a move, Xiaodian's fingers twitched, and suddenly her eyes flew open. P.S. Dear readers, please leave a review. Thank you. Chapter 83. Wei Gu was fired, brother. Why am I lying on the bed? What are you doing? When did you come back? Weren't you supposed to be job hunting? Did you find a job? The moment Xiaodian opened her eyes, a barrage of questions tumbled forth, leaving Yang Yan momentarily stunned. Although she could not see her surroundings, Xiaodian sensed everything around her. She felt herself lying in bed and could perceive Yang Yan's breath. How could she awaken so quickly? It's unreasonable, Yang Yan pondered. At this moment, Xiaodian's gaze was clear, devoid of the previous hollow and menacing expression. Moreover, the malevolent energy within her was entirely concealed, revealing no traces of its wickedness, making her appear no different from an ordinary person. Yet, her eyes remained blind, unable to see anything, In a wonder, I never noticed the dark energy in my sister. Her dead eyes were so deeply concealed, perpetually deceiving her. Yang Yin was taken aback, reflecting on this revelation. He smiled and said, "Little girl, I returned from grocery shopping and found you asleep on the sofa, so I carried you to your room. Yet now you have awakened." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodin found Yang Yan's words peculiar. She had no recollection of falling asleep on the sofa. "Brother, are you sure you're not lying to me? My subconscious feels like you're deceiving me again." Xiaodin pouted at Yang Yan. He sighed and chuckled. "Sister, your brother is honorable, trustworthy, and keeps his word. If I say I won't look at study materials, then I won't. How could I possibly deceive you? You must trust your brother's integrity." "I am indeed honest." Hearing Yang Yan's fervent declarations, Xiaodan fell silent. She truly did not believe he would lie to her. There was no reason for Yang Yin to deceive her over such a trivial matter. However, Yang Xiaodan remained perplexed, feeling her head was clouded. "I'm going to prepare dinner." With that, Yang Yin turned, his expression abruptly turning serious. Indeed, Xiaodan's consciousness and the eye of the demon consciousness are independent. Yang Yin silently affirmed. In the Strongman Security Company, Gao Yulan and Team Leader Li were engaged in a meeting. Though termed a meeting, it was essentially a summary of their recent operations. The bizarre incident at the aquarium had undergone significant changes, resulting in a failed operation. Their current focus was not on the cultists, nor Yang Yin, but rather on Yang Xiaodian. Team Leader Li spoke first. "Everyone, today's situation was unexpected. We must take Yang Xiaodian seriously and add her to the list of anomalies, creating a separate file for her." Subsequently, not only Mo Fan but also various clerical staff participated in the discussion, collectively summarizing the intricate details of the bizarre incident. While Team Leader Li and the others deliberated, Gao Yulan sat in her chair, lost in thought, seemingly indifferent to the meeting. How could Gao Yulan possibly engage in a meeting of this caliber? To her, such gatherings felt like childish play, lacking any significant meaning. The pressing issue was how to address the two bizarre phenomena and how to deal with Yang Yin. Now, with the sudden emergence of the formidable and mysterious girl, Yang Xiaodan, this city was on the brink of madness. Gao Yulan mused inwardly. Soon, she stood up from her chair, preparing to leave the security company. That moment, Team Leader Li noticed Gao Yulan's movement and hurriedly approached her. "Commander Gao, where are you going? We have a few questions we'd like to ask you." Team Leader Li spoke earnestly. However, Gao Yulan did not halt. She merely replied coolly, "We can discuss this next time. Continue monitoring the developments in Jiangping City. I need to return to headquarters now." Before her words had fully faded, Gao Yulan's graceful figure had vanished from the security company. That moment, the entire office fell silent. A heavy stillness enveloping the room, and everyone's mood darkened. It seemed as if all present sensed a weighty air, a premonition of impending significant events. The consequences of today's bizarre aquarium incident were exceedingly grave. At that moment, Li Xinxin stood quietly in a corner, remaining silent as though reminiscing about something. She harbored a longing for the days spent collaborating with Yang Yin. Back then, it seemed he had a solution for every bizarre incident. Staying by Yang Yan's side, Li Xinxin felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, though she could not fathom the reason behind such a feeling. Even with the knowledge of the bizarre powers that resided within Yang Yin, and despite being aware that he had been included on the list of anomalies, this sense of comfort was something she had never experienced even in the presence of Commander Gao Yulan. It was unique to Yang Yin. However, she quickly compelled herself to snap out of her wandering thoughts. "What is wrong with me? Yang Yin is no longer our ally. He is the vessel of an enigmatic force, an adversary of Huaxia. Li Xinxin mused inwardly. After Gao Yulan's departure, Captain Li and his team included Yang Xiaodan on the list of anomalies, briefly summarizing the shortcomings of today's operation before concluding what they termed a meeting. At midnight, in the Bianhua Garden, Yang Yan's residence, Yang Xiaodan had already succumbed to slumber. Yang Yin sat at his desk, pondering the recent events. Just as he was about to delve into his thoughts, Wei Gu sent a message. "Wei Gu, calling, little Yin." Upon seeing Wei Ji's text, Yang Yin picked up his phone, ready to respond. It had been several days since he last contacted Wei Gu, and he was curious about how the special training was progressing on Wei Ji's end. Subsequently, Yang Yin replied with a curt message. "Spit it out quickly." Ding dong. Wei Gu promptly sent a new message in a matter of seconds. "Wei Gu, little Yin, I've been expelled from the criminal investigation team. Taken aback by this news, Yang Yin replied, "Why?" Wei Gu continued to message, "Wei Gu, you have no idea. After you killed that Qin Jian, I was interrogated by hundreds of people in shifts. They asked me everything under the sun, including my weight and whether I liked black stockings and married women, and of course, the most frequent question was how you and I managed to leave Wudong High School. But I said nothing, for I genuinely do not know how we exited Wudong High School." Yang Yin, "And then you were expelled?" Wei Gu, "Not that swiftly. They took me back for further investigation, ultimately insisting that I had an illicit relationship with you, which led to the cancellation of my status as a criminal investigator, barring me from ever rejoining. I was elated, for I no longer have to rise at 5:30 for training. It feels exhilarating, however. I must remain at headquarters for observation, and I-1T return to Jiangping City for another 5 days. Yang Yin, "Then we shall discuss it upon your return." Wei Gu, "I have already made up my mind. I want to stick with you when I get back. I aspire to become as formidable as you, to slay evil gods in fury. I am now a second-tier warrior." Yang Yin, "Stick with me? Don't joke. You could die at any moment, and quite painfully at that." After sending that message, Yang Yin observed a prolonged silence from Wei Gu, who eventually replied, "Wei Gu, little Yin, what did you just say? The signal is poor here, and my hands trembled. I seem to have sent the wrong message. I'll retract it." Amused, Yang Yin chuckled softly. Half listening to Wei Gu was sufficient. He then set his phone aside, choosing not to send further messages, knowing Wei Gu would return to Jiangping City in a few days. Seated at his desk, Yang Yin raised his right hand, allowing the black goat mark to illuminate, preparing to return to the Red Mist Temple. Unlike before, the mark in his palm appeared increasingly crimson. Soon, with a mere thought, his consciousness traversed the endless expanse of time and space, extending toward the Black Goat Temple. When Yang Yin reopened his eyes, he was startled to find significant changes within the Red Mist Temple. A new figure had manifested atop the Black Goat Temple. Chapter 84. The second golden angel appears in the next moment. An eerie voice echoed, "My esteemed and beloved master, my prized, oh no, master, you have finally returned home." Yang Yin chose to disregard the dove's greeting, focusing all his attention on the mysterious figure. It was a golden silhouette, seemingly adorned with shimmering gold dust, radiating a faint golden glow, revealing only a vague outline, while the precise features remained obscured, suggesting an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Furthermore, the gentle golden aura hinted at her existence spanning countless eons, intertwined with the ancient temple itself. The enigmatic woman lay serenely in the air, as if ensnared in slumber, awaiting awakening. Is this an attendant yet to awaken? The second angel following the dove of heaven. Has my divine essence begun to stir once more? Yang Yin pondered, at that moment. Yang Yin felt a profound shock and a hint of confusion, for he did not recognize the woman enveloped in golden light. Yet, through the essence of the black goat, he discerned an intricate connection between her and the radiant figure. After a brief interval, Yang Yin regained his composure, shifting his gaze from the slumbering woman to the foolish dove. After several days apart, the dove seemed to have gained weight, likely from indulging in fries. "Master, congratulations. You are one step closer to awakening." The dove, speaking with fervor, cast a nostalgic glance at the golden figure, as if reminiscing about her. In response, Yang Yin nodded slightly, acknowledging the dove's words. Simultaneously, he sensed subtle changes within himself. The power of the red mist had intensified, and the black goat mark in his hand had deepened in hue. The most significant sign was the emergence of another golden, radiant form atop the temple. All these omens indicated that the black goat had progressed further in its awakening. Unlike other malevolent deities, the black goat required no altar, no summoning rituals, nor the extraction of human souls. It simply needed time. Since Yang Yin had awakened as the so-called extraordinary being, its revival had been unstoppable, akin to a cascade of falling dominoes. Moreover, upon returning from Yuqing City, Yang Yin had completely mastered the power of the red mist, undergoing substantial changes in his body, making it unnecessary to reach the so-called ninth sequence for complete revival. Given sufficient time, he would soon descend upon Huaxia in full force. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Yin gently inquired of the dove, "Dove, what are your thoughts on today's events?" Upon hearing this question, The foolish dove sprang to life. It fluffed its wings and circled the expansive hall several times, excitedly proclaiming, "My noble master, I shall speak without reservation and express all that is on my mind." The dove then began to speak at length. "Firstly, that I is utterly audacious. It dares to entrust its consciousness to a young girl and threatens my master. Had I been at my peak, I would have certainly pierced that foul eye." Subsequently, the dove abruptly shifted its tone, its expression turning icy. "Master, you could actually eliminate Yang Xiaodan and preserve her consciousness." Upon hearing this, Yang Yin was taken aback, finding the dove's suggestion remarkably audacious. He had indeed contemplated this issue before. Logically, if he were to eliminate Yang Xiaodan, it might thwart the demon's eye's revival plan that had been in place for years, as the majority of its consciousness resided within her. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, such an act would have been inconceivable to him. Who among the sane could slaughter someone familiar? Yet now, since becoming intertwined with the malevolent deity and experiencing numerous life and death situations in this strange world of the Red Moon, he felt his previously held beliefs were gradually shifting. Yang Yin was evolving into a more indifferent being. Indeed, emotions are the Achilles heel of humanity, he mused inwardly. After all, just months ago, he was still a student on Earth, and upon his arrival, he had yet to fully adapt to the rhythm of the malevolent deity. However, after facing harrowing experiences, everything felt different. Before long, Yang Yin made a decision. He would annihilate Yang Xiaodan's physical form while preserving her consciousness. According to his reasoning, if he successfully erased Xiaodan's body, the demon's eye would be forced to seek another host, significantly disrupting its revival plan. After all, Yang Xiaodan was a puppet that the demon's eye had painstakingly cultivated for many years. Of course, there was also a risk of failure. Lurking within Yang Xiaodan's body was a malevolent deity yet to be fully revived, and one must not underestimate such a threat. Should Yang Yin falter, this audacious endeavor could result in Yang Xiaodan's complete annihilation, vanishing from existence forever. But for the Black Goat, what did it matter? After all, Yang Xiaodan had perished 16 years ago. This would merely be a second death, a distinction without difference. With that, Yang Yin ceased to ponder this matter and redirected his gaze toward the second angel. Based on Yang Yin's estimates, this second angel had merely begun to manifest and would not awaken in the near future. Given the present circumstances, even the foolish dove was temporarily unable to descend upon Huaxia, indicating that the second angel would not awaken anytime soon. The awakening of the Black Goat was a gradual process. Moreover, Yang Yin sensed a mysterious force within Huaxia subtly hindering the descent of malevolent deities. Simultaneously, Yang Yin discovered a crucial issue. As the Black Goat awoke, the temple was simultaneously expanding, as if it were undergoing a meticulous reconstruction. Do you recall the first time Yang Yin arrived at the Black Goat Temple, several months ago? At that time, it was merely a chaotic swirl of crimson mist, devoid even of the red throne, with only a twisted and eerie manifestation of the Black Goat present. Even the dove appeared only later. As Yang Yin sank into reminiscence, the dove spoke again. "My Supreme Master, you must have sensed that there are those in Jiangping City who seek to end your life. You must remain ever vigilant, particularly against those divine envoys." Upon hearing the dove's warning, Yang Yin felt it was quite normal. In a certain sense, the entirety of Huaxia wished for his demise. However, the number of those who desired to kill Yang Yin was numerous, requiring a queue. Contemplating this, Yang Yin remarked, "Dove, you may withdraw." The intricate sound of his divine voice resonated. The dove instantly vanished from sight, flapping its snow-white wings as it dove into the endless crimson mist. The temple was left with only Yang Yin and his second angel. With a mere thought, the golden figure before him also faded into the red fog. Ultimately, Yang Yin disappeared into the crimson haze. His consciousness returning to Huaxia in Yang Yin's room, he sat quietly at his desk, gazing into the mirror, locking eyes with his own reflection. Yang Yin's appearance had not changed significantly. His features were handsome, and though only 18, he exuded a calm demeanor reminiscent of Xiao Dan. Yet his gaze was devoid of compassion, emanating an otherworldly aura that created an air of distance. Soon, Yang Yin rose from his chair and walked towards Xiao Dan's room. At that moment, his eyes reflected only coldness, depth, and tranquility. He was about to take action against Yang Xiao Dan. Chapter 85. Yang Yin pursues Yang Xiaodan in Yang Xiaodan's chamber. Darkness and silence envelop the space, broken only by her faint breaths and the subtle fragrance of a young girl's room. Even in the absence of light, Yang Yin could perceive every detail within, for the crimson mist dispelled the shadows. Xiaodan's room was impeccably tidy, featuring a desk and a bed. Due to her blindness, there were no mirrors present. Unlike other young girls, Xiaodan's room lacked the so-called pink girl aesthetic, offering a minimalist ambience from the doorway to the corners. Upon entering, Yang Yin walked directly to Xiaodan's bedside. At that moment, she lay in slumber, clad in sleepwear, her hair cascading around her, exuding an aura of tranquility. Xiaodan, in this bizarre era of mythological resurgence, perhaps death is the only true homecoming, he murmured softly. He unleashed a tendril of terrifying crimson mist, enveloping Yang Xiaodan's entire form. His intent was to directly annihilate her body, severing the incomplete resurgence of the demon's eye from its foothold in Huaxia. Simultaneously, Yang Yin sought to preserve Yang Xiaodan's consciousness, granting her a potential rebirth. Under the corrosive influence of Yang Yan's crimson mist, Xiaodan's body trembled suddenly. What surprised Yang Yin was that the malevolent force within her did not resist. Rather, it succumbed to his red mist's power, allowing the annihilation of her corporeal form. Something was amiss. Amid his confusion, Yang Yin did not cease his actions. As he searched for her original consciousness within Yang Xiaodan, he continued to eradicate her physical vessel. With Yang Yan's current strength, preserving a person's consciousness was not a daunting task, especially with the Black Goat Temple as his storage center. If he succeeded in extracting Xiaodan's consciousness, he would store it within the Black Goat Temple. Once she fully revived, he would grant her true life, allowing her to forget all past memories and begin anew. Yang Yin was an evil god. It was impossible for them to become siblings. With this thought, he conjured a crimson dagger and aimed it at Xiaodan's heart. Yet, in the next moment, Yang Yin could not suppress his astonishment. At that instant, Yang Xiaodan vanished. Her bed was left empty. Yang Yan's dagger pierced the bedding, penetrating the mattress, even destroying the entire bed. But in an instant, Yang Xiaodan had disappeared. Furthermore, Yang Yin sensed an exceptionally potent ripple of spatial energy lingering on her bed. He understood. The demon's eye had intervened. Eyeball, this time, you cannot escape. With that realization, Yang Yan's form swiftly melded into the shadows, disappearing from sight. He tracked Xiaodan's aura, pursuing her with lethal intent. Simultaneously, at the Guangnan province headquarters, a meeting was being held late into the night. In the office, the meeting was still being led by Minister Chao, with the primary speaker being Gao Yulan, who had just returned from Jiangping City. Gao Yulan broke the silence, stating, "Everyone, there is a peculiar eye in the Southern District Aquarium of Jiangping City." With that simple declaration, all present were left dumbfounded. The headquarters had sent Gao Yulan to Jiangping City to observe Yang Yin and to determine a method to eliminate the strange eye. However, before either issue could be addressed, a second strange eye had emerged. Observing the stunned expressions of the delegates at the conference table, Gao Yulan recounted all the details that had transpired at the aquarium that day, including the anomalies surrounding Yang Xiaodan. After hearing Gao Yulan's report, the high-ranking officials in the meeting room were left astonished, feeling that Jiangping City was teetering on the edge of chaos. What? Yang Yan's sister is also connected to these strange forces. Have all these malevolent powers congregated in one place? Esteemed colleagues, this is not the crux of the matter. The key is that Yang Xiaodan possesses the power of the demon's eye. All indications suggest that this evil god is highly likely to revive in Jiangping City. I concur with this perspective. Given the current situation, while Yang Yin poses a danger, he is of minimal threat to the city. It is this bizarre Yang Xiaodan that we must focus on. Member Chen Ming's assertion was met with agreement. I propose we concentrate our efforts on apprehending Yang Xiaodan. As for Yang Yin, unless a significant issue arises, we can temporarily set that aside. It is easy to say, but Yang Xiaodan is Yang Yan's sister. Do you not realize that capturing Yang Xiaodan could provoke Yang Yan's wrath? What a farce! Just as the delegates debated fruitlessly, Gao Yulan abruptly stood, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not be aware, but Yang Xiaodan's strength is not inferior to Yang Yan. As soon as Gao Yulan's words fell, even Minister Chao was taken aback, unable to suppress a frown. The emergence of one Yang Yin was already troublesome. Now, with the addition of Yang Xiaodan, it seemed as though there was no escape for Jiangping City. Moreover, according to Captain Li's report, Jiangping City was a hotspot for bizarre occurrences in Guangnan Province. Many affluent individuals had relocated to other cities. Subsequently, most of the delegates turned their attention to Minister Chao. In the current Guangnan Province headquarters, Minister Chao was one of the few remaining leaders. The commander of Guangnan Province had been missing for quite some time, reportedly summoned by the Huaxia headquarters for questioning. As for the other two ministers, one had been dispatched on a mission and had yet to return to Guangnan Province. Thus, only Minister Chao, a fifth-ranked powerhouse, remained to stabilize the morale without Minister Chao. It was likely that the Guangnan Province headquarters would have already disbanded. At that moment, a gray-haired delegate sharply inquired, "Minister, where has our commander gone? Why has he not returned to oversee the situation? Is it that even the Huaxia headquarters has abandoned us?" In response, Minister Chao sighed, feeling helpless. He too wished to know where the commander had gone. Yet the crux of the matter was that the commander had left without leaving any information or materials behind. Where could he search? Afterward, Minister Chao sighed deeply, addressing the assembly, "Esteemed colleagues, I have answered this question numerous times. I am unaware of the commander's whereabouts. As for the Huaxia headquarters, it is typically the commander who negotiates matters. Our two ministers are only responsible for provincial affairs." Upon hearing this, nearly all the delegates fell silent. They understood that while Huaxia comprised 5 provinces, to facilitate the resolution and management of bizarre incidents, each province operated independently, refraining from interference. Unless faced with a world-ending crisis, the Huaxia headquarters generally would not intervene casually. Each province encountered different bizarre events, and without strict delineation, there was a risk of cross-contamination of strange powers among provinces, which was far from ideal. If a province could not resolve an issue, only then would the headquarters dispatch more powerful extraordinary beings to address it. Furthermore, Jiangping City had only seen the emergence of 2 slightly stronger bizarre individuals. No particularly significant bizarre event had erupted, nor had a doomsday scenario manifested. Soon, Minister Chao spoke again. "Officer Gao, continue your observation in Jiangping City. If possible, attempt to eliminate the strange eye, but do not force it." Gao Yulan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as the Guangnan Province headquarters held its late-night meeting, they remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Yin was pursuing his sister. The bizarre events in Jiangping City continued to escalate, growing ever more complex. Chapter 86. Can you help me? In Jiangping City, in the Western District, Yang Yin had pursued Yang Xiaodan from home. He left a trail of afterimages with each step, closely following her fleeing path until he reached the Western District. Empowered by the force of the demon's eye, Yang Xiaodan moved with remarkable speed, leaving Yang Yin only able to trail behind. Soon, Yang Yin halted in the middle of an old, worn street. Xiaodan's presence vanished. It was the witching hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, and the surrounding houses were shrouded in a faint crimson glow. The eerie radiance cast by the blood moon, both sinister and strange. When Yang Yin finally regained his senses, he discovered that he was standing on Xiao Wu Street. He had traversed this street a few times before and was quite familiar with it, for it housed the enigmatic Building 23, which had mysteriously disappeared. Yang Yin had encountered Muing there on 2 occasions. It appeared that not only Building 23 harbored oddities, but the entire Xiao Wu Street was steeped in the uncanny. Yang Yin deduced that upon entering the confines of Xiao Wu Street, Xiaodan's essence inexplicably dissipated, as if she had completely melded into the street, concealed within every shadowy corner. Xiao Wu Street might have been tainted by the bizarre forces of the Eye of the Demon, transforming into a realm belonging to it and its cultists. It was only then that Yang Yin realized the Eye of the Demon was far more troublesome than he had previously imagined. Its revival plan seemed to have been meticulously orchestrated over a considerable period. Perhaps even the entirety of Jiangping City had fallen under its control. Jiangping City, how intriguing, that he murmured to himself, preparing to retrace his steps and cease the pursuit of Xiaodan. After all, the Eye of the Demon had already sensed Yang Yan's murderous intent and would certainly refrain from exposing itself recklessly. What Yang Yin needed to do now was to observe the unfolding situation with patience. The revival of the Eye of the Demon was, after all, a tragedy for his family, unrelated to the Black Goat. The hour was late, and it was time to return to rest. Thus, Yang Yin departed from Xiao Wu Street, heading back to the Bihua Garden in the Northern District. Just after Yang Yan's departure, the elusive Building 23 suddenly materialized. More eerily, Xiaodan stood solemnly atop the building, her pale yellow nightgown billowing in the wind as she surveyed the world below. She audaciously spoke, her voice imbued with an uncanny aura. Yang Yin, your time is short. The following day, Yang Yin ventured alone to the northernmost edge of Jiangping City. This extremity was a small town known as Fuan Town. Surrounded by mountains and lush forests, it was a place of verdant jungles, melodious birds, and fragrant flowers, often frequented